Chapter 3701, Chapter 7075, Clue pertaining to the Road Beyond Tier 6, Chapter 7075, Clue pertaining to the Road Beyond Tier 6. Please rest assured, Miss Rainbow. Since we have already accepted your offer, we will not disappoint you, Shi Feng said with a smile. Although it will become a little tougher without the help of Eternal Chamber of Commerce's and Demon's Gate's parties, even without their help, Zero Wing can still help you get past the preliminaries. In essence, the Continental Championship was a clash for hegemony between three races. Because of this, participating parties usually needed to rely on other parties of the same race if they wanted to survive the chaotic preliminaries. With the Eternal Chamber of Commerce and Demon's Gate being apex powers, they definitely had some admission tickets, and receiving help from their parties would undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. However, so long as their party boasted sufficiently strong members, they could still conquer the preliminaries, even without the help of others. I am aware of the strength Zero Wing has displayed in the defense against the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. Seeing Shi Feng's nonchalance, Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but sigh as she shared a document with him and said, "But the preliminaries this time will no longer be the same as before. The major system update has brought a change to the Continental Championship's rules. I was originally thinking of informing you about this after my trip to Shattering Town, but since you are here, have a look at the updated rules. Participating players will now have their levels suppressed to the average." When Shi Feng saw the updated Continental Championship rules, his expression on his face remained unchanged. In his previous life, the Continental Championship's rules had indeed changed after the major system update. More specifically, all participants would have their levels equalized, making it so that the championship placed more emphasis on individual combat standards. That's right. Verdant Rainbow nodded with a frown. Because of this new rule, players who exceed the average level will no longer have an advantage. All participants can rely only on their individual combat standards to achieve victory. The main reason she extended an invitation to Zero Wing previously was to capitalize on Zero Wing's level 200+ members. With the level advantage these Zero Wing members had, they could easily overwhelm their opponents and get through the preliminaries. After all, the advantages given to players at level 200 could not be overcome easily. Not to mention, Zero Wing had experts at level 210 and above. However, her plan thoroughly fell into ruins following the introduction of the new rule. In terms of combat standards, Zero Wing's level 200+ experts could only be described as unremarkable, and replacements for them could be easily found, even among the human race's pseudo-apex powers. In the new Continental Championship, where they would be facing the powerhouses of the two other races, Zero Wing's level 200+ experts could only be regarded as victims. "Are you considering to give up on our partnership, Miss Rainbow?" Shi Feng asked after he was done reading the updated rules. The change this time was unexpected. "I will fulfill my promise of extending your loan repayment by 10 days, Verdant Rainbow said. Then, with gritted teeth, she continued, "But I will have to make some changes regarding 2 of Zero Wing's slots. If Zero Wing cannot come up with participants strong enough to enter the Holy Race's Transcendent list, I will have no choice but to find someone else to fill these slots." "I understand your intentions," Shi Feng chuckled when he saw the awkward look on Verdant Rainbow. "Before we continue with this topic, may I ask if you are interested in achieving even better results in the upcoming Continental Championship, Miss Rainbow?" At this point, it was evident Shattering Town had a promising future. Anyone who wasn't a fool would definitely try to establish a long-term partnership with Zero Wing. However, the Continental Championship was equally important, so it was understandable that Verdant Rainbow wanted to replace unqualified participants. "Naturally, who wouldn't want the Continental Championship's amazing rewards?" Verdant Rainbow answered, giving Shi Feng a strange look. The Continental Championship was currently the top priority for the three races occupying the Eternal Realm's 3 continents. Everyone wanted to achieve good results in the championship and gain rapid growth. However, performing well in the championship was easier said than done. In reality, even parties consisting entirely of experts from the Holy Race's Transcendent list would find it difficult to achieve good results, let alone those who were only theorized to be strong enough to enter the Transcendent list. If that's the case, let Zero Wing have 4 slots. In return, I can guarantee we will secure a place in the top 4 of the Continental Championship. However, aside from providing an extra slot, you will have to pay Zero Wing an additional 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, Shi Feng said with certainty when he saw the interested look on Verdant Rainbow. "You can guarantee a top 4 placing?" Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in surprise. She felt that Shi Feng was joking with her. Every Continental Championship would see several hundred parties participating. Normally, parties would be handsomely rewarded so long as they could pass the preliminaries. Meanwhile, those who could climb to the top 16 could receive the guidance of the ancient beings behind the Crucible of the Ancients, while those who managed to ascend to the top 4 would see their rewards doubled or more. However, out of all the Continental Championships hosted, the best result the human race had managed to secure thus far was the top 16. At this point, entering the top 4 was nothing but a dream. Not to mention, she even had to pay 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal for this ranking. That was basically half a divine artifact. We still have time before we need to set out for the Crucible. You can use this time to properly consider my offer, Miss Rainbow, Shi Feng said very calmly. In his previous life, the Continental Championship didn't just serve as a training ground for the various powers' talents. After the major system update, it also became the hope for many peerless players to achieve further improvement. This was because parties who managed to enter the top 4 in the Continental Championship could receive detailed guidance from the ancient beings behind the Crucible of the Ancients. This also happened to be one of the few clues pertaining to the road beyond Tier 6 available in the Eternal Realm. Although the human race had produced many powerful experts, not a single party managed to enter the Continental Championship's top 4. It wasn't until the Eternal Realm's 3 absolutes joined forces that they fortunately managed to enter the top 4 once. It was also from that point onward the human race's various powers learned of the Continental Championship's true significance. Only, neither the 3 absolutes nor their 3 other party members revealed the specifics of what they learned regarding the road beyond Tier 6. Currently, there still weren't many experts participating in the Continental Championship. Although the implementation of the major system update had removed the possibility of having a level advantage, so long as he had sufficient 7 Luminaries crystals, he could simply create a new advantage by upgrading the epic ranked God Chaser sets to the fragmented legendary rank and giving them to Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss were currently among the top 5 in combat standards in Zero Wing. If they were equipped with the fragmented legendary ranked God Chaser sets, while Shi Feng couldn't promise their party would become the champion, he was confident they could get into the Continental Championship's top 4 without any trouble. Chapter 3702, Chapter 7076, Strengthening the God Chaser, Set Chapter 7076, Strengthening the God Chaser set. You really don't hold back, do you, Guild Leader Black Flame? Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but hesitate on Shi Feng's offer. She would be lying if she said she wasn't interested in a top 4 placing in the Continental Championship. However, it was a considerable expenditure for her to give away 4 participation slots as well as 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. It might even put her in an awkward situation in the 7 Luminaries Alliance. She had received her admission ticket from a Grand Elder of the 7 Luminaries Alliance, and the other party had originally intended for the ticket to be used to nurture the guild's geniuses. So, when she decided to give 3 participation slots to Zero Wing, many guild executives criticized her. If she were to give Zero Wing another slot, it would mean depriving another one of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's geniuses of the opportunity to improve, and it would definitely enrage the guild executives who already thought negatively of her. As for the 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, she'd have to mortgage many of her properties in the Eternal Realm if she wanted to convince the 7 Luminaries Alliance to secure such an amount. I am sure you know how difficult it is to get into the top 4, Miss Rainbow. If I am the only one representing Zero Wing, I can help you without any payment. But if you want a good placement, I must make considerable sacrifices to help you achieve that, Shi Feng explained. In reality, he would already be benefiting greatly if he could secure 4 participation slots for Zero Wing. He was simply putting Verdant Rainbow in a tough spot by asking her for an additional 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. However, he had no choice but to do so, as he had already spent all of his 7 Luminaries crystals and didn't have enough to upgrade even one God Chaser set. I can agree to your conditions, Guild Leader Black Flame. After pondering for a moment, Verdant Rainbow said to Shi Feng, the additional slot should be doable, but if I am to pay you 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, I will need you to lease a shop on Shattering Town's main street to me for free for a month. Otherwise, I cannot convince the guild's other executives to take out so many 7 Luminaries crystals. If it's only a month, I can agree to your condition, Shi Feng said, nodding. But how soon can you deliver the 7 Luminaries crystals to me? There were over 20 shops lining Shattering Town's main street. Excluding the ones needed for NPC merchants and Zero Wing's purposes, 6 shops could be rented out. However, no matter how valuable Shattering Town's shops were, there was no way he could get anyone to pay a monthly rent of 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. So, he would be a fool to refuse Verdant Rainbow's condition. I can have it delivered within half a day after we finalize our deal, Verdant Rainbow said, smiling when she heard Shi Feng accepting her condition. If she could secure a top 4 placing in the Continental Championship and rent a shop on Shattering Town's main street for free for a month, all for the price of just 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, she would turn a huge profit. She could also offer an explanation to the guild's executives. Okay, let's write up the contract then. Hearing Verdant Rainbow's response, Shi Feng wasted no time as he retrieved 2 God's Domain contracts from his bag. Within a day after Shi Feng signed the contract with Verdant Rainbow, the Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate suddenly declared Shattering Town off-limits to all players. Any player who dared to approach the town would be met with death. The announcement shocked the players operating in the World Arc. They never expected the 3 powers to make such a ruthless decree. Those who wished to take advantage of Shattering Town were especially taken aback, and many couldn't help but voice their grievances. Shattering Town, Zero Wing's residents, guild leader, those 3 guilds are simply outrageous. They've stationed their Tier 6 legions at all of the Shattering Basin's entrances and exits just to blockade the town. Now, anyone caught trying to enter or leave the Shattering Basin must pay them 1 eternal gold. Starting tomorrow, the 3 guilds will even kill anyone who tries to enter the Shattering Basin. Gentle Snow complained angrily as she stormed into Shi Feng's office. Let me ambush them with a team, guild leader. I refuse to believe they can keep blockading the entrances. The Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark were royal powers of the Holy Race. Because of this, all Holy Race players operating in the World Arc would usually defer to the 2 royal powers' decisions, none daring to offend them. As for Demon's Gate, it was an apex power famed for its ruthlessness among the human race. Aside from other apex powers, no other individual or power from the human race would dare to offend Demon's Gate. Now that the 3 powers had come together to persecute Shattering Town, it was almost guaranteed that no player would dare to visit the town. Meanwhile, if Shattering Town did not have players visiting it, there was no way Zero Wing could afford the town's daily expenditures. Of course, persecuting Shattering Town didn't come free and easy for the 3 powers either. The World Arc's mysterious energy constantly ate away at the bodies of players. The monsters occupying the maps around Shattering Basin were also plentiful. Even if the 3 powers' forces remained stationary, monsters would attack them continuously, forcing them to expend stamina and concentration. Because of this, the 3 powers needed to commit a large number of players to maintain the blockade. This, in turn, would prevent these players from doing more meaningful things, such as exploring the World Arc and finding opportunities to develop themselves. What the 3 powers were doing was essentially persecuting Shattering Town at the expense of the futures of a large number of their own Tier 6 experts, which was utterly insane. Ignore them. If they want to block the entrances, let them, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at the anxious Gentle Snow. Has the 7 Luminaries Alliance's 7 Luminaries crystals arrived yet? The Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate's joint effort to seal the Shattering Basin's entrances and exits was indeed astonishing. Any normal guild town would have faced an imminent demise if persecuted in such a manner. However, Shattering Town was no ordinary guild town. Instead, it was a guild town that could access Luminous Sky City directly. Although it was only a one-way teleportation, it was still a path to riches for many players and powers. It was especially so now that the sales of basic and intermediate divine engraving scrolls had garnered widespread attention in Luminous Sky City. In just one day, the Abyss Chamber of Commerce had managed to sell several thousand Holy Race exclusive fragmented legendary items, generating 1 million eternal gold in revenue. Even after he paid off his 700,000 eternal gold debt to Luminous Sky City, he would still have 300,000 eternal gold to spare. As for the divine engraving scrolls sold by Abyss, they had already become a target for the Eternal Realm's various powers. Many players and powers who managed to get their hands on some would instantly resell the scrolls for a huge profit. Naturally, when the players on the Eternal Continent learned of this situation, they too wanted to get in on this opportunity. However, traveling to the southern region was not an easy task. Outside of Shattering Town's teleportation channel, every other method to reach the southern region came at a price that the average power could not afford. Hence, for most players operating on the Eternal Continent, Shattering Town was their only option to reach Luminous Sky City. This situation made it so that Shattering Town would have no lack of players trying to visit it. Not to mention, aside from purchasing divine engraving scrolls to resell, players on the Eternal Continent could also sell their high-quality weapons, equipment, and secret treasures at Luminous Sky City since the prices for these items were considerably higher in the southern region. I've received them already, Gentle Snow said as she handed all of the 7 Luminaries crystals in her spatial bag to Shi Feng. In addition to the 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, the materials you asked for have also been delivered. However, the construction design of the Tower of the Abyss is too complex. On top of that, you have asked to use alternative materials. So, our architects still need some time to do research. The Tower of the Abyss doesn't need to be rushed, just have them construct it to the best of their abilities, Shi Feng said when he heard Gentle Snow's report. Then, he eagerly took out the origin myth and inserted a complete God Chaser set into the origin space. System, origin space has detected the God Chaser set. Strengthening and modifying it will cost 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Do you wish to proceed? That many? Shi Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the cost. He could already produce an inferior divine artifact with 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Even so, he did not hesitate to strengthen the God Chaser set. Chapter 3703, Chapter 707 Continental Championship begins. Chapter 777, Continental Championship begins. Shattering Town, Zero Wing's residence. As soon as Shi Feng injected 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal into the origin space, a colorful radiance enveloped the God Chaser set. Subsequently, countless magic arrays and divine runes poured into the God Chaser set, causing the mana radiated by the equipment set to rise in density. This process lasted for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, a brand new God Chaser set appeared in Shi Feng's hands. "How did it go, guild leader?" Gentle Snow eagerly asked when she saw Shi Feng inspecting the strengthened God Chaser set. Shi Feng had directly informed Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss about his plans to use the 7 Luminaries crystals he acquired from Verdant Rainbow to strengthen the God Chaser sets. Hence, Gentle Snow wasn't surprised by what just happened. However, that didn't stop her from growing curious about the outcome of the strengthening process. "Take a look yourself," Shi Feng said as he shared the new God Chaser set statistics with Gentle Snow. Meanwhile, after Gentle Snow was done reading the new God Chaser set's attributes, excitement appeared on her face as she exclaimed, "Amazing! The strengthened God Chaser set is simply beyond extraordinary." After being strengthened, not only did the epic ranked God Chaser set's quality advance to the fragmented legendary standard, but its set effects also underwent drastic changes. At the epic rank, the God Chaser set's 4-piece set effect only increased physique by 50%, while its 6-piece set effect increased the basic attributes the set provided by 80%. As for the 8-piece set effect, it elevated the set's basic attributes to the level 220 standard while lowering the equipment requirement to level 200. When players equipped the set, the basic attributes they could gain would be similar to if they were fully equipped with legendary equipment. After ascending to the fragmented legendary rank though, the God Chaser set's 4-piece set effect increased physique by 100%, while its 6-piece set effect increased the set's basic attributes by 120% and improved the wearer's skill and spell completion rates by 10%. As for the 8-piece set effect, although it similarly elevated the set's basic attributes to the level 220 standard, the equipment requirement was changed to Tier 6 only. So long as players were at Tier 6, they could equip the set at any level. On top of that, the 8-piece set effect also improved neural responses by 50%. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that so long as a Tier 6 player equipped the fragmented legendary ranked God Chaser set, they would instantly become a monster of the new era. Setting aside the fact that the set allowed level 180 Tier 6 players to have basic attributes surpassing level 200 Tier 6 gods, just the fact that it increased skill and spell completion rates by 10% and improved all neural responses by 50% were enough to make it beyond incredible. In the era after the major system updates implementation, the fragmented legendary ranked God Chaser set could artificially raise a player's combat standards by 1 or 2 levels. At this time, Gentle Snow even had the feeling that if she equipped this new God Chaser set, she could defeat even veteran 5th floor experts in battle. When on offense, she could simply rely on her basic attributes to overwhelm her opponents. Even if her opponents could predict her every move, it'd be meaningless if their bodies couldn't keep up with her attack speed and strength. When on defense, even if she failed to predict her opponent's actions, she could rely on her exceptional neural responses to react to all of the actions they executed. Unless her opponents could overwhelm her in attack speed, attack power, or strength, they would be helpless against her. These 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal were well spent. When Shi Feng saw the new God Chaser set, the sting he previously felt disappeared. With 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, he could probably scrape together a full set of legendary equipment. Although its performance would most likely be below average, it was a full set of legendary equipment nonetheless. Yet, the Origin Myth had asked for a similar sum just to upgrade the God Chaser set's quality from epic to fragmented legendary. No matter how he looked at it, he was definitely losing big time. However, after seeing the new God Chaser set's attributes, he only had one thing to say: worth it. Subsequently, Shi Feng strengthened 3 more epic-ranked God Chaser sets, not hesitating even in the slightest throughout the process. Of the 4 sets, he kept 1 set for himself while distributing the 3 other sets to Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Then, when they equipped the fragmented legendary ranked God Chaser sets, all 4 of them saw a huge increase in their basic attributes. Shi Feng, in particular, saw the greatest improvement. Up until this point, he had been using the damaged sacred armor. Now that he had replaced it with the fragmented legendary ranked God Chaser set, his basic attributes instantly skyrocketed, and they now rivaled that of level 200 ancient gods. In his current state, he could be regarded as a humanoid boss even in the greater god's domain, let alone the eternal realm. As for Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss, they behaved like children who had acquired a new toy when they received their respective God Chaser sets. They excitedly went to the guild residence's combat rooms to conduct various tests, only settling down a day later after they had destroyed all of the residence's combat rooms and received complaints from the Zero Wing members trying to refine themselves in Shadowring Town. Guild leader Black Flame, the championship has begun. I'm already in front of your residence. How are your preparations coming along? Verdant Rainbow asked through the video chat as she looked at Shi Feng, who was in the midst of drawing some runes. You're here already? When Shi Feng saw that Verdant Rainbow was already outside the residence's entrance, he quickly finished engraving the last core divine pattern needed for the Tower of the Abyss and handed it to the architect waiting before him. Then he said to Verdant Rainbow, "Preparations on my side are done. I'll meet you at the entrance." While Gentle Snow and the others were acclimatizing to the new God Chaser sets, Shi Feng didn't let himself stay idle, choosing to help the guild's architects engrave the divine patterns they had trouble with. Now that the technical issues were resolved, the architects would only need several more days to complete the Tower of the Abyss and let Shattering Town bask in the same glory the Holy Race's holy city had enjoyed in his previous life. Shattering Town, Zero Wing's residence, entrance, although the Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate's blockade on the Shattering Basin remained strong and scared off many players from visiting Shattering Town, it did not stop a bunch of independent players from joining Zero Wing and teleporting to the town via guild transfer scrolls. In just a little over a day, Zero Wing had gained so many Tier 6 experts that there was now a constant stream of them entering and leaving the guild residence. Meanwhile, after Verdant Rainbow concluded her call with Shi Feng, she and the Berserker youth standing beside her only had to wait a while before Shi Feng stepped out of the residence with Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss in tow. Why is it them? Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but knit her brows a little when she saw the three individuals behind Shi Feng. Originally, Verdant Rainbow thought Zero Wing still had some frightening experts hidden. She never thought Shi Feng would choose to bring Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Verdant Rainbow was very familiar with these three individuals. They were also currently regarded by the various powers as Zero Wing's strongest experts. In terms of combat standards, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss were both veteran 5th floor experts, while Gentle Snow had also recently advanced to the 5th floor standard. If compared to the various pseudo-Apex powers experts, these three could definitely stand among the very top. However, they could only be considered first-rate when compared to the various Apex powers experts, and even worse if compared to the participants of the Continental Championship. Chapter 3704, Chapter 7078, Deathwind. The Divine Eye, Chapter 7078, Deathwind, The Divine Eye, Rainbow, Is Black Flame Messing With You? The Berserker youth wearing the Seven Luminaries Alliance's guild emblem grew furious when he saw Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Verdant Rainbow had exhausted every avenue available to her to increase her chances of performing well in the upcoming Continental Championship. She had even borrowed a divine artifact from the guild. Likewise, he, a reserve chosen one of the Seven Luminaries Alliance and the owner of the title Demonic Spear, had asked for many favors before he finally managed to borrow a divine spear from the guild. For the sake of securing a good placing in the Continental Championship, the two of them had essentially put everything they had on the line. Yet Zero Wing had made a complete fool of them by sending out the likes of Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. In fact, aside from combat standards, even the levels of these three individuals were a complete joke. Currently, experts standing at the forefront of the Eternal Realm were already averaging at level 192, yet Gentle Snow was only at level 87, while Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss were at level 81 and level 82 respectively. Their levels couldn't even be considered third-rate in the current Eternal Realm. Of course, having a low level was still a forgivable sin following the introduction of the Continental Championship's new rule. However, what was unforgivable was that the equipment of these three individuals was radiating the glow effect of fragmented legendary items. A fragmented legendary equipment set might be considered good in the World Arc, but in the Continental Championship, where the chosen ones of the three continents gathered, such equipment was only fit for beggars. Guild leader Black Flame, are you sure you're going to have the three of them participate? Verdant Rainbow asked Shi Feng in a questioning and confused tone. Although Shi Feng had concealed his weapons and equipment with an advanced black cloak, Gentle Snow and the others did not. So, even a level 0 player could see they were fully equipped with fragmented legendary items. In the Continental Championship, where legendary equipment was considered the bare minimum, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss would be fortunate if they didn't become the butt of everyone's jokes, let alone serve as capable combatants. Yes, they'll be coming with us, Shi Feng said, nodding. Then he turned his gaze to the Berserker youth behind Verdant Rainbow and asked, "And this must be Deathwind the Demonic Spear, the Seven Luminaries Alliance's latest reserve chosen one, right? Do you know me?" Deathwind looked at Shi Feng in surprise. He was currently using a special tool to hide his personal information. Even master-ranked identification skills should not be able to uncover his level, much less his name. It should be known that his name remained a secret in the Greater God's domain, and only a few among the Seven Luminaries Alliance knew about it. Most people only addressed him as the Demonic Spear. Naturally, who wouldn't know of the Seven Luminaries Alliance's chosen one candidate? Shi Feng faintly smiled as he looked at Deathwind. Deathwind was very well known in Shi Feng's previous life, so much so that it gave Zero Wing a huge headache. Presently, Deathwind might be known as the Demonic Spear, a title given to him by the Seven Luminaries Alliance, but he went by a different title in Shi Feng's previous life. It was also a title known by all in the Greater God's domain, the Divine Eye, one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts. Although nurtured by the Seven Luminaries Alliance during the early years of his God's domain career, Deathwind was secretly a spy working for Demon's Gate. When Deathwind ultimately betrayed the Seven Luminaries Alliance, he caused the Alliance to suffer a huge loss. He would then become known as the Divine Eye, an existence feared by all in the Greater God's domain. You are very well informed, Guild Leader Black Flame. Deathwind looked at Shi Feng cautiously when he heard the other party's words. For some reason, he felt like a ferocious beast was watching him, and the feeling sent chills down his back. My information network can only be considered subpar when compared to yours, Mr. Deathwind. While keeping his gaze on Deathwind, Shi Feng deepened his smile and asked, I overheard you saying that I was messing with Miss Rainbow just now. May I know what you mean by that? It's a misunderstanding, Guild Leader Black Flame. When Verdant Rainbow heard Shi Feng's question, she knew that Shi Feng must have overheard everything Deathwind said just now. It wasn't all that surprising that Shi Feng had overheard their conversation either. When players reach Tier 6, they achieve inhuman levels in all physical aspects. Naturally, this included their hearing capabilities. So long as Tier 6 players were paying attention, they could even hear someone speaking softly from several hundred yards away. In fact, this was common knowledge in the Greater God's domain. Hence, although Deathwind had kept his voice down when speaking about Zero Wing, he had actually spoken intending to let Shi Feng hear him. However, Deathwind couldn't be faulted for his opinion of Zero Wing. After all, he had gone to great lengths to prepare for the Continental Championship. It was understandable he would be upset to see Zero Wing treat the Continental Championship so lightly. It's not a misunderstanding. Sweeping his gaze across gentle snow, fervent samsara, and heavy abyss, Deathwind bluntly said to Shi Feng, the Continental Championship is full of experts. I had to put everything on the line to get into this party. You, Guild Leader Black Flame, on the other hand, are having 3 people equipped with only fragmented legendary equipment participate. If you're not messing with us, what are you doing? I see. In response to Deathwind's unceremonious questioning, Shi Feng maintained his smile as he said, in that case, how about we make a bet, Mr. Deathwind? A bet? Looking at Shi Feng strangely, Deathwind asked, what are we betting? The Cloud Piercer in your possession, Shi Feng said as he glanced at the divine spear on Deathwind's back. If I win, the Cloud Piercer will belong to me. If I lose, I will give you a divine artifact of similar quality as the Cloud Piercer. How about it? The Cloud Piercer was a very well-known divine artifact in Shi Feng's previous life, and it was in a completely different league compared to the one currently in Deathwind's possession. Although the current Cloud Piercer was also rated as a divine artifact, it was actually damaged and incomplete. The complete Cloud Piercer, on the other hand, could rank among the Greater God's domain's 10 great divine artifacts. Moreover, although the Cloud Piercer was currently regarded to be on loan from the Seven Luminaries Alliance, the truth of the matter was that Demon's Gate had secretly given it to Deathwind to help elevate his status in the Seven Luminaries Alliance. A divine artifact of similar quality? You are aware that my Cloud Piercer is not a run-of-the-mill item, right? Deathwind had his interest piqued. How do you intend to carry out this bet? Simple. Chuckling, Shi Feng said, since you deem the 3 of them unqualified, how about we compare your score in the preliminaries with theirs? So, you're saying that so long as my score is better than that of one of the 3 of them, I will win. Is that right? Deathwind asked, seizing the opportunity to insert a condition of his own. Deathwind. Verdant Rainbow glared at Deathwind. She never thought Deathwind would have no intention of easing the relationship between the 2 sides. Ignoring Verdant Rainbow, Deathwind continued, I am only one person, while there are 3 people on your side, Guild Leader Black Flame. You can't possibly expect me to surpass all 3 of their scores, right? Of course not, Shi Feng said with a smile. So long as you can match 1/3 of any of their scores in the preliminaries, I will consider it your victory. What do you think? Chapter 3705, Chapter 7079, Crucible, Chapter 7079, Crucible Guild Leader Black Flame. Have you lost your mind? When Verdant Rainbow heard Shi Feng taking the initiative to offer such an overwhelmingly favorable condition to Deathwind, she couldn't help but feel that Shi Feng was being a little too reckless. The Continental Championship's preliminaries ranked participating parties based on their accumulated points. Party members would be shuffled into different groups during the preliminaries, and they had to fight all other members of the group in a round-robin manner. Meanwhile, only the top 10 members of each group would receive points. Each group would typically have 21 players. In other words, each player would need to fight in 20 matches during the preliminaries, and they would be ranked based on the number of victories they achieved. The player coming in first place would receive 20 points, second place would receive 10 points, third place would receive 9 points, fourth place would receive 8 points, and so on, ending with 10th place receiving 2 points. Verdant Rainbow understood Deathwind's strength well. Although weaker than her, going by her experience in participating in the Continental Championship, he should have a high chance of securing an 8th place position in the preliminaries. Even if he underperformed, he should come in 10th place at the very least. In other words, if any of Zero Wing's 3 members failed to get into the top 3 of their respective groups, Shi Feng would lose the bet. Furthermore, should Deathwind rank 5th in his group, even if Zero Wing's 3 members became their respective group's champions, Shi Feng would still lose. Don't regret your words, Guild Leader Black Flame. After staring at Shi Feng in shock, Deathwind revealed a wide grin. Deathwind had never revealed his true strength in the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Moreover, for the sake of achieving good results in the upcoming Continental Championship, he had paid a hefty price to borrow 3 extraordinary secret treasures. Paired with the Cloud Piercer, he now had basic attributes that could closely rival that of level 200 Tier 6 gods. With such basic attributes, he could even try to go for a top 5 placement in the preliminaries, let alone the top 10. In other words, if Deathwind accepted the bet, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss must become the champions of their respective groups. Otherwise, Shi Feng would lose the bet. Meanwhile, if Shi Feng fulfilled his side of the bet and gave him a divine artifact no weaker than the Cloud Piercer, Deathwind was confident he could instantly become the Seven Luminaries Alliance's strongest chosen one of this generation. He would also have a very high likelihood of becoming one of the Senate's 12 Grand Elders. Naturally, Shi Feng nodded as he took out a God's Domain contract. Ranking first in the preliminaries might be difficult for others, but it was an easy task for the current Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. After all, they weren't just equipped with the new God Chaser set right now, they were also equipped with the Dragon's Fury set, an extraordinary secret treasure set. Speaking purely in terms of basic attributes, physique, and mana, the 3 of them were superior to even level 200 Tier 6 gods. So long as the 3 of them did not meet any of the peerless monsters in his previous life, they should almost be guaranteed to become the champions of their respective groups. This was also why he dared to promise Verdant Rainbow a top 4 placement in the Continental Championship. Meanwhile, so long as he acquired the Cloud Piercer, not only could he hamper Deathwind's growth, but he could also give Fervent Samsara, who was a spear user, an excellent weapon. That way, even after the Eternal Realm's mainstream players reach level 200, Zero Wing would rest easy knowing that it had a taboo-level existence safeguarding its assets. After all, once mainstream players reached level 200, guild towns would essentially become defenseless if they did not have a taboo-level existence protecting it. It was especially so on the Western continent. Although Shi Feng had a city-building order for the Western continent, he dared not actually use it since Zero Wing didn't have a taboo-level existence who could be assigned to defend its guild city. While Shi Feng himself could be considered a taboo-level existence as he was Zero Wing's guild leader, he couldn't afford to be tied down to one location for an extended period. As for Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and the others, although they were Zero Wing's top experts in Shi Feng's previous life, they had yet to reach their full potential in this life. Of Zero Wing's current members, only Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss had the capabilities to defend a guild city after reaching level 200. In the meantime, standing behind Shi Feng, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss couldn't help but look at Deathwind sympathetically. They felt that Shi Feng was akin to the devil. Rather than betting with Deathwind, it would be more accurate to say that Shi Feng was blatantly robbing Deathwind of a divine artifact. Subsequently, Deathwind signed a God's Domain contract with Shi Feng over their bet. According to the contract, should one side dare to renege on their promises, they would be permanently banished from God's domain by the main God system. Not even the divine resurrection water could give them a second chance at entering God's domain. Are you two done? Can we go now? Verdant Rainbow asked in exasperation when she saw Shi Feng and Deathwind finish signing the contract. Then, when she received a nod from the two, she retrieved an ancient scroll from her bag and chanted an incantation. A moment later, a space-time gate over 100 meters tall appeared before the party. The gate radiated a frightening aura resembling that of gods, causing many Tier 6 players nearby to suddenly feel the threat of death looming over them. We should hurry. The teleportation gate lasts only a short time, Verdant Rainbow said before walking into the space-time gate. Shi Feng, Deathwind, and the others did not hesitate to follow after Verdant Rainbow, all of them disappearing from the residence's entrance and leaving the many players inside and outside the residence stunned. Everyone wondered where Shi Feng's party had gone. After all, if even the teleportation gate they used was such a frightening object, the place it led to would naturally be even scarier. Eternal Realm, Crucible of the Ancients. As Shi Feng and the others stepped through the space-time gate, they arrived in a grand plaza lined with stone steles and statues. Each Stelian statue was upwards of 1,000 meters in height, and they radiated a divine might as strong as that of ancient gods. It was like each stele and statue was a living ancient god, and their presence made the several thousand players in the plaza feel like ants. This is the Crucible of the Ancients. Rumor has it that it once served as a coliseum of life and death for countless ancient beings, and every stele and statue here is a representation of them. Not only do these steles and statues carry great power, but they also hold the legacies of those ancient beings, Verdant Rainbow said. Since this was the first time Deathwind, Shi Feng, and the others had come to the Crucible of the Ancients, she decided to offer them an explanation of the surrounding steles and statues. While Shi Feng and the others were gazing in awe at the countless steles and statues surrounding them, other human players who were visiting the Crucible for the first time were in a similar situation. A hint of fanaticism even colored their eyes when they saw the tallest steles and statues in the plaza. Incredible! Were those 99 10,000-meter tall steles and statues left behind by primordial god-ranked existences? Yes, but they're not the only primordial god rank steals and statues the Crucible has to offer. The ones here can be accessed so long as you pass the preliminaries. If you can get into the championship's top 4, you can head to a deeper area that is said to house stelas and statues that are tens of thousands of meters tall. The individuals those stelas and statues represent are mighty existences, even among primordial god-ranked existences. Snap out of it. Those stelas and statues aren't for us. Ordinary parties like ours have no chance of entering the top 4. Many of the Royal Power's elite parties can't climb beyond the top 32. You've heard of the Holy Race's Daystar, right? Well, she's the leader of the Sun Dynasty's trump card party, but even she only managed to secure a place in the top 8. There is also Demon's Gate's Star Maiden Elise. Even though she's regarded as a nigh-invincible existence among her peers, she barely managed to reach 10th place in the last Continental Championship. While the human players in the plaza were discussing matters pertaining to the Continental Championship, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss overheard them, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Even that Daystar only managed to get into the top 8, Fervent Samsara muttered in disbelief as he recalled the three-eyed Holy Race woman he saw during the defensive battle against the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. Although the three-eyed woman never took any direct action throughout the battle, he could still tell how frightening she was based on her presence. It was evident she was no ordinary 5th floor expert when it came to combat standards. It was likely she had already reached the unthinking realm, the second stage of the extrasensory realm. In all honesty, Fervent Samsara felt that had Daystar taken action back then, the outcome of the defensive siege would have been much less decisive. Only, as Daystar was evidently trying to hide her strength, she never took action throughout the battle. While Fervent Samsara and the others were in a daze, many of the players in the plaza suddenly turned to look at a party that had just arrived. At a glance, it was obvious that all 6 members of this party were fully equipped with legendary equipment. Each member also wielded at least one divine weapon. Of the party's members, the one who stood out the most was a 4-armed young man. The young man gave off the presence of a god as he stood there, and it felt like the world revolved around him. He's the Holy Race's strongest representative, Divine Fist Garuda, Verdant Rainbow whispered, wearing a serious expression as she introduced the 4-armed young man's identity to Shi Feng and the others. Chapter 3706, Chapter 780, Gathering of Monsters, Chapter 780. Gathering of Monsters, so he's the Divine Fist? Shi Feng couldn't help but scrutinize the 4-armed young man when he heard Verdant Rainbow's whispered introduction. Divine Fist Garuda was a name known by all among the Holy Race and the human race in Shi Feng's previous life. However, few people had ever seen Garuda in person. Most people had only ever heard of his terror. Garuda was the strongest chosen one of the Thunder Empire, a royal power of the Holy Race. He had strictly limited his sphere of activity to the Western continent and never participated in the war between the Holy Race and the human race. Yet, human players still felt that Garuda was extremely powerful. This was due to the rumor that even the Eternal Realm's 3 Absolutes were defeated by Garuda. However, as nobody had any evidence showing Garuda and the 3 Absolutes clashing, many people speculated that their encounter occurred during the Continental Championship and that Garuda was the reason the 3 Absolutes failed to progress beyond the top 4. Originally, Shi Feng thought Garuda should be relatively old, considering that the other party could defeat the 3 Absolutes in his previous life. However, now that he was seeing Garuda in person, he doubted the other party was even 20 years old, an unthinking realm expert who wasn't even 20 years of age. It should be known that most 5th floor experts could only dream of achieving the unthinking realm. Although many peerless paragons had tried, most had failed to reach it within their lifetimes. But for those few who could reach the unthinking realm before the age of 30, they would be considered once-in-a-century monsters and prodigies who defied common sense. After reaching the extrasensory realm, players could start to use their 6th sense to predict their opponent's attacks and execute counterattacks. However, this didn't mean that players would become invincible once they reached this realm. As living creatures, humans needed time to think. No matter how quick a person's reaction speed was, their body would still need some time to make a response. Thus, when players at the extrasensory realm fought each other, the fight would turn into a competition of speed. However, that would only be the case for players in the extrasensory realm's first stage. Upon reaching the unthinking realm, players would no longer need to rely on their brain's thoughts to carry out actions. Instead, their bodies would move automatically, akin to moving entirely based on instincts. This, in turn, allowed players to execute actions at unbelievable speeds. Normally, though, if players wanted to reach the unthinking realm, they would need to invest a significant amount of time in harsh training and combat. This was so that they could develop their body's instincts. Hence, players who could reach the unthinking realm were typically old monsters of advanced age. Yet, Garuda had reached this realm despite being younger than 20. His talent for combat was so out of this world that even the 3 Absolutes could never hope to match him. He even had the Thunder Empire, a royal power no weaker than the Sun Dynasty, to back him. With such talent and backing, his future would be limitless. Aside from Garuda, Shi Feng also spotted a familiar lithe figure among Garuda's party, Angel of Death, Extreme Feather. Since they last met outside the Nameless City's treasury, Extreme Feather had become considerably stronger. Not only was she currently at level 192 tier 6, but she was also fully equipped with legendary equipment and wielded 2 crescent blades that were clearly divine weapons. At the same time as Shi Feng noticed Extreme Feather, the Angel of Death similarly noticed him. Do you know that human swordsman, Feather? Noticing that Extreme Feather was looking at Shi Feng specifically, Garuda curiously asked, is he strong? Extreme Feather was the most recent addition to the Thunder Empire's chosen ones. She had an aloof personality, and she rarely showed interest outside of developing her combat skills, so it was a rare sight for her to give anyone more than a glance. It's nothing. Retracting her gaze from Shi Feng, Extreme Feather said, he's just a little thief with higher than normal concentration standards. The last time they met, Extreme Feather had watched Shi Feng resist a mental attack from a tier 6 Gorgon Queen, and she had to admit that it was indeed a surprising sight. However, that was the only remarkable trait Shi Feng possessed. Nothing else about him stood out, and if concentration was the only thing he had going on for him, he'd remain insignificant in front of true experts. When Garuda heard Extreme Feather's evaluation, he stopped paying attention to Shi Feng and the human race in general. Of the 3 races participating in the Continental Championship, the human race was the weakest. Even their strongest party had failed to enter the top 8 in the last championship, ending with only a 10th place placement. Rather than waste his time on such a harmless opponent, it would be better if he focused on his strongest competition for today. Subsequently, Garuda turned his gaze toward a particular party from the Crystallians standing in the middle of the plaza. The members of this party looked virtually the same as humans. Only, they were 5 to 6 meters tall, and they each had a crystal the size of their eyeballs growing out of their foreheads. They all wore robe-like clothing and carried various staffs on their backs. They neither radiated mana nor holy power. In fact, they did not radiate any sort of energy from their bodies. Yet, whenever they moved, it felt like the space around them was having difficulty supporting their existence. Regarding the Crystallians, many human players all looked toward them with eyes full of curiosity. Unlike the Holy Race, the Crystallians were never seen even once on the Eternal Continent, much less engaged the human race in territorial battles like the Holy Race. Most human players operating in the Eternal Realm didn't even know a third race of players existed. However, for human players who had participated in the Continental Championship, they knew that there were indeed 3 races of players in the Eternal Realm. Only, the Crystallians did not operate on the Eternal Continent or the Western Continent. Instead, their operations were limited to a mysterious continent that neither the human race nor the Holy Race had come in touch with thus far. Meanwhile, in terms of overall strength, the Crystallians were slightly weaker than the Holy Race, but were still considerably stronger than the human race. As evidence, the Crystallians had 6 royal powers. As for the Crystallian party Garuda was looking at, it was none other than the party that came in 2nd place in the last Continental Championship. The party was led by Earthen Princess Rin, the Crystallians' strongest representative and someone who nearly defeated Garuda in battle in the last championship. While Garuda was looking at Rin, the latter also turned to look at him, their gazes clearly indicating that they regarded each other as their strongest opponent in this championship. No wonder Miss Rainbow thinks it will be a challenge to even get through the preliminaries. When Gentle Snow saw the 3 races of players gathered in the plaza, she couldn't help but grow a little excited. Every player here is at the 5th floor standard and fully equipped with legendary equipment. Even if put in the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard, they can become vice commanders at the very least. It's not surprising, only 420 parties can participate in each championship. Even if all 420 slots are filled, that only translates to 2,520 players. That is nothing compared to the player base of the 3 races that number in the quadrillions, Shi Feng said as he calmly swept his gaze across the players in the plaza. It should be known that the participants of the current Continental Championship were limited to only the players operating in the Eternal Realm. Once the 3 races located the Eternal Realm's entrance, the intensity of the Continental Championship would skyrocket to unimaginable heights. It would become so intense that even the top 20 experts on the current Divine Glory list might not make it past the preliminaries. This was also why many experts in his previous life sought to participate in the Continental Championship. Simply being able to participate in the championship's preliminaries was a priceless learning opportunity for many players. Not to mention, should one successfully get through the preliminaries, one would get the opportunity to trade blows with the apex existences of the 3 races. Shortly after Shi Feng finished speaking, a deafening voice sounded across the plaza. Congratulations, all ye heavens blessed. Welcome to the Crucible of the Ancients. Chapter 3707, Chapter 781, First Preliminary Battle, Chapter 781, First Preliminary Battle. As the loud voice echoed across the plaza, everyone felt the power of space and time restraining their bodies. Even those with basic attributes as strong as Tier 6 gods found themselves immobilized completely. Immediately afterward, 120 miniature worlds materialized above the plaza, each encompassing a 1,000-meter radius. Then, as soon as these miniature worlds appeared, the 2,520 players in the plaza were randomly assigned into groups of 21 and drawn into these miniature worlds. Heavens blessed, you have been separated from your parties and assigned to one of 120 groups. In each group, you are required to fight your fellow contenders in a round-robin tournament, and each victory you achieve will influence the points you receive at the end of the preliminaries. If you wish for your party to pass the preliminaries, your party's total points must be within the top 32. Parties who fail to rank among the top 32 will be disqualified, but those who rank among the top 64 may stay behind to spectate. Everyone else will be teleported back to where they came from. Now, without further ado, I announce the start of the Continental Championships preliminaries. May each group's selected contenders step onto the ring. When the players who were drawn into the miniature worlds heard the deafening voice's announcement, they started to scrutinize the players around them, fighting spirit burning in their eyes. They obviously understood that all the players drawn into the same miniature world were their opponents. Are these newcomers my opponents this time? What the hell? This isn't fair. Why did I get assigned to the same group as Garuda? You're saying that's unfair? How about you take a look at my group? My group has 10 members of parties who made it past the preliminaries last time. When the players in the 120 miniature worlds were done inspecting their opponents, some grew excited, while some had the urge to cry. When it came to parties capable of passing the Continental Championships preliminaries, not a single one had any incompetent party members. After all, parties were ranked based on their total points in the preliminaries. If a party member did poorly in the preliminaries, it would severely impact the party's overall performance. Because of this, the members of such qualifying parties could typically rank among the top 10 of their respective groups in the preliminaries, even if they were put against strong opponents. If they got put against weak opponents, they could even try to get into the top 6 or 7. After the major system update, players would expend a considerable amount of stamina and concentration in every battle. Although players could not truly die in the Continental Championship, they would still consume stamina and concentration in every match they fought, and none of it would be replenished. If they encountered a tough fight in their first few matches, it would adversely impact their performance in subsequent matches. Of course, participants could also forfeit a match outright to conserve their stamina and concentration. But for those capable of participating in the Continental Championship, who would be willing to give up without a fight? How interesting. I didn't think we would be assigned to the same group. When Venomtail saw Shi Feng similarly assigned to Miniature World 085, he felt pleasantly surprised and nervous at the same time. Previously, Venomtail had taken a huge hit to his reputation in Sovereign Mark because of Shi Feng. The encounter in Shattering Town had even allowed Chalk Splendor to make fun of him. Yet, all he could do at the time was grind his teeth in anger and frustration. Now, though, not only did he come across Shi Feng again in the Continental Championship, but they were also assigned to the same group in the preliminaries. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity for him to get revenge. As for why Venomtail felt nervous, it was because he would be fighting Shi Feng in his 10th match. In a situation where they were both individuals ranked on the Transcendent list, he couldn't confidently say he could defeat Shi Feng. After the various parties learned of their party members' grouping, Verdant Rainbow's expression turned a little ugly. Damn it, how are we so unlucky? Verdant Rainbow had the urge to curse out loud when she saw the groups her party members were assigned. The groups Shi Feng, and Deathwind were assigned were still relatively normal. The strongest member of their groups was only a member of a top 16 party. Their groups also only had up to 2 members of parties that had made it past the preliminaries in the last Continental Championship. Moreover, none of them were key members of their parties. As for the rest of their group members, they were relatively unknown experts among the 3 races. However, it was a different story for Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider their groups as hell. Each of them had to face anywhere from 7 to 10 members of parties that had made it past the preliminaries. The situation was especially bad in Miniature World 006, the world Gentle Snow was assigned. In addition to having to face 10 contenders who had successfully made it past the preliminaries in the past, she also had to face a key member of the previous championship's top 8 party, Returning Blade the Soulbreaker. In terms of individual strength, Returning Blade could rank among the top 20 in the last Continental Championship. His ability to transform into a soul-breaking beast made it life-threatening for his opponents to face him head-on. Anyone struck by the soul-breaking beast would not only lose HP, but also have a portion of their souls devoured. Moreover, the soul-breaking beast would usually remain in an ethereal form and only materialize when launching an attack, making it immune to attacks most of the time. To make matters worse, Gentle Snow's first battle in her group was against Returning Blade. Should Gentle Snow refuse to forfeit her match and insist on fighting Returning Blade, she might as well not fight in the remaining 19 matches. Guild Leader Blackflame, how about advising Gentle Snow to forfeit her match against Returning Blade? Returning Blade is no ordinary expert. After the major system update, the threat of his soul-breaking beast has most likely risen to a whole new level. Even trading blows with him would severely impact her performance in subsequent matches, Verdant Rainbow hurriedly said after contacting Shi Feng. Gentle Snow was Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader, so Verdant Rainbow didn't think it would be appropriate for an outsider like herself to persuade the other party. After all, the Continental Championship was a precious opportunity for expert players to clash with apex experts of foreign races in a one-on-one scenario. Thus, only Shi Feng, the guild leader of Zero Wing, had the qualifications to dissuade Gentle Snow from proceeding with her fight with Returning Blade. Miss Rainbow, I think we should leave this decision to Snow's judgment. While Returning Blade might be a powerful foe, Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders are no pushovers either, Shi Feng said. Despite seeing the worry on Verdant Rainbow's face, he had no intention of intervening in Gentle Snow's decisions. Ever since Gentle Snow had been chosen by Fate's Guidance 1, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Now that she had equipped the new God Chaser set, even Shi Feng had no idea how strong she had become. Although there was still a possibility Gentle Snow might not be a match for Returning Blade, he doubted she would be outright defeated. Meanwhile, Verdant Rainbow was at a loss of words after hearing Shi Feng's refusal. At this rate, their party might not even be able to make it past the preliminaries, let alone enter the championship's top 4. At the same time, Deathwind couldn't help but smile when he was done inspecting the groups to which he and his party members were assigned. Setting Gentle Snow aside, it would be a miracle if Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss could place 5th in their respective groups. Now, all he had to do was place 10th in his group to win his bet with Shi Feng. Miniature World 06's second match is over. Winner, Black Jade of the Holy Race. Miniature World 006's third match will now begin. May the Holy Race's Returning Blade and the Human Race's Gentle Snow take the ring. Chapter 3708, Chapter 782, Goddess's Sword Technique, Advanced Gold Combat Technique, Chapter 782, Goddess's Sword Technique, Advanced Gold Combat Technique. Crucible of the Ancients, Miniature World 06, I finally get to see Returning Blade fight again. That human girl sure is unlucky to meet Returning Blade on her first match. I wonder how far she can push Returning Blade. It would be great if she could get him to reveal some of his cards. Who do you take Returning Blade for? He's already considered one of the top 20 experts in the last Continental Championship. Now that he has replaced his staff and all of his equipment, it's obvious he has become much stronger. At this point, I'd be grateful if that human girl could even burn some of Returning Blade's stamina, let alone force him to reveal his cards. Let's hope the human girl can last a little longer. When the participants in Miniature World 006 saw Returning Blade and Gentle Snow step onto the ring, they started a hushed discussion among themselves. Of the 21 participants assigned to Miniature World 006, most deemed Returning Blade to be the strongest among them. So, whether they could rank first in the group depended on whether they could defeat Returning Blade. If it was before the major system update, none of them would have even considered defeating Returning Blade. However, following the major system update, the limitation that stamina and concentration placed on players had increased substantially, making it very challenging for players to fight at their peak for prolonged periods. Thus, so long as Returning Blade failed to conserve his stamina and concentration adequately in his first few matches, it was entirely possible for the participants of Miniature World 06 to defeat him. On the ring, Returning Blade and Gentle Snow stood facing each other. Returning Blade was a member of the Holy Race whose body was covered with holy patterns. He wore a silver-gray leather jacket, and his gaze was as sharp as a snake. Although he looked no older than 30, the way he carried himself indicated that he had already reached the unthinking realm. If placed among human players, he would be considered a monster among monsters. Admit defeat. You are no match for me. When Returning Blade saw that the human female clad in silver armor and carrying a greatsword was only at level 18-7, he unceremoniously said, "You will only be wasting your stamina and concentration by fighting me. You'd be better off conserving them for your subsequent matches. You might even be able to secure a better placement. Admit defeat to conserve my stamina and concentration?" Gentle Snow smiled at Returning Blade's suggestion. Then, while grabbing the Chaos Windblade from her back, she said, "But I don't think I will have to expend much stamina and concentration fighting you." As soon as Gentle Snow finished speaking, the spectators below the ring rolled their eyes in unison. They all thought that Gentle Snow was crazy beyond salvation. It should be known that Returning Blade was a key member of a top 8 party in the last Continental Championship. Even when compared to the other players among the top 8, few would dare say they were superior in individual strength. One could say that he was second to only experts of the Holy Race's Garuda and the Crystallian's Rinscalibur. Not to mention, after the major system update, the threat of Returning Blade's soul-breaking beast had risen to a whole new level. Now, even the experts who ranked among the top 10 of the previous Continental Championship would find it a headache to fight him. In contrast, Gentle Snow was a human berserker whose name nobody present had heard before. This proved that the various powers didn't consider her a noteworthy threat. Yet, despite being such an insignificant character, she dared to treat Returning Blade with little regard. Aside from having a few screws loose in her head, what else could lead her to do such a thing? Good, very good. Returning Blade narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gentle Snow with an icy gaze. The last time I met a human player as audacious as you were when I lost to that girl Elise. Let's see how your audacity stacks up to hers. You're in luck then. You'll get to experience the same situation again, Gentle Snow calmly said. Returning Blade grew enraged at Gentle Snow's remark. Immediately, he exerted his holy aura and merged it with his staff, sparking a reaction that transformed him into a 5-headed beast that was over 20 meters tall. The 5-headed beast looked like the agglomeration of countless evil spirits, its body constantly phasing in and out of existence, making it impossible for players to see its appearance clearly. Meanwhile, when the participants below the ring saw Returning Blade's soul-breaking beast, they all revealed gloomy looks. He's using his trademark move right off the bat? This soul-breaking beast looks even stronger than the last one he transformed into. The last one only had 3 heads, while this one has 2 more. Moreover, this one's aura is clearly stronger than level 200 tier 6 gods. When the spectating participants saw the level 192 soul-breaking beast, their souls experienced a suffocating feeling. Those who had seen Returning Blade's performance in the last Continental Championship were especially shocked to see how much Returning Blade had improved since then. Fusion Holy Art Holy Beast Incarnation. It was a fusion holy art that allowed players to transform into a soul-breaking beast. Meanwhile, the strength of the soul-breaking beast created could be determined based on the number of heads it had. This was because each additional head a soul-breaking beast possessed meant that it would gain an additional attack method. Normally, when players used a doppelganger skill, they had to control their doppelgangers indirectly through the game's system. The process was akin to manipulating a stringed puppet. However, that was not true for the soul-breaking beast's multiple heads. Each additional head a soul-breaking beast had meant that the user could have their consciousness split one more time. This allowed them to manipulate each head directly as if they were manipulating their own body, which, in turn, enabled them to exhibit 100% of their combat standards with every head. Die. As soon as his transformation was complete, Returning Blade had the soul-breaking beast's 5 heads strike out at Gentle Snow simultaneously. Each head could extend infinitely and materialize at will. Not only did this make it difficult to predict their attack trajectories, it was also challenging to predict when they would materialize. Furthermore, all 5 heads could carry out their attacks without any need for thought, making it nigh impossible to evade them. Meanwhile, as Returning Blade expected, Gentle Snow could not evade all of his attacks, hence she opted not to evade them. Instead, she raised the Chaos Wind Blade and executed a downward swing. Then, all of a sudden, the ground within a 50-yard radius of Gentle Snow sank. 2 of the soul-breaking beast's heads that were in the middle of launching an attack on Gentle Snow also fell to the ground like metal attracted to a powerful magnet. My attacks couldn't connect? Returning Blade couldn't help but doubt his 5 senses at this moment. The soul-breaking beast's body was his body, so he could feel everything it felt. Originally, 2 of the soul-breaking beast's heads had materialized and were about to clamp down their jaws on Gentle Snow. Yet, an invisible force had abruptly cut their advance short and redirected their attack trajectory when they were only a finger's width away from reaching her. Aside from Returning Blade, the spectating participants below the ring were similarly confused as to what had just happened. So, this is the goddess's sword technique? While watching the live broadcast of Gentle Snow's match, Shi Feng vaguely figured out how Gentle Snow achieved what she had just done. At a glance, it was obvious Gentle Snow had somehow created a downward wind pressure on the area around herself. Although Returning Blade's soul-breaking beast maintained an ethereal form, so long as it materialized, it would immediately be subjected to this downward pressure. It was also evident that the soul-breaking beast's heads were not immune to the pressure as they had their attack trajectories forcibly redirected. However, what Shi Feng couldn't figure out was what Gentle Snow had done to create this continuous wind pressure. It was an attack method he had never seen Gentle Snow use before, and he could only assume it was a combat technique she had learned through Fate's guidance. Chapter 3709, Chapter 783, Monster of a New Generation, Chapter 783, Monster of a New Generation, Am I Hallucinating? Why didn't Returning Blade's attack connect? This human girl is amazing. She actually stopped an attack from Returning Blade. Are we going to see the birth of a new monster in the Continental Championship? When the spectators of Miniature World 006 saw Gentle Snow stopping Returning Blade's attacks, although they didn't understand how exactly she accomplished it, they knew how incredible of an accomplishment it was. This made them change their opinions of Gentle Snow. Before the match between Gentle Snow and Returning Blade began, everyone thought the match was overwhelmingly in Returning Blade's favor. But now, they felt that the match could go either way, and they immediately started to pay closer attention to the match. Normally, a matchup between experts of Returning Blade's caliber would only occur in the Continental Championship's main event. For this reason, only parties who could rank among the top 64 would get to spectate such matchups. It seems I have underestimated you. However, this is only the beginning. Ultimately, Returning Blade was an expert among experts. Although he couldn't quite understand how Gentle Snow had redirected the soul-breaking beast's attacks, he quickly realigned his emotions and made his next move. Holy Art, Supersize. Suddenly, the soul-breaking beast's body expanded, transforming into a behemoth over 300 meters tall and occupying a considerable section of the ring. Gentle Snow also looked no different than an ant in front of the soul-breaking beast's mountainous figure. Let's see how you deflect my attack this time. As soon as Returning Blade finished speaking, one of the soul-breaking beast's gigantic heads opened its maw to clamp down on Gentle Snow. Not only did the current attack have a significantly greater AO, but the power it exerted could also rival an all-out attack from a level 200 tier 6 god. Additionally, because of Supersize's effects, even if Gentle Snow could similarly deflect this stronger attack, the soul-breaking beast could alternatively choose to materialize itself only after it had devoured Gentle Snow already. Although doing so would not deprive Gentle Snow of any HP, it would subject her to the soul-corroding properties of the soul-breaking beast's attacks. Returning Blade had learned Supersize thanks to the guidance he received in the last championship. Originally, he had intended to reserve it as a trump card for when he went up against the members of the previous championship's top 8 parties during the main event. However, now that Gentle Snow had shown herself capable of stopping his trademark move, he naturally couldn't afford to conserve his strength anymore. The preliminaries this time were much more competitive than the last championship, so, if possible, he would prefer to defeat his opponents as quickly as possible. That way, he could conserve his stamina and concentration to the greatest extent to deal with future variables. Trying to use size to your advantage? Let's see who comes out on top then. When Gentle Snow saw the soul-breaking beast's gigantic ethereal head descending upon her, she abruptly inserted the Chaos Windblade into the ground and gathered her mana into the weapon. Simultaneously, whether it was mana or holy power, all forms of energy in the ring began gathering around the Chaos Windblade, causing the weapon to give off a colorful radiance that brightly illuminated the entire miniature world. Is this a human skill? That's not right. Aren't the human race's skills and spells supposed to use mana only? How is she absorbing the holy race's holy power as well? The spectators of Miniature World 006 were in disbelief when they saw what was happening before their eyes. In fact, even Shi Feng, who was watching the match's live broadcast, was a little dumbfounded. The energy used by every race of players in God's domain was preordained. Human players could only use mana, while holy race players could use only holy power. It was impossible for the two races to use each other's energy. Although never explicitly stated, everyone regarded this as an ironclad law in God's domain, yet Gentle Snow had broken this supposed law. Subsequently, when the soul-breaking beast's attacking head came within 10 yards of her, Gentle Snow suddenly removed the Chaos Windblade from the ground in a dramatic manner, causing everyone in the miniature world to feel a gentle breeze brushing past their face. Did her execution fail? The spectators below the ring couldn't help but be confused by this situation. They couldn't see Gentle Snow's actions yielding any effects. They also couldn't see anything happening to the soul-breaking beast's attacking head. So, their immediate reaction was to assume Gentle Snow had failed to execute whatever move she was trying to use. However, the spectators quickly noticed something was wrong. More specifically, they noticed that the soul-breaking beast had stopped moving entirely. Immediately afterward, the spectators below the ring found their vision darkening. Then, before they realized it, they were in the air and free-falling. What's going on? The spectators in Miniature World 006 were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what was happening. However, Shi Feng and Verdant Rainbow, who were watching the match through the live broadcast, saw what happened very clearly. After Gentle Snow removed her greatsword from the ground, the space within Miniature World 06 was flipped upside down. It wasn't that the spectators had suddenly appeared in midair, but that these players were falling toward the sky. Even the soul-breaking beast, who remained in an ethereal state, was affected by this change. Gravity manipulation? Shi Feng was greatly shocked by this scene. Previously, he had assumed Gentle Snow's sword technique was related to wind pressure. However, looking at it now, that didn't seem to be the case at all. In its ethereal state, the soul-breaking beast was immune to all physical and magical attacks. The only thing that could affect it was gravity. This was why the soul-breaking beast would fall to the ground should it ever leap into the air. So, now that the direction of Miniature World 006's gravity was reversed, the soul-breaking beast had no choice but to go along with gravity and fall to the miniature world's new ground. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng understood the true nature of the new strength Gentle Snow had grasped, he turned off the live broadcast and focused his attention elsewhere. After all, if Gentle Snow could manipulate gravity, and to such a great extent at that, the soul-breaking beast would gain no advantages from being in an ethereal state, and should Returning Blade try to compete with Gentle Snow in strength, he would quickly find himself outmatched. Essentially, Returning Blade's defeat was assured. Back in Miniature World 006, Returning Blade was in a state of confusion. Currently, he couldn't even figure out what Gentle Snow had done, let alone touch her. To make matters worse, his HP was rapidly depleting over time. At this rate, he would lose over half of his HP by the time he landed. Meanwhile, just like Shi Feng had anticipated, while returning blade was preparing for his landing, gentle snow reversed the gravity acting on him once more. Ultimately, returning blade didn't even get to land an attack on gentle snow before he lost all of his HP. Following returning blade's defeat, gentle snow's fame skyrocketed. No longer was she considered a nobody. Now she was regarded as a new generation monster who could defeat a top 20 expert from the last Continental Championship. At the same time, everyone also recognized her as the strongest expert in Miniature World 06. Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader, is it? When Elise, the leader of Demon's Gate's party, received news of Gentle Snow's achievement, she couldn't help but watch the battle video her party member had shared with her, a hint of intrigue coloring her eyes. Chapter 37110, Chapter 784, the new replacing, the old Chapter 784, the new replacing the old, who is that human newcomer? I can't believe returning blade lost to her. Gentle Snow? Could she be a monster secretly nurtured by an apex power? The power of that move has definitely reached the standard of level 200 tier 6 gods already, but why haven't I heard of her before? With such strength, she can probably rank among the top 15 experts in this championship. After the unexpected conclusion of Gentle Snow's first match, the many parties that initially had their attention focused on returning blade shifted their emphasis to Gentle Snow. Some of the former top-ranking Holy Race and Crystallian parties also began to investigate Gentle Snow, wanting to know all there was to know about her. Returning blade was a key member of one of the last championship's top 8 parties. Besides the former first and second ranked parties, every other party was paying close attention to him. After all, if they wished to enter the top 4, they would inevitably cross paths with returning blade. Of course, the reason why even top-ranking parties had decided to pay attention to Gentle Snow wasn't solely because of her victory against returning blade, it was also because of how handily she had defeated him. It was obvious she still had some strength hidden, so the various top-ranking parties had to be wary of her. While a party's overall strength played an important role in the Continental Championship's preliminaries, the individual strength of party members would become much more important in the main event. It wasn't strange to see one or two individuals dictating the performance of an entire party. What a powerful sword technique. Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but grow excited when she saw the conclusion of Gentle Snow's first match. No wonder guild leader Black Flame was so confident. With such strength, she can probably hold her ground against even the former top 8 monsters. Initially, Verdant Rainbow was still considerably worried about Gentle Snow's performance in her supposedly hellish group. She feared that Gentle Snow might fail to score even 1 point. Should that happen, their party could forget about advancing to the main event. However, after seeing Gentle Snow's strength, Verdant Rainbow was confident the woman could compete for the group champion position, let alone the top 10. Meanwhile, so long as a party had one member who managed to become a group champion in the preliminaries, the party would have a considerable chance of getting past the preliminaries. After all, there were only 120 groups in the preliminaries, and the party members of the former top 16 parties would usually become the group champions of most of these groups. This left only a small, limited number of slots for other parties. Hence, if a party could have 2 group champions, so long as the other party members didn't perform too terribly, the party would virtually be guaranteed a spot in the main event. This was also why Verdant Rainbow had originally sought to add 2 level 200+ experts from Zero Wing to her party. Contrasting Verdant Rainbow's reaction, Deathwind revealed an ashen look when he finished watching Gentle Snow's match. He never imagined Gentle Snow would be this strong. She was like a completely different person compared to when she fought in the defensive siege against the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. Unfortunately, this was only the beginning of the bad news he would receive. While Deathwind was pinning his hopes on Zero Wing's Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss, the two concluded their respective matches and shook Deathwind's world once more. Inside Miniature World 023, Fervent Samsara went up against Mono-Eye Florist, a member of a former top 16 party from the Crystallians, and emerged victorious. Inside Miniature World 045, Heavy Abyss went up against Nightmare Soul, a member of a former top 32 party from the Holy Race, and emerged victorious. Although neither Fervent Samsara nor Heavy Abyss had put on an amazing performance like Gentle Snow, their victories left no room for doubt regarding their strength. Additionally, both Mono-Eye Florist and Nightmare Soul were group champions in the last championship's preliminaries, so while not as strong as returning Blade, they could still be considered powerful experts. Party leader Rin, the party assembled by the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Verdant Rainbow, is quite good. If we include Verdant Rainbow herself, her party now has 4 potential group champions. A young Crystallian man who was over 7 meters tall and carrying a warhammer said as he finished watching the noteworthy battle videos his subordinates had collected for him. Moreover, these 3 newcomers have all defeated former group champions. That Gentle Snow woman, in particular, is practically as strong as my party's Dusky Dove. Quite a few geniuses have popped up on the human side since the last championship. Standing beside the young man, Rin, carrying a staff on the back of her 6-meter-tall body, similarly revealed a look of interest after she was done watching the battle videos her subordinate had prepared for her. It's not just the humans. The Holy Race's Sun Dynasty and Thunder Empire have also added 2 incredible newcomers to their parties, Rin said as she shared 2 battle videos with Dead Soul, the tall young man. Although Rin and Dead Soul did not belong to the same power, with the latter being the leader of an independent party, Dead Soul's party was incredibly strong, having secured 4th place in the previous championship. Dead Soul, the Dragon Hammer, was also one of the few experts who could trade blows with the Holy Race's Divine Fist Garuda. Meanwhile, of the 2 battle videos Rin shared, the first showed the match of Roaring Flame, a new addition to the party led by the Sun Dynasty's Daystar, while the second showed the match of Extreme Feather, a new addition to the party led by the Thunder Empire's Garuda. Roaring Flame was a young man with crimson skin and golden holy patterns in his eyes, looking like a flame elf at first glance. In his video, he could be seen wielding a silver saber, and he used it to defeat a key member of a former top 8 party in one blow. The might of his attack was so powerful that it had destroyed the entire ring and nearly punctured a hole in the miniature world. As for Extreme Feather, she evoked the image of cold for those who laid eyes on her. In her video, she could be seen wielding 2 crescent blades as she moved about the ring at unbelievable speeds. She created over 100 after images across the ring with only a step, and it took her only 3 moves to defeat Six-Eyed Mad God, the strongest member of Returning Blade's party and one of the top 10 experts in the previous Continental Championship. It truly is a surprise. I did not think so many of the last championship's top experts would be defeated so soon into the preliminaries. I wonder how many of the former top 20 experts will remain by the end of the preliminaries, Dead Soul said with eyes full of anticipation. I expect only half will remain, Rin calmly commented. The standards of the newcomers this time are quite high. Dead Soul nodded in agreement. He felt that there were indeed quite a few monsters among the newcomers this time. Among them, there were even a few whom he had to be careful against, let alone the other former top 20 experts. While the leaders of the former 2nd and 4th ranked parties were chatting, the contenders in Miniature World 085 started a discussion on the upcoming matchup, Black Flame versus Venom Tail. As expected of Sovereign Mark's newest holy child, Venom Tail has become a lot stronger compared to last time. Not only did he bring a divine artifact with him this time, but the dangerous vibes I am getting from him have also intensified considerably. I wouldn't be surprised if he can match Returning Blade right now. I wouldn't count that Black Flame fella out just yet though. I think he's a member of the Verdant Rainbow Party, and you know how incredible the party has been performing thus far. It is now considered second only to the Humans' Star Maiden Party. I wonder how strong Black Flame is. If he is as strong as Venom Tail, the Verdant Rainbow Party will have a good chance of entering the top 16 this time. It might even become the first human party to enter the top 8. The top 8? Aren't you underestimating the former top 8 parties a little? The Verdant Rainbow Party might have defeated Returning Blade, but this season's parties are evidently of a higher standard. Even if Black Flame can match Venom Tail, the best the party can hope for is the top 16. Any higher will just be wishful thinking. Aside from the contenders in Miniature World 085, many players who were paying attention to the Verdant Rainbow Party had also tuned in to watch the match between Black Flame and Venom Tail. They were curious to see how far the Verdant Rainbow Party could make it in the championship. Chapter 3711, Chapter 785, Tier 6 Skills that Exceed 100%, Chapter 785, Tier 6 Skills that Exceed 100% Crucible of the Ancients, Miniature World 104. While a young lady elegantly made her way out of the ring, the 19 spectating contenders outside remained silent, all of them wearing looks of disbelief as they looked at the dead young man from the Holy Race in the ring. 8 paths died, just like that? This is the little monster of Sovereign Mark's trump card party we are talking about. He's even one of the former top 10 experts. How can he lose so easily? A monster. This human girl is an absolute monster. She clearly only had a minor edge over 8 paths when they fought in the last championship, yet she can now one-shot him? Elise is now probably as strong as Garuda and Rin, right? When the contenders outside the ring looked at Elise, Demon's Gate's strongest chosen one, they felt like they were looking at a monster. It should be known that Sovereign Mark's 8 paths was no weakling. This could be inferred simply through looking at the 2 divine artifacts he had equipped. Additionally, 8 paths was the leader of a top 8 party in the previous Continental Championship. He had even butted heads with Elise's party in the round of 16. Though slightly weaker than Elise at the time, he leveraged the main event's party-based format to achieve victory, halting Elise's party's advance in the top 16. But now, the difference in strength between 8 paths and Elise had expanded from a small gap to a massive chasm. Elise had stepped into a completely different playing field. After Elise made her way out of the ring, her silver eyes suddenly noticed a call request from Phoenix Flame. Your Highness, Black Flame is going up next, Phoenix Flame said excitedly when she saw her call getting connected. His opponent is Sovereign Mark's Venom Tail. With him as the opponent, we should get a good estimate of Black Flame's true strength. Venom Tail? He should suffice. Elise nonchalantly nodded. If Black Flame hasn't improved since the defensive siege, he will have no chance at victory. Currently, most powers participating in the Continental Championship were under the assumption that Venom Tail was only participating with 1 divine artifact. However, based on Demon's Gate's sources, Venom Tail had secretly borrowed a divine artifact from Sovereign Mark, meaning that he was actually participating with 2 divine artifacts. But aren't we being a little too careful, Your Highness? Phoenix Flame asked in confusion. Gentle Snow might be able to pose some threat to you, but Verdant Rainbow's party is still nowhere near strong enough to threaten us in the main event. Even if Black Flame does defeat Venom Tail, I doubt their party can beat any of the former top 8 parties. Not to mention, Black Flame has repeatedly opposed us this entire time. You don't get it. When Elise recalled the 2 moves Gentle Snow used against Returning Blade, she put on a serious expression and said, her sword technique is unlike any other. Not even the Divine Fist and the Earthen Princess can confidently say they can win against her if she can perfectly execute it. The championship this time is also considerably different from before, and we must secure first place no matter what. If Black Flame can defeat Venom Tail, I wouldn't mind making their party my chess piece and helping them enter the top 8. Understood. Although Phoenix Flame was still confused, she had absolute faith in Elise's decisions. Meanwhile, inside the ring of Miniature World 085, Venom Tail and Shi Feng stood facing each other. Although the match had already begun, neither of the 2 hurried to take action. We meet again, Guild Leader Black Flame. What a coincidence, Venom Tail said with a delighted look. My memory of you kicking me out of Shattering Town remains fresh till this day, and I have been constantly thinking of how I should repay you. I'm glad to hear a holy child like you still remembers me, Shi Feng said, responding to Venom Tail's disingenuous smile with a faint smile of his own. If you really wish to repay me, you can do so by surrendering right now. You really know how to make a joke, Guild Leader Black Flame, Venom Tail said while activating True Eye, an identification skill that came with his legendary ring, on Shi Feng. Then, he chuckled and continued, you want me to surrender when you only have a fragmented legendary equipment set and a level of 100? When you don't even have a single divine artifact on you? Originally, Venom Tail was still rather concerned about facing Shi Feng. This was because Shi Feng had kept his weapons, equipment, and level concealed while he was in Shattering Town. He also didn't have an opportunity to use True Eye on Shi Feng back then. However, after inspecting Shi Feng with True Eye, he realized all his worries had been for nothing. Under normal circumstances, the gap in strength between a player without a divine artifact and a player with a divine artifact was so massive that it was nigh impossible to bridge, even if the former had a considerable advantage in combat standards. Needless to say, the gap would become even more gigantic if a player had 2 divine artifacts while the other had none. What do you mean by that? When Shi Feng saw Venom Tail's smile turn cunning, he understood that Venom Tail must have used a powerful skill to determine the quality of his equipment. Stop pretending, Black Flame, Venom Tail said unceremoniously. Under the effects of my True Eye, even legendary ranked concealment tools are useless. I can clearly see that you barely have any legendary weapons and equipment, let alone divine artifacts. I will now let you know how foolish it was of you to kick me out of Shattering Town. After saying so, Venom Tail's aura skyrocketed in intensity. He also stopped concealing the presence of his 2 divine artifacts, letting their auras spread across the ring. At the same time, Venom Tail began to radiate a holy aura several times stronger than what Chalk Splendor radiated when he wielded the Sunlight Blade. 2 divine artifacts? How generous of Sovereign Mark. Apart from that weapon, they even lent him a prized possession like the Holy Aura Robe. Black Flame is doomed for sure. Indeed, with the Holy Aura Robe's ability to amplify the wearer's holy aura by 3 times, any skill Venom Tail uses will exceed the 100% completion rate threshold. Now, every move he makes will be as powerful as an ancient saint of the same level. Apart from the former top 2 experts, I don't think anyone here can afford to confront him directly. The Holy Race players in Miniature World 085 were greatly astonished when they recognized the robe Venom Tail wore. Whether it was for the human race or the Holy Race, divine artifacts were considered incomparably precious treasures. Even royal powers that had existed for thousands of years would only have a very limited number of divine artifacts. It was especially so for top-tier divine artifacts. Meanwhile, Sovereign Mark's Holy Aura Robe was a divine artifact of a similar caliber as the Sun Dynasty's Sunlight Blade. When a player equipped it, their basic attributes would rise to a whole new level, and the holy aura they conjured would skyrocket in power. For a player of Venom Tail's caliber, the holy aura he could conjure with the help of the Holy Aura Robe would be vastly superior to even the holy aura of ancient saints. With such a powerful holy aura, he could combat ancient saints, the equivalent of the human race's ancient gods, of the same level. When paired with a divine weapon, he would become a walking natural disaster in God's domain. At this point, no one present doubted that Venom Tail could obliterate the entire miniature world in a single blow if he chose to. You were quite proud of your town's Tier 6 legendary guards, weren't you? You thought there was nothing I could do because you had those god-ranked guards protecting you, huh? Well, let me show you the absolute power of an ancient god, Venom Tail said as he abruptly leaped into the air and swung his ritual sword at Shi Feng. Tier 6 holy skill, 1000 light purification. Skill completion rate, 103%. Immediately, the ritual sword transformed into countless light particles that rained down on the ring, each comparable to the all-out attack of a level 192 ancient god. If struck directly by one of these attacks, even a level 200 tier 6 god would sustain serious injuries. At this time, the miniature world was also showing signs of collapse. Is that so? While looking at the descending light particles, Shi Feng leisurely unsheathed the shadow incinerator and executed an upward slash. At the same time, he also cast Divine Shadow, one of the Tier 6 super spells he had learned when he advanced to Tier 6. Tier 6 super spell, Divine Shadow, spell completion rate 105%. Originally, Shi Feng had only managed to cast Divine Shadow with a 95% completion rate. However, under the influence of the God Chaser set's 6-piece set effect that increased skill and spell completion rates by 10%, his super spell was able to exceed the 100% threshold. Chapter 3712, Chapter 786, Successive Victories. Boom. Inside Miniature World 085's ring, countless light particles could be seen clashing with hundreds of judgment swords, the shockwaves they generated creating cracks in the miniature world space. Powerful space-time storms also began to brew within the miniature world, catching several of the spectating participants off guard and reducing them to ashes on the spot. After the collision between the light particles and the judgment swords continued for about 2 seconds, several judgment swords managed to slip past the light particles and strike Venom Tail. Seeing this, Venom Tail dared not risk receiving the attacks with his body, so he promptly brandished his ritual sword to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. Following each judgment sword blocked, Venom Tail was pushed back a little further in the air. It felt like he was striking a sledgehammer each time he defended himself with his ritual sword. His hand trembled, and his HP also decreased by a significant amount. How was this possible? Venom Tail was filled with disbelief. It should be known that he currently had 2 divine artifacts empowering him. One of them was even the Holy Aura Robe, a piece of equipment that could let him exceed the 100% completion rate threshold when using Tier 6 skills. Yet, despite having such items, he still failed to fully block Shi Feng's Tier 6 super spell, and even lost 20% of his HP as a result. This was simply unbelievable. Before Venom Tail could overcome his shock, Shi Feng swung the Shadow Incinerator once more. Immediately, the 300-plus judgment swords created by Divine Shadow assaulted Venom Tail for a second time, giving him no time to think. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, the attacks executed by the judgment swords were as powerful as the attacks of a level 200 ancient god. Although Venom Tail had desperately used all sorts of Tier 6 skills and holy arts to defend himself, with over 300 judgment swords attacking him together, his defenses crumbled rapidly, and the strength he took pride in became a complete joke. When Shi Feng swung the Shadow Incinerator for a 5th time, Venom Tail could do nothing but watch as his HP fell to 0. Meanwhile, inside Miniature World 085, it wasn't until the system had announced Black Flame as the winner that time within the miniature world seemed to start flowing again. Black Flame won? That's the Holy Aura Robe we are talking about. How can Venom Tail still be outmatched so thoroughly? What kind of divine artifact is Black Flame wielding? The spectators in the miniature world couldn't help but be shocked and confused when they saw Venom Tail's miserable defeat. It should be known that Venom Tail had 2 divine artifacts equipped. Admittedly, Venom Tail himself wasn't a particularly exceptional expert when put within the Continental Championship. He couldn't even be considered a top 30 expert in the previous championship. However, with the Holy Aura Robe, one of Sovereign Mark's prized possessions, empowering Venom Tail, not even an expert like Returning Blade should consider defeating him. After all, Venom Tail not only had the basic attributes of 2 divine artifacts to support him, but he could also execute all of his skills with a completion rate of over 100%, letting them exhibit more than double their original effects. In a frontal confrontation, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider him invincible in the Continental Championship. Yet some unknown human swordsman had defeated Venom Tail so handily. Are all members of this verdant rainbow party monsters? That guy isn't just a monster, he's a freak of nature. Not even the Divine Fist can necessarily defeat Venom Tail in a frontal confrontation. If we are speaking purely in terms of strength, Black Flame is definitely the strongest in this championship. That kind of strength is indeed terrifying. I truly did not expect to see such an expert in a human party. Black Flame can definitely rank among the top 10 in terms of individual strength. I wouldn't even be surprised if he can rank among the top 5. When the other players in the Crucible of the Ancients saw Shi Feng's match with Venom Tail, they couldn't help but rethink their opinions of the Verdant Rainbow Party. First, Gentle Snow had defeated Returning Blade, a former top 20 expert. Now, Black Flame had defeated Venom Tail in 5 exchanges. With the Verdant Rainbow Party having 2 experts capable of ranking among the Continental Championship's top 10 experts, everyone had no choice but to reevaluate the party's significance. In the Continental Championship, a party with only 1 reliable expert could, at best, enter the top 16. A good example would be the human race's Star Maiden Party. With Elise serving as the party's sole linchpin, The party ultimately failed to progress beyond the top 16 and could only settle for 10th place in the previous championship. It simply wasn't possible for a one-man party to achieve victory starting from the round of 16. It was especially so after the implementation of the major system update. With stamina and concentration becoming even more important, getting into the top 16 might be impossible for one-man parties. However, it was a different story now that it was revealed that the Verdant Rainbow Party had two monstrously strong experts. The party was absolutely qualified to contend for a top 8 position, and it might even have hopes of entering the top 4. Meanwhile, so long as a party was revealed to have hopes of entering the top 4, it would instantly become a powerful foe for all other parties. After all, the rewards for the top 4 were significantly more lucrative than those for other rankings, offering an opportunity for players to receive detailed guidance from the depths of the crucible of the ancients. It should be known that existences considered mighty, even among primordial god-ranked existences, could be found in the crucible's depths. The guidance provided by these existences could allow Tier 6 players like themselves to make further progress in their Tier 6 journey, so they naturally couldn't miss out on such an opportunity. Currently, the highest tier players could achieve in God's domain was Tier 6. This meant that players who reached Tier 6 could no longer rely on increasing their tiers to improve their strength. They would need to seek out alternative methods. However, while tedious, Tier 6 players could achieve qualitative improvement so long as they could successfully adopt one of these alternative methods. It was similar to the development of the mana body players had to experience at Tier 4. If players could unlock 100% of their mana bodies, the power of their skills and spells would be on an entirely different level when compared to players who had yet to fully unlock their mana bodies. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng defeated Venomtail, he suddenly received a friend request followed by a call from Demon's Gate's Star Maiden. The Star Maiden? Shi Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised as he looked at the woman in the video, who looked to be in her early 20s. At least the Star Maiden's fame was much greater than even Deathwind, the Divine Eyes, in Shi Feng's previous life. While Deathwind was considered one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, Elise was considered by Demon's Gate as an anomaly that would only appear once every few centuries. Many people assumed she would eventually become Demon's Gate's strongest expert if she hadn't suddenly gone missing in the 12 Sanctuaries one day. Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. Elise greeted Shi Feng, her calm tone and demeanor making it seem like she was ignorant of the many offenses Shi Feng had committed against Demon's Gate. I have an offer that I believe will interest you. Chapter 3713, Chapter 787, 10-seated parties, Chapter 787, 10-seated parties, an offer. What kind? Shi Feng's eyebrow shot up as he met Elise's gaze, surprised not only by Elise's proposition, but also by the very presence of Demon's Gate's undefeated champion. In Shi Feng's previous life, Elise never lost a fight against any human player she challenged. Just before she moved her operations from the Eternal Realm to the 12 Sanctuaries, she even won a duel against a Grand Elder from Demon's Gate. However, shortly after the all-out war between the human race and the holy race began, Elise suddenly went missing, sending the entirety of Demon's Gate into panic. At the time, Demon's Gate had dropped everything it was doing to scour the 12 Sanctuaries. Even Demon's Gate's 9 great experts had mobilized in full force to search for Elise. It was a spectacle that spoke volumes of Elise's importance to Demon's Gate. It should be known that even if Demon's Gate's guild leader suffered a permanent death, the guild's 9 great experts would not act together to exact revenge. Yet they were willing to sacrifice large amounts of their time to search for Elise, their actions surprising all powers back then. Because of Demon's Gate's response, many rumors began to circulate. Some speculated Elise was internally designated as Demon's Gate's next guild leader. Some also speculated Elise possessed information pertaining to the path beyond Tier 6. Hence, even Demon's Gate's 9 great experts were willing to waste their precious time to search for her. So, to see such an exalted figure from Demon's Gate reaching out to him surprised Shi Feng. Guild Leader Black Flame, seeing as you are participating in the championship, I presume you are interested in entering the top 4. In an indifferent tone, Elise stated, My party can help you achieve that dream. As I am sure you have already learned of the main event's rules from Verdant Rainbow, parties that make it into the main event are allowed to swap opponents with parties of the same race. With your party's strength, so long as you do not encounter the Divine Fist Party and the Earthen Princess Party, you should have a considerable chance at winning. Are you perhaps offering to fight those 2 parties for us, Miss Elise? Shi Feng asked with a smile. That is correct. Elise nodded. Should you encounter those 2 parties, my party can take them on for you. In exchange, if my party encounters the 2 other former top 4 parties, I will need your party to fight them for me. I believe this is an excellent deal for you. Elise's words tempted and surprised Shi Feng. Neither Divine Fist Garuda nor Earthen Princess Reen were ordinary characters. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider them the strongest player of their respective races in the current generation. Even their party members, though beneath them in strength, were extraordinary experts. Yet, Elise spoke as if her victory against these 2 extraordinary parties was only a matter of course, and she was only making him this offer out of reluctance to reveal her full strength before she clashed with them. Allow me to turn down your offer, Miss Elise, Shi Feng said after pondering in silence for a moment. Why? Elise asked, her indifferent voice tinged with a hint of confusion. Do you find it an obligation to refuse because of Zero Wing's hostile relationship with Demon's Gate? No, that's not it. Shi Feng shook his head. I just think that your offer is lacking. Lacking? Elise chuckled. Do you mean to say you are confident in entering the top 4 on your own, Guild Leader Blackflame? I am not trying to belittle you, but do you think you won't encounter either of those 2 parties before you enter the top 4? No, not at all. Shi Feng shook his head and smiled. I merely think that even if my party comes across those 2 parties, we won't necessarily lose. Elise did not immediately ridicule Shi Feng after hearing his statement. Instead, she paused momentarily before asking, what are your conditions then? As if expecting this question, Shi Feng firmly answered, the goddess tablet that is in your possession. In his previous life, there was a rumor speculating that Elise had moved her operations to the 12 sanctuaries to search for the goddess of space's legacy. Initially, Shi Feng doubted the rumor's credibility, but he quickly changed his mind once he learned that Elise was the reason Demon's Gate was relentlessly persecuting Aqua Rose and forcing her to surrender the stone tablet. Unless Elise knew that the stone tablet in Aqua Rose's possession was a primordial god tablet, Shi Feng found it hard to imagine why someone of Elise's stature would go to such lengths to acquire it. However, under normal circumstances, it should be impossible for others to know that the tablet in Aqua Rose's possession was a primordial god tablet. Even Aqua Rose herself wasn't aware of the stone tablet's actual identity, while Shi Feng only recognized it thanks to his past life's knowledge. In a situation where one lacked the ability to interpret the tablet, most people would only assume the stone tablet contained a god's legacy, which could only be considered insignificant for the likes of an apex power like Demon's Gate. Yet, Elise was adamant in acquiring this supposedly insignificant stone tablet in Aqua Rose's possession. This led Shi Feng to believe that Elise knew Aqua Rose possessed a primordial god tablet. Moreover, she likely knew that the tablet was linked to the goddess of space, and the reason she knew this was because she too had a goddess tablet of her own. After all, there existed more than one goddess tablet, and without having a goddess tablet of her own, how could Elise possibly know of the existence of other goddess tablets? You seem to know a lot. Elise raised an eyebrow. I don't necessarily need you to transfer ownership of the goddess tablet to me, Shi Feng added. I only need you to lend it to me for a while. The Dark Moon mana technique recorded in Aqua Rose's goddess tablet had 3 stages. If players wished to fully master it, they would need to be able to fully exert the strength of all 7 elements. However, Aqua Rose's tablet only contained detailed information about the law of space, while the information available on the remaining 6 elements was only enough to scratch the surface. In such a situation, it would take Shi Feng ages to master Dark Moon fully. If he wanted to accelerate this process, he would have to get his hands on more goddess tablets. You are still not qualified to negotiate conditions with me, Elise bluntly stated. Since your party doesn't want to compete for the top 4, just pretend this conversation never happened. After saying so, Elise disconnected the call, giving Shi Feng no opportunities to negotiate further. So you think I can't compete for the top 4? Shi Feng chuckled as he looked at the disconnected call. Let's see which of us will be more qualified to compete for the top 4 then. He wasn't in a rush to acquire more goddess tablets. After all, he wasn't without alternatives. If it was before he acquired the Tower of the Abyss, he might have tried to negotiate with Elise more seriously. However, now that he had the Tower of the Abyss, he could more than likely rely on it to perfect the Dark Moon mana technique. Meanwhile, after Elise ended her call with Shi Feng, Phoenix Flame promptly approached her to inquire about the outcome. How did Black Flame respond, Your Highness? Phoenix Flame asked, feeling a little surprised when she noticed the slight frown on Elise. In her mind, Elise would remain calm and indifferent when dealing with most matters, and very rarely would she express anger. He's nothing more than a megalomaniac, Elise said as she flicked her sleeves. Then, she instructed Phoenix Flame, saying, proceed according to the original plan. If we encounter the other 2 top 4 parties, it's fine to reveal the majority of our cards. Understood. Phoenix Flame nodded. Following the conversation between Shi Feng and Elise, the Continental Championship's preliminaries progressed rapidly. After 6 hours, the battles in the 120 miniature worlds concluded, and all 420 participating parties were assigned their respective scores. Among them, the 32 parties with the highest scores would advance to the main event, while everyone else was disqualified. While inspecting their scores on the scoreboard, the various parties couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the parties ranked among the top 32. Although everyone already knew the participants this time around were stronger than the last championship's participants, they hadn't expected that only 12 out of the former top 32 parties would make it past the preliminaries this time. Even more shocking was the change to the preliminaries' top 10 parties. 10th place, 8 Paths Party, 87 points, 7th place, Star Maiden Party, 96 points, 5th place, Verdant Rainbow Party, 904 points, Chapter 3714, Chapter 788, 6th Floor Existence, Chapter 788, 6th Floor Existence, I must be hallucinating. How did half of the top 10 seeded parties get replaced? Didn't the 8 Paths Party rank in the top 8 last time? How did it end up in 10th place? Crap, what's up with that verdant rainbow party and ink crystal party? A huge scoreboard appeared in midair when the preliminaries concluded. When the participants saw the information listed, gasps echoed across the crucible. While not a perfect indicator of strength, the rank and score each party secured in the preliminaries allowed other participants to gauge the party's overall strength. Meanwhile, the top 10 parties in the preliminaries were traditionally regarded as the top 10 seeded parties. In past championships, although it wasn't uncommon for new names to appear among the top 10 seeded parties, the number was typically limited to just 1 or 2. Yet now, not only did the top 10 seeded parties welcome 5 new names, but 2 of them even entered the top 5. Firstly, it was the human race's Verdant Rainbow Party. 5 of its members became group champions of their respective groups and earned 20 points each, while the last member came in 8th place and earned 4 points, putting the party's total at 104 points. In the past, such a total wouldn't even be enough to put a party in the top 10, yet the Verdant Rainbow Party managed to come in 5th place. This was simply unbelievable. However, what was even more astonishing was the Crystallians' second-ranked Ink Crystal Party. All 6 party members ended up as group champions, putting their total points at 120. This was the same as the total score the third-ranked Earthen Princess Party secured, and the fact that the Ink Crystal Party managed to rank above the Earthen Princess Party was the part that shocked everyone. It wasn't uncommon to see multiple parties score the full 120 points in past championships. In such situations, time would become the tiebreaker, and these parties would be ranked based on the time they spent on matches in the preliminaries. In other words, the Ink Crystal Party's members completed their matches faster than the members of the former second-ranked Earthen Princess Party. I'm a chosen one from a Crystallian power, but why haven't I heard of any of the Ink Crystal Party's members before? What? The Ink Crystal Party's leader is just a little girl. Going by her looks, is she even 18? Ha ha ha, what an amazing little girl. It's only her first time participating in the Continental Championship, yet she's already made such an incredible achievement. Our race has a bright future ahead. The humans aren't doing too bad this time either. One of their parties actually squeezed into 5th place. It seems they've made a lot of progress during this period. Upon seeing the results on the scoreboard, some participants celebrated, while some grew anxious. In the case of the Holy Race's participants, most of them wore gloomy expressions. In the last championship's preliminaries, the Holy Race occupied 19 out of the top 32 positions, while the Crystallians occupied 10 and the humans occupied 3. This time, however, the Holy Race only had 15 parties in the top 32, while the Crystallians had 12 and the humans had 5. This indicated that the Holy Race's overall development was starting to lag behind the 2 other races, and even risked being overtaken by the Crystallians. The Holy Race's performance was even worse when looking at the top 5 seeded parties. Of them, only 2 parties were from the Holy Race, while 2 were from the Crystallians, and 1 was from the humans. This outcome was utterly disheartening. Although it's a pity we didn't get through the preliminaries this time, the Verdant Rainbow Party has earned a lot of prestige for us humans. We'll also get assigned more admission tickets for the next championship. It's a pity my party doesn't even have the qualifications to spectate. When the many human parties that failed to rank in the top 64 saw the main event's name list, they couldn't help but rue over their inability. The Continental Championship's main event was a clash between the apex existences of the Eternal Realm's 3 continents. Fights of such caliber could rarely be seen, even in the greater God's domain. In a certain sense, players could gain more from spectating such fights than personally participating in the Continental Championship's preliminaries. After all, if a player had never seen the apex of God's domain, how were they supposed to know if they were halfway there or still wasting their time at the starting line? Although the various human powers would often host combat competitions across the greater God's domain, none could compare with the Continental Championship. After all, the majority of the participants in these competitions would be at the 4th floor standard, while only the strongest participants would be at the 5th floor standard. Even then, these 5th floor experts could only be considered mediocre at best. In contrast, even the weakest participant in the Continental Championship was a 5th floor expert. Shortly after the preliminaries results were announced, the parties that failed to rank in the top 64 were teleported out of the crucible of the ancients. Simultaneously, the top 32 parties were teleported to the main event's venue, and everyone promptly began scrutinizing each other. Is she Ink Crystal? Rin, the Earthen Princess, revealed an astonished expression as she looked at a Crystallian girl who was only a little over 5 meters tall. At first glance, the Crystallian girl named Ink Crystal looked adorable. However, whether it was Rin or Garuda, a hint of fear quickly surfaced in their eyes when they finished scrutinizing Ink Crystal. A pseudo 6th floor expert, Garuda smiled when he finished scrutinizing Ink Crystal. Interesting, how interesting. My trip here this time wasn't a waste after all. Aside from Rin and Garuda, Shi Feng was also staring at the adorable Crystallian girl named Ink Crystal. What's going on? Shi Feng couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked at Ink Crystal. While Shi Feng couldn't say the same for the other participants present, he knew exactly what Ink Crystal's combat standard was. This was because he had personally seen experts of Ink Crystal's caliber in his previous life. A 6th floor expert. Ink Crystal was a bona fide 6th floor expert. She was a peerless monster who could reach the Tower of the Abyss's 6th floor and single-handedly defeat gods. However, as far as Shi Feng could recall, he had never heard of any Crystallian girl named Ink Crystal in his previous life. Not to mention, despite being so young, the girl had already achieved such a frightening standard. Before Shi Feng could snap out of his daze, a voice echoed across the crucible of the ancients. The Continental Championship's main event has begun. May the Verdant Rainbow Party and the Holy Guard Party step forward to start the first match. Chapter 3715, Chapter 789. Combating the Holy Guard Party, Chapter 789. Combating the Holy Guard Party. When the ancient and majestic voice echoed across the crucible, it caused a stir among the 64 parties in the venue. We're starting the main event with such an exciting matchup? 2 of the top 10 seeded parties are matched against each other right off the bat? How unlucky of them. I know, right? Both parties have a chance at entering the top 8, yet one of them will be stuck in the top 32. What nonsense are you spouting? We all know that the Holy Guard Party is a bona fide top 8 party, whereas that human party only got lucky with the groups its members were assigned in the preliminaries. The main event involves party-based fights that test the overall strength of parties. Points scored in the preliminaries mean nothing in the main event. There are many examples of seeded parties in past preliminaries failing to survive even the first round of the main event. The spectating crowd started a hushed discussion as the 2 parties approached the central ring. Many players found it a pity that the main event would begin with such an exciting matchup. They felt that both the Holy Guard Party and the Verdant Rainbow Party had the potential to compete for the top 8. Yet, one of these parties was now fated to settle in the top 32. However, some Holy Race and Crystallian players also expressed opposing opinions. They felt the Verdant Rainbow Party had relied on luck to become one of the top 10 seeded parties, and the party's results in the preliminaries could not prove that the party was among the 10 strongest parties in the Continental Championship. Ha ha ha, Black Flame must be dumbfounded right now. He probably never expected in a million years he would face the Arbiter of Death's party right off the bat. Phoenix Flame couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw the Verdant Rainbow Party entering the central ring. He can't even enter the top 16 now, let alone the top 8. Phoenix Flame was very displeased when she learned that the Verdant Rainbow Party was ranked 5th in the preliminaries. Her mood became especially bitter when many Holy Race and Crystallian parties started to discuss how the Verdant Rainbow Party was the human race's strongest party this time around. This situation was an affront to Demon's Gate's party. Fortunately, Demon's Gate would not need to stomach this humiliation much longer. The Continental Championship's main event pitted parties against each other. Battles would not be conducted on the individual level like in the preliminaries, hence, a party's overall strength weighed heavily in the main event. Additionally, the major system update caused players' stamina and concentration consumption to increase drastically. This, in turn, affected players' ability to fight extended battles and reduced the effectiveness of individual players in group combat. Although the Verdant Rainbow Party had a monster known as Black Flame, the other party members were insignificant characters. At most, Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow could be considered qualified combatants. But in overall strength, the Holy Guard Party, with its latest lineup, was on a completely different level than the Verdant Rainbow Party. In the previous championship, Daystar was the star of the Holy Guard Party, and she was even considered one of the top 5 experts at the time. However, although her party members were weaker than her, every one of them was still stronger than Verdant Rainbow. In this season, the Holy Guard Party's lineup became even more terrifying. Apart from Daystar remaining as the party's leader, the rest of the party was replaced with the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children. While Chalk Splendor, who ranked last among the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children, could be considered negligible, the man and the woman standing beside Daystar were existences whom even the Thunder Empire's Garuda had to be wary of. This was because the two were none other than the Sun Dynasty's first Holy Child, Holy Blood, and second Holy Child, Moon Demon. In individual strength, Holy Blood and Moon Demon could be put on the same level as Daystar. They might even be stronger than the Arbiter of Death, as they had spent much more time as the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children than Daystar. It's still too soon to discount the Verdant Rainbow Party, Elise said, offering a rare comment. The battles in the main event take place in randomly selected maps, and party members are randomly scattered at the start of the battle. If the Verdant Rainbow Party can regroup ahead of the Holy Guard Party, they can use numbers to their advantage. Phoenix Flame did not deny Elise's sentiment. If the main event allowed parties to start each match grouped up, the Holy Guard Party was almost certain to defeat the Verdant Rainbow Party. Firstly, there was Daystar, who was considered to be an all-around expert and the strongest in overall strength among the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children. Then, there was Holy Blood and Moon Demon, the former being considered the strongest melee combatant, and the latter being considered the strongest ranged combatant among the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children. If these three worked together, even Garuda, regarded as the strongest player among the Holy Race's current generation, would likely experience defeat. However, like the preliminaries, the main event also incorporated luck-based factors to give weaker parties a chance to surpass stronger parties. Aside from having to fight in more complex terrains, party members in the main event had to start each match separated. This created an opportunity for players to gain a numerical advantage over their opponents. Even if a party was considered weaker than its opponent, achieving victory wouldn't be out of the question if it could regroup sooner than its opponent and capitalize on its numerical advantage. This was why the various Royal and Apex powers had yet to monopolize the Continental Championship and why weaker parties still had a chance of basking in glory. Of course, not all of the top-tier parties shared Elise's sentiment. Even while knowing the main event's mechanisms, they did not think highly of the Verdant Rainbow Party's prospects. This was because the Holy Guard Party's members were clearly much stronger than the Verdant Rainbow Party's members. In addition to each of the Holy Guard Party's members being equipped with a divine weapon, Daystar, Holy Blood, and Moon Demon were also unthinking realm experts. Even if only a few of them managed to group up, they could beat the living daylights out of the entire Verdant Rainbow Party. In the central ring, shortly after the two parties were in position, a bright flash enveloped the entire ring. When the bright flash faded, the ring that originally covered only a 1,000-yard radius had transformed into a ruined urban setting covered with tall buildings. The battlefield was as vast as a large map, and even Tier 6 experts would require upwards of 20 minutes to traverse from edge to center. Currently, the 12 members of the two parties stood scattered across the ruined city. Each player also had a screen displaying their situation to the spectators outside the ring. The moment the 12 players regained vision of their surroundings, they burst into a sprint as if premeditated, leaving behind numerous afterimages as they made their way to the heart of the city. Although the main event's maps were large, they would shrink with time. Hence, parties would usually prioritize grouping up in the map's center and avoid fighting while numerically disadvantaged. While the spectators thought it would be a while before the first fight broke out between the two parties, Moon Demon, who had been maneuvering through the outskirts of the urban ruins like an agile snake, suddenly stopped atop a residential building. Then, her head snapped to a particular direction, while her eyes focused on a figure speeding across a distant street, the figure in question being none other than Shi Feng. What incredible senses! Even with the battlefield suppressing everyone's senses heavily, she managed to detect him from so far away. Phoenix flamed while spectating Moon Demon. Black Flame is in trouble now. While Phoenix Flame was talking, Moon Demon melded with her surroundings and vanished. However, although the spectators could no longer see her, the rapidly changing environment displayed on the screen indicated that Moon Demon was closing in on Shi Feng. Chapter 3716, Chapter 790, Dual Advanced Law Projection, Chapter 790, Dual Advanced Law Projection Commander Azure. Do you think Guild Leader Black Flame stands a chance against Moon Demon? Frostraven, seated in the spectator stands as a member of the Order of 12's party, asked the man sitting beside her while she anxiously watched Shi Feng's and Moon Demon's live streams. The man sitting beside Frostraven was named Azure Dragon, and he was a level 193 Tier 6 shield warrior in his early 30s. When he heard Frostraven's question, he pondered in silence for a long while. I can't say. Azure Dragon ultimately shook his head, his gaze solemn as he watched Shi Feng remain ignorant of the imminent danger. Moon Demon's hunting methods are out of the norm. Our great commander is at the unthinking realm, but even he barely managed to block Moon Demon's attacks while aware of her presence. Although Black Flame has previously shown himself to possess astonishing strength, field combat is different from a duel. Unless Moon Demon gets discovered, she will likely succeed in her ambush. This is also why Assassin and Ranger-type classes are considered the best for field PvP. The Sun Dynasty's Moon Demon was known by all in the southern region. In her debut battle in the southern region, she single-handedly hunted a 1,000-man Tier 6 legion belonging to the Order of 12 using her sly and elusive marksmanship. Additionally, she wasn't even using a divine weapon back then. With the Sun Dynasty equipping each of its representatives with at least one divine weapon for the Continental Championship, it went without saying Moon Demon's current strength was vastly superior to before. Doesn't that mean Guild Leader Black Flame will be the first player to get eliminated? Frostraven asked. It was honestly a surprise for Frostraven to participate in the Continental Championship on behalf of the Order of 12 this time. It was even more of a surprise when she saw Shi Feng participating in the same Continental Championship and defeating Venom Tail, a chosen one of the Holy Race's royal powers. As a human and a swordsman player, she found the outcome invigorating. Although Demon's Gate reigned supreme in the southern region, it ultimately wasn't as powerful as the Holy Race's royal powers. Any human player with experience fighting large numbers of Holy Race players would know this. On average, the Holy Race's players were individually stronger than human players, and they would become a fearsome force when present in large numbers. Moreover, these were only ordinary experts they were talking about. The Holy Race's chosen ones were even more terrifying, and Frostraven doubted her whole party could win a fight against one of the Holy Race's chosen ones. Currently, even across the entire Order of 12, only a few members could survive in one-on-one combat with the Holy Race's chosen ones, and this knowledge caused Frostraven to feel despair. Originally, Frostraven had started to see some hope again after seeing Shi Feng's victory. But now, that won't necessarily be the case, Azure Dragon said, his expression becoming more focused as Moon Demon moved closer and closer to Shi Feng. Although Moon Demon discovered Black Flame first, her maximum shooting range should not exceed 300 yards. They are still over 1,000 yards apart right now. So long as Black Flame can detect Moon Demon before she closes the distance to 300 yards, he still has a chance to block her attacks. And so long as Black Flame can stop Moon Demon's first volley, she will be put into a passive state. If Black Flame can get within melee range of her, victory will be his. Upon hearing Azure Dragon's comments, Frost Raven placed all her attention on Shi Feng's livestream, hoping that Shi Feng could detect Moon Demon before it was too late. At this time, the various Holy Race and Crystallian parties were also watching Moon Demon approach Shi Feng with great interest. The current battlefield was a city covered with many high-rises. Compared to primal forests, getting within 300 yards of another player without getting detected was much easier in such a setting. The complex interiors of each building made it especially easy for players to advance undetected. The only problem with such an urban setting was the limited ambush points available. Hence, the first ambush attempt was key. So long as Moon Demon failed in her first ambush attempt, Shi Feng would definitely be able to pinpoint her position and track her down. At that time, Moon Demon's disadvantage of being a marksman would be amplified considerably. Under the spectators' gazes, Moon Demon's willowy figure silently shuttled between buildings, moving ever closer to Shi Feng. All the while, Shi Feng, who was steadily advancing to the center of the city, remained ignorant of Moon Demon's presence. When less than 500 yards separated the two, Moon Demon settled down on the middle floor of a 50-story building in Shi Feng's path. Then, she quietly stood 10 yards away from the window with her repeating crossbow raised and seemingly entered a trance, her aura disappearing completely. For a moment, the spectators even lost sight of Moon Demon. Only, when they looked carefully at the screen, their brains quickly realized Moon Demon was still standing there. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who had moved within 400 yards of Moon Demon's location, remained ignorant of Moon Demon's presence. Not even his sixth sense had picked up on the imminent danger. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Moon Demon did not attack Shi Feng as soon as he arrived within 300 yards of her. Instead, she maintained her trance-like state as she watched Shi Feng leave her sight. Then, 1 second after she lost sight of Shi Feng, whoosh! In one swift motion, Moon Demon concentrated her holy aura into her repeating crossbow and pulled the trigger. Then, before any sound could even spread, 16 crossbow bolts left the repeating crossbow, drawing a beautiful arc as they rapidly closed in on Shi Feng's back. Meanwhile, when the 16 bolts arrived within 30 yards of Shi Feng's sixth sense finally issued him a warning. However, because of how fast the crossbow bolts were, even though Shi Feng had detected them, there simply wasn't enough time for his body to make any responses, much less block all 16 of them. What terrifying marksmanship! Azure Dragon muttered in shock and trepidation when he saw this scene. Moon Demon's marksmanship was simply unpredictable. It wasn't until the very last moment that her attacks revealed their presence to Shi Feng. However, at such a close distance, not even unthinking realm experts could react fast enough to defend against her attacks. Under such circumstances, the best an unthinking realm expert could hope for was to block a few of Moon Demon's attacks. But with Moon Demon's basic attributes, getting hit by even a few of her attacks would be a death sentence. At this time, Shi Feng was also in shock. Almost instinctively, he activated the Winter of Eternal Night's Void Barrier, nullifying the damage of all attacks within a 100-yard radius. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocking sounds came from half a yard away from Shi Feng, which was followed by 16 crossbow bolts falling to the ground beside Shi Feng's feet. Holy crap, Shi Feng was greatly shocked as he looked at the 16 bolts on the ground. What kind of presence concealment method is that? Although Shi Feng had entered the match mentally prepared to fight unthinking realm experts like Daystar, he never imagined fighting such an expert out in the fields would be so different from fighting traditional 5th floor experts. It was like he was going up against a completely different type of opponent. It should be known that his physique was enhanced by his superior divine body. Yet, even his sixth sense had failed to detect Moon Demon's attacks until the very last second. Moreover, he could tell that this situation wasn't due to his basic attributes being inferior. It was entirely due to the other party's combat standard thoroughly outclassing his. No amount of basic attributes would have let him react to those crossbow bolts any sooner. Honestly, had he not instinctively activated a life-saving skill just now, those 16 bolts would have sealed his fate. Oh, you blocked them. Not bad. When Moon Demon heard the sound her bolts generated, she didn't even need to see to know what had happened. With a smile in her eyes, she leisurely rearmed her repeating crossbow while saying, "But I wonder how many more skills you have to use to block my attacks." Skills and spells had durations and cooldowns. In the case of life-saving skills, they typically had short durations and long cooldowns. It was a stark contrast to her attacks, which did not rely on any skills and hence did not have a duration or cooldown. Additionally, with the city buildings providing cover for her, she should be safe from detection and free to attack Shi Feng for some time. However, just as Moon Demon was about to launch her second volley, Shi Feng, who understood he was in a precarious situation, suddenly smiled. As expected of the Holy Guard party, "It seems I have no choice but to rely on some unconventional methods." While sweeping his gaze across the buildings before him, Shi Feng said in a low voice, "If you think I only have strength to fall back on, you are sorely mistaken. Dual advanced law projection." Chapter 3717, Chapter 791, 2 versus 1, Chapter 791, 2 versus 1. What a fast reaction. Those shots were simply beautiful. These two people are amazing. Is this how a clash between the top 10 experts is supposed to be? The spectators watching from the spectators' stands and outside the ring momentarily forgot to breathe as they watched the initial exchange between Moon Demon and Shi Feng. After watching the two clash, some spectators even started to find themselves unworthy of considering themselves experts. Moon Demon's long-range offensive capabilities were simply stupendous. Unlike other Ranger-type players who relied on strength or numbers to achieve victory, Moon Demon relied solely on technique. Unless her opponent could maintain an invulnerable state for long periods, they'd be a fish on the chopping block against the combination of her exceptional presence, concealment, and elusive marksmanship. Of course, Shi Feng was likewise extraordinary. He had correctly identified his limitations as soon as he detected Moon Demon's attacks and activated an invulnerability-type defensive skill to protect himself. Had he stubbornly chosen to block or dodge Moon Demon's attacks, death would have greeted him either way. Although Black Flame has blocked the first volley, Moon Demon managed to keep her position hidden using her groundbreaking marksmanship. Azure Dragon commented and sighed when he saw Shi Feng successfully neutralizing Moon Demon's attacks. Now, it will be a fight to see who can outlast the other. Invulnerability skills and spells had limited duration. If Shi Feng couldn't locate Moon Demon within this limited period, death would be his only outcome. To make matters worse, Shi Feng didn't have the option to conduct an area bombardment on the general area where Moon Demon's attacks originated from. The Continental Championship's main event placed an extraordinarily powerful suppression on players. Even Tier 6 gods would have their destructive capabilities suppressed to the standard of a Tier 2 player, while a Tier 6 curse cast by a Tier 6 mage god could not bring down even a single high-rise. While Shi Feng was strong enough to demolish all of the buildings within a 300-yard radius of him, he would need an unreasonable length of time to accomplish it. However, as soon as Azure Dragon finished speaking, a law projection suddenly descended upon a 500-yard radius around Shi Feng. The law projection radiated an oppressive feeling that reached the spectators, and even Tier 6 gods would most likely have their basic attributes and physique weakened by up to 50%, let alone Tier 6 players. What a powerful law projection! What kind of law projection is this? Even the advanced law projection I saw last season could only cover a 100-yard radius, yet this thing is covering a 500-yard radius. The spectators were dumbfounded when they saw the law projection that suddenly appeared. Law projection was an ability that the Tier 6 players of all three races could use. However, rarely would anybody bother to use it in the Continental Championship, especially not in the main event. This was because virtually every chosen one in the main event could use advanced law projection. Meanwhile, in a situation where both sides could use advanced law projection, neither side would gain an advantage over the other, and they would merely put more strain on their already limited concentration. Not to mention, advanced law projections in the main event could only cover a 100-yard radius. Such a small law projection could be of hardly any use in reconnaissance. However, Shi Feng's law projection was vastly superior to any law projection anyone had ever seen in the Continental Championship's main event. Simply the fact that it covered a 500-yard radius was enough to make it invaluable in the main event. Shi Feng would become a walking radar with his law projection active, and he could locate allies and enemies much more easily. This, in turn, allowed him to create more favorable fights for himself and his party. Not to mention, his law projection also had an incredibly powerful suppressive effect. On the battlefield, Moon Demon was equally shocked when she sensed Shi Feng's dual advanced law projection. She never expected Shi Feng to have such a powerful detection method. Almost at the same time as she fired her second volley, her instincts as a marksman kicked in, and she turned around and fled without a second thought. In addition to having a 500-yard detection radius, Shi Feng's law projection also exerted an unimaginably powerful suppression. Even when Moon Demon tried to counter it with her own advanced law projection, she still had her basic attributes reduced by 20%. If she had to engage Shi Feng in melee combat in such a state, she would be at an overwhelming disadvantage. I found you. As soon as Moon Demon moved, Shi Feng immediately looked toward a 50-story building no more than 300 yards away. Then, he executed flowing space, his body shooting toward the building like a cannonball. What? Moon Demon experienced another mental blow when she sensed the speed at which Shi Feng was gaining on her. He's nearly as fast as when I am unsuppressed. However, despite her astonishment, Moon Demon did not reduce her speed in the slightest. She also began firing at Shi Feng with her repeating crossbow to disrupt his advance. Subsequently, a cat-and-mouse game ensued amidst the outskirts of the dilapidated city. Throughout the process, the gap between the two continuously shrank while explosions rocked the area one after another. After a while, Shi Feng finally closed the gap enough to spot Moon Demon's long white hair and dark gray leather outfit. However, before he could catch up to Moon Demon, he suddenly sensed the presence of another Holy Race player entering his law projection. This other holy race player's life rating felt monstrous, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to regard the other party as a mini-holy ancestor. Additionally, he could sense that this other holy race player was advancing straight toward him. Holy blood, is it? When Shi Feng focused his attention on this new arrival, he quickly identified the other party as Holy Blood, the Sun Dynasty's first holy child. On Moon Demon's side, while Moon Demon was jumping between high-rises, a solemn voice suddenly entered her ears. Moon, Black Flame cannot be allowed to live, Holy Blood said to Moon Demon through the party chat as soon as he was within the 500-yard communication range. We must eliminate him right here and now. It seems I'm pretty lucky for you to be the first person I meet up with. When Moon Demon heard Holy Blood's voice, her mind immediately pictured a 3-meter-tall man, and she couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll try to lure him to you. However, I can't promise he will give chase. When Moon Demon realized Shi Feng had detected her with his law projection, she began to attack him relentlessly. However, she didn't do so solely to impede Shi Feng's advance. She also did it to attract the attention of nearby players. After all, trying to escape from an expert with superior basic attributes was unrealistic. Not to mention, said expert could pinpoint her location so long as she remained within 500 yards of him. Of course, she was also taking a huge risk in doing so. This was because the commotion she created wouldn't simply attract the notice of her party members, it would also attract the attention of the enemy's party members, so her fate would depend on which side she attracted first. Fortunately, Moon Demon's gamble paid off, and Holy Blood was the first to approach her. Holy Blood had the strongest physique of the Holy Guard party's 6 members. He was more than capable of engaging Shi Feng in melee combat. Meanwhile, with Holy Blood keeping Shi Feng distracted, all she needed to do was coordinate her attacks with Holy Blood, and they should have no trouble eliminating Shi Feng. Just try your best. Holy Blood understood that there were no fools among experts of their caliber. He knew it was unlikely Shi Feng would fall into their trap and put himself in a disadvantageous position. Chapter 3718, Chapter 792, Pseudo-Goddess Law. Chapter 792, Pseudo-Goddess Law. When the spectators saw the change in development, many couldn't help but grow disappointed. How unlucky of Black Flame. He was so close to eliminating Moon Demon. Indeed, that law projection of his is simply terrifying. Moon Demon probably wouldn't last 10 moves against Black Flame in a melee engagement, but now that Holy Blood is here, Black Flame will have to retreat regardless. Otherwise, if he gets entangled with Holy Blood, he will become an easy target for Moon Demon. In that kind of situation, even Garuda would be in trouble. What a pity. If Holy Blood wasn't the first to show up but someone else instead, Black Flame could have chosen to hold his ground. When the spectators saw Holy Blood dashing toward Shi Feng, they couldn't help but sympathize with the Verdant Rainbow Party. Admittedly, Shi Feng's law projection was powerful. However, Holy Blood's physique was likewise extraordinary, being regarded as the player with the strongest physique in the Sun Dynasty. Holy Blood's life rating was also incredibly close to reaching the Holy Ancestor standard, which, in turn, granted him exceptional basic attributes. Additionally, Holy Blood had mastered many offensive and defensive holy arts. Even if Shi Feng's law projection could suppress Holy Blood's basic attributes by 20%, he wouldn't hold much of an advantage over the other party. If Shi Feng were to engage Holy Blood and Moon Demon in an extended fight, he would inevitably lose. Meanwhile, Frost Raven couldn't help but frown when she saw this unexpected turn of events. You don't have to get anxious, Azure Dragon said when he noticed the change in Frost Raven's mood. The Holy Guard party might have good luck, but Black Flame's law projection is no joke. I would even go as far as to call it a tactical weapon. So long as Black Flame can regroup with the rest of his party, the Verdant Rainbow Party will still hold the overall advantage. Frost Raven pondered over Azure Dragon's words for a moment before she nodded in agreement. Although Shi Feng had lost the opportunity to eliminate Moon Demon, it did not change the fact that his law projection could impose a powerful suppression on all his enemies. Hence, the Verdant Rainbow Party still held a considerable advantage in this match. So long as the Verdant Rainbow Party could avoid taking any casualties before everyone regrouped, it would have a considerable chance of winning the match. However, contrary to the expectations of Frost Raven and the other spectating human players, Shi Feng did not distance himself from Moon Demon. On the contrary, the gap between them continued to shrink, and Shi Feng behaved like he would not rest until he had killed Moon Demon. Is Black Flame insane? When Phoenix Flame saw that Shi Feng was persisting in his pursuit despite Holy Blood having moved within 300 yards of Moon Demon, even she couldn't help but be astonished. For an expert like Holy Blood, 300 yards was not a great distance. Even while heavily suppressed by the battlefield's environment and Shi Feng's law projection, Holy Blood could close this distance in 3 seconds. Meanwhile, even if Shi Feng managed to catch up to Moon Demon this instant, he wouldn't be able to kill Moon Demon in 3 seconds. Ultimately, Holy Blood would be able to intercept Shi Feng and keep him distracted so that Moon Blood could kill him. Sitting beside Phoenix Flame, Elise was also a little surprised when she saw Shi Feng refusing to retreat. For experts participating in the Continental Championship, it was crucial for them to know how to look at the bigger picture. They needed to know what to do and when to do it. The last thing they should do was to let their emotions cloud their judgment. This was already the second time Shi Feng's behavior had confused her. Previously, the man had countered her offer with an unreasonable demand. Now, he refused to retreat despite being in a highly disadvantageous position. What an interesting person you are. Are you really planning to fight us by yourself? Moon Demon couldn't help but poke fun at Shi Feng while watching the latter persistently chasing after her. Originally, Moon Demon had thought to verbally provoke Shi Feng to get him to keep up the chase. However, Shi Feng's behavior exceeded her expectations. Even after noticing Holy Blood's presence, Shi Feng did not halt his pursuit. On the contrary, he had further intensified his pursuit. Shi Feng's behavior was so strange that it even gave her the illusion that he had been waiting for Holy Blood's arrival. "What if I am?" Shi Feng stated bluntly. "Let me see what you are made of then." Holy Blood, who had already moved within 100 yards of Shi Feng, shouted as he threw a punch at Shi Feng. Fusion Holy Art, Blood Waterfall. When Holy Blood threw his punch, even with the powerful suppression that was acting on him, he transformed into a crimson tiger several times his size and lunged at Shi Feng, leaving 5 sonic booms in his wake. The tiger's size also grew as it got closer to Shi Feng, while the strength of its aura soared to the standard of level 200 ancient gods. In response to this frightening punch, Shi Feng swung the sword in his hand. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. Overbearing flames engulfed the crimson tiger, their collision generating a metallic ring and sending dazzling sparks flying everywhere. Then, both the flames and the crimson tiger erased each other from existence, and Holy Blood's fist smashed into Shi Feng's longsword, the impact creating a shockwave that rocked the buildings within a 100-yard radius. Following this straightforward exchange, Shi Feng stumbled 3 steps backward, while Holy Blood flew back by over a dozen yards. He still has so much strength, even while suppressed by my law projection? Shi Feng was surprised when he saw Holy Blood faring not much worse than him. It should be known that Shi Feng's strength was currently at the standard of level 200 ancient gods. Even if he was only at the entry level of the threshold, this was still the strength of a level 200 ancient god they were talking about. Logically, such strength should be enough to overwhelm Holy Blood, who was only a level 193 player. Yet, despite Holy Blood being suppressed by his law projection, he only managed to gain a slight advantage over the other party. They would likely be equal in strength if Holy Blood wasn't suppressed. Meanwhile, although Holy Blood maintained a calm expression, he was greatly shaken inside. The pairing of his exceptional life rating and divine gauntlets granted him a massive advantage in basic attributes over players of the same level. Holy Blood even dared to say that Garuda was inferior to him in this regard. Yet now, a human swordsman had surpassed him in basic attributes. This was simply unbelievable. Moon, we must eliminate this person right here and now. I will keep him distracted for you, so do whatever it takes to kill him, Holy Blood commanded as he looked at Moon Demon. Understood, Moon Demon responded, focusing on Shi Feng. Only at this moment did she truly understand the extent of Shi Feng's terror. Previously, although Moon Demon knew Shi Feng possessed extraordinary basic attributes, she still believed that Holy Blood was superior in this regard. She never expected Shi Feng's basic attributes to be at such a frightening level. Out of everyone in the Holy Guard party, only Holy Blood and Daystar could afford to face Shi Feng in direct combat. If anyone else were to get within melee range of Shi Feng, they would probably be dead in a few exchanges. There were many variables in a 6-on-6 match. Nobody could guarantee whether Shi Feng could get within range of the other 4 members. If they didn't kill Shi Feng now and let the match develop into a 6-on-6 party battle, their chances of defeat would be much greater than their chances of victory. Subsequently, Holy Blood could be seen transforming into a 100-meter-tall crimson tiger and lunging at Shi Feng. At the same time, Moon Demon fired her repeating crossbow, launching all her crossbow bolts straight through the crimson tiger, evidently resolved to eliminate Shi Feng at the cost of Holy Blood's life. Holy Blood and Moon Demon were incredibly swift in their actions. It wasn't until their bodies had gone into motion that Shi Feng perceived their actions. Additionally, even though Shi Feng had the basic attributes of a level 200 ancient god, his sixth sense still warned him of imminent death. However, Shi Feng did not back away from the danger. After all, this was the moment he had been waiting for this entire time. Immediately, Shi Feng merged the law of space and the law of destruction he had mastered. Then, he used the fusion of the 2 advanced laws to cast his law projection. According to the information he had gathered in his previous life, the goddess law transcended advanced laws. If players wished to achieve the standard of a goddess law, they would need to fuse 3 advanced laws. Currently, he had fused the law of destruction he had mastered in his previous life with the law of space he had mastered in this life. Although the fusion of the 2 wasn't enough to reach the goddess law standard, it could still be considered a pseudo-goddess law, and he could use it to cast a law projection that was considerably stronger than before. Chapter 3719, Chapter 793, Gold-Ranked Swords Orbit. Chapter 793, Gold-Ranked Swords Orbit. Bang, bang, bang. On a street lined with high-rises, Holy Blood and Moon Demon suddenly felt their bodies stiffening as they were executing their attack on Shi Feng. Their basic attributes also fell by another 20%, which, in turn, caused their attack speed to plummet. Ultimately, even though Holy Blood and Moon Demon could execute movements without having to first process them through their minds, the average speed of their attacks still fell behind Shi Feng's. The sound of metal ringing echoed across the street in rapid succession. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Shi Feng blocked all of Holy Blood's and Moon Demon's attacks, taking no damage whatsoever. How is this possible? This unexpected development dumbfounded the spectators. They never expected the suppressive effect of Shi Feng's law projection to become stronger. Originally, Holy Blood and Moon Demon were already experiencing an overall suppression of 20% because of Shi Feng's law projection. Now, it had increased to over 30%, creating a qualitative difference between them and Shi Feng in attack speed. Moreover, besides attack speed, the strength advantage Shi Feng originally had over Holy Blood also widened. As a result, Holy Blood was sent flying over 20 yards away after their clash, and his HP fell by over 20%. How can his law projection be so strong? Moon Demon's mind was mired in confusion as she looked at Shi Feng in disbelief. Previously, the fact that Shi Feng's law projection could suppress her and Holy Blood by 20%, despite them also having advanced law projections, was already astonishing. Now, Shi Feng's law projection could no longer be considered astonishing. It was utterly frightening. Currently, the suppression they experienced was akin to the suppression an advanced law projection would impose on a basic law projection. The two were on completely different levels. Moon, retreat. When Holy Blood experienced the change in Shi Feng's law projection, he immediately understood that they were no longer a match for Shi Feng. They would only be adding more variables if they persisted in their fight. Moon Demon nodded, similarly understanding that they couldn't afford to keep fighting with Shi Feng. If they continued their fight, all three of them would end up wasting precious stamina and concentration. While it would be beneficial if they could exhaust a huge threat like Shi Feng, the problem was that they couldn't do any damage to Shi Feng, whereas Shi Feng could deal considerable damage to them. This meant that they would ultimately lose and that it would be foolish to keep fighting Shi Feng. Now, their best option would be to regroup with Daystar and work with her to eliminate Shi Feng. Otherwise, the Holy Guard party would never win this match. Do you think I'll let you leave so easily? When Shi Feng saw Holy Blood and Moon Demon intending to withdraw, he immediately executed Swords Orbit with his two swords. Holy Blood and Moon Demon were two of the Sun Dynasty's 3 strongest holy children. They were also among the 3 key combatants of the Holy Guard party. So long as Shi Feng could eliminate them here, the match was as good as won. Conversely, if Shi Feng allowed Holy Blood and Moon Demon to regroup with Daystar, even if he could now cast his law projection with the pseudo-goddess law, he dared not say he could win with certainty. Aside from being known as the Arbiter of Death, Daystar had also mastered 2 advanced laws, specifically the Law of Death and the Law of Time. This was a secret only a few people should be aware of in this timeline, and Shi Feng had only learned of it because Daystar had exhibited both advanced laws in the war between the 2 races. Although Daystar had never shown herself capable of merging advanced laws, likely because she never learned the Goddess of Space's Dark Moon Mana technique, she should have no problem casting her law projection using 2 separate advanced laws. At that time, the suppressive effect Shi Feng's law projection could impose on her would be incredibly limited, and he would be fortunate if he could even suppress her by 10%. Originally, Shi Feng had only considered using his dual advanced law projection to eliminate Moon Demon. He had not planned to reveal his fusion law. However, since Holy Blood decided to join the fight, Shi Feng decided he didn't need to conceal this trump card any longer. Immediately, Shi Feng created countless sword lights around him which, in turn, merged into dazzling stars that bombarded Holy Blood and Moon Demon. Although Swords Orbit was only an advanced silver combat technique, it was the fastest sword technique in Shi Feng's repertoire. Additionally, it cost considerably less concentration to execute Swords Orbit than it did to execute a more powerful technique like Dark Moon and Holy Annihilation. It cost Shi Feng several times more concentration to maintain his pseudo-goddess law projection than it did to maintain his dual advanced law projection. If he tried to execute Dark Moon or Holy Annihilation in this situation, his concentration would run dry in the blink of an eye. After all, his concentration was only at the Tier 6 pseudo-peak standard. It hadn't actually reached the Tier 6 peak standard yet. Hence, he could only afford to pair Swords Orbit with his pseudo-goddess law projection. Furthermore, a law projection was originally intended to convert every aspect of the surrounding environment to benefit the user. Now that Shi Feng was casting his law projection with a pseudo-goddess law, he could detect the flaws in his Swords Orbit. When he developed Swords Orbit into an advanced silver combat technique, he had only refined it with the goal of pushing his body to its limits, and he had always felt that it was missing something. Unfortunately, he could never determine what exactly was missing. Now, though, thanks to his pseudo-goddess law projection, he finally understood what the advanced Silver Swords Orbit lacked: integration with and manipulation of the surrounding environment. What a fast sword technique! Moon Demon was briefly astonished when she saw Shi Feng's Sword Orbit. However, immediately afterward, a smirk formed on her face. It's a pity it is lacking in power. Shi Feng's Sword's Orbit indeed possessed incredible speed. However, in terms of raw power, it couldn't even come close to Shi Feng's holy annihilation. Even with Shi Feng's law projection suppressing them by over 30%, Moon Demon and Holy Blood could still deflect all of Shi Feng's attacks without taking any damage. After several dozen exchanges between the two sides, a deafening explosion suddenly came from a nearby plaza. Someone's fighting over there. Almost simultaneously, Shi Feng, Holy Blood, and Moon Demon turned to look at a plaza roughly 3,000 yards away. 9 players could be seen fighting in the dilapidated plaza, and they were none other than the other members of the Holy Guard and Verdant Rainbow parties. Among them, Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow fought against Daystar, while Fervent Samsara, Heavy Abyss, and Deathwind each took on one of the Holy Guard party's remaining members. Currently, while Fervent Samsara, Heavy Abyss, and Deathwind were still holding their ground against their respective opponents, Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow were having trouble keeping up with Daystar's onslaught, and it was evident they would not last much longer. Daystar fought while wielding 2 ritual swords. The ritual swords behaved like whips in her hands, flexible and unpredictable. Daystar could also change their trajectories without any forewarning, so even unthinking realm experts would have a headache dealing with them, let alone individuals who had yet to reach the unthinking realm like Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow. In reality, the only reason Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow could survive against Daystar until now was entirely because of Gentle Snow's basic attributes and mastery over gravity. Without these 2 factors enabling her to withstand and redirect Daystar's attacks, she and Verdant Rainbow would have died in the first few exchanges. Even so, mistakes were bound to happen if they did nothing but defend, and both of them now had less than 30% of their HPS remaining. A chance. Holy Blood's and Moon Demon's eyes glimmered when they saw the current state of Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow. It was evident Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow were on their last breath. If they could kill these 2 women and regroup with Daystar, Shi Feng's fate would be sealed. A chance? That's only if you can live to take it. When Shi Feng saw Holy Blood and Moon Demon's excited behavior, a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. Then, he suddenly started brandishing his swords in slow motion, swinging them along with the wind and space. After executing Sword's Orbit dozens of times in the environment created by his pseudo-goddess law projection, he finally understood how he could integrate Sword's Orbit with the surrounding environment. At the same time as Shi Feng started to execute the new and improved version of Sword's Orbit, the sound of a system notification also rang in his ears. System, congratulations. You have developed Sword's Orbit into a gold combat technique. Chapter 3720, Chapter 794, Arbiter of Death, Chapter 794, Arbiter of Death. Hundreds of rotating sword lights spread across the dilapidated urban sprawl, demolishing every building in their path and causing rubble to rain on the street. When the sword lights dissipated, dust and smoke clouds filled the air. Amidst the ruins, Moon Demon pushed away the debris covering her. Although she did not sustain any visible injuries, her previous delight was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a grave expression. How did his sword technique improve so much all of a sudden? Moon Demon was greatly puzzled as she looked at her HP bar and Holy Blood's corpse. Previously, although she and Holy Blood remained at a disadvantage after working together, they could still trade blows with Shi Feng without taking catastrophic damage. But now, in just one move, Shi Feng had not only killed Holy Blood, but he had also plundered over 30% of her HP. Moreover, this was only because Holy Blood was the recipient of 90% of Shi Feng's attacks. Had she received half of Shi Feng's attacks, she would most certainly have died. Success. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was ecstatic as he looked at the system notification before him. In God's domain, players would only be considered to have reached the apex if they had learned a gold combat technique. This was because only combat techniques that had reached the gold rank could pose a threat to 5th floor experts and above. Previously, although he had learned the gold-ranked flowing space, it primarily enhanced his maneuverability since it was a body technique. While he could use flowing space to overwhelm his opponent's senses, he still had to ensure he had an advantage in basic attributes if he wanted to overpower his opponent's defenses. Of the top-tier techniques in his repertoire, only Dark Moon, a primordial god-ranked mana technique, enhanced his offensive power significantly and allowed him to threaten stronger opponents. Now that Sword's Orbit had been elevated to the gold rank, he would have one more offensive measure to fall back on. Additionally, as Sword's Orbit was a gold combat technique, using it would place less burden on his concentration than a primordial god-ranked mana technique. It also wouldn't conflict with the mana control of his law projection as its execution relied solely on the user's body. Hence, even though his concentration was only at the Tier 6 Advanced Standard currently, he could afford to cast a pseudo-goddess law projection while using a gold combat technique. This development increased his combat power significantly. In his current state, he wouldn't need much time to finish off Moon Demon. Meanwhile, this unexpected development excited the various human spectators. What a powerful sword technique. The Holy Guard party is in trouble. There's no way Moon Demon can last long by herself. Once Black Flame regroups with Verdant Rainbow, not even Daystar can survive against them. Now that Holy Blood, one of the Holy Guard party's top 3 combatants, was taken out of the picture, it would only be a matter of time before Moon Demon followed in his shoes. To make matters worse, Daystar was currently being kept busy by Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow. At this rate, the Verdant Rainbow party's victory was as good as guaranteed. Amidst the spectators' discussion, a 100-meter-tall, 100-armed giant suddenly appeared in the plaza. As soon as the giant appeared, it sent a flurry of punches at Gentle Snow, Verdant Rainbow, Fervent Samsara, Heavy Abyss, and Deathwind, each of its punches carrying the power of a level 200 ancient god. Chalk Splendor is finally getting desperate. Is this the Moonlight Blade's power? Among the Sun Dynasty's 7 arcanas were the Sunlight and Moonlight Blades. Although the Sun Dynasty had previously lost the Sunlight Blade to Shi Feng, it still retained the Moonlight Blade, and the divine weapon was assigned to Chalk Splendor when he was selected to participate in the Continental Championship. Meanwhile, unlike the Sunlight Blade, which made its wielder nigh unkillable, the Moonlight Blade granted its wielder ultimate power. Even though Chalk Splendor was currently only at level 191, when he activated the Moonlight Blade's Moonlight Body skill, he could gain strength that was at the limits of the level 200 Ancient God standard. Although the skill had a very short duration and cost the wielder levels to activate, it allowed the wielder to essentially one-shot any tier 6 player below level 200. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield, hundreds of illusory fists bombarded Verdant Rainbow and the others at speeds that broke the sound barrier. When facing these illusory fists, even Verdant Rainbow, who was equipped with 2 divine artifacts, and Gentle Snow, who had basic attributes nearing the standard of level 200 ancient gods, felt a sense of peril. Whoosh! Suddenly, Verdant Rainbow started to move at speeds far greater than anything she had exhibited thus far. In only an instant, several hundred after-images of Verdant Rainbow formed across the plaza, each firing a volley of arrows at the descending illusory fists. This was the effect of Future Price, a skill that came with the Divine Necklace Space-Time Teardrop. When activated, Future Price would temporarily improve the user's perception of time at the cost of the user's levels. The more levels the user sacrificed, the more strength and speed they would gain. When the illusory fists and arrows collided, a series of deafening explosions echoed across the plaza, and the terrain around the plaza was devastated. The exchange between Chalk Splendor and Verdant Rainbow happened at lightning speeds, and only a few spectators outside the ring could keep up with them. Following the initial exchange, it instantly became apparent that Verdant Rainbow's strength was inferior to Chalk Splendor's. Although she had an edge over Chalk Splendor in speed, it wasn't enough to prevent Chalk Splendor from getting to her allies. As more exchanges occurred, Deathwind became the first to succumb to the illusory fists, and it was only a matter of time before Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss followed. Ultimately, when Verdant Rainbow saw that death was imminent, she decided to forgo defense and fire an arrow at Chalk Splendor with all her might. Blinding light enveloped the plaza briefly. When the brilliance faded, Verdant Rainbow, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss lay dead on the ground alongside Deathwind. Meanwhile, the 100-armed giant that Chalk Splendor had transformed into was missing its head, while the 2 other members of the Holy Guard party had a gaping hole in their hearts. Of the 4 Holy Guard party members fighting in the plaza, only Daystar managed to block Verdant Rainbow's dying retaliation. Amazing! I didn't think she could claim the lives of Chalk Splendor and 2 other holy children at the very last moment. Crap. Isn't the Moonlight Body supposed to be invincible against tier 6 players under level 200? How did it end with a 1-for-3 trade? Incredible. As expected of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's brightest chosen one in recent years. Even in death, she managed to drag the Moonlight Body down with her. When the spectators saw Verdant Rainbow succeed in her attempt at mutual destruction, they couldn't help but feel admiration for her. The Sun Dynasty didn't regard the Moonlight Blade as one of its 7 arcanas for nothing. When a level 191 tier 6 player like Chalk Splendor activated the Moonlight Blade's Moonlight Body, there was no tier 6 player under level 200 he couldn't kill. Although Shi Feng was strong enough to kill Holy Blood, he would likely die if he tried to clash with Chalk Splendor while Moonlight Body's effect was still active. Not to mention, he also had to go up against Daystar simultaneously. Fortunately, Verdant Rainbow eliminated Chalk Splendor and 2 other holy children at the last moment, preventing Shi Feng from encountering the worst possible situation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Shi Feng had deprived Moon Demon of her remaining HP, leaving only him and Daystar on the battlefield. It seems we are the only 2 left, Daystar said as she watched Shi Feng flying toward her with her 3 eyes. Then, looking at Verdant Rainbow's crumbling body, she added, I must admit, I have underestimated you all. I didn't expect Chalk to get killed at the last moment. Miss Rainbow isn't as weak as you think. She is the leader of our party after all, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by the sudden burst of strength Verdant Rainbow displayed at the end. After all, Verdant Rainbow was known as the God Hunter in his previous life. It was just that she had yet to unleash her full potential thus far. But your luck ends here, Daystar said as she returned her gaze to Shi Feng. Then, the 2 ritual swords she wielded vanished, and a banner spear took their place. Death's Banner. This was the name of Daystar's new weapon, and it was the divine weapon that led her to become known as the Arbiter of Death. You may be right, but I beg to differ. Shi Feng understood that Daystar was getting serious, so he cast his pseudo-goddess law projection without hesitation. Chapter 3721, Chapter 795, Death's Banner, Chapter 795, Death's Banner. When Shi Feng and Daystar were the only ones left in the ring, the atmosphere outside the ring grew tense. I did not expect the match to end with a one-on-one between these two, a former top 5 expert versus a current top 10 expert. I wonder who will turn out stronger. Daystar isn't known as the arbiter of death for nothing. Aside from Garuda and Rin, nobody else from the last championship can confidently say they can defeat Daystar. Not to mention, Black Flame is only considered one of the current top 10 experts. How can he possibly be a match for Daystar? I agree. Also, Black Flame has already expended much of his stamina and concentration fighting Holy Blood and Moon Demon. In contrast, Daystar has never fought seriously this entire time, and only now did she take out her trademark weapon. Generally speaking, Black Flame's chances of victory are slim. But you can't discount Black Flame's incredible law projection. That thing can suppress even Holy Blood's physique by over 30%. It is the strongest law projection I have ever seen. Although I admit Daystar is amazing, can she beat Black Flame if she is suppressed by over 30% in all aspects? The spectators debated the confrontation between Shi Feng and Daystar. The debate was especially heated among human and holy race players. At this point, everyone could agree that, whether it was the Verdant Rainbow Party or the Holy Guard Party, both had the qualifications to enter the Continental Championship's top 8. There was also no doubt that the ace combatants of the two parties stood at the apex of their respective races. As soon as Azure Dragon finished speaking, the Holy Race experts sitting nearby instantly cast a look of disdain at him. Do you humans honestly think the former top 8 parties are pushovers, or do you think having a powerful law projection is enough to enter the top 8? They've probably forgotten the might of Daystar. After all, Daystar hasn't used her Death's Banner even once in this championship. Now that she has brought out the divine weapon, her combat power is at least twice as much as before. Even if she is weakened by 30%, Black Flame will still be no match for her. The words of the spectating Holy Race experts earn nods of agreement from many nearby players. They could only see the spectating human players as ignorant for thinking that a human player could be a match for a chosen one of the Holy Race. Meanwhile, outside the ring, Verdant Rainbow and the other resurrected members of the Verdant Rainbow Party wore serious expressions as they looked at the main screen above the ring. It's all up to you now, Guild Leader Black Flame. Verdant Rainbow anxiously clenched her fists as she watched the showdown between Shi Feng and Daystar. If possible, Verdant Rainbow would have wanted to fight alongside Shi Feng. However, she never expected the Sun Dynasty to loan the Moonlight Blade to Chalk Splendor after the latter had lost the Sunlight Blade. She also didn't expect Chalk Splendor to be willing to pay the price of using Moonlight Body. This situation left her with no choice but to respond with all her might. Damn it, if only I had fully grasped that sword technique. Gentle Snow similarly felt anxious and reluctant. Had she mastered the goddess's sword technique, while she wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat the Moonlight Body, she should have no problem surviving against it. Meanwhile, had she survived the final bout, she could have fought alongside Shi Feng and increased their party's chances of winning. In the plaza filled with dust clouds, your law projection is indeed incredible. Unfortunately, it will not affect me the same way it affected Holy Blood and Moon Demon, Daystar said as she slammed the silver banner she wielded into the ground and cast her law projection. Boom. Immediately, Shi Feng's law projection was forced 10 yards away from Daystar, and its suppressive effect was dampened significantly. Now, the suppressive effect Daystar experienced was just 10% rather than over 30%. Additionally, spirits of the dead started to rise from the ground around Daystar, forming an undead legion of 1,000 strong in the blink of an eye. Each of the spirits in the undead legion shared the same level and tier as Daystar. They even shared the same basic attributes. Additionally, each spirit had its own unique appearance, with some even looking like humans and crystallians. Most importantly, all of them exhibited combat standards at the 5th floor standard, their movements resembling living players. When Daystar's legion of undead appeared, many among the spectators gasped. This was because they recognized some of the faces of these spirits. Death's Will. This was a skill that came with the divine weapon known as Death's Banner, and it allowed the wielder to summon any player they had killed in the form of a spirit. Moreover, the summoned spirits would retain 100% of the replicated player's combat standards. Is this Daystar's true strength? Azure Dragon was at a loss for words as he looked at the undead legion on the screen. How is this possible? Frost Raven, who was originally confident in Shi Feng, also found this situation unbelievable, her body getting goosebumps. It was one thing for Daystar to be able to summon 1,000 5th-floor experts. However, to Frost Raven's disbelief, some of the replicated human experts were in the top 100 of the Divine Glory list. She even spotted the faces of several commanders from the Order of 12. Is she hacking? How can such a divine artifact exist? Fervent Samsara muttered in disbelief as he looked at the undead legion. At this point, the fight between Shi Feng and Daystar could no longer be considered a battle between two players. It was virtually a battle between one player and an entire legion. Furthermore, this legion was composed of 1,000 fifth-floor experts. With such strength, even feats such as slaying an ancient god or destroying an entire realm wouldn't be out of the question. I have laid waste to multiple realms with my collection. Though I rarely use it against individual players, you are worthy of this privilege, Daystar said as she gazed indifferently at Shi Feng. After this battle, you too will enter my collection. Although Death's Banner was not included among the Sun Dynasty's 7 arcanas, it was a heaven-defying divine weapon. Unlike most divine weapons, Death's Banner only had one ability, and that was to create perfect replicas of the players Death's Banner had killed. Additionally, the stronger the wielder's concentration, the more replicas they could summon. In the hands of the weak, Death's Banner's ability was negligible. However, in the hands of experts like Daystar, it was an ability that could defy the heavens. So long as Daystar killed enough experts, she could summon an army of experts to fight for her. At a certain point, she could even become a one-man apex power. I'm flattered, Shi Feng calmly responded, but if you think you can defeat me with this army, I suggest you reconsider. After saying so, Shi Feng took out the Feather of Oath and summoned the War Goddesses. Chapter 3722, Chapter 796, War Goddesses vs. Legion of Undead. Chapter 796, War Goddesses vs. Legion of Undead. Is Black Flame using a summoning tool? What's the point of using a summoning tool at this time? He's going up against 1,000 experts nearing Daystar's standard. Even if all of us watching here fought her, we wouldn't necessarily win, let alone a couple of tier 6 summons. When the spectators saw the several summoning arrays in the plaza, they were all puzzled by Shi Feng's actions, and they could only see this situation as Shi Feng's attempt to delay the inevitable. A 1,000-man legion of 5th-floor experts under level 200 could easily conquer even taboo mode dungeons. Hence, a couple of tier 6 summons could do little to help Shi Feng in his fight against Daystar. Amidst the spectators' discussion, 6 war goddesses clad in holy armor and armed with various weapons descended upon the plaza, each exuding a suffocating aura. Level 200 Tier 6 War Goddesses. Level 200 was a major turning point in God's domain. It was especially so for NPCs like War Goddesses. Compared to monsters, NPCs wouldn't receive as much of a boost in basic attributes when they reached level 200. However, their weapons and equipment would undergo drastic transformations. For reference, the average level 200 Tier 6 NPC would typically be fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and they could put up a good fight against barely equipped level 200 Tier 6 gods. Stronger Tier 6 NPCs would have a fragmented divine artifact ranked weapon, and they would be as strong as barely equipped Tier 6 gods. As for the 6 war goddesses, they were fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts. I must be dreaming. How can this be real? Is that summoning tool a divine artifact? The Holy Race experts who originally wanted to ridicule Shi Feng for overestimating his capabilities gaped in shock when they saw the 6 war goddesses. Even Verdant Rainbow and the others who were aware of the Feather of Oath's existence couldn't help but be shocked. Tools that could summon level 200 Tier 6 NPCs weren't particularly rare in the Greater God's domain. All major powers would have some of these tools. Only, none of them could summon NPCs as strong as war goddesses. It was also completely unheard of for summoned Tier 6 NPCs to come fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts. It should be known that the rarity of fragmented divine artifacts was much greater than that of legendary weapons. Even the various Apex powers didn't have many in their possession. Aside from their chosen ones, they would never assign a fragmented divine artifact to their younger generation members. As for being fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, not even the various Apex powers executives could necessarily enjoy such a privilege. Although NPCs in God's domain had a much easier time obtaining high-quality equipment, obtaining a full set of fragmented divine artifacts remained a nigh impossible task for most NPCs. The technology to produce weapons and equipment at the fragmented divine artifact rank and above was lost during the mythical era, and virtually all the ones that exist today originated from the mythical era and had traceable origins. Typically, Tier 6 NPCs fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts were rulers of an entire realm in the Greater God's domain. Even the War God's Temple had fully equipped only one of its war goddesses with fragmented divine artifacts when it mobilized its forces to stop the 22 taboos from terrorizing the Greater God's domain in the past. Yet, now, Shi Feng had summoned 6 of such war goddesses. How could everyone not be shocked? Meanwhile, in the ruined plaza, after looking at the 6 war goddesses he summoned, Shi Feng turned to Daystar and said, "Let's begin then." There existed a qualitative difference between the Feather of Oath and Death's Banner. Although the Feather of Oath remained in a damaged state, it wasn't considered one of the Goddess of Space's most prized possessions without a reason. In its complete state, the Feather of Oath could enable the Goddess of Space to trade blows with a primordial god of the same level. Although Death's Banner was indeed heaven-defying, it was nowhere near strong enough to let its wielder fight a primordial god. "You have truly surprised me," Daystar admitted, a hint of surprise coloring her face. However, she quickly regained her calm and said, "But you are destined to fall. My spirits can be resummoned without end, whereas your war goddesses will stay dead should they die." "You are right." Shi Feng nonchalantly nodded in acknowledgement when he heard Daystar point out the Feather of Oath's weakness. Then, he added, "But that will only matter if you can last until they die." The Feather of Oath shared a common flaw with all summoning tools, the inability to resummon summoned creatures within a short time after death. However, Death's Banner wasn't without its flaws either. Although the weapon could summon an endless stream of spirits, doing so greatly burdened the wielder's concentration. The more spirits the wielder summoned, the greater the burden on their concentration. After the major system update, this flaw would become especially apparent. "Let's see which of us can last longer then." Daystar raised her banner spear and charged at Shi Feng without hesitation. Simultaneously, the undead behind her also charged with her. Every spirit possessed the combat standard and instincts of the player they replicated. As they advanced, they executed their trademark moves on Shi Feng, completely ignoring the war goddesses and their own lives. In the blink of an eye, over 100 ranged attacks exhibiting power bombarded Shi Feng, each as strong as an all-out attack from Holy Blood. Attack. When Shi Feng saw the oncoming spirits, he promptly commanded the war goddesses to retaliate, not daring to treat the situation lightly. At Shi Feng's command, the 6 war goddesses positioned themselves in front of Shi Feng, and one of them summoned numerous divine pattern barriers with her shield, creating a wall of light between herself and the undead legion. Then, a longbow-wielding war goddess knocked her weapon and fired at the incoming attacks. Whoosh, 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 whoosh! A wall of densely packed arrows flew forward, striking down most of the incoming attacks and eliminating over half of the advancing undead legion in the blink of an eye. As for the dozen or so attacks that managed to make it past the wall of arrows, they were deflected by the wall of light before they could even get near Shi Feng. Before anyone could voice their surprise at the divine pattern barrier's defensive prowess, the remaining 4 war goddesses, armed with a great sword, a spear, a battle axe, and a 2-handed saber respectively, charged past the barriers. Then, like precision machines, they began slaughtering the spirits with perfect movements. None of them made any excess movements, killing at least one spirit with every move. Even level 190 plus tier 6 5th floor experts were nothing more than children in front of the war goddesses, and over 100 spirits were erased from existence in the blink of an eye. However, Daystar was no ordinary expert. Even after seeing most of her spirits getting killed in the first exchange, she showed no fear and simply resummoned all of them. The spirits also started acting as her shield, enabling her to bypass the 6 war goddesses and easily reach Shi Feng. Then, the surrounding space began to tremble as Daystar swung her banner spear down at Shi Feng, making it feel like the world was collapsing around him. Holy Ancestor ranked Holy Art, Spatial Demolition. In response, Shi Feng swung the Shadow Incinerator to meet Daystar's attack. Gold Combat Technique, Swords Orbit. Chapter 3723, Chapter 797, Top 16 Party, Chapter 797, Top 16 Party Boom. A powerful shockwave spread across the plaza as Shi Feng and Daystar traded blows. Following the exchange, Shi Feng felt his entire arm growing numb, as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall with the Shadow Incinerator. He also stumbled 5 steps backward before he managed to stabilize his body, each step he took leaving huge cracks in the ground. What incredible strength, Daystar thought, shock and confusion flashing in her eyes. She had similarly suffered from the impact of her clash with Shi Feng, the force transmitted through her banner spear enough to send her flying over a dozen yards away. It should be known that she currently had 2 divine artifacts equipped. Combined with Spatial Demolition, a Holy Ancestor ranked Holy Art, she could exhibit power matching a Tier 6 Superspell or Tier 6 Curse used by a level 200 Ancient God, even while suppressed by Shi Feng's Law Projection. Yet she still failed to overpower Shi Feng. This was simply unbelievable. Incredible, as expected of the Arbiter of Death. Shi Feng was equally surprised by the outcome of his exchange with Daystar. Although he did not have any divine artifacts equipped, his basic attributes should closely rival those of level 200 Ancient Gods. Yet, even after he had used the upgraded Sword's Orbit, he still failed to gain a significant advantage over Daystar. The other party was terrifying beyond words. Again, even after experiencing failure, Daystar did not intend to change her approach. Without hesitation, she executed Spatial Demolition against Shi Feng once more. Shi Feng also chose not to avoid confronting Daystar, executing Sword's Orbit once more. The Arbiter of Death was universally famous among the human race in Shi Feng's previous life. Unfortunately, as Shi Feng had been busy dealing with Demon's Gate's constant pursuit back then, he never had time to participate in the war between the 2 races. This led him to miss out on many opportunities to trade blows with the Holy Race's experts. Now that he could fight the Arbiter of Death, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Subsequently, Longsword and Banner Spear clashed repeatedly, sending shockwaves across the plaza. Although both Shi Feng and Daystar adamantly refused to block each other's attacks, they attacked at lightning speeds and constantly altered the trajectories of their attacks. Sometimes, they would even execute over a dozen alterations in one exchange. Meanwhile, outside the ring, many spectators were dazzled by the rapid exchange between Shi Feng and Daystar. Even experts like Verdant Rainbow felt their scalps going numb. Everything was happening too quickly. When it came to the speed of executing mid-battle transitions, Daystar, an unthinking realm expert, was undoubtedly superior to Shi Feng. However, what Shi Feng lacked in response time, he more than made up for with his absurd attack speed, and he could always block Daystar's banner spear in the nick of time. After over a dozen exchanges, cracks started to appear in the surrounding space. Even so, Shi Feng and Daystar showed no signs of reducing their battle's intensity and kept trying to find gaps in each other's defenses. These two must be insane. Are they not worried about affecting their performance in subsequent matches by fighting like this? Their strength is unbelievable. Not even level 200 ancient gods should be able to crack the battlefield's space. How much strength do they have? When the spectators saw that the clash between Shi Feng and Daystar had already demolished multiple streets, they couldn't help but feel like they were watching a fight between gigantic beasts rather than players. It should be known that the battlefields used to host the Continental Championship's main event were exceptionally stable. Not only did this impose a powerful suppression on players, but it also created a space with rigidity unrivaled in God's domain. If a player's attack could crack the space of one of these battlefields, the same attack could destroy the average large map in the outside world. Daystar has improved significantly since we last met, Garuda commented, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit as he watched the ongoing fight inside the ring. This human named Black Flame is not bad either. With how he is keeping up with Daystar right now, he can probably rank among the top 5, even in this season. Indeed, Rin, who sat beside Garuda, nodded in agreement. Although Black Flame has yet to reach the unthinking realm, his astonishing attack speed paired with that sword technique can more than make up for his weaknesses. If we compare solely in maximum speed, I must admit I am inferior to him. By the looks of things, it seems they intend to determine the winner through speed alone. Let's see who can last longer then, Garuda said with a smile. Then he turned to Rin and continued, whoever emerges victorious here will have to face you and me afterward. I wonder which among us will face them first. A competition of speed would take a significant toll, even on fifth-floor experts. Hence, the fight between Shi Feng and Daystar was destined to be short. Once either side could no longer keep up, they would instantly be killed by the other side. However, regardless of who emerged victorious in this battle, they would have to face either Garuda or Rin afterward. Meanwhile, after trading several dozen blows with each other, Shi Feng and Daystar felt incredibly exhausted. Their consciousness even started to waver. Unfortunately, it seems your concentration is still a little lacking to support your law projection, Daystar said, her lips curving into a faint smile as she looked at Shi Feng's pale complexion. We will decide the winner in 3 moves. After saying so, Daystar executed spatial demolition once more. This won't do. I will lose if I keep this up. When Shi Feng saw Daystar attacking him with the same move, he knew that his defeat would be inevitable if he responded similarly. Gritting his teeth, he promptly stopped maintaining his pseudo-goddess law projection, switching to his dual advanced law projection instead. He weakened his law projection? Daystar immediately noticed the change in Shi Feng's law projection, and she couldn't help but find Shi Feng's decision puzzling. However, she did not slow down her actions in the slightest. When Daystar's banner spear was only half a yard away, Shi Feng suddenly tightened his grip around the shadow incinerator and swung it upward. Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. Suddenly, Daystar noticed her banner spear starting to bend. She also saw the world before her splitting in half. However, before she could say anything, her vision turned gray and her HP fell to 0. Subsequently, silence enveloped the crucible of the ancients momentarily as everyone tried to process what had just happened. Daystar died? The Arbiter of Death lost? The spectators were stunned when they saw Daystar getting killed. They couldn't believe Shi Feng could exhibit even greater strength at the very last moment. Meanwhile, amidst the spectators' confusion, Shi Feng stood quietly inside the ring. Defeating her truly was a challenge. Shi Feng exhaled deeply as he looked at Daystar's dissipating corpse on the ground. If he hadn't grasped the goddess-ranked mana technique Dark Moon, he really would not have been a match for Daystar in this battle. Additionally, the current Daystar he faced had yet to grow to her full potential. After all, not even the Eternal Realm's 3 absolutes would necessarily be a match for the Arbiter of Death when she was at her peak. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng successfully eliminated Daystar, an ancient voice echoed across the ring. Congratulations to the Verdant Rainbow Party for entering the top 16. Party members may use the following time to rest. Now, let us welcome the next 2 parties into the ring. Shi Feng was immediately teleported out of the ring when the announcement by the ancient voice concluded. Then, before anyone outside the ring could discuss the first match's outcome, the second match's pairing was revealed. Second match, Earth and Princess Party versus 8 Paths Party. When the second matchup was revealed, everyone waiting outside the ring and watching from the spectator stands gasped. Chapter 3724, Chapter 798, 6th Goddess Tablet, Chapter 798, 6th Goddess Tablet. What's going on with this championship? Is something wrong with the system? First, it was a match between a former top 8 party and one of the current seeded parties. Now, it is a match between the former second place party and a former top 8 party. Are we going to see half of the top-ranking parties get eliminated in the first round? This shouldn't be happening. None of the previous Continental Championships have ever matched the seeded parties against each other so early into the main event. At this time, whether it was the parties waiting for their turn outside the ring or the players spectating from the spectator stands, they all couldn't help but suspect something had gone wrong with the main god system. Otherwise, such matchups shouldn't have occurred so early into the main event. In past Continental Championships, parties who placed in the top 10 of the preliminaries would never encounter each other in the round of 32. It was also why the top 10 parties in the preliminaries were regarded as seeded parties. Yet, even though they were only into the second match of the round of 32, 4 of the 10 seeded parties had already been matched against each other. Is this ancient being trying to mess with us? Verdant Rainbow was at a loss for words as she looked up at the mighty silhouette in the sky. Originally, Verdant Rainbow thought that after having defeated the Holy Guard party, one of the former top 8 parties, her party should have a solid chance at entering the top 8. She wouldn't even discount the possibility of entering the top 4 anymore. However, after seeing the Earthen Princess party being selected for the second match, Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but feel like her party was getting targeted by the Continental Championships organizer. After all, the winners of the first and second matches in the round of 32 would be scheduled to fight each other in the round of 16. If anyone were to tell her that her party wasn't being singled out, she would be the first to cast doubt at them. Of course, the 8 Paths party had even worse luck than her party. As a former top 8 party and one of the current seeded parties, the 8 Paths party should have no trouble entering the top 16 under normal circumstances. However, now that it was matched against the Earthen Princess party, its journey in the Continental Championship was destined to stop at the top 32. Even if the 8 Paths party cried foul right now, nobody would blame it. Meanwhile, every member of the 8 Paths party wore gloomy expressions as they stepped into the ring. Evidently, they did not expect the system to be so ruthless as to pair them against an unbeatable opponent in the first round. 8 Paths admit defeat. Rin, who stood 6 meters tall, said as she looked at the leader of the 8 Paths party, "You stand no chance in this match. Rin, I admit that you are strong, but this is a group battle." "We won't know the outcome until we fight," 8 Paths of Sovereign Mark said, choosing to stand his ground despite knowing the overwhelming odds. "Do you remember the Star Maiden party? Even though Elise was stronger than me, didn't she still lose to my party?" Venom Tail and the other members of the 8 Paths party nodded in agreement. Admittedly, Rin the Earthen Princess was a mighty expert. However, in the previous Continental Championship, the Earthen Princess party and the Star Maiden party shared a similarity in that they both relied heavily on their key members. Like how the Star Maiden party relied on Elise, the Earthen Princess party also relied heavily on Rin for its accomplishments. As for the other members of the two parties, they were much less fearsome in comparison. Thus, victory was still possible so long as the 8 Paths party could quickly regroup and eliminate Rin's party members first. "Suit yourself," Rin said, shaking her head. "You are merely putting up a futile struggle." Subsequently, the second match of the main event began. To no one's surprise, the Earthen Princess party emerged victorious. However, what did surprise the spectators was the fact that the Earthen Princess never made a move throughout the match. Only 2 of her party members fought the entire time. In terms of overall strength, the 2 members of the Earthen Princess party were much stronger than the 8 Paths party's 6 members, and the battle between the two sides ended shortly after it started. Meanwhile, after witnessing the second match's outcome, everyone understood that the Earthen Princess party had already rectified the one weakness it had in the last Continental Championship. After the second match concluded, Shi Feng made his way to a private lounge in the Crucible of the Ancients. "Miss Elise, may I know what you have called me for this time?" Shi Feng asked as he looked at Elise, who had been resting in the lounge for some time now. "I've previously said that your party has a chance of entering the top 4, but that might not be possible if you come across the Divine Fist party or the Earthen Princess party." While glancing through a report from her subordinate, Elise indifferently asked, "Now that you've seen the Earthen Princess party's strength, do you still wish to persist?" Naturally, Shi Feng answered without hesitation. "The current Earthen Princess party might be much stronger than before, but I believe in my party's capabilities. Of course, if you are willing to let me borrow your goddess tablet for some time, I wouldn't mind giving up the opportunity to fight the Earthen Princess party, Miss Elise." "What a bold claim. Are you that confident of defeating Rin?" Elise snorted disdainfully. "It didn't seem like you had an easy time winning against the Holy Guard party previously. Anyone who had watched the first match would know that the Verdant Rainbow party had barely won against the Holy Guard party. Hence, there was virtually no hope for the Verdant Rainbow party to win against the Earthen Princess party, which was significantly stronger than the Holy Guard party. Why don't you take a look at this then?" Shi Feng did not bother to refute Elise's statement. Instead, he took out a small stack of scrolls from his bag. Meanwhile, as soon as Elise saw the scrolls, her expression instantly changed. Intermediate divine engraving scrolls? Elise was greatly shocked as she looked at the scrolls covered in divine patterns in Shi Feng's hands. Compared to divine artifacts, the rarity of intermediate divine engraving scrolls was even greater in the greater god's domain. Even the various apex powers only had a few in their possession. Even now, there was only one known place where players could reliably acquire intermediate divine engraving scrolls, Luminous Sky City's Abyss Chamber of Commerce. The Abyss Chamber of Commerce's background was shrouded in mystery. It would release about a dozen intermediate divine engraving scrolls every once in a while. However, such a small number was nowhere near enough for the various powers to share. Thus, the scrolls would always be sold out as soon as they became available. Yet now, Shi Feng had taken out over a dozen of these scrolls. This was simply unbelievable. Indeed, these are all intermediate divine engraving scrolls, Shi Feng said, chuckling. I still have some more inside my bag, enough to use on the fragmented legendary equipment sets of Zero Wing's 4 members. I'm sure I don't need to tell you how much improvement we can receive from these scrolls, right, Miss Elise? Shi Feng had prepared amply for the Continental Championship. Aside from equipping Gentle Snow and the others with the new God Chaser set, he had also prepared enough intermediate divine engraving scrolls for 4 players. Initially, he had held back from using the intermediate divine engraving scrolls, thinking that the new God Chaser set should be enough to let them win the championship. However, the circumstances surrounding the latest Continental Championship had exceeded his expectations, so he had no choice but to use the scrolls now. So this is the reason for your confidence. Elise took a long look at Shi Feng. Then, after pondering for a while, she said, Fine, I will loan the tablet to you. However, you will have only 1 day to study it. After 1 day, you must return it to me, regardless of whether you manage to learn anything. No problem. Shi Feng nodded and smiled. Then, he took out a set of God's domain contracts and said, Let's officialize the terms right away. The goddess tablet was extraordinary. Although Elise had only agreed to loan it to him for a short time, it was better than nothing. After all, even ordinary experts could benefit significantly from a surface analysis, let alone someone like him who had in-depth experience studying a goddess tablet. After establishing the contract, Elise handed Shi Feng a palm-sized tablet and left the lounge to participate in her party's first match in the main event. Meanwhile, left alone in the lounge, Shi Feng did not waste time and immediately began studying the tablet. The 6th goddess tablet, Shi Feng was greatly shocked by the information displayed on the tablet. Compared to Aqua Rose's goddess tablet, Elise's goddess tablet was in a completely different league. Chapter 3725, Chapter 799, Promotion to Peak, Chapter 799, Promotion to Peak. When Elise returned to the waiting area outside the ring, a tall, muscular woman hurriedly approached her. The second match has concluded, Your Highness, Phoenix Flame said worriedly. The 8 Pavs party lost. That's to be expected, Elise said, unfazed by Phoenix Flame's report. It seems Rin has put in considerable effort to deal with Garuda. Rin didn't even make a move throughout the entire match. Her 5 party members thoroughly suppressed the 8 Pavs party, Phoenix Flame said as she shared a battle video with Elise. Out of Rin's 5 party members, the strongest one would have to be the Archon named First Light. He single-handedly killed 8 Pavs and another one of the 8 Pavs party's key members, and Arclight, the divine weapon he wields, is comparable to the Sun Dynasty's Moonlight Blade. In the video Phoenix Flame shared, a 6-meter-tall young Crystallian man stood on a flying shuttle formed from countless sharp blades while manipulating a 100-meter-long greatsword to attack his opponents. His attacks were comparable to those of level 200 ancient gods, and he shaved off multiple buildings with every swing of his greatsword. Additionally, his attacks were unbelievably fast, making it look like he was brandishing a feather rather than a colossal weapon. In front of First Light's weapon, 8 Paths was no different from an ant. He could not evade any of First Light's attacks and could only defend against them, losing a considerable chunk of his HP each time he did so. Ultimately, even with the support of his party members, 8 Paths still died to the Crystallian named First Light. Meanwhile, after Elise finished watching the video, she turned to Phoenix Flame and asked, He's quite strong. Do you think you can keep him busy? The Crystallian race did not manipulate holy power like the holy race or mana like the human race. Instead, they were proficient in manipulating implements and could manipulate them like they were manipulating their limbs. Meanwhile, the Archon class was one of the best classes available to the Crystallians, with owners of the class being able to turn their implements into a copy of themselves. Out of all the Crystallian classes, the Archon class was the trickiest to deal with. If he doesn't have any more divine artifacts hidden, I should be able to keep him occupied, Phoenix Flame answered after considering Elise's question. Good. I'll leave him to you then, Elise said without hesitation. She did not cast any doubt over Phoenix Flame's claim. What? Phoenix Flame was briefly startled by Elise's words. Then, realization quickly dawned on her as she asked, Has Black Flame agreed? We've reached an agreement, and I have loaned the 6th goddess tablet to him for a day, Elise admitted. Your Highness, that's the 6th goddess tablet we are talking about. Its value far surpasses the value of Aqua Rose's tablet. This is such an unfair deal for us, Phoenix Flame said. Primordial god tablets were few and far between in the greater god's domain, and those linked to the goddess of space were even rarer. 18 goddess tablets existed in total, and each held some of the goddess of space's legacies. Among them, 7 tablets held the goddess's most important legacies, and they were labeled as the 1st to 7th goddess tablets. These ranked goddess tablets were vastly more valuable than the unranked goddess tablets. If a player could successfully learn the contents of a ranked tablet, the benefits they could gain would be worth as much as a divine artifact. Don't worry. Learning even one of the lesser legacies within a day is easier said than done, let alone the primary legacy, Elise said indifferently. If Black Flame is so confident in his abilities, I don't mind giving him a day. Phoenix Flame agreed with Elise when she heard the latter's words. Each goddess tablet contained a multitude of legacies. It was especially so for the ranked goddess tablets. Although even the lesser legacies inside these goddess tablets were extraordinary, learning them was a significant challenge. Previously, Phoenix Flame had taken a month just to learn a legacy from the 6th goddess tablet, and that was only one of the tablet's lesser legacies, rather not the primary legacy. Not to mention, before players could even access the legacies inside a goddess tablet, they would first have to decipher the goddess tablet. With only a day granted to him, the most Shi Feng could accomplish was deciphering the 6th goddess tablet and learning how many legacies it held. Ultimately, he would be no better than someone who had never held the 6th goddess tablet. While Elise and Phoenix Flame prepared themselves for the round of 16, unbeknownst to them, Shi Feng had already deciphered the 6th goddess tablet with the help of a resplendent crystal he had retrieved from his bag. The crystal was none other than an eternal god crystal. By relying on the eternal energy contained within the eternal god crystal, Shi Feng could boost his brain activity and greatly enhance his learning capabilities. After spending about 10 minutes deciphering the 6th goddess tablet, Shi Feng came to learn of its significance. Not only did the 6th goddess tablet indicate the existence of 18 goddess tablets, but it also contained 24 goddess legacies. Of these 24 goddess legacies, 23 consisted of combat technique legacies and mana technique legacies. More specifically, there were 12 gold combat techniques, 5 advanced gold combat techniques, 5 primordial god-ranked mana techniques, and 1 goddess-ranked mana technique. As for the final legacy, it was the Goddess of Space's 6th legacy. The 6th goddess tablet held many more legacies than the goddess tablet in Aqua Rose's possession. Additionally, each of these legacies was not much weaker than the Dark Moon mana technique contained in Aqua Rose's goddess tablet, and they could cause a stir in the greater god's domain. It was especially so for the 6th goddess legacy, Concentration Enhancement. Unlike most other legacies, players only needed to decipher the 6th goddess legacy to benefit from it. As soon as they succeeded in doing so, they would receive a permanent upgrade to their concentration. Although each player could benefit from the 6th goddess legacy only once in their lifetime, it was unbelievable nonetheless. The hidden attribute known as concentration might have little significance to ordinary players, but it was of extraordinary significance to expert players. This was because the stronger a player's concentration, the more combat and mana techniques they could use. The cost of using combat and mana techniques would also be reduced. For expert players who had mastered many kinds of techniques, developing their concentration was of utmost importance. Unfortunately, few methods were available to improve a player's concentration in the greater god's domain. Most players could only improve their concentration by continuously straining their bodies. Although some items could be used to improve concentration, they would be fiercely contested by the various powers whenever they appeared. Fortunately, Shi Feng was already familiar with the goddess tablet's mana interpretation method. Although the 6th goddess legacy was several times more complex than the Dark Moon mana technique, with the Eternal God Crystal's assistance, he could decipher the 6th goddess legacy as easily as he deciphered Dark Moon. 6 hours later, the mana inside the lounge suddenly grew agitated and flooded Shi Feng's mind. This, in turn, caused his mind to enter an unprecedented state of clarity. At the same time, system notifications rang in his ears, one after another. System, congratulations, you have successfully deciphered the goddess's 6th legacy. Your concentration has received a permanent improvement. System, congratulations, your concentration has reached the Tier 6 peak standard. Chapter 3726, Chapter 800, Third Step, Flowing Light. Chapter 800, Third Step, Flowing Light, Tier 6 Peak. Finally, my concentration has fully recovered. Shi Feng was both surprised and excited when he heard the system notifications. For most players, even developing their concentration to the Tier 6 standard was already a monumental challenge. The reason most expert players could never advance to Tier 6 was their lacking concentration. Meanwhile, once players developed their concentration to the Tier 6 standard, it would become even more difficult to develop it further. If players did not encounter any fortuitous opportunities or priceless treasures that could permanently improve their concentration, the only way they could improve it was by engaging in high-intensity combat for considerable amounts of time. This was also why very few Tier 6 players could develop their concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard, with most hovering at the Tier 6 intermediate and Tier 6 advanced standards. However, so long as a player successfully developed their concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. In God's domain, particularly after the major system update, players would expend a considerable amount of concentration when using skills, spells, combat techniques, mana techniques, and law projections. Because of this, if there wasn't a huge gap in basic attributes and combat standards, battles between players would often turn into a competition of concentration, and whoever possessed the stronger concentration would emerge victorious. Meanwhile, after a player's concentration reached the Tier 6 peak standard, not only would they have twice as much concentration to expend as players with only Tier 6 advanced concentration, but they would also expend 30% less concentration when using skills, spells, etc. Furthermore, their perception and control over their body would also improve significantly. All in all, these improvements made it so that huge gaps in strength existed even among Tier 6 players. In his previous life, Shi Feng was fortunate enough to develop his concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard shortly after he reached Tier 6. Hence, even when he encountered experts with superior combat standards, he could defeat them with ease. He had even eliminated experts wielding divine weapons who did not have Tier 6 peak concentration. Originally, Shi Feng thought he would need considerable time to develop his concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard in this life. He never expected to accomplish it so quickly. Now that my concentration is at the Tier 6 peak standard, paired with the mental condensation technique, my concentration can probably already rival those old monsters whose concentration is at the Tier 6 limit standard, Shi Feng thought as he executed the mental condensation technique. Then, he eagerly cast his pseudo-goddess law projection to test his upgraded concentration's effects. Sure enough, my concentration consumption has halved compared to before. Now, I should have no trouble using Dark Moon with the pseudo-goddess law projection. Previously, when his base concentration was still at the Tier 6 advanced standard, he could only artificially elevate it to the Tier 6 peak standard with the mental condensation technique, and maintaining the pseudo-goddess law projection put a huge burden on him. Because of this, he couldn't afford to use Dark Moon, a powerful mana technique that required him to actively manipulate the magic elements around him. However, now that his base concentration had reached the Tier 6 peak standard, he should have no trouble using the pseudo-goddess law projection and Dark Moon simultaneously. Of course, he couldn't possibly test this theory in the lounge. So, instead of doing so, he decided to try out a different hypothesis. Immediately, Shi Feng began to pace around inside the lounge, executing flowing space under the effects of his pseudo-goddess law projection. It felt like he was stepping into the gaps in space with each of his steps, and he created over 50 afterimages in the blink of an eye. That was triple the number he could previously create while executing flowing space. As Shi Feng continued executing flowing space, he became more familiar with and proficient at manipulating his surrounding environment. This, in turn, led to the creation of even more phantom bodies. 60, 70, 80, when the number of phantom bodies Shi Feng could maintain simultaneously reached 100, all after images within the lounge vanished, and only a streak of flowing light could be seen. The speed he was currently exhibiting far surpassed the limits of his basic attributes. He was moving so fast that he could sense the flow of time around him slowing down. Even the dust in the room was visibly taking several times longer to fall to the ground. What incredible speed! Is this the power of the third step? When Shi Feng abruptly stopped moving in the middle of the lounge and saw that the streak of light circling the room was still persisting, he couldn't help but be shocked. In God's domain, players would be automatically ranked among the apex once they master a gold combat technique. This was because gold combat techniques granted players the strength to transcend tiers. However, not all gold combat techniques were equal. They could still be separated into different grades, and the Goddess of Space's flowing space could undoubtedly rank among the best of gold combat techniques. Previously, even when Shi Feng had only learned flowing space up to the second step, Phantom Body, he could already exhibit speed that could overwhelm the senses of fifth-floor experts. Even players who had mastered gold combat techniques failed to keep up with him. Meanwhile, flowing space became even more powerful after reaching the third step. With the speed he was exhibiting, even unthinking realm experts who possess similar basic attributes would have great difficulty keeping up with him. At this time, Shi Feng even felt he could defeat Daystar while relying solely on flowing space. He wouldn't have had to put his life at risk like he did when he dealt the final blow to the Arbiter of Death. After all, Daystar wouldn't be able to pinpoint his location. If he paired this speed with his gold-ranked sword's orbit, Daystar wouldn't even know what hit her. However, when Shi Feng dismissed his pseudo-goddess law projection, he promptly discovered that he could only execute flowing space up to the second step. He could not achieve the third step without having a better grasp of his surrounding environment. Sure enough, my control over the surrounding space is a lot worse without the pseudo-goddess law projection's assistance. Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the 50 or so fading phantom bodies in the lounge. It seems I will have to pair flowing space with the pseudo-goddess law projection if I want to maximize its effect. After Shi Feng was done with his tests, he pulled up his friends list, contacted Gentle Snow, and had her come to the lounge to study the 6th goddess tablet. Unlike the preliminaries, the Continental Championship's main event would have a 6-hour break after every 2 matches. This gave participants time to recover some of their concentration and stamina. With the main event's first round having 16 matches, the party that won in the first round's first match would get 48 hours of rest in God's domain, which happened to be the same amount of time Elise had agreed to loan the 6th goddess tablet to Shi Feng. Although Shi Feng felt he could still benefit more from the sixth goddess tablet if he researched it further, he didn't think the other legacies in the tablet could help him that much. After all, he had already grasped the goddess-ranked mana technique Dark Moon and peak gold combat technique Flowing Space. So, rather than use this precious opportunity to improve his strength by a little, it would be better to let Gentle Snow study it. As for why Shi Feng chose Gentle Snow, it was because she had previously received the Goddess's Guidance 1. With the knowledge she inherited, she was the best candidate to maximize the Goddess Tablet's use. It would also maximize the improvement of the party's overall strength. Chapter 3727, Chapter 801, Second Seal Undone, Chapter 801, Second Seal Undone Crucible of the Ancients, Private Lounge, Guild Leader. Why did you call me here so urgently? Did something happen? Gentle Snow asked when she entered the lounge and saw Shi Feng holding a stone tablet. Currently, the parties remaining in the championship were taking advantage of the break time after the second match to either rest or study their opponents. This break period was especially important for their party, as their opponent in the second round would be the Earthen Princess party. Not much needed to be said about the strength of the previous championship's runner-up. The Earthen Princess party was undoubtedly one of the favorites to win the championship this time. In fact, after the Earthen Princess party's performance in the first round, many had already deemed it as strong as the previous season's champion. After all, Rin was the only noteworthy member of the Earthen Princess party in the last championship. Meanwhile, First Light, one of the Earthen Princess party's latest additions, had shown himself to be nearly as strong as Rin. If Rin and First Light worked together, defeating Garuda, who was regarded as the strongest expert in the previous championship, wouldn't be out of the question. Hence, the Earthen Princess party was, without a doubt, the Verdant Rainbow party's biggest hurdle in getting into the top 8. Yet, instead of researching the Earthen Princess party, Shi Feng disappeared after the first match, leaving the 5 of them wondering how they were supposed to deal with the Earthen Princess party. I made a deal with Demon's Gate's Elise. Her party will swap opponents with us in the next round, Shi Feng said before handing the 6th goddess tablet to Gentle Snow. She also agreed to lend us this goddess tablet for a day. I have already learned the legacy I wanted from the tablet, so I'll leave it with you for the remaining time. If you can learn the legacies inside before our next match, it will increase our party's strength considerably. The goddess's legacies? Gentle Snow revealed a shocked expression as she looked at the goddess tablet in her hands. She's even willing to share such a thing? For any player who had studied the Greater Gods Domain's history, they would understand the significance of the Goddess of Space's legacies. Gentle Snow, who had received the goddess's guidance, understood their significance even better. If any apex power were to discover the existence of any of the goddess's legacies, they would do anything to make it theirs. This was also why Shi Feng required those he chose to sign a highly restrictive confidentiality contract before he allowed them to undergo the goddess armaments trials. Hence, Gentle Snow couldn't help but find it unbelievable that Elise would share the goddess's legacies with Zero Wing just to fight the Earthen Princess party. It should be known that the goddess's guidance she received did not provide her with any specific legacy. She was merely put through various combat situations to gain experience. If she wanted to inherit the goddess's legacies, she would need to learn how to put these experiences into practice. In contrast, legacy tablets had clearly defined legacies that players could learn simply through imitation. The difference in difficulty between the two learning processes was like night and day. Why wouldn't she? Shi Feng answered nonchalantly. Elise is very ambitious this time around. She might even be aiming to become the champion, seeing as she has come prepared to fight the Divine Fist Party and the Earthen Princess Party. With the participants this season being much stronger, it would be in her best interest to encounter her strongest opponents as soon as possible. That way, she can face them before she exposes her trump cards. Even if she ultimately fails to become the champion, so long as her party enters the top 4, the reward she can receive will be no less than the legacies contained in this goddess tablet. The goddess tablets were indeed precious. However, compared to going beyond Tier 6, even the 6th goddess tablet could be regarded as insignificant. Going by Elise's behavior, it was likely she had learned something about the rewards. Hence, she was willing to enter the top 4 at all costs. Shi Feng wouldn't even discount the possibility that the woman was aiming to win the championship. After all, even among the top 4, there were significant differences between the rewards granted to each rank. I understand, Gentle Snow said as she looked at the goddess tablet with a serious gaze. She was determined to learn at least one goddess legacy before their party's next match. I'll leave these 3 eternal god crystals with you. Try to learn at least one of the legacies in this thing. If you succeed, our party will have an easier time in the next match, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he took out 3 eternal god crystals and gave them to Gentle Snow. Normally, even talented players would need weeks to learn a goddess legacy. However, Gentle Snow had experience dealing with goddess legacies. If she also had the help of eternal god crystals, it should be possible for her to learn a goddess legacy in a day. Not to mention, Gentle Snow's talent for combat was superior to even Shi Feng's, having achieved the pseudo 6th floor standard in Shi Feng's previous life. Although Gentle Snow had her growth delayed for several years in the current timeline, the fact that she could pass some of the goddess armament's trials proved that her talent remained unchanged. If Gentle Snow could fully master a goddess legacy, paired with the gravity manipulation technique she had grasped, her combat power would skyrocket. At that time, it wouldn't even be surprising if she could fight unthinking realm experts. Subsequently, Shi Feng left Gentle Snow to her own devices while he made his way to a different lounge with protection that could withstand attacks from even level 200 ancient gods. Veep Advanced Lounge. Shi Feng held the Shadow Incinerator with both hands as he sat in the middle of the room. At the same time, he repeatedly conjured mental blades in his mind, preparing to strike at the mental nodes of the Shadow Incinerator's second seal. I failed the last time I tried with my concentration at the Tier 6 peak standard. Now that I can elevate it to rival the Tier 6 limit standard, I should have no trouble breaking the second seal. After inspecting the Shadow Incinerator's second seal, Shi Feng immediately bombarded it with the mental blades he conjured. Boom, boom, boom. Previously, Shi Feng could not damage the second seal in the slightest. This time, though, a tiny crack appeared after he had attacked the seal multiple times. Although the crack was so small that one would miss it without careful observation, it was a crack nonetheless. It's working. Shi Feng was ecstatic when he saw the tiny crack. The Shadow Incinerator was a godly relic superior to even divine artifacts. This could be seen simply from the power the Shadow Incinerator could exhibit after having only its first seal removed. Although the current Shadow Incinerator was weaker than actual divine artifact-ranked weapons, it was already comparable to fragmented divine artifact-ranked weapons. If all its seals were removed, it would definitely surpass divine weapons. In Shi Feng's previous life, Crimson Wing Ifei, the strongest demigod in the Greater Gods domain, had slain 8 ancient gods consecutively using the Shadow Incinerator. Under normal circumstances, even the strongest divine weapon in the human race's Greater Gods domain shouldn't be able to let a demigod slay even 1 ancient god, let alone 8 ancient gods. Immediately, Shi Feng held back his excitement and resumed his bombardment of the second seal. Although the Shadow Incinerator's second seal was unimaginably tough, more and more cracks appeared under Shi Feng's bombardment. Moreover, the rate at which the cracks appeared increased over time. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng persisted for over 40 hours and started to grow dizzy, a crisp, shattering sound echoed in the lounge. Success. Chapter 3728, Chapter 802, Star Maiden vs. Earthen Princess. Chapter 802, Star Maiden vs. Earthen Princess VP Advanced Lounge. Following the crisp, shattering sound, the Shadow Incinerator ignited into flames, the dark red flames impacting the room's defensive barrier and causing it to tremble violently. What a powerful mental deterrence. Shi Feng felt he was looking at a primordial god awakening as he looked at the Shadow Incinerator. If he hadn't artificially elevated his concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard, he might have even had difficulty moving in the Shadow Incinerator's presence. Moreover, the Shadow Incinerator's mental deterrence wasn't the only thing that had undergone a significant transformation. The weapon's body turned completely pitch black, with faint black smoke rising from it. The weapon also radiated an intense heat that scorched the space within the lounge. Shadow Incinerator, Dark Soul. One-handed sword, sealed godly relic, equipment requirement, soul-bound attack power. 100% of strength, attack speed, 5% of strength and agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level when equipped. Attacks ignore 100% of all defensive effects. Attacks have a 50% chance of triggering the Soul Devour effect. Attacks have a 100% chance of being elevated by 1 rank and dealing 1000% damage. Attacks cause an additional 200% damage to all creatures below Tier 6. Ignore levels plus 80. All attributes increased by 300%. Physique increased by 300%. Reaction speed increased by 20%. Effects of all attacks increased up to Tier 6 limit. The strength of mana increased by 1 rank, up to Tier 6 limit. Concentration increased by 1 rank, up to Tier 6 limit. Additional passive skill. Incinerator's body weakens all damage received by 80% and increases world perception by 1 rank. Additional profound skill. 1. Incinerator's Phantasm. Sacrifice 20 levels to summon the phantasm of a player. The phantasm can only be 2 tiers higher than the Shadow Incinerator's wielder, up to Tier 6. Duration, 10 minutes cooldown, 3 natural days. Additional profound skill. 2. The End. Sacrifice the wielder's soul, reducing the wielder's level by 1 as a result, to incite all of the Shadow Incinerator's power to deal a devastating blow to a 50,000-yard radius. The stronger the soul sacrificed, the stronger the attack will be up to Tier 6 limit. Cooldown, 30 minutes additional profound skill. 3. Scorching Flame. Sacrifice a portion of the wielder's soul to attach the flames of shadow to the Shadow Incinerator. The flames of shadow can destroy all weapons and equipment below the legendary rank and damage those below the divine artifact rank. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 1 natural day, additional profound skill, 4 worlds descent, with the wielder as the center, call down a complete world to strengthen the wielder's law projection. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 1 hour. The myriad ancient gods have placed 4 seals on the Shadow Incinerator. 2 of the seals have been lifted thus far. Wielding the Shadow Incinerator will cause continuous mental scorching. Deaths while wielding the Shadow Incinerator will result in a loss of 50 points in all attributes. What heaven-defying attributes! Shi Feng's jaw dropped when he finished reading through the Shadow Incinerator's updated attributes. Even when comparing basic attributes only, the Shadow Incinerator was superior to most fragmented divine artifacts. As for its attack power, it was simply absurd. For comparison, Gentle Snow's Chaos Windblade, despite being a two-handed weapon, only took 1,600% of its wielder's strength attribute as its attack power. Meanwhile, the Shadow Incinerator, despite being a one-handed weapon, took 1,400% of its wielder's strength attribute as its attack power. However, compared to the Shadow Incinerator's basic attributes, the absurdity of its offensive effects and the limits of these effects was on a whole other level. As a fragmented divine artifact, the Chaos Windblade had already reached the rank's limits. Even so, the limits of the weapon's effects could only reach the Tier 6 peak standard. This was also the limit of virtually all other fragmented divine artifacts. Yet, the Shadow Incinerator had broken this norm, its effects having the potential to achieve the Tier 6 limit standard. What did it mean to reach the Tier 6 limit standard? Most players in God's domain would only assume it to be the limits of Tier 6 players, which, in the best-case scenario, would translate to the Tier 6 God standard. Hence, it couldn't be considered anything significant. However, players with experience fighting ancient gods would know that wasn't actually the case. Instead, the Tier 6 limit mentioned in weapon and equipment introductions referred to the limits any creature could achieve before they went beyond Tier 6. Currently, only primordial god-ranked existences were known to have gone beyond Tier 6. Besides them, the strongest creatures in God's domain had yet to go beyond Tier 6. In other words, the Shadow Incinerator's effects could achieve near primordial god standards and rival the effects of many divine artifact-ranked weapons. My current basic attributes can rival holy children armed with 3 divine artifacts. When Shi Feng sensed the improvement in his basic attributes, he discovered that the overall improvement he received from the Shadow Incinerator was comparable to that of a divine artifact ranked one-handed weapon. Once he paired the Shadow Incinerator with the new God Chaser set, not even players equipped with 3 divine artifacts should consider surpassing him. Now, he truly was strong enough to win the entire championship. Before Shi Feng could familiarize himself with the Shadow Incinerator, he suddenly received a call from Verdant Rainbow. "How is your rest coming along, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Verdant Rainbow asked anxiously. "The second round's first match is about to begin. So much time has passed already?" Shi Feng was a little surprised. He didn't think he had spent over 40 hours undoing the second seal. "We need you to come over quickly. Although the Star Maiden party has agreed to switch opponents with us, we can't do the switch unless all party members are present," Verdant Rainbow said, feeling exasperated when she saw Shi Feng's look of realization. Shi Feng was the one who negotiated the deal with Elise to switch opponents. Yet, even though the match was about to start, he was nowhere to be seen. "Okay, I'll go over immediately," Shi Feng said, smiling awkwardly. Then he disconnected the call and hurried to the main event venue, Crucible of the Ancients. At this time, the first round of the main event had concluded, and the members of the top 32 parties were quietly waiting outside the ring for the second round to start. What's gotten into the Star Maiden? Why did she agree to switch opponents with the Verdant Rainbow party? Does she not care about ranking this time? It is indeed strange. Not to mention, aren't Demon's Gate and Zero Wing hostile to one another? What's with the sudden change? Aren't you guys jumping to conclusions? Don't forget that Elise was regarded by many as a strong contender for the top 5 experts in the last championship, and the primary reason her party got stopped in the top 16 was her weak party members. Now that the Star Maiden party has recruited stronger members, the Earthen Princess party should be in for a tough fight. A heated debate erupted among the spectators when they saw the Star Maiden party walking into the ring with the Earthen Princess party. On one side, some cast doubt over Elise's decision to fight the former runner-up so soon into the championship. On the other side, some looked forward to the clash between Star Maiden Elise and Earthen Princess Rin. In the previous championship, Elise was the strongest female expert among the human race's representatives, while Rin was the strongest female expert among the Crystallian race's representatives. Although Rin's party had won second place in the last championship, as the two women had never clashed, nobody knew who was stronger. Now, though, everyone would finally get to see who was stronger. Amidst the spectators' cheers and debates, the ancient being hovering above the ring announced the start of the second round's first match. Chapter 3729, Chapter 803, Terrifying Chapter 803, Terrifying Outside the Ring. The members of the 14 other remaining parties watched intently as the match between the Star Maiden party and the Earthen Princess party began. It's finally beginning. While watching Rin and Elise facing each other in the ring, Garuda glanced at his party members and said, Rin is one of the few among the Crystallians' younger generation who is about to cross that step. Her offensive measures are ever-changing and unpredictable, and she is one of the few experts who can put me under pressure. Elise is also incredibly talented, and I found myself shuddering when I saw the power she wielded previously. A clash between them can be regarded as an apex battle between the younger generation of our three races. If you all intend to achieve further breakthroughs, I suggest you observe the upcoming fight seriously. Lord Garuda, is that human woman really strong enough to fight Rin? Extreme Feather curiously asked as she looked at Elise, who was holding a black book. Rin is an expert nearing the 6th floor standard, while Elise, no matter how I look at it, she should have only entered the unthinking realm recently. In a situation where both of them are equipped with 2 divine artifacts, I can't see how Elise is supposed to be a threat to Rin. Most Holy Race players operating on the Western continent had never heard of Elise the Star Maiden. However, many knew of Rin the Earthen Princess. This was because Rin was one of the few experts who had reached the pseudo 6th floor standard, and she could be considered an apex existence, even if put among the Holy Race. If not for the Holy Race having Garuda, a peerless Paragon 1 that would only appear once every few centuries, Rin definitely would have been the champion of the last Continental Championship. In contrast, not only was Elise from the human race the weakest out of the 3 races operating in the Eternal Realm, but her combat standard was also inferior to Rin's. In a situation where both sides had roughly equal basic attributes, Extreme Feather found it hard to imagine how Elise could defeat Rin. It should be known that there were significant differences between a novice unthinking realm expert and a pseudo 6th floor expert. Although both could move their bodies entirely based on instinct, the pseudo 6th floor expert would have already developed their concentration to the tier 6 peak standard. The pseudo 6th floor expert would have also relied on their concentration to develop a complete set of gold combat techniques, no longer having flaws in their offense, defense, and movement. Meanwhile, players would have a much better foundation when using their self-developed combat techniques than combat techniques learned from others. Players could also execute their self-developed combat techniques perfectly and achieve stronger effects than combat techniques learned from others. You'll know once you see Elise in battle. The combat techniques she has learned are far from ordinary, Garuda said, chuckling. However, he did not bother offering any additional explanations. Hearing this, Extreme Feather focused her gaze on Rin and Elise. Meanwhile, aside from Garuda's party members, Shi Feng and the others were similarly wondering how the fight between Rin and Elise would play out. The match between the Star Maiden party and the Earthen Princess party took place in the middle of a tropical rainforest with a canopy over 100 meters high. Raindrops the size of ping-pong balls also constantly fell from the sky, reducing the visibility in the forest and preventing even Tier 6 players from seeing more than 10 meters ahead. When the match began, the members of the Star Maiden party and the Earthen Princess party were scattered across the map. Initially, everyone spectating the match thought it would take a while before any fight started between the two parties. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, shortly after the match began, 2 players already met and stood facing each other. One was Rin, a 6-meter-tall Crystallian who wielded a staff, while the other was Elise, a petite human who wielded a black book. Star Maiden, I found it a pity that I didn't get to fight you last time. Now I can finally get my wish, Rin said. Then, she glanced curiously at the book in Elise's hands and asked, "Aren't you going to open it?" The black book Elise wielded was famous in the last championship. Nobody knew exactly what the black book's quality was, but as long as it was open, it could help Elise chant her spells and even increase the completion rate of her spells. Hence, when Elise took a fight seriously, she would always open her black book first and foremost. Yet, the Star Maiden had surprisingly chosen not to open her black book. "I will open it when necessary," Elise calmly said as she faced her giant opponent. "Make your move." Boom, 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 boom. Taking Elise on her offer, Rin initiated the fight without hesitation. Immediately, the staff she wielded separated from her hand and began to rotate in the air. Simultaneously, the land within a 10,000-yard radius began to rise like the folds of a dumpling, while the hills and mountains transformed into earthen arms that grabbed at Elise. From afar, it looked like Elise had become enemies with the land, and it was a horrifying sight to behold. At this time, the spectators fully understood why Rin was known as the Earthen Princess. Is this the Earthen Princess's strength? Verdant Rainbow's complexion turned ugly as she watched Rin's display. Everything within sight had virtually become Elise's enemy. Additionally, the several dozen hands formed from hills and mountains possessed strength rivaling level 200 ancient gods, and each executed techniques that resembled gold combat techniques. It was like several dozen ancient gods were executing gold combat techniques against Elise simultaneously. Strength, technique. The Earthen Princess had achieved the extremes in both aspects, and Verdant Rainbow couldn't even imagine defeating her. However, unlike Verdant Rainbow, Elise remained calm even after seeing the Earthen Princess revealing her trademark move. She also didn't bother to open her black book as she faced the dozens of earthen hands threatening to crush her. Instead, she simply pointed a finger at Rin. Suddenly, the sky above Rin shattered, and a meteorite spanning 10,000 meters emerged from the void. The meteorite's descent was as fast as lightning, and it was obvious it would hit Rin before the earthen hands could crush Elise. This scene startled Rin. In a panic, she manipulated the land surrounding her, calling forth waves of earth to stop the descending meteorite. Boom. A loud explosion echoed across the battlefield, and a mushroom cloud rose tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Then, a devastating shockwave quickly followed, sweeping across the map and turning everything in its path into ruins. A massive crater spanning over half the battlefield and measuring 10,000 meters deep could also be seen forming. Silence. At this moment, silence enveloped the crucible of the ancients, as everyone tried to come to terms with what they had just witnessed. The Earthen Princess was gone. Rin, regarded as the strongest crystalline representative in the Continental Championship, failed to survive even one move against Elise. Meanwhile, Elise did not reveal any particular emotions, even after successfully eliminating Rin. She simply flew off to eliminate the other members of the Earthen Princess party, behaving like she had just completed a trivial task. Chapter 3730, Chapter 804, Tier 6 Limit Concentration, Chapter 804, Tier 6 Limit Concentration. A suffocating silence enveloped the crucible of the ancients as everyone stared at the screen above the ring in disbelief. Rin, the Earthen Princess, was regarded as the number 2 expert in the last Continental Championship. She was strong in both offense and defense. Her ability to control the battlefield was also unrivaled, and facing her was akin to facing the land itself. Even Divine Fist Garuda, the number 1 expert in the last championship, had taken considerable time to wear her out and kill her. Yet now, the Earthen Princess had failed to survive even one move against Elise. Is she really that Star Maiden? At this time, Verdant Rainbow was similarly in disbelief as she looked at Elise. Although Demon's Gate's Star Maiden was known as a peerless paragon, her combat standard was not much stronger than the peerless paragons nurtured by other Apex powers. This was information that the Seven Luminaries Alliance had obtained, so it couldn't be wrong. Additionally, in the last Continental Championship, although Elise was regarded as the strongest player among the human race's representatives, she was only considered one of the top 5 experts in the whole championship. She was deemed to be considerably weaker than Garuda and Rin. Yet now, Elise had defeated Rin with ease. It was like she had transformed into a completely different person. How did Elise get so strong? Deathwind muttered. Compared to Verdant Rainbow, he was even more shocked by Elise's performance. As a spy planted in the Seven Luminaries Alliance by Demon's Gate, Deathwind understood Demon's Gate's 3 great chosen ones better than anyone in the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Although Elise's combat standard was the strongest of the 3 great chosen ones, if pitted against the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Verdant Rainbow, she should only win 6 out of 10 fights. But now, Elise had already ascended to a height that Deathwind couldn't even comprehend. Is this the true strength of the various Apex Powers chosen ones? Gentle Snow was also greatly shocked as she watched Elise proceed to eliminate the rest of the Earthen Princess party. Originally, when Gentle Snow successfully learned a goddess legacy from the 6th goddess tablet, she thought her strength had risen to a point where she could match the various Apex Powers chosen ones already. In fact, she felt that she could even beat these chosen ones with the help of the God Chaser set. However, after seeing Elise's performance, Gentle Snow couldn't help but rethink her evaluation. After all, even if she put the goddess legacy she had just learned into practice, she doubted she could achieve strength anywhere near what Elise had just displayed. No, not at all. This strength is not something the various Apex Powers chosen ones can achieve right now, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Elise can only achieve such strength because her concentration has already reached the Tier 6 limit standard, which, in turn, lets her utilize 100% of her divine artifact's potential. Meanwhile, Rin, caught unprepared, got one-shotted by Elise. Does Tier 6 limit concentration grant such incredible strength? Gentle Snow looked at Shi Feng in surprise. The number of divine artifacts the Earthen Princess had equipped definitely wasn't lower than Elise's. Even if there was a difference in quality between divine artifacts, the gap shouldn't be big enough for Elise to kill Rin in one move. Her concentration has reached the Tier 6 limit standard already? Verdant Rainbow snapped around to look at Shi Feng when she overheard his explanation. How can this be? As one of the Seven Luminaries Alliance's chosen ones, Verdant Rainbow's knowledge of divine artifacts went beyond Gentle Snow's. Hence, she knew how big of a difference in strength could result from whether a player could fully utilize a divine artifact. It was generally known that when players equipped a divine artifact, they would gain the strength to transcend tiers. When Tier 6 players equipped a divine artifact, they would gain the strength of taboos, which was also known as the entry level of the Ancient God standard. However, unbeknownst to many, divine artifact-ranked weapons and equipment had an additional feature compared to weapons and equipment of lower rank. The power of their skills and effects were determined by their user's concentration standard. The stronger a player's concentration, the greater the power their divine artifacts could exhibit. If a Tier 6 player could exert 100% of a divine artifact's potential, they could exhibit power reaching the limits of the Ancient God standard. The only problem was that players would typically need to have Tier 6 limit concentration to fully utilize a divine artifact's potential. This was an impossible requirement for most players. Only a few individuals in the Greater Gods domain had ever developed their concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard. Moreover, most, if not all, of these individuals were old monsters who had lived for many years. However, Elise was, at most, 25 years old. At such an age, she would already be considered a paragon among paragons if she could develop her concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard. It simply shouldn't be possible for her to have Tier 6 limit concentration. While unbelievable, it is a fact, Shi Feng said earnestly as he looked at Verdant Rainbow. Also, I believe Elise's concentration has already reached the Tier 6 limit standard for quite some time. Otherwise, her Star Destroyer's completion rate wouldn't be so high. The Black Book Elise wielded was a top-tier divine weapon, and Star Destroyer, the profound skill that came with the book, was incredibly famous in Shi Feng's previous life. It was so famous that it was even regarded as the strongest destruction spell beneath primordial gods. Meanwhile, as Elise was the first person to have acquired the 6th Goddess Tablet, Shi Feng didn't find it strange that her concentration had already reached the Tier 6 limit standard. After all, Elise had similarly displayed exceptional talent in concentration development in Shi Feng's previous life. She was far ahead of other chosen ones her age when it came to this regard, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was the best among her peers. When Verdant Rainbow heard Shi Feng's answer, realization suddenly dawned on her. She finally understood why Elise had agreed to swap opponents with their party, choosing to face the Earthen Princess party in the round of 16. Although the Earthen Princess was strong, she definitely wasn't strong enough to face the full might of a divine weapon head-on. If she were to be caught unprepared, death would be the only outcome. At this time, Shi Feng wasn't the only one who discerned how Elise managed to one-shot Rin. Many of the key members of the remaining parties similarly noticed the reason behind the fearsome might of Elise's Star Destroyer. Naturally, Divine Fist Garuda was no exception. Tier 6 limit concentration, is it? How interesting. No wonder she dared to face Rin head-on. Garuda smirked as Elise finished the Earthen Princess party's last member. I initially thought it would be another easy victory. I didn't think that, after that little Crystallian girl, I would meet another challenging opponent. Following the conclusion of the match between the Star Maiden party and the Earthen Princess party, excitement and joy filled the spectating human players. In the last championship, neither the Holy Race players nor the Crystallian players regarded the various human parties with any significance. After all, even the strongest human party failed to advance beyond the top 16 back then. But now, the Star Maiden party had shown itself qualified to contend for the championship, leading to the two races no longer daring to underestimate human players. Meanwhile, as the championship progressed, the intensity of the battles between parties also increased. Even though it was only the round of 16, the various parties displayed strength exceeding that of the former top 8 parties. The participants this time were so strong that even Garuda had to personally take action to ensure the Divine Fist party's victory. Next up will be the second round's 8th match. May the Verdant Rainbow party and the Dead Soul party enter the ring. Following the Mighty Being's announcement, the Crystallian players in the venue shouted their support for the Dead Soul party. Go, Dead Soul party! Our race's reputation is in your hands now, Dead Soul. Beat those humans up and avenge Rin. Many Crystallians felt ashamed when the Earthen Princess party lost to a human party of all parties. So, they all hoped that the Dead Soul party, which ranked 4th in the previous championship, could salvage some of the Crystallian race's tarnished reputation. Otherwise, the Holy Race would definitely make fun of them. Black Flame is in trouble. Even the Divine Fist had a headache dealing with the Dragon Hammer last time, Phoenix Flame said, smirking as she watched Shi Feng and his party enter the ring. I bet they won't make it past the top 16. Although the Verdant Rainbow party had defeated the new and improved Holy Guard party, it was still much weaker than the Dead Soul party. After all, the Dead Soul party was a strong contender for second place in the previous Continental Championship. The party was merely unlucky, encountering the Divine Fist party in the previous semifinals and having its progress stopped prematurely. Chapter 3731, Chapter 805. Advanced Gold Combat Technique, Chapter 805. Advanced Gold Combat Technique. The match between the Verdant Rainbow party and the Dead Soul party took place in an ancient town covered in fog. The fog was dense, and even Tier 6 players couldn't see beyond 50 yards. Meanwhile, as always, the members of the two parties were randomly scattered across the map when the match began. This fog suppresses perception quite heavily. I can't sense anything outside of 100 yards. When Deathwind appeared on the battlefield and saw the fog around him, he quickly jumped onto the roof of a house and observed his surroundings. Fortunately, I'm not far from the town center. I can prepare an ambush in this area. Crystallian players had weaker senses than human players. With visibility being reduced to just 50 yards, if he concealed his presence, he could virtually guarantee the enemy could only detect him once they were within 50 yards of him. For Tier 6 players, this was a distance that could be covered in an instant. If he could detect the enemy's movements before he was at risk of being discovered, he would undoubtedly have the upper hand in battle. Immediately, Deathwind hid on the roof and concentrated on his senses, quietly waiting for his prey to show up so that he could vent his frustrations on them. Originally, Deathwind thought he could make a name for himself through the Continental Championship. However, not only did he lose his bet with Shi Feng and have to surrender his divine weapon to the other party after the championship, but he had also failed to make any noteworthy accomplishments until now. If he still failed to display his worth, both the Seven Luminaries Alliance and Demon's Gate would stop taking him seriously. Hence, it was imperative he killed a member of the Dead Soul Party in this match. Only by doing so could he redeem himself in front of the two Apex powers. After all, the Dead Soul Party came in fourth in the last Continental Championship. Every member of the party was superior to the average chosen one nurtured by the various Apex powers and destined to become an Apex expert in the future. If he could kill one of these experts by himself, whether it was the Seven Luminaries Alliance or Demon's Gate, they would invest heavily into his development so long as they weren't fools. While Deathwind was patiently waiting on the rooftop, he sensed a presence entering his perception. Dead Soul? Deathwind panicked a little. The person who entered Deathwind's perception was a robust, 7-meter-tall Crystallian man. The man wore simple clothing and carried a warhammer as large as his body. The warhammer was the iconic weapon of Dead Soul, so the man's identity quickly became apparent to Deathwind. Currently, Dead Soul was leisurely walking along the streets of the town. He behaved like he was only out for a stroll rather than participating in the Continental Championship. Damn it! When Deathwind sensed Dead Soul moving closer to his location, he promptly turned around and fled. He originally thought he would catch a rabbit. He didn't expect to encounter a dragon. Not bad. That'll be one already. A moment after Deathwind began his escape, Dead Soul turned to look at the rooftop Deathwind previously hit on and swung his warhammer in its direction. Suddenly, Deathwind, who had already fled over several hundred yards away, found himself immobilized. Then, his body crashed into the ground like a cannonball, sinking hundreds of meters deep. Before Deathwind could even wrap his mind around what happened, he was already standing outside the ring with the other participants. Meanwhile, this development stunned the spectators. Currently, in the screen that was supposed to show Deathwind's perspective, a crater measuring several hundred yards in radius could be seen, and it looked like a giant beast had walked through the area. He's an absolute monster. So, this is the Dragon Hammer, huh? For players watching Dead Soul in action for the first time, they couldn't believe what they just saw. Even Deathwind, the person killed by Dead Soul, couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Not only did Dead Soul's attack cover a massive radius, but it was also executed with incredible speed. In fact, everything happened so quickly that Deathwind could still see his body dissipating when he respawned outside the ring. What incredible attack speed! Extreme Feather exclaimed as she watched Dead Soul making his way to the town center after eliminating Deathwind. How is he considered only the second strongest expert among the Crystallians' representatives? It's because his party only came in fourth in the last championship. But if we are comparing only in attack speed, Dead Soul is the best, Garuda explained. Honestly, if I hadn't relied on my special bloodline, I doubt I could have defeated him in the last championship. Unless he engages Rin in a fight, nobody can tell who is stronger. Garuda did not lower his voice when speaking. Hence, everyone in the venue could hear what he said, and those watching Dead Soul fight for the first time were greatly shocked. They never thought Dead Soul would be as strong, or possibly even stronger, than the Earthen Princess. Rin, who was now seated on the spectator stands, naturally overheard Garuda's comment as well. However, she simply snorted and didn't refute it. While the spectators were discussing Dead Soul's strength, the Dragon Hammer encountered another member of the Verdant Rainbow Party. His opponent this time was a woman clad in a suit of white holy armor and armed with a greatsword. Currently, the woman quietly stood in the middle of the street as she watched him walk up to her. What an interesting human you are. You've clearly noticed me long ago, yet you chose not to run away, Dead Soul said in a surprised tone as he entered within 50 yards of Gentle Snow. Our two parties will have to battle sooner or later. Since I can have a one-on-one fight right now, why should I run away? Gentle Snow said calmly as she unsheathed the Chaos Windblade. Those are some bold words. I hope you have the strength to back up those words. Dead Soul did not get angry at Gentle Snow's words. Instead, he casually swung his warhammer at Gentle Snow like he was shooing a fly. At the same time, Gentle Snow also made her move, her speed far exceeding what she previously exhibited. Immediately, the Chaos Windblade transformed into a dark thunderbolt. Fleeting Thunderclap. This was the advanced gold combat technique Gentle Snow had learned from the Sixth Goddess tablet. The combat technique involved the user executing 3 consecutive strikes, each strike being stronger than the other. All 3 strikes were also executed beyond the user's maximum attack speed, and they would eventually merge into one attack that could exhibit power rivaling primordial god-ranked mana techniques. Subsequently, the Dark Thunderbolt could be seen splitting the sky and causing Dead Soul to stumble backward by half a step. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow stumbled 3 steps backward and lost 5% of her HP. How did her strength improve so much? When Daystar saw Gentle Snow taking barely any damage from her exchange with Dead Soul, she couldn't help but grow confused. Daystar vividly remembered that Gentle Snow's strength was inferior to hers when they had previously fought. Naturally, Gentle Snow should not be a match for Dead Soul either. After all, Dead Soul similarly had 2 divine artifacts equipped, and if he executed the gold-ranked implement manipulation technique he developed, he should thoroughly outclass Gentle Snow. However, unbeknownst to Daystar, Gentle Snow had upgraded her equipment using intermediate divine engraving scrolls. Now, her equipment provided her with 30% more basic attributes than before. Combined with fleeting thunderclap, the power she could exhibit was not much weaker than what Dead Soul could exhibit with his gold-ranked implement manipulation technique. Before Daystar could recover from her surprise, Gentle Snow executed fleeting thunderclap a second time against Dead Soul. Chapter 3732, Chapter 806, Top 4, Chapter 806. Top 4 Dead Soul swung his warhammer again when he saw Gentle Snow executing her second attack. This time, though, he no longer took the fight lightly, the speed of his attack increasing considerably. The space around Gentle Snow also trembled much more as it collapsed in on her. Boom! However, despite Dead Soul's stronger attack, Gentle Snow split the collapsing space without fail. Additionally, the exchange this time resulted in Dead Soul and Gentle Snow stumbling back 1 step each. How is this possible? Deathwind, watching from outside the ring, was dumbfounded when he saw Gentle Snow coming out even with Dead Soul. Deathwind had personally experienced Dead Soul's attack speed, so he knew how frightening it was. Even unthinking realm experts should have difficulty keeping up with that kind of attack speed, let alone Gentle Snow, who wasn't even at the unthinking realm. Before Deathwind could snap out of his daze, Gentle Snow swung the Chaos Windblade and executed fleeting thunderclap for the 3rd time. This time, Gentle Snow's attack was so fast that many of the spectators failed to even see the movement of her arms. All they saw was a dark thunderbolt crossing the space between Gentle Snow and Dead Soul. A moment later, Dead Soul stumbled 3 steps backward before he regained his footing. The warhammer he wielded also trembled violently, and his HP bar had decreased by 3%. The outcome of the 3rd exchange was nearly identical to that of the first. Only, the positions of Dead Soul and Gentle Snow were reversed. "Who are you?" Dead Soul asked as he looked at Gentle Snow, who wasn't even 1/3 of his height, with furrowed brows. Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader, Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow knew Dead Soul wasn't simply asking for her name. After all, the names of the members of both parties were published before the match began. Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader? Dead Soul looked at Gentle Snow in surprise. He had never heard of the guild named Zero Wing, so it obviously wasn't one of the human race's apex powers. This meant that a Vice Guild leader from a non-apex power had suppressed him. This was a huge surprise to him, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. "You are the only person after the Divine Fist who managed to overwhelm me. Your sword technique must be at the advanced gold rank, right?" The main reason Dead Soul lost to Garuda in the previous championship semifinals was because of the other party's advanced gold holy art. Unlike ordinary gold rank techniques, advanced gold rank techniques allowed players to transcend their limits. Hence, Garuda was able to surpass Dead Soul's attack speed and power. If it wasn't for Garuda's advanced gold holy art, their fight would have gone a lot differently. "That's right," Gentle Snow frankly admitted. "I am no match for you in combat standards, so I can only rely on fleeting thunderclap to defeat you." Gentle Snow's response shocked Phoenix Flame, who was spectating outside the ring. Black Flame must be out of his mind. Why would he give such a precious opportunity to a Vice Guild leader? Does he think he'll get a second chance at using the 6th Goddess tablet? Phoenix Flame felt deeply confused and jealous as she looked at Gentle Snow. Although Elise would often loan the 6th Goddess tablet to Phoenix Flame, she could afford to be so generous because she owned the tablet. In contrast, Shi Feng only had a day with the tablet. Yet, rather than using this opportunity for himself, he had given it to a subordinate. Phoenix Flame found his behavior utterly incomprehensible. However, what Phoenix Flame found even more surprising was that Gentle Snow had managed to learn Fleeting Thunderclap, the strongest and most complex technique available in the 6th Goddess tablet. It was also the technique that Phoenix Flame had repeatedly tried but failed to learn. So, when Phoenix Flame saw Gentle Snow had learned the technique after only a day, how could she not be jealous? Meanwhile, inside the ring, Dead Soul took a deep breath to calm his nerves. "Your advanced gold combat technique is indeed amazing, but executing it must take a huge toll on your stamina and concentration, right? My sky-splitting hammer, on the other hand, is a self-developed gold implement manipulation technique. It costs me considerably less stamina and concentration to execute it than other gold-ranked techniques." With renewed vigor, Dead Soul said, "Let's see who can last longer." Gentle Snow's expression darkened a little at Dead Soul's words. Indeed, while Fleeting Thunderclap was powerful, using it took a huge toll on her. With her concentration being at the Tier 6 intermediate standard only, she couldn't afford to use it many times in quick succession. At most, she could use it about 10 times before she depleted her concentration. To make matters worse, only the technique's 3rd strike could damage Dead Soul. She would most certainly lose if she fought a protracted battle with Dead Soul. However, just as Dead Soul was getting ready to resume the fight, he suddenly stopped, and his gaze grew solemn as he turned to look at a figure walking out of the fog. "Snow might not be able to wear you out by herself, but what if she has help?" Shi Feng asked, smiling as he looked at Dead Soul's ugly expression. A moment later, the Verdant Rainbow Party was announced the winner of the match, and all the human players in the Crucible couldn't help but burst into excitement. This was the first time the human race had two parties entering the top 8. More importantly, both parties had the potential to win the championship. It was especially so for the Verdant Rainbow Party. In addition to Shi Feng, an expert who could defeat the Arbiter of Death, the party also had Gentle Snow, who could face Dead Soul in direct combat. With two key experts in the Verdant Rainbow Party, the party would have a much greater chance at victory when going up against parties with only one key expert. Verdant Rainbow was also excited by this situation, and she couldn't help but feel she had made the best decision in her life to recruit Zero Wings assistants. Subsequently, the championship progressed as everyone expected. In the championship's third round, both the Star Maiden Party and the Verdant Rainbow Party defeated their opponents with ease, progressing into the top 4 and making the human spectators ecstatic. In the last Continental Championship, not a single party from the human race managed to enter the top 8. This, in turn, led to the human race receiving less than 20% of the admission tickets for the Continental Championship. Now that two human parties had entered the top 4, the human race would receive 35% of the admission tickets for the next Continental Championship. If one of these parties could win the championship, the human race would occupy 40% of the admission tickets like the Holy Race did last time. This would allow more chosen ones from the human race to compete for the Crucible's legacies, expediting the growth of human players. Amidst the human spectators' excitement, the semifinals officially began. First match, Star Maiden Party versus Ink Crystal Party. All hail the Star Maiden. It seems the Star Maiden Party will be entering the finals this time. The humans lucked out this time. They went from not having anyone in the top 8 to having two parties in the top 4. When the Star Maiden Party entered the ring with the Ink Crystal Party, many Holy Race and Crystallian players couldn't help but grow envious. After all, outside of ranking first in the preliminaries, the Ink Crystal Party had no outstanding battles throughout the championship. Even the opponents it was matched against were relatively weak, with the strongest opponent being only a former top 8 party. Compared to the 3 other parties that had entered the top 4, the Ink Crystal Party's performance was inconspicuous. However, Shi Feng, Garuda, Rin, Dead Soul, and a few other experts thought differently about the matchup. They all wore serious expressions as they watched the Crystallian girl named Ink Crystal enter the ring. Chapter 3733, Chapter 807, Ink Crystal, Chapter 807, Ink Crystal. When the Star Maiden Party and the Ink Crystal Party appeared in the canyon designated as the battlefield for their match, Rin approached Garuda and curiously asked, "Who do you think will win?" The Star Maiden Party's performance thus far could only be described as outstanding. Elisa's ability to fully utilize her divine artifact's potential made her utterly invincible, and she single-handedly dominated all of her party's opponents. In contrast, whether it was Ink Crystal or the Ink Crystal Party, both had displayed unremarkable performances thus far. Yet, it was an undeniable fact that the girl named Ink Crystal gave off an extremely dangerous feeling, and she was likely to be a pseudo-6th-floor expert. "All I can say is that the little girl is very dangerous," Garuda answered after some thought. "The feeling I get from her is the same as when I am in front of the old people from my guild." "The old people from your guild?" Rin couldn't help but look at Ink Crystal's figure on the screen in surprise. "Doesn't that mean the Star Maiden is destined to lose?" The Thunder Empire, the guild Garuda belonged to, was one of the Holy Race's 10 strongest guilds. It was also among the 3 oldest royal powers among the Holy Race, and it was considerably well known even among the Crystallian race. Meanwhile, every one of the Thunder Empire's old monsters could strike fear into a royal power. They were all pseudo-6th-floor experts who had developed their own advanced gold holy arts. They had also developed their concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard and hence could utilize 100% of their divine artifacts' potential. "I wouldn't say that." After pondering for a moment, Garuda said, "Aside from having Tier 6 limit concentration, Elise has also learned a primordial god-ranked mana technique. Not to mention, that black book is essentially a copy of herself. Overall, I don't think she should be underestimated." Rin didn't refute Garuda's statement, finding it reasonable. Elisa's black book was extraordinary. It was even more powerful than the Sun Dynasty's Sunlight Blade. On the surface, it might seem like the black book only allowed her to create an extra version of herself. However, it should be noted that it was a doppelganger that was invulnerable and did not consume concentration to maintain. There were many doppelganger skills in God's domain, with some being able to create doppelgangers that could use all of the user's skills. Some of these skills could even create multiple such doppelgangers. However, while powerful, all of these doppelganger skills shared a flaw. They all required the user to split their attention to manipulate. This, in turn, placed a huge burden on the user's concentration and prevented them from perfectly manipulating their doppelgangers. However, the Star Maiden's Black Book was different. Besides being impervious to attacks, it could perfectly replicate Elise's spells without any active manipulation, essentially granting Elise a double-casting buff. While Rin was chatting with Garuda, the members of the Star Maiden Party and the Ink Crystal Party quickly maneuvered through the canyon. The canyon had a muddy, forested terrain, and there were cliffs all around. The environment also prevented players from flying, so the members of both parties could only travel on foot. However, as the canyon's cliffs provided a panoramic view, it only took a few minutes before a chaotic melee broke out. Unlike their party members though, Elise and Ink Crystal did not participate in the fight. Instead, they walked toward each other as their party members were embroiled in battle. "Aren't you going to help your party members?" Elise asked, wearing an indifferent expression as she looked at the Crystallian girl in front of her. Glancing at the 5-on-5 fight happening in the distance, Ink Crystal chuckled and said, "What about you? Aren't you worried your party members might not be a match for mine? If we are comparing combat standards, my party members are superior." Of Elise's 5 party members, only Phoenix Flame was at the unthinking realm. Although the other 4 were strong, they were only 5th floor experts who had learned a set of gold combat techniques. In comparison, Ink Crystal's party members consisted of 2 unthinking realm experts. Additionally, the 3 other members were slightly stronger than the 4 5th floor experts in Elise's party. Unless Elise intervened, it was almost certain her party members would lose. "I believe in their strength," Elise answered calmly. "Also, this is the ideal option for me. If I let you join the melee, my party's chances of winning will be slim." Although Elise did not speak loudly, everyone from the audience could hear her clearly, and many couldn't help but be surprised by her evaluation. They didn't think an expert like Elise would be so wary of Ink Crystal, so much so that she would assume her party would lose in a full-blown battle with the Ink Crystal party. However, before the spectators could recover from their surprise, Elise spoke once more. "I originally planned to swap opponents with the Verdant Rainbow Party again, but I decided against it after thinking about it," Elise stated. "Whether we swap or not, my party will still have to face you. Since everyone in the top 4 will get to enter the Crucible Central area, I might as well take you on first." "I wouldn't say your judgment is incorrect, but are you sure you can defeat me?" Ink Crystal asked with a smile. "Of course," Elise said as she turned to look at Phoenix Flame. Then, when she saw Phoenix Flame suddenly gaining a burst of strength and killing the Ink Crystal party's 2 unthinking realm experts in one move, she understood the time had come. "After all, I won't be fighting you alone." When the rankings for the preliminaries were announced, Elise only needed one look at Ink Crystal to understand the latter was an existence on par with Demon's Gate's old monsters. Hence, she grew vigilant of Ink Crystal, even more so than she was of Garuda and Rin. After all, she had watched Garuda's battles in the last championship, so she more or less knew what he was capable of. However, she knew nothing of Ink Crystal. The fact that Ink Crystal never met any decent opponents throughout the championship didn't help either. Fortunately, Phoenix Flame's strength improved significantly after she learned several legacies from the 6th Goddess Tablet. Although not as strong as experts like Rin and Garuda, she should be as strong as Gentle Snow after the latter had learned Fleeting Thunderclap. So long as Phoenix Flame could quickly eliminate Ink Crystal's 5 party members, Elise was confident they could work together to defeat Ink Crystal. While Elise spoke, Phoenix Flame charged at Ink Crystal in a straight line. Although the Ink Crystal party's 3 5th floor experts remained alive, she judged that her 4 other party members should be enough to deal with them. Hence, she decided to regroup with Elise to fight Ink Crystal ahead of time. "Very well," Ink Crystal nodded, smiling as she raised a hand. Immediately, the many trees in the surroundings were uprooted and lifted into the air. "Let's see if your words can hold true." Subsequently, before Elise could even react, Ink Crystal launched the hovering trees at Phoenix Flame. The trees struck one another as they flew across the air, transferring their speed and strength. This process repeated 15 times in the blink of an eye and resulted in the trees at the front achieving an attack speed that even Dead Soul, who spectated the match from outside the ring, had difficulty keeping up. "Dodge!" Elise instinctively shouted. Unfortunately, Elise's warning came too late. Before Phoenix Flame could react, over 100 accelerated trees bombarded her and erased her from the battlefield. Chapter 3734, Chapter 808, God Among Mortals, Chapter 808. God Among Mortals I Died? Phoenix Flame blinked in confusion when she was resurrected outside the ring. After using 9 revolutions, an advanced gold combat technique, to eliminate the Ink Crystal party's 2 unthinking realm experts, Phoenix Flame promptly executed Voidwalker, a gold body technique, to blend herself with the void as she closed in on Ink Crystal. While executing Voidwalker, both her speed and flexibility would increase dramatically. Although the main event's battlefield prevented players from flying, she could still move at incredible speeds. Additionally, the instant Phoenix Flame entered within 1,000 yards of Ink Crystal and saw the latter sending countless trees in her direction, she instinctively executed 9 revolutions again to defend herself. However, Phoenix Flame's defense was a complete joke in front of Ink Crystal's attacks. Although she managed to deflect the first tree to reach her, the second tree smashed straight into her body. Then, before she could react, she was already resurrected outside the ring. What incredible attack speed. It feels like her attack speed is at least 20 or 30% faster than Dead Soul's. Am I dreaming? Did she just combine 15 attacks into one? She even did the same for over 100 trees. Every participant in the Continental Championship was a chosen one of their respective race. Although most failed to perfectly grasp what happened, they could still more or less tell what Ink Crystal did. Not to mention, the strength combination technique Ink Crystal executed was a common technique known by virtually every player in God's domain. Regardless of race, the most basic offensive techniques employed by players in God's domain typically involved some form of combination attack. Meanwhile, every additional attack would increase the strength and speed of the combination attack, with the average expert in God's domain usually being able to combine 3 to 4 attacks and double their strength. For 5th floor experts, the best they could accomplish was a 13 attack combination, though the majority could only accomplish a 12 attack combination. Although it was possible to go beyond these numbers, every additional attack would increase the technique's complexity by a large margin. Even the various royal powers' old monsters would be fortunate if they could achieve a 15 attack combination. Yet, not only did Ink Crystal achieve a 15 attack combination, but she had also done so over 100 times simultaneously. Compared to Ink Crystal, the various royal powers' old monsters were nothing. How was she so strong? For the first time since the start of the Continental Championship, Rin and Dead Soul experienced fear. They never thought an implement manipulation technique could be utilized to such an extent. They also understood that if they were in Phoenix Flame's shoes, they too would most likely get killed in one move. When it came to mastery over techniques, Ink Crystal was in a completely different dimension. Meanwhile, Garuda also wore a solemn look as he gazed at Ink Crystal's figure on the screen, his clenched fists trembling out of fear and excitement. As for Verdant Rainbow and Deathwind, their mouths were agape with incredulity. Although Phoenix Flame was not on the level of experts like Rin and Dead Soul, her fight with the Ink Crystal Party's 2 unthinking realm experts still showed she possessed incredible strength. With the use of her advanced gold combat technique, she should have no trouble holding her ground against experts like Rin and Dead Soul for a considerable amount of time. Yet, Ink Crystal had crushed Phoenix Flame with a simple raise of her hand. Sure enough, she has reached the 6th floor standard. Unlike everyone else, Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised when he saw Ink Crystal eliminating Phoenix Flame so easily. He was merely confused as he looked at the Crystallian girl. In God's domain, players would often joke that those beneath Tier 6 were no different than ants. Meanwhile, a similar saying existed for the World Tower's trials. Those who couldn't reach the 6th floor were no different than ants. This was because before players reached the 6th floor standard, they would expend a lot of stamina and concentration when using advanced gold rank techniques. This held true even for pseudo 6th floor experts using their self-developed advanced gold rank techniques. While the cost of using self-developed techniques was lower, it wasn't negligible. However, once players reached the 6th floor standard, the cost of using advanced gold rank techniques would become negligible. In fact, they could achieve the standard of advanced gold rank techniques with their every move. Even so, this wasn't the most frightening aspect of 6th floor experts. What made 6th floor experts truly terrifying was their concentration. Although their concentration would remain at the Tier 6 limit standard, their concentration pool would become seemingly inexhaustible. For this reason, they could multitask to an unbelievable extent, such as exhibiting 100% of their combat standard via numerous doppelgangers. This was also why 6th floor experts were regarded as gods among mortals. It was impossible for players beneath the 6th floor standard to stand up against them, but the birth of every 6th floor expert is earth-shattering news. Even if she's a Crystallian player, I should have heard of her, not to mention she is already a 6th floor expert despite being so young. She should be a prime target of attention for the 7 Luminaries Alliance. There's no way there would be zero information on her. Shi Feng was puzzled as he looked at Ink Crystal's incredibly young visage. Every 6th floor expert was the foundation of their race. In Shi Feng's previous life, the primary reason the human race was inferior to the holy race was that the human race had fewer 6th floor experts than the holy race. This, in turn, forced the human race to limit their operations to only a corner of the Eternal Realm, unable to uncover its hidden secrets. The situation was so bad that the various human powers never even learned the whereabouts of the Crystallian race's continent. The Crystallian race didn't fare much better. Back then, the holy race had grown so powerful that the Crystallian race couldn't even afford to face them directly. It was especially so when it came to their younger generation. However, that was only because Ink Crystal wasn't among the Crystallians' younger generation. Had a teenage 6th floor expert like Ink Crystal appeared, the holy race's chosen ones would have become a joke. Yet, Shi Feng had never heard of a monster like Ink Crystal in his previous life. This was a truly confusing situation. If a 6th floor expert appeared in the current Eternal Realm, it would instantly create a gap that could not be bridged with numbers alone. Under Ink Crystal's lead, the Crystallians could take over the Eternal Realm with ease. Inside the forested canyon, it seems she isn't as strong as you described, Ink Crystal said after erasing Phoenix Flame's existence. Then, she returned her gaze to Elise and continued, "Alright, it's only you and me now. Chapter 3735, Chapter 809, Twofold Primordial God, Ranked Mana Technique, Chapter 809, Twofold Primordial God, Ranked Mana Technique, Manifold Execution? You've reached that realm already?" Elise's expression grew solemn as she looked at Ink Crystal, behaving like she was looking at some kind of monster. Although she spoke like she was asking a question, her tone was that of shock rather than questioning. It seems you know a lot. Ink Crystal did not answer Elise's question. Instead, she leisurely walked up to Elise and said, "Since you know I've reached that realm already, you should know that whether it is the holy race or the human race, neither has any hope of defeating me. Naturally, the champion's reward will be mine." However, Elise suddenly chuckled when she heard Ink Crystal's words. "So what if you've reached that realm?" Elise said. Then, she opened the black book she wielded and smiled, saying, "I initially thought Garuda was the only person I needed to take seriously in this championship. I didn't think you would be the first opponent I would take seriously." As soon as Elise finished speaking, the aura she exuded skyrocketed in intensity. Simultaneously, over a dozen meteorites appeared above the battlefield, blotting out the sky and creating an apocalyptic scene. This scene stunned everyone spectating the match. They never thought such a development would occur in this match. Not only did a monster like Ink Crystal appear, but even Elise, whose party only made it into the top 16 in the last championship, had become a monster that everyone present could only look up to in awe. How was this possible? Rin was dumbfounded when she saw the meteorites above the battlefield. When Rin previously fought Elise, the latter had obliterated her using Star Destroyer. Hence, she knew exactly how powerful the skill was. Originally, Rin thought that Star Destroyer should be Elise's strongest move, but what was going on right now? At this time, Ink Crystal was similarly surprised to see the meteorites Elise summoned. "Have you also reached the 6th floor standard?" Ink Crystal asked, surprise coloring her face. Star Destroyer was a profound skill that came with Elise's divine weapon. Under normal circumstances, players shouldn't be able to use multiple instances of a profound skill. Only players who had reached the 6th floor standard should be able to do so. This was also one of the reasons 6th floor experts could crush those beneath the 6th floor standard. However, out of everyone watching the match, nobody was more surprised than Shi Feng right now. What is going on? Shi Feng couldn't help but feel the entire world had become foreign to him as he looked at Elise. As far as Shi Feng could recall, the human race had only started to give birth to 6th floor experts after the war between the human race and the holy race began. In fact, even the holy race, as mighty as they were, did not have any 6th floor experts before the war. Yet now, not only had an absurdly young 6th floor expert like Ink Crystal appeared among the Crystallian race, but even Elise had reached the 6th floor standard already. This was simply unbelievable. Madness. This is madness. I must be dreaming. How are the Crystallians and humans younger generations so strong? Meanwhile, amidst the spectators' silence and ravings, the dozen or so meteorites descended toward Ink Crystal. The power the meteorites exuded was so overbearing that even players outside the ring knew evasion was not an option. The meteorites would most certainly obliterate the entire battlefield, and they were no longer a force that individual players could hope to stop by themselves. However, Ink Crystal did not panic. Instead, she calmly stared at the descending meteorites as the cane she wielded emitted a dark green glow. Immediately afterward, countless massive vines emerged from the ground and attacked the meteorites. Boom, 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 boom. As the meteorites and vines collided, deafening sounds of explosions and devastating shockwaves spread across the battlefield. The entire canyon map crumbled, and the falling debris crushed Elise's and Ink Crystal's remaining party members. When the dust settled on the battlefield, the spectators subconsciously gasped when they saw Elise and Ink Crystal again. At this time, the two could be seen standing in the middle of a desolate wasteland. What used to be a forested canyon was now a barren desert with mending spatial fissures in the background. Although many parties had performed beyond expectations thus far, their performances were still within everyone's acceptance range. However, that was not the case for the battle between Elise and Ink Crystal. Their battle could no longer be considered a battle between players, or, more specifically, it couldn't be considered a battle between mortals. Instead, it looked more like a battle between gods, and even experts like the Earthen Princess would likely die from just the shockwaves of this battle. Meanwhile, after Elise was done unleashing her barrage of Star Destroyers, her complexion turned slightly pale, and drops of sweat flowed down from her forehead. It was obvious the move had taken a significant toll on her concentration. In contrast, Ink Crystal looked no different than before, and it did not look like she had exerted herself in defending against Elise's attack. "Although I don't know what method you used, it doesn't seem like you've truly reached the 6th floor standard," Ink Crystal calmly stated as she looked at the bottomless craters surrounding her. "If this is all you've got, your defeat is inevitable." Ink Crystal's words shocked the spectators. What did she just say? Elise still hasn't reached that realm despite being so strong. When the spectators saw Elise's strength, many felt that she had already reached the rumored 6th floor standard. Yet, according to Ink Crystal, that didn't seem to be the case. "It is true that I have yet to reach the 6th floor standard. I can temporarily reach it only with the power of the Black Book," Elise frankly admitted with a smile. "However, even if my expenditure is greater, which one of us will emerge victorious remains to be seen." After saying so, Elise raised her Black Book and created a twofold magic array covering the entire battlefield. As soon as she did so, her complexion turned deathly pale, a sign that she had pushed her concentration to its limits. Meanwhile, when the twofold magic array appeared, Shi Feng, who was seated outside the ring, couldn't help but be shocked. Obsidian, Shi Feng shouted in his mind when he saw the twofold magic array above the battlefield. He never thought Elise would have such a trump card hidden. Obsidian was a primordial god-ranked mana technique. It was also one of the legacies recorded in the 6th Goddess Tablet. The mana technique allowed players to reproduce any skill or spell they had recently used, and this included the profound skills of divine artifacts. However, the stronger the skill or spell, the more difficult it would be to reproduce. Normally, it would already be challenging to reproduce a divine artifact's skills, let alone do it twice simultaneously. Subsequently, apocalyptic meteorites appeared above the battlefield once more. This time, though, their numbers had doubled. Chapter 3736, Chapter 810, Frightening Ink Crystal. Chapter 810, Frightening Ink Crystal. How can she use that move again so soon? Rin was at a loss for words when she saw the meteorites that covered the sky. It was commonly known that while the profound skills of divine artifacts were powerful, they all had long cooldowns. This could be regarded as a restriction imposed on divine artifacts. Originally, Rin had already found it astonishing that Elise could multicast her divine artifact's profound skill. With such an ability, Elise could easily destroy a holy city and influence the outcome of a war by herself. Yet, as if that wasn't enough, Elise could seemingly bypass the cooldown of her divine artifact's profound skill and double the number of instances she used. Is she really the Elise that I know? At this time, even Verdant Rainbow, who was relatively familiar with Elise, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She never thought Elise was strong to such an extent. Now, not even Demon's Gate's old monsters could hold a candle to Elise, let alone those from the human race's younger generation. Aside from basic attributes, what made divine artifacts powerful was their profound skills. They were typically stronger than the Tier 6 skills and spells of players. However, due to the rarity of divine artifacts, players tended to use their divine artifacts' profound skills with caution. This was because profound skills had very long cooldowns. Players could often only use each profound skill once per battle. Even so, one use of a profound skill was usually enough to turn the tide of battle. Hence, Verdant Rainbow found it unbelievable that Elise could go against common sense and use her divine artifact's profound skill without cooldown. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng saw Elise using a twofold obsidian, realization dawned upon him. He was previously confused about why Elise would use Star Destroyer as soon as her fight with Ink Crystal began. Now, he finally understood why she had done so. Although Elise could artificially raise her combat standard to the 6th floor standard, she would be courting death if she tried to compete with a bona fide 6th floor expert in combat standards. Hence, she could only rely on the profound skills of her divine artifacts to achieve victory. Meanwhile, in a situation where both sides had 2 divine artifacts and could utilize them to their fullest extent, whether Elise could exhaust Ink Crystal's arsenal of profound skills became critical. If Elise succeeded, even Ink Crystal would have difficulty resisting the full might of a divine artifact. After all, not everyone would have learned a technique like Obsidian. If Ink Crystal was caught off guard, she would likely get killed. Try to block this if you can, Elise shouted as she raised her hand and called the meteorites in the sky down on Ink Crystal. Meanwhile, Ink Crystal's situation was as Elise expected. Previously, Ink Crystal had exhausted Blooming Thorn to defend against Elise's Star Destroyer. Blooming Thorn was the only super large-scale destruction profound skill attached to the cane, and it had a long cooldown of 1 hour. Although she still had other profound skills available, none could match the scale and power of Elise's Star Destroyer. However, even as the 30-plus meteorites were about to make contact, Ink Crystal did not panic. Calmly, she released her cane, letting it fall and submerge into the ground. Then, in the blink of an eye, spears made of vines emerged from the ground, forming several protective layers around Ink Crystal. Subsequently, space across the battlefield distorted, and every meteorite that crashed into the vine barriers was deflected to the surroundings. Divine Wheel? Impossible. How did she learn it? When Rin and Dead Soul saw the spatial distortion induced by the vine barriers, their eyes bulged and nearly popped out of their sockets. Gold-ranked implement manipulation techniques were relatively common in the Crystallian race's Greater Gods domain. However, when it came to defense-type gold implement manipulation techniques, only one could be considered to have reached the peak standard Divine Wheel. It was also the only peak gold implement manipulation technique made publicly available for all Crystallian players to learn by the Crystallian race's sacred land. However, although many years had passed since Divine Wheel was made publicly available, not a single player had learned it. Because of this, many regarded it as a technique that could not be learned. Before Rin and Dead Soul could snap out of their daze, Ink Crystal's vine barriers had already deflected all of Elise's meteorites. Immediately afterward, the vine spears making up the vine barriers rose into the air and lingered around Ink Crystal for a moment. Then, they scattered to the surroundings at lightning speed, stirring up a storm that was as powerful as Elise's Star Destroyer. Boom. A deafening thunder echoed across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the land split into thousands of pieces, and these pieces quietly hovered in the dark void that was now the battlefield. As for Elise, she had already appeared outside the ring before anyone realized it. The Star Maiden lost? Just like that? Incredible. That girl is an absolute monster. The storm created by those vines has definitely reached the standard of peak gold implement manipulation techniques. Is she really only in her teens? How can someone so young learn 2 peak gold implement manipulation techniques already? Many among the spectators were in disbelief when they saw the devastated battlefield and the defeated Star Maiden. In God's domain, very few players could successfully learn peak gold-ranked techniques. Those who managed to do so were typically old monsters who were centuries old. Yet, despite being in her teens, Ink Crystal had not only reached the legendary 6th floor standard, but she had also learned 2 peak gold-ranked techniques. A short moment after everyone was immersed in shock, though, the Crystallian players suddenly started to cheer in celebration. Previously, many Crystallian spectators were devastated when they saw Rin and Dead Soul getting defeated by humans. Some even fell into despair, thinking they had fallen to the bottom of the 3 races. But now, because of Ink Crystal, the Crystallian race would become the undisputed champion among the 3 races. In front of Ink Crystal, the likes of Garuda and Elise were nothing but jokes. All hail our goddess Ink Crystal, our race will become the champion this time. Just this time? Don't you mean this time and for many years to come? Have you forgotten that our goddess is only in her teens? Indeed, even if the Holy Race's Divine Fist is strong, I doubt he is much stronger than the Star Maiden. The same goes for Black Flame, the guy who defeated Dead Soul. Not to mention, both Garuda and Black Flame are much older than our goddess Ink Crystal. The gap between them will only grow bigger in the future. At this time, whether it was the Crystallian participants or spectators, they all wore looks of excitement and worship as they stared at Ink Crystal's calm visage. Although not clearly stated on the admission tickets, the 3 races had tacitly agreed to send only experts under the age of 35 to participate in the Continental Championship. With the Crucible of the Ancients being the home to countless powerful legacies, so long as Ink Crystal could keep winning the Continental Championship and letting the Crystallian race secure the most admission tickets out of the 3 races, it would only be a matter of time before the Crystallian race became the strongest out of the 3 races. Unlike the Crystallian players, the Holy Race and human players in the Crucible wore ugly expressions on their faces. They never thought Ink Crystal would be so terrifyingly strong, so much so that they couldn't help but suspect she was an old monster in disguise. With her existence, it wouldn't even be strange if the Eternal Realm fell into the hands of the Crystallian race in the future, let alone the Crucible of the Ancients. While everyone in the Crucible was engaged in a heated discussion, the second match of the semifinals was announced. Next up will be the semifinals' second match. May the Divine Fist Party and the Verdant Rainbow Party enter the ring. Chapter 3737, Chapter 811, Battling the Divine Fist Party. Chapter 811, Battling the Divine Fist Party. When the Divine Fist Party and Verdant Rainbow Party members entered the ring, a sympathetic discussion began among the spectators. How unfortunate. Although the Divine Fist Party won the last championship, it's destined to win only second place this time. Personally, I think the Star Maiden Party is even unluckier. The party is clearly qualified to compete for second place, yet it encountered Ink Crystal in the semifinals. I know, right? If the Star Maiden Party had not swapped opponents with the Verdant Rainbow Party earlier on, it could have very well finished in second place, receiving significantly better rewards. Indeed, I wanted to see the Star Maiden Party fight the Divine Fist Party. The intensity of the fight should be equal to the fight with the Ink Crystal Party. Many spectators were still immersed in the previous match. They all sympathized with the Star Maiden Party's situation. As for the semifinals' second match, nobody really thought about it. After all, the previous match was so exciting and intense that it was difficult for anyone to recover in a short time. Outside the ring, Your Highness, Black Flame has profited off us greatly this time, Phoenix Flame said as she begrudgingly watched Shi Feng enter the ring with his party. If the Star Maiden Party hadn't swapped opponents with the Verdant Rainbow Party, it could have secured second place in the championship at the very least. Yet now, it could only settle for a spot in the top 4. In contrast, not only did the Verdant Rainbow Party get to avoid a fight with the Earthen Princess Party and enter the top 4 with ease, but Gentle Snow also learned a legacy from the 6th Goddess Tablet. I wouldn't necessarily say that, Elise said as she glanced at Garuda's figure in the ring. Garuda is the former champion. He must have received an extraordinary reward from the Crucible, so even I can't confidently say I can defeat him in my current state. Let's just hope they don't lose too miserably, otherwise we really will be made fun of for swapping opponents. Phoenix Flame agreed with Elise that the Divine Fist Party shouldn't be underestimated. It was also why they decided to take the risk and face the Ink Crystal Party first. Meanwhile, at the spectator stands, Commander Azure, do you think Guild Leader Black Flame's party can win? Frostraven asked, her eyes glimmering with expectation when she saw Shi Feng's party entering the ring. Although she knew the human race could no longer win the Continental Championship this time, she still couldn't help but be excited to see Shi Feng, a fellow swordsman, leading his party into the top 4. The swordsman class did not excel in strength like berserkers or agility like assassins. Because of this, the class was heavily disadvantaged when fighting Holy Race players who were strong in all physical aspects and Crystallian players who excelled in attack speed. Yet, Shi Feng still managed to defeat Daystar and Dead Soul, the former being the Holy Race's Arbiter of Death and the latter being the player with the fastest attack speed among the Crystallian race's representatives. How could Frost Raven not get excited after seeing these accomplishments? I can't say for sure, but I don't think the odds favor them, Azure Dragon said, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes as he looked at Garuda's figure on the screen. Garuda is the former champion and superior to Rin when it comes to individual strength. It's been some time since the last championship, so he should have already digested the legacy he acquired from the Crucible's central area and become much stronger. Although Black Flame managed to defeat the Arbiter of Death and the Dragon Hammer, I wouldn't put my money on him beating Garuda one-on-one. Right now, I think the Verdant Rainbow Party's only option to win is to eliminate Garuda's party members before they can regroup. Otherwise, if Garuda is allowed to regroup with even a couple of his party members, the Verdant Rainbow Party's chances will plummet. After all, Garuda isn't the only strong player in the Divine Fist Party this time. After saying so, Azure Dragon shifted his attention toward a female Holy Race player with an icy expression. This player was none other than Extreme Feather, who had encountered Shi Feng before. Compared to the other participants, Azure Dragon had a much better understanding of Extreme Feather's capabilities. This was because he had fought her in an ancient ruin in the southern region and near the western continent. At the time, Azure Dragon's party consisted of the Order of 12's great commander and 5 of the Order's commanders, himself included. Their party had encountered and fought Extreme Feather when she was alone. Yet, despite their numerical advantage, they lost. Not only that, but Extreme Feather had also slain 4 of the Order's commanders while suppressing the great commander. The fight's outcome was so humiliating that everyone in the party agreed to keep the matter a secret. Hence, none of the other members of the Order of 12 knew about it. Moreover, it should be known that Extreme Feather had not been using the 2 divine artifact-ranked moonglaves she was currently using. Now that she was equipped with 2 divine weapons, she was definitely much stronger than when Azure Dragon faced her in the ancient ruin. Even if she wasn't as strong as the Divine Fist, she should not be weaker than Dead Soul or Rin. While Azure Dragon was watching Extreme Feather maneuver her way around a stone maze, she suddenly paused and turned toward a particular direction, looking like she had detected something. A moment later, she transformed into a streak of light as she advanced toward a corner of the maze, her speed so fast that it amazed even experts who had learned gold body techniques. How fast? What kind of movement speed is this? It's practically as fast as my attack speed. The spectators watching Extreme Feather were shocked by her movement speed. Extreme Feather moved like she was using instantaneous movement, covering several hundred yards in the blink of an eye. Nobody could even begin to imagine how terrifying she could be if she paired this movement speed with her moonglaves, weapons known for having a high attack speed. Meanwhile, after Extreme Feather sped down a corridor and turned a corner in the stone maze, she stopped a short distance in front of a human swordsman. The human swordsman was none other than Shi Feng. So it's you. Extreme Feather's icy expression became several degrees colder as she looked at Shi Feng, who stood less than 100 yards away. You might have gotten lucky and escaped after looting the treasury last time, but you won't be as lucky this time. Outside the ring, Azure Dragon was greatly shocked when he heard Extreme Feather's words. He hadn't thought Shi Feng had encountered and clashed with Extreme Feather long ago. Moreover, it sounded like Shi Feng had emerged victorious in their clash. Meanwhile, as soon as Extreme Feather finished speaking, she charged Shi Feng, leaving a trail of light, her moonglaves poised to strike. A moment later, several hundred glowing blades appeared around Shi Feng, the display of attack speed giving Dead Soul goosebumps as he spectated from outside the ring. Damn it! Another advanced gold holy art? How many of these monsters are there? Dead Soul suddenly felt old as he looked at Extreme Feather's elusive figure. In the last Continental Championship, Garuda was the only participant who had learned an advanced gold rank technique. Yet, in this season, aside from Ink Crystal, who had learned a peak gold implement manipulation technique 1, the human race's Gentle Snow had also learned an advanced gold combat technique, while the Divine Fist Party's Extreme Feather had learned an advanced gold holy art. All of a sudden, it felt like advanced gold rank techniques were now available wholesale. Chapter 3738, Chapter 812, Half-Step Mortal God, Chapter 812, Half-Step Mortal God, as expected of the Angel of Death. Shi Feng smiled when he saw the several hundred glowing blades attacking him from all directions. It's a pity this move is useless against me. Suddenly, Shi Feng vanished, and over 50 phantom bodies appeared behind the congregating blades. The phantom bodies looked incredibly realistic, and it was impossible to distinguish Shi Feng's real body from them. Impossible. Extreme Feather was dumbfounded as she looked at Shi Feng's scattering phantom bodies. She couldn't believe that Shi Feng managed to evade all her attacks. The holy art she just used was Void Body. It was considered top tier, even among advanced gold holy arts. The technique involved strengthening her body with holy aura to better integrate with the surrounding space. This, in turn, allowed her to achieve incredible speeds, which consequently increased the power she could exhibit. When she paired Void Body with the Thunderclap Moonglaves, the divine weapons she wielded, she was confident she could kill even Dead Soul in one exchange. Yet, the hundreds of attacks she had just executed failed to even graze the edge of Shi Feng's equipment. Or, at this time, the spectators were similarly surprised and confused by this development. When did he become so fast? Moon Demon and Holy Blood were in disbelief when their eyes failed to keep up with Shi Feng's movements. Was he still hiding his strength when we fought? Previously, Shi Feng had to rely on his law projection to kill them. Even in his fight with Dead Soul, Shi Feng still needed to rely on his law projection to defeat the Dragon Hammer despite having Gentle Snow's assistance. So, what in the world was happening right now? Currently, simply looking at the speed Shi Feng was achieving with his body technique was enough to instill a feeling of helplessness in Moon Demon and Holy Blood. Besides Moon Demon and Holy Blood, Dead Soul similarly couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw Shi Feng's speed. All the after-images Shi Feng created were indistinguishable from the real deal. It wouldn't matter if Dead Soul's attack speed remained superior in such a situation. If he failed to locate the real Shi Feng and attacked an after-image, he would have exerted himself for nothing and become open to attacks. If comparing threat levels, Shi Feng's movement speed was greater than even Gentle Snow's fleeting Thunderclap. What Moon Demon, Holy Blood, and Dead Soul didn't know was that Flowing Space was a peak gold body technique developed by the Goddess of Space. Even though Shi Feng was only executing the technique's second level, Phantom Body, it could already rival advanced gold body techniques in speed. Additionally, although Extreme Feather had 2 divine weapons equipped, it should be known that Shi Feng's basic attributes were currently on par with that of a level 190, tier 6 player equipped with 3 divine artifacts. So, even though Extreme Feather had 2 divine weapons equipped, she would still have difficulty landing any attacks on him. After all, even small differences in basic attributes could lead to significant differences in the effects that combat techniques of the same rank could achieve, let alone a difference in 1 divine artifact's worth of basic attributes. Before Extreme Feather could create some distance between them, Shi Feng unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and Winter of Eternal Night. Subsequently, the 2 swords transformed into countless dazzling stars that followed Shi Feng's phantom bodies across the maze corridor. Gold Combat Technique, Swords Orbit. Gold Combat Technique, Flowing Space's Phantom Body. The simultaneous use of 2 gold combat techniques. This was something Shi Feng could only accomplish after his base concentration had reached the Tier 6 peak standard. Although Swords Orbit was only a basic gold combat technique, when paired with the extraordinary Flowing Space, it could rival offense-type advanced gold combat techniques. Although Extreme Feather did her best to defend against the countless sword lights that filled the maze corridor, she failed to block them all. In less than 3 seconds, her HP zeroed out, and she died. She got killed? Just like that? How is Black Flame so strong? Many spectators were stunned when they saw Extreme Feather getting eliminated. Phoenix Flame, who had been paying close attention to Shi Feng, was especially shocked. Extreme Feather's performance was in no way inferior to Dead Soul's and Rin's. In Phoenix Flame's opinion, if Shi Feng had to work together with Gentle Snow to eliminate Dead Soul, he should not stand a chance against Extreme Feather by himself. Yet Shi Feng had defied expectations and eliminated Extreme Feather. Moreover, he had accomplished it so quickly that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was nearly as strong as Elise. After all, although Shi Feng's performance was not as spectacular as Elise's, he still managed to eliminate an expert of Rin's caliber in a very short time. Meanwhile, following Extreme Feather's defeat, many spectators started to take an interest in the match that they previously thought would be uneventful. As the former champion, there was no doubt Garuda was stronger than Rin and Dead Soul. If Shi Feng's strength was limited such that he could only defeat an expert like Dead Soul by relying on his law projection and Gentle Snow's assistance, the Verdant Rainbow Party would definitely lose. However, if Garuda had to fight 2 experts of Rin's caliber simultaneously, the outcome would become uncertain. While the spectators were discussing the match's outcome, Gentle Snow, Verdant Rainbow, Fervent Samsara, Heavy Abyss, and Deathwind had successfully regrouped and encountered the 4-armed Garuda in one of the maze's halls. What the fuck? Can Black Flame get any luckier? Phoenix Flame subconsciously cursed out loud when she saw the latest development shown on the screen. Currently, in addition to Gentle Snow's group encountering Garuda by himself, Shi Feng was also within 3,000 yards of them. Once Gentle Snow's group engaged Garuda in battle, the commotion generated would definitely catch Shi Feng's notice. With Shi Feng's monstrous speed, it wouldn't take him more than a couple of seconds to reach the battlefield. At that time, Garuda would have to face the entire Verdant Rainbow Party by himself. In such a situation, the Divine Fist's chances of victory would be slim. After all, Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow were not pushovers. Gentle Snow was strong enough to hold her ground against Dead Soul, while Verdant Rainbow could rely on her divine weapon to attack Garuda from range. If an expert like Verdant Rainbow attacked with all her might, not even Garuda could afford to ignore her attacks. However, contrary to Phoenix Flame's expectations, Garuda remained calm despite facing Gentle Snow's group of 5. "Your luck truly is rotten to encounter me first," Garuda said as he leisurely stood up. He did not put his guard up in the slightest. Behaving like Gentle Snow's group was akin to a small pack of harmless monsters. Don't get so full of yourself, Garuda. There are 5 of us here. Even if you were stronger than Rin, you won't have an easy time defeating us, Deathwind said, sneering. Don't get careless. He is definitely stronger than he was in the last championship, Verdant Rainbow said as she glared at Deathwind. Although she somewhat agreed with what Deathwind said, she doubted the 5 of them could defeat the player regarded as the #1 expert in the last Continental Championship. At the very least, it wouldn't be an easy victory. If any of you were as strong as Elise, I might have taken you more seriously. Looking at Deathwind, Garuda said coldly, but none of you are, so don't talk yourselves up so much. As soon as Garuda finished speaking, a giant phantom over 1,000 meters tall appeared around him. The phantom had 100 arms, and it radiated an aura as strong as that of an ancient saint. Meanwhile, the moment the 100-armed giant appeared, a look of surprise flashed in the eyes of both Elise and Ink Crystal. A half-step mortal god, Chapter 3739, Chapter 813, Black Flame and Garuda, Chapter 813, Black Flame and Garuda. Is this Garuda's trademark move, Myriad Fists? What a powerful phantom. It's more than twice as big as it was in the last championship. Its aura is also nearly as strong as a bona fide ancient saint. Wait, this can't be Garuda's self-developed Myriad Fists. Shouldn't it only be at the Gold Holy Art standard? This phantom's aura can already rival that of ancient saints. It should be at the advanced Gold Holy Art standard at the very least. Many spectators who had watched Garuda in the last Continental Championship were shocked when they saw the 1,000-meter-tall phantom. It was especially so for those from the Holy Race. This was because the phantom Garuda summoned last time didn't even reach 500 meters. They hadn't expected Garuda to improve so much since the last championship. There was a huge disparity between basic and advanced Gold Holy Arts. Among the Holy Race's royal powers, players who could grasp basic Gold Holy Arts would only be treated as a chosen one and nothing more. However, for players who could grasp advanced Gold Holy Arts, the various royal powers would treat them as future guild leaders. As for players who could develop their own advanced Gold Holy Art, not even the Holy Race's royal powers would dare to think of having any such players. Learning someone else's technique and developing one's own technique might ultimately lead to one learning a technique, but there was a qualitative difference between the two processes. When one learned another person's technique, one could, at most, execute it normally. However, when executing a self-developed technique, in addition to being able to execute it normally, one could also reduce one's stamina and concentration expenditure to a great extent. Given an expert who could only use an advanced Gold Holy Art 2 or 3 times, and an expert who could use it over a dozen times, the result of a clash between the two was obvious. In fact, it wouldn't even be strange if an expert who managed to develop their own advanced Gold Holy Art could simultaneously fight 2 or 3 experts who had only learned another person's advanced Gold Holy Art. While the other spectators were shocked by Garuda's self-developed advanced Gold Holy Art, Phoenix Flame looked at Elise in astonishment. Your Highness, did you say he is a half-step mortal god? When Phoenix Flame overheard Elise's mutterings, she couldn't help but doubt her ears. Yes, he has indeed reached that step already, Elise said solemnly. He's actually reached it ahead of you? Could he have acquired a legacy superior to the 6th Goddess Tablet? Phoenix Flame couldn't help but turn to look at Garuda's figure on the screen in shock. As Elise's close confidant and student, Phoenix Flame knew what it meant to be a half-step mortal god. It was a term used to refer to players close to becoming a 6th floor expert, also known as a mortal god. To be considered a half-step mortal god, players would need to fulfill 2 requirements: develop their own advanced gold-ranked technique and raise their concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard. In reality, once players reached the standard of a half-step mortal god, their ascension into a mortal god was virtually guaranteed. All they needed to do was have their concentration undergo metamorphosis to be able to apply manifold execution. However, unlike Ink Crystal, whose background was shrouded in mystery, Garuda had participated in the previous Continental Championship. Hence, there was detailed information available on him. In the last championship, Garuda's concentration standard was the same as Elise's. Both were at the Tier 6 advanced standard. Even the holy art he developed barely reached the gold standard and was nowhere near the advanced gold standard. Although Elise managed to advance her concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard before the current Continental Championship, she only managed it because of the 6th Goddess Tablet. Phoenix Flame found it hard to imagine Garuda could achieve such rapid growth in his concentration without the 6th Goddess Tablet. She also doubted he could get his hands on a legacy similar to the 6th Goddess Tablet. After all, the Goddess of Space was a first-class existence, even among primordial gods. Obtaining the legacy of such an existence would not be an easy task. Not to mention, Garuda had improved his self-developed holy art to the advanced gold standard in such a short period. Compared to his concentration development, this was an even more incredible accomplishment. It's not out of the question. Don't forget that he got to enter the Crucible's central area as the former champion, Elise said calmly. Phoenix Flame agreed with Elise's explanation. Across the entire Eternal Realm, the Crucible of the Ancients was currently the only known location that could potentially have primordial god legacies. So, it was entirely plausible for Garuda to acquire a legacy surpassing that of the goddess of space in the Crucible's central area. While Phoenix Flame was feeling upset that she wouldn't get to access the legacies in the Crucible's central area once again, Gentle Snow's group of 5 suddenly appeared outside the ring. Evidently, all 5 of them were killed by Garuda. Moreover, they didn't even manage to waste Garuda's concentration and stamina, let alone buy time for Shi Feng to meet up with them. Damn it! Is he a monster? When Verdant Rainbow saw Garuda's calm expression on the screen, she couldn't help but feel vexed. After sensing the presence of Garuda's giant, Shi Feng swiftly moved to regroup with them and was currently already within 1,000 yards of their location. They could have fought Garuda as a full party had they managed to buy themselves even a few seconds. Yet, despite having a 5-on-1 advantage, they failed to survive even one move against Garuda. In only an instant, Garuda's phantom had thrown 100 punches, each stronger than the third strike of Gentle Snow's fleeting thunderclap. As a result, Gentle Snow only managed to block 3 punches before she died, while everyone else turned into ashes without blocking a single punch. Fools. Just because you defeated a couple of ordinary chosen ones of the holy race, you think you can win against the Divine Fist Party, against Lord Garuda? When Extreme Feather saw the ugly expressions on Verdant Rainbow's group, her depressed mood vanished. Her beautiful eyes even started to sparkle when she saw Shi Feng stepping into the same hall as Garuda. Even if you defeated me, what can you do against Lord Garuda, a half-step mortal god? This was the Divine Fist Party's greatest trump card to win the Continental Championship this time. Garuda's strength had already reached a realm the average chosen one could not hope to reach. Inside the maze, you are the only one left. You are quite strong, seeing as you managed to eliminate Extreme Feather and the others, Garuda said calmly as he watched Shi Feng enter the hall from an entrance different from Verdant Rainbow's group. But this is as far as your party can advance. After saying so, Garuda materialized his phantom once more and bombarded Shi Feng with 100 punches. A half-step mortal god? Shi Feng was momentarily stunned when he saw the phantom attacking him. However, his instincts kicked in, and he promptly cast his pseudo-goddess law projection before executing Sword's orbit. Chapter 3740, Chapter 814, Purgatory Phantom Garb, Chapter 814, Purgatory Phantom Garb. The instant Shi Feng's pseudo-goddess law projection appeared, space within the hall became sluggish, and Garuda's punches faced greater resistance. This, in turn, caused his lightning-quick punches to slow down considerably. Immediately afterward, the dazzling sword lights of Shi Feng's sword's orbit struck Garuda's fists. Boom, 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 boom. The clash between fists and sword lights lasted several seconds, and the outcome shocked the spectators outside. He blocked them? Phoenix Flame couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Shi Feng still standing in the hall. It should be known that Garuda's myriad fists had already reached the advanced gold holy art standard. Each of his punches should carry nearly 100% of his strength. Additionally, they possess speed that could overwhelm even Gentle Snow after just 3 hits. Yet, despite using only a gold-ranked sword technique, Shi Feng blocked Garuda's myriad fists completely. He had even done so without losing a single HP. Besides Phoenix Flame, the other spectators were similarly astonished. How is this guy so strong? He's actually matching Garuda. Crap. What is going on with the humans this season? First the Star Maiden, and now Black Flame? Are the humans on the rise? Luck. It's all luck, I say. Lord Garuda is a half-step mortal god. There's no way a human who hasn't even reached the unthinking realm can compete with Lord Garuda. A heated discussion erupted among the spectators. Originally, when everyone saw Garuda displaying his strength as a half-step mortal god, they thought the match would conclude uneventfully. They didn't expect another monstrous expert to emerge from the human race. How did he become so strong? Chalk Splendor looked dumbfounded as he stood outside the ring. That's the Divine Fist's myriad fists. Chalk Splendor had a much better understanding of Shi Feng than the other players present. The first time they met, Shi Feng was merely a taboo-level existence who could barely withstand the might of the Sunlight Blade's sunlight body. If not for Verdant Rainbow's assistance, Shi Feng would have eventually collapsed from exhaustion. At the time, Shi Feng's overall strength was, at best, at the average standard of the various royal powers' holy children. Although Chalk Splendor was astonished when Shi Feng defeated his elder sister Daystar, he could still more or less accept the outcome. After all, Shi Feng had won by a very small margin and heavily relied on the 6 level 200 tier 6 war goddesses he summoned. If it weren't for the war goddesses, Daystar's undead army could have easily worn out and killed Shi Feng. Now though, Chalk Splendor was truly dumbfounded. Although Garuda was also regarded as a holy child, he couldn't be put on the same level as the other holy children from the holy race's royal powers. This was because he was the undisputed #1 expert among the holy race's younger generation. Even Daystar and her dazzling accomplishments could not hope to hold a candle to him. Moreover, that was before Garuda had reached the half-step mortal god standard. Black Flame's law projection is incredibly powerful. It is much stronger than even my dual advanced law projection, Daystar explained when she saw her little brother's look of surprise. His basic attributes are also astonishingly high. Despite not having any divine artifacts, He has the basic attributes of a level 190 expert equipped with 3 divine artifacts. In comparison, Garuda only has 2 divine artifacts. His law projection is also at the same standard as mine. Even if Garuda's myriad fists has reached the advanced gold standard, it's unsurprising that Black Flame can neutralize the technique with such advantages. Doesn't that mean Garuda can't do anything against that bastard? Shock Splendor said reluctantly. Garuda was the Holy Race's strongest chosen one. If even Garuda couldn't do anything about Shi Feng, Shock Splendor had difficulty imagining how he was supposed to get revenge on Shi Feng. It should be known that Garuda was already the ceiling of strength in the current Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, when dealing with experts of Garuda's caliber, having numbers was meaningless. After all, they could simply escape whenever they felt their lives were threatened. This was also why the various powers feared the greater god's domain's old monsters. I wouldn't necessarily say that, Daystar said as she returned her 3 eyes to the screen. Then, while looking at Garuda's figure, she continued, Garuda is our race's strongest chosen one after all. Even if Black Flame has a unique law projection, Garuda won't lose. At this time, Rin and Dead Soul were seated near Chalk Splendor and Daystar. The two naturally overheard Daystar's comments. Although neither of them said anything, their calm expressions as they looked at Garuda's figure on the screen showed that they agreed with Daystar's words. As the discussions outside the ring continued, the dust and smoke in the hall settled. Currently, Garuda had already dismissed his phantom and was observing Shi Feng from 100 yards away, a hint of joy and playfulness in his eyes. You are good, Garuda said, chuckling as he glanced at Shi Feng's law projection, which covered a radius of several thousand yards. This law projection alone is enough to render my myriad fists useless against you for a long time. Had this fight taken place in the last championship, you might have become the champion. Thank you for the compliment. Shi Feng was a little surprised to see Garuda talking to him so carefreely. Returning the gesture, he smiled and said, But my petty trick is probably useless against you now, right? As the winner of the last Continental Championship, Garuda must have benefited significantly from the Crucible's central area. Although a pseudo-goddess law projection was powerful, it should be as threatening as a gentle breeze to a peerless chosen one like Garuda. In Shi Feng's previous life, many had commented that Garuda's abstention in the war between the two races was the only reason the human race could have any living space in the Eternal Realm. Even the 3 Absolutes, who were bona fide 6th-floor experts at the time, had clearly expressed their inability to fight Garuda. This showed just how frighteningly strong Garuda was. You are right, Garuda said as he worked his shoulders. Then, with a faint smile, he continued, You are the first person in this championship to make me use my full strength. The moment Garuda finished speaking, the divine artifact-ranked breastplate he wore suddenly bloomed with purple-gold brilliance. Then, Garuda's body suddenly split into 16 identical copies of himself, each copy radiating an aura stronger than even Garuda's original body. Phantom World, a profound skill of the Purgatory, Phantom Garb. When Garuda activated this profound skill, even Shi Feng's expression darkened. Phantom World was one of Garuda's trademark moves. Assuming that a player could utilize 100% of the Purgatory Phantom Garb's potential, they could split into a maximum of 1,000 clones of themselves. In Shi Feng's previous life, the most clones Garuda had ever created in battle were 100. This was because 100 clones were the most Garuda could control perfectly. Seeing as Garuda had created 16 clones, it most likely meant he was already at the standard where he could perfectly control 16 clones. Chapter 3741, Chapter 815, Complete Goddess Law Projection, Chapter 815. Complete Goddess Law Projection, you can be proud of yourself, the Garuda clone said, smiling at Shi Feng. I was originally saving this move for that little girl, but I'll let you have the honor of facing it first. After saying so, the 16 clones each conjured a 1,000-meter-tall phantom with their holy auras. The phantoms took up a large area of the spacious hall, and each radiated an aura stronger than the phantom Garuda had previously conjured. This development made the previous battle look like nothing more than a joke. Following this scene, silence enveloped the spectators outside momentarily. How is this possible? Is this the strength of the former #1 expert? Deathwind's jaw dropped when he saw the 16 giant phantoms displayed on the screen. Verdant Rainbow, Gentle Snow, and the others similarly wore ashen expressions. They never imagined Garuda could be strong to such an extent. Amazing! This skill is simply amazing. Not only are the doppelgangers created stronger than the original, but they can also use myriad fists. How generous of the Thunder Empire to let Garuda use the Purgatory Phantom Garb. With it, Garuda is truly invincible. Black Flame sure is unlucky. If not for the Purgatory Phantom Garb, he would have totally had a winning chance against Garuda. Although Black Flame's law projection is powerful, Garuda can offset most of its suppressive effect with his own law projection. With Garuda's doppelgangers being stronger than the original, even after Black Flame's law projection suppresses them, they should still be as strong as Garuda's original body. There are also 16 of them on the field. No matter how I look at it, the fight is as good as over. Amazing! No wonder Lord Garuda can remain calm after watching Ink Crystal's fight. Even a mortal god will have trouble facing 16 such doppelgangers simultaneously. Many spectators were shocked and excited by Garuda's display. They never imagined that Garuda would have another trump card besides his combat standard. Suddenly, many players started wondering what kind of exciting fight they would see when the Divine Fist Party and the Ink Crystal Party clashed. As for the current fight, the outcome was already apparent. After all, Shi Feng had to rely on his powerful law projection to match Garuda before the latter activated Phantom World. Now that Garuda had produced 16 doppelgangers that were stronger than himself, the effects of Shi Feng's law projection would become negligible. At this time, even if Shi Feng was similarly at the half-step mortal god standard, he would still lose to Garuda. Inside the maze hall, it's over. Garuda's 16 clones executed myriad fists against Shi Feng simultaneously, the conjured phantoms throwing over 1,000 punches at Shi Feng. Each of the phantom's punches was akin to a falling meteorite, generating sparks as they brushed against the air. Together, the phantoms created a vast and beautiful meteorite shower that dwarfed Elise's multicast Star Destroyer. As expected of the Divine Fist, Shi Feng was amazed by the sight before him. Garuda's move was so powerful that Shi Feng was certain he would die if he tried to block it with Dark Moon. Hence, rather than attempting a futile action, he raised the Shadow Incinerator and muttered, "World's Descent." Boom! Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering echoed across the hall. Immediately afterward, wisps of black smoke descended upon the entire battlefield and enveloped the entire ring in no time. Before Garuda could react, he felt a powerful suppression on his body, suppressing him in all aspects and making him incredibly sluggish. Now, he could only execute myriad fists at 70% of its original speed. What a powerful law projection! Garuda was shocked by the change in Shi Feng's law projection. However, he quickly regained his calm. Even so, you still can't stop my myriad fists. Although Garuda's clones were overall 30% suppressed, their combined might was still greater than what Shi Feng could withstand. At most, Shi Feng could take a few more hits than before. Is that so? When Shi Feng sensed his perception of the world around him achieving unprecedented clarity, he smiled and vanished. Third step, flowing light. Subsequently, a streak of light could be seen shuttling between the rain of burning fists. In the time it took to take a breath, Shi Feng maneuvered his way through all the phantom fists and appeared in front of one of Garuda's clones. The eyes of Garuda's clones widened when Garuda saw Shi Feng intact. He failed to comprehend how Shi Feng could evade all his lightning-fast attacks. Logically, even a half-step mortal god shouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Yet, Shi Feng had succeeded despite not even being at the unthinking realm standard. What Garuda did not know was that flowing space was a peak gold body technique developed by the goddess of space. Even when executed to the third level only, flowing space could already rival the average peak gold body technique. Not to mention, Shi Feng executed the technique after strengthening his pseudo-goddess law projection into a goddess law projection. While Garuda was in a daze, Shi Feng swung the Shadow Incinerator at the clone before him. Goddess-ranked mana technique Dark Moon. As the Shadow Incinerator fell, darkness enveloped the battlefield. The only thing visible was a beautiful moon that rapidly expanded across the entire ring. This, Shi Feng was momentarily stunned when he saw the clone getting erased, and the land 1,000 yards before him becoming a bottomless abyss. He did not expect the goddess law projection to amplify Dark Moon to such an extent. Besides Shi Feng, the spectators outside were similarly astonished. What a terrifying attack! Is that a divine weapon's profound skill? No way, right? Has his concentration reached the Tier 6 limit standard as well? Is everyone a monster this season? After a brief silence, the spectators fell into a frenzy. This was especially true for the spectating human players, who all started to view Shi Feng in a new light. Shi Feng's attack could only be considered lackluster compared to Elise's Star Destroyer, which destroyed nearly half of the battlefield. However, there was no doubt that Shi Feng's attack carried as much power as Elise's Star Destroyer. Not to mention, Shi Feng's attack had one-shotted Garuda's clone. Phoenix Flame was also stupefied by this situation. A goddess-ranked mana technique. Phoenix Flame's heart was restless as she looked at the fading moon on the screen. Has he fully mastered a goddess-ranked mana technique? Chapter 3742, Chapter 816, Third Advanced Law, Chapter 816, Third Advanced Law. Unlike the other spectators, Phoenix Flame had studied the legacies of the Sixth Goddess Tablet. Hence, she knew what goddess-ranked mana techniques were. The goddess-ranked mana technique recorded on the Sixth Goddess Tablet was also something Elise had been trying to learn all this time. Unfortunately, Elise never succeeded. The best she managed to learn was a primordial god-ranked mana technique. Although it was a powerful mana technique, it was still inferior to goddess-ranked mana techniques. Had Elise learned a goddess-ranked mana technique, her fight with Ink Crystal would have gone much differently. Meanwhile, when Phoenix Flame saw Shi Feng gathering his mana into his sword before one-shotting one of Garuda's clones, she could only link the attack with a fully mastered goddess-ranked mana technique. Apart from that, she could not think of any other possibility. He has indeed learned a goddess-ranked mana technique, Elise said with a complicated expression. But he shouldn't have fully mastered it yet, otherwise his mana wouldn't scatter so quickly after his attack landed. This still isn't the technique's perfect form? Phoenix Flame stared at the bottomless abyss on the battlefield in astonishment. Shi Feng's attack had obliterated everything within 1,000 yards in front of him. Moreover, this was done within the battlefield of the Crucible of the Ancients' main event. The attack could have obliterated a large map if this fight had occurred in the outside world. Naturally, but going by the power of his attack, he shouldn't be far off from fully mastering the technique, Elise said. Then, after taking one last glance at the bottomless pit, she got up from her seat and left. Let's go and rest. Are we not going to watch the rest of the fight, Your Highness? Phoenix Flame asked. The outcome has been decided. What else is there to watch? Elise responded nonchalantly before making her way into the rest area. The outcome has been decided? When Phoenix Flame saw Shi Feng executing the same mana technique again, she stopped paying attention to the fight and followed Elise. Indeed, it was exactly as Elise stated. While others might still have difficulty determining the fight's outcome, it was a different story for those who knew about goddess-ranked mana techniques. In a situation where Shi Feng was close to perfecting his mastery over a goddess-ranked mana technique, unless there was a huge gap in basic attributes, even a half-step mortal god equipped with a divine weapon would have very little chance of beating him. After all, Shi Feng could exhibit the power of a divine artifact's profound skill every time he attacked, whereas actual profound skills had long cooldowns. Not to mention, Shi Feng's law projection severely suppressed Garuda. Inside the ring, damn it. Why is his sword technique so powerful? His movement speed as well. Defending against his attacks is simply impossible. While manipulating his remaining clones, Garuda no longer had his previous composure. My only choice is to go on the offense. Otherwise, my defeat will be inevitable. Although Garuda had the numerical advantage, he couldn't keep up with Shi Feng's speed. Shi Feng could strike and retreat whenever he wanted. He was also strong enough to eliminate a clone each time he attacked. This situation gave Garuda a huge headache. Currently, the only thing Garuda could be happy about was that Shi Feng was investing a significant amount of concentration into each of his attacks, which, in turn, limited the number of attacks he could execute. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's excitement grew as the fight progressed. This profound skill is simply amazing. Not only did it elevate my pseudo-goddess law projection into a goddess law projection, but it also integrated a law into my dark moon. Although I still can't unleash all of the mana I have gathered, I am getting closer to achieving the perfect dark moon with each subsequent execution. After eliminating another of Garuda's clones, Shi Feng couldn't help but be astounded by the Shadow Incinerator's profound skill, World's Descent. Shi Feng had only reached entry level in his mastery over Dark Moon. More specifically, he could only use the Law of Space as the technique's foundation to gather mana. However, when he activated World's Descent, the profound skill introduced a new law into his Dark Moon, allowing the technique to improve qualitatively. Additionally, whenever he executed Dark Moon, the operations of the magic elements involved would be displayed in his mind. The clarity of this display even grew with each subsequent execution. Because of this, even though it was incredibly taxing on his concentration to use Dark Moon, he kept doing so in an attempt to grasp the introduced law. Laws related to the magic elements were of utmost importance to any player. Nobody would ever complain that they knew too many elemental laws. This was because every elemental law a player grasped would strengthen their control over mana. At the same time, the law projections they could cast would also become stronger. Hence, when players reached Tier 6, apart from weapons and equipment at the legendary rank or above, they would primarily seek out the laws contained in various legacies. Now that World's Descent could integrate and display a law into Dark Moon, Shi Feng naturally had to make the most of this opportunity. Not to mention, said law was the Law of Darkness. The Law of Darkness was an advanced law like the Law of Destruction and the Law of Space. Normally, opportunities to learn an advanced law could only be found in primordial god legacies, while god and ancient god legacies only contained basic laws. Now that Shi Feng had an opportunity to learn the Law of Darkness, how could he let it slip by? Once, twice, 3 times, subsequently, Shi Feng executed Dark Moon one time after another. Unfortunately, even after all of Garuda's clones were eliminated and the winner of the match was declared, Shi Feng still did not grasp the Law of Darkness. If only I had more time, Shi Feng sighed when he appeared outside the ring. 16 executions of Dark Moon only allowed Shi Feng to reach entry level in his mastery over the Law of Darkness. Although he could now manipulate mana using the Law of Darkness, he couldn't integrate it into his Dark Moon like he could when World's Descent was active. While Shi Feng felt dejected, many spectators were jumping for joy. What an incredible human. I can't believe he defeated the Divine Fist. Indeed, I originally thought the Star Maiden would be the human race's strongest representative this time, but after watching this match, I think Black Flame should be the strongest. I look forward to the finals. Previously, after watching Elise and Ink Crystal's fight, everyone lost interest in the fight between Shi Feng and Garuda. Now though, everyone started to look forward to the fight between Shi Feng and Ink Crystal. It was especially so for the human players. They never imagined that the guild leader of Zero Wing, a guild with no background, could defeat Garuda, the former champion, and lead the Verdant Rainbow Party to the finals. Amidst the spectators' cheers and expectations, Garuda walked up to Shi Feng after he was resurrected outside the ring. You are good, I'll give you that. I didn't think I would lose to you, Garuda said as he crossed his forearms across his chest. Then he turned to look at the departing Ink Crystal party and continued, but you are most likely going to have a tough time against Ink Crystal. I hope you can defeat her and become the champion. That way, we might be able to become fellow travelers. After saying so, Garuda left for the rest area with his bitter party members. Like everyone else, he intended to stay behind and watch the finals 2 hours later. Fellow travelers? Shi Feng couldn't help but grow curious as he watched Garuda leave. He could sense that Garuda sincerely did not care about losing. Garuda behaved like his goal was never to become the champion, but to achieve something greater instead. Is it the path beyond Tier 6? Garuda was the champion of the last Continental Championship, so Shi Feng couldn't help but suspect that the other party had learned the method to go beyond Tier 6. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng became even more determined to win the championship. By the time the following season arrived, the entrance to the Eternal Realm might very well have been discovered already. At that time, even more talented experts and top-tier divine artifacts would appear in the Continental Championship, making it exponentially harder to become the champion. Chapter 3743, Chapter 817, Battle for the Championship, Chapter 817, Battle for the Championship Crucible of the Ancients. The 2-hour break quickly passed, and players again filled the main event venue. Some preliminary participants even returned an hour earlier to secure better seats in the spectator stands. Rin, who do you think will win? Dead Soul curiously asked as he looked at Rin, who had just walked up to the ring. As a fellow Crystallian, I am naturally rooting for Ink Crystal, Rin said, rolling her eyes. The Continental Championship is a place for the 3 races to compete. The better our race does in the championship, the more 6th floor experts we can produce in the future. Don't tell me you're hoping for the holy race and the human race to reign over us. What a boring answer, Dead Soul said, sighing. Then, he nonchalantly continued, I'm betting on Black Flame's victory. Although his victory will put our race in 2nd place, he is the expert who defeated me. I don't wish to see him lose to anyone. Dead Soul's words earned him a look of disdain from Rin. However, Dead Soul didn't mind Rin's reaction and simply continued, I'm sure you are aware, but the holy race is much stronger than us and the human race. After the major system update, many old fellows back home have already decided to help the humans resist the holy race on the Eternal Continent. That way, we can minimize our living area's exposure when the Eternal Realm's entrance is discovered. So, it doesn't really matter whether Ink Crystal or Black Flame wins. Black Flame winning might even be good news for us. After all, you and I will both be part of the Vanguard Legion headed for the Eternal Continent. If Black Flame is strong enough to defeat Ink Crystal, I can only see it as good news for our future alliance. You sure have put a lot of thought into this matter. Rin couldn't help but look at Dead Soul in surprise. Contrary to her previous statement, Rin secretly hoped for Ink Crystal's defeat. Neither Rin nor Dead Soul had expected Ink Crystal's appearance. They never imagined there could be another member of the younger generation who could surpass them. While knowing that the Crystallian race had more talented experts was reassuring, Ink Crystal's origins were shrouded in mystery. Even now, the powers they belonged to had yet to uncover Ink Crystal's details. It was as if Ink Crystal had suddenly sprouted from the ground one day. Additionally, the executives of Rin's guilds had warned her not to approach Ink Crystal, and she was advised to behave like Ink Crystal did not exist. Since her guild's executives wished to treat Ink Crystal like she did not exist, Rin would naturally be more inclined to wish for Black Flame's victory. After all, Black Flame's victory would increase the likelihood of the human race producing more 6th floor experts. Meanwhile, the stronger the human race became, the easier it would be for the alliance between the Crystallian race and the human race to resist the Holy Race. Amidst Rin and Dead Soul's hushed conversation, the Ink Crystal Party and the Verdant Rainbow Party arrived before the staircase leading into the ring and quietly waited for the start of the final match. Quick, look, what's going on with the Ink Crystal Party? Why has the party's roster changed? Crap, it really did change. Isn't this against the rules? Everyone quickly noticed something peculiar when the Ink Crystal Party entered their sight. Originally, besides Ink Crystal, the 5 other members of the Ink Crystal Party were either at or close to 30 years old. Now though, these 5 members were nowhere to be seen. Instead, 5 teenagers had taken their place. Although they did not look like they were in their mid-teens, like Ink Crystal, they were still in their late teens. Half-step mortal gods. All 5 of them are half-step mortal gods. Am I dreaming? When Extreme Feather saw the Ink Crystal Party's new members, shock and horror colored her eyes. Half-step mortal gods. Among the Holy Race's younger generation, Garuda was the only person who managed to have reached this standard. Yet, 5 such experts had appeared in the Ink Crystal Party. Moreover, the feeling of danger Extreme Feather got from looking at each of them was no less than what she got from Garuda. At this time, Rin and Dead Soul similarly froze from shock. Judge? Isn't the Ink Crystal Party cheating for making substitutions? Many players began shouting for the judge to assess the situation. They all suspected that the system had made a mistake. After all, the Continental Championship had been hosted quite a few times already, and they never heard of anyone replacing their members in the middle of the championship. At most, participating parties could swap opponents with parties of the same race. However, despite everyone shouting, the mighty existence overseeing the championship did not respond. The mighty existence merely announced the start of the finals and called for the Ink Crystal Party and the Verdant Rainbow Party to enter the ring. Legendary ranked disguise tools. Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished as he looked at the Ink Crystal Party's 5 smiling teenagers. It was unlikely that the system had made any mistakes. However, it was a fact that parties participating were prohibited from swapping members in the middle of the Continental Championship. This left only one possibility. Ink Crystal's party members had been disguising themselves this entire time. There were plenty of disguise tools in God's domain. Most of them could be seen through using master identification skills or advanced observation skills, and only legendary ranked disguise tools could evade detection. However, legendary ranked disguise tools were difficult to come by, and seeing even one such tool was a rare event, let alone 5 in the same party. But compared to the combat standards of the 5 teenagers, the significance of legendary ranked disguise tools paled significantly. You guessed correctly, Ink Crystal said, smiling as she looked at Shi Feng. They have been in disguise all this time. I felt it would be too cruel to the other participants if my party members revealed their strength right from the start. So, to give everyone some hope, I had them disguise themselves. As a reward for guessing correctly, I can give your party a chance. What chance? Verdant Rainbow asked. If our parties fought 6-on-6, you guys wouldn't have even the slightest chance of winning, Ink Crystal frankly said. Thus, I propose a 1-on-6. My party will send only one player into the ring, while your party can enter with all 6 members. The winner will become the champion, while the loser will settle for second place. Chapter 3744, Chapter 818, Battling a 6th Floor Expert, Chapter 818, Battling a 6th Floor Expert Inc. Crystal's words elicited a series of gasps from the spectators. Is that little girl insane? She has so many half-step mortal gods on her party, yet she chooses to fight 1-on-6? What a presumptuous little girl. She's not placing any significance on the Verdant Rainbow Party. She has a point though. Those 5 half-step mortal gods can probably take on the rest of the top 8 parties simultaneously and win. We will only have a boring match if the Verdant Rainbow Party fights them fairly. Although many spectators found Ink Crystal's suggestion wildly arrogant, even more found it interesting. Otherwise, the Continental Championship would conclude with a very boring final match. After all, even if Ink Crystal stood by and did nothing, her 5 half-step mortal god party members were strong enough to sweep away the rest of the top 8 parties. At this time, even Elise couldn't help but turn to Rin, who sat nearby, and asked, Rin, what is Ink Crystal's origin? It was already shocking enough that a mortal god had appeared among the Crystallian race. Now, 5 more half-step mortal gods had appeared among the Crystallians. They all even belonged to the same party. Such a party could reign supreme across the Eternal Realm. Not to mention, all 6 members of this party were ridiculously young. Elise found it hard to imagine that any power could nurture so many monsters. If a power managed to nurture one peerless chosen one, the achievement could only be chalked up to luck. However, if a power managed to nurture multiple peerless chosen ones, it was proof of that power's strength and foundations. No matter how Elise thought about it, there was no way a power capable of producing 1 mortal god and 5 half-step mortal gods could be unknown. This, I don't know either, Rin said, shaking her head. My superiors merely told me to avoid provoking her party and behave like the party doesn't exist. In reality, Rin was even more confused by this situation than Elise. Royal powers were the strongest known powers among the Crystallian race, and there were only a few of them in existence. Although it was possible for a royal power to nurture a monster like Ink Crystal, simply being able to nurture one such monster would already be a miracle. There was no way any royal power could nurture a group of such monsters. Likewise, while Apex and Pseudo-Apex powers could potentially nurture a monster like Ink Crystal, they would need ridiculous amounts of luck. As for the possibility of Ink Crystal's party having independent origins, that was completely out of the question. The development of every genius involved various resources. The stronger a genius wished to become, the more resources they needed to consume. No small team or ordinary power could afford the resources required to produce Ink Crystal's party of 6. You don't know? Behave like they don't exist? Elise was astounded by Rin's response. 9th Street, the royal power Rin originated from, was the second strongest royal power among the Crystallian race, and it was not much weaker than the Holy Race's Thunder Empire. Evidently, 9th Street's executives knew something about the Ink Crystal Party's origins, yet they had warned the Earthen Princess not to have any contact with the Ink Crystal Party. This implied that the Ink Crystal Party's origins were so powerful that even 9th Street feared it. While Elise questioned Rin, Ink Crystal moved her gaze from Verdant Rainbow to Shi Feng. I will only make you this offer once. Will you take it or not? Ink Crystal asked as she looked at Shi Feng. She behaved like a child who had found a new and interesting toy, and a hint of eagerness could even be heard in her voice. Leader, how sly of you. We had to hold ourselves back this entire time, yet you're going to steal our one opportunity to show off? A bald young man from the Ink Crystal Party said in dissatisfaction. The other members of the Ink Crystal Party nodded in agreement. They had to act weak throughout the entire competition. Now that they could finally show off their strength in front of everyone, Ink Crystal decided to steal their thunder. Scram! Ink Crystal glared at the bald young man. If you oppose me again, I'll have you all banned from logging into God's domain for a month. Ink Crystal's threat immediately silenced her party members. A 1 or 2 day ban might be tolerable, but a 1-month ban from God's domain was absolute torture. They didn't doubt Ink Crystal's ability to act on her threat either. Back to the topic. After silencing her party members, Ink Crystal turned back to Shi Feng and asked, "What are your thoughts? We'll pass on the 1-on-6. We can't afford such a humiliating situation," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "Instead, let's fight 1-on-1. It's a fair arrangement and neither side can complain if they lose." Verdant Rainbow and the others did not voice any objections. They all agreed with Shi Feng's suggestion. It didn't matter whether they fought Ink Crystal 1-on-6 or 1-on-1. The fight's outcome would ultimately depend on whether Shi Feng could defeat Ink Crystal. After all, the last thing a mortal god feared was group battles. If Shi Feng could not defeat Ink Crystal by himself, it wouldn't matter if the rest of the Verdant Rainbow party fought alongside him, nothing would change. Okay, we'll do a 1-on-1 then. Ink Crystal nodded and entered the ring by herself. Guild leader Black Flame, be careful. I doubt the strength she has revealed thus far is everything she has, Verdant Rainbow said to Shi Feng. I understand. Shi Feng nodded. He did not bother to say anything else, stepping directly into the ring. Meanwhile, a minute after Shi Feng and Ink Crystal entered the ring, the mighty existence hovering in the air closed off the ring's entrance and announced the start of the final match. Subsequently, the map for the final match materialized. This time, the battlefield was set inside an ancient temple held up by massive stone pillars. Each pillar had a radius exceeding 100 meters, and there were an endless number of them throughout the temple. However, despite the large temple, Shi Feng and Ink Crystal arrived on the battlefield with less than 1,000 yards between them, with clear line of sight of each other. Let me see the strength you used to defeat Garuda, Ink Crystal said to Shi Feng before she released her cane and let it sink into the ground. Immediately, spears made of vines emerged from the ground and rotated around Ink Crystal. As more spears formed, the speed of their rotation also increased, and after just 3 seconds, a powerful typhoon raged around Ink Crystal. The typhoon repeatedly shattered the surrounding space, and its power increased over time. This move was none other than Thornstorm, the peak gold implement manipulation technique Ink Crystal used to kill Elise previously. Whoosh! With a wave of her hand, Ink Crystal directed the countless vine spears to scatter with explosive momentum, covering all her sides. Fighting seriously right off the bat, Shi Feng's scalp grew numb when he saw Ink Crystal's attack, and he dared not hold back in the slightest. Pseudo-Goddess Law Projection, World's Descent, Goddess-Ranked Mana Technique, Dark Moon. Suddenly, a full moon rose above the battlefield, showering endless moonlight on Ink Crystal's Thornstorm. Chapter 3745, Chapter 819, Black Flame and Ink Crystal, Chapter 819, Black Flame and Ink Crystal. When the moonlight shone on the rotating vines, the latter stopped in place, looking as if they had collided with an impenetrable wall. This situation lasted several seconds before the initial clash between Ink Crystal and Shi Feng ended with their attacks canceling out each other. However, Ink Crystal did not intend to stop after their initial exchange. Immediately, she executed Thornstorm again, sending another batch of vine spears flying at Shi Feng. When Shi Feng saw this, he similarly executed Dark Moon without hesitation. Once, twice, 3 times, over a dozen exchanges occurred in no time, the sight shocking the spectators outside. The once majestic and ancient temple looked devastated on the screen. The towering pillars within 10,000 yards of Shi Feng and Ink Crystal were covered in cracks, and the ground looked like a meteorite had struck it. The destruction caused was comparable to that of Elisa's Star Destroyer. Are these two monsters? Phoenix Flame muttered as she looked at the calm expressions on Shi Feng and Ink Crystal. Seated nearby, Rin and Dead Soul were similarly astonished. They never imagined Shi Feng and Ink Crystal could remain unfazed in such an intense fight. Whether it was Ink Crystal's implement manipulation technique or Shi Feng's mana technique, both exhibited power comparable to that of the profound skills of divine artifacts that were utilized to 100% of their potential. Yet, despite the two having used their respective techniques over a dozen times, they didn't look the slightest bit exhausted. This Black Flame fellow is quite good to be able to match the leader so far, the bald young man from the Ink Crystal party said as he watched the ongoing fight. Then he smiled and continued, but if strengthening his law projection is all he can do, this match is as good as over. The spectators couldn't help but be shocked at the bald young man's words. Although the bald young man didn't speak loudly, everyone present was a chosen one of their respective race. They were also Tier 6 players. So, they could overhear even conversations taking place 1,000 yards away. So far, as good as over? Elise looked at the bald young man in astonishment. She felt like the other party was joking. After all, if what he said was true, it meant that Ink Crystal had not been fighting seriously this entire time. Although Elise acknowledged that 6th floor experts were powerful, she did not think that Shi Feng was as fragile as the bald young man described. There weren't many experts who could utilize a divine artifact's potential to 100%. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were only a handful of such experts in the human race's greater god's domain, and the various apex powers feared them greatly. Meanwhile, given Shi Feng's ability to unleash power rivaling the profound skill of fully exerted divine artifacts over a dozen times in a row, even the current Demon's Gate would have to rethink its decision to persecute him. In fact, even the Sun Dynasty would have to consider whether continuing to persecute Shi Feng would be worthwhile. Yet, the bald young man spoke as if Shi Feng's strength was insignificant. However, Elise knew better than to dismiss the bald young man's words. After all, despite his deceptively young age, the young man was a half-step mortal god. There was no way he couldn't understand the strength Shi Feng was currently displaying. Even a bona fide sixth-floor expert should have difficulty defeating Shi Feng quickly. While Elise was wondering about the reason for the bald young man's somewhat arrogant claim, Ink Crystal stopped attacking Shi Feng and quietly inspected him for a moment. Then, she began walking toward the ground like she was descending a flight of invisible stairs, each of her steps causing the surrounding space to condense. When Ink Crystal arrived on the ground, the spectators were given another shock. This was because an illusory forest had appeared around Ink Crystal and pushed back Shi Feng's law projection. In the blink of an eye, the two law projections shared the battlefield equally, and Ink Crystal's strength made a full recovery. A goddess-ranked law projection? Elise couldn't help but doubt her eyes. As the owner of the sixth goddess tablet, Elise was no stranger to the concept of the goddess-ranked law projection. She was even working to achieve it. Unfortunately, achieving the goddess-ranked law projection was easier said than done. The base requirement to cast a goddess-ranked law projection was to master and combine 3 advanced laws. However, without sufficient legacy guidance, even mastering the 3 advanced laws needed would be nigh impossible, let alone merging them into one. In Shi Feng's case, he could only barely achieve a goddess-ranked law projection because of a skill. Ink Crystal, however, did not rely on any external forces. She relied only on herself to form a goddess-ranked law projection. Garuda and the other experts who had mastered 2 advanced laws were similarly stunned by this development. A monster. She's an absolute monster. Rin felt her worldview crumbling as she looked at Ink Crystal. Not only did Ink Crystal possess a one-of-a-kind talent for combat, but she also possessed an equally astounding comprehension of world laws. Inside the temple, I commend you for making it this far despite not having reached even the unthinking realm, Ink Crystal said, smiling as she looked at Shi Feng. But you're not the only player who has grasped a primordial god-ranked law projection in this championship. For making me use this move against you, you can be proud. After saying so, Ink Crystal raised her hand once more. Immediately afterward, countless vines emerged from the ground, each easily piercing through space. Together, the vines transformed the battlefield into an empty void in the blink of an eye, and their aura was significantly stronger than before. Meanwhile, hovering in the middle of these vines, Ink Crystal looked like she was the world's ruler. This scene dumbfounded the spectators outside. A mortal god. This was a real mortal god. With a lift of her hand, Ink Crystal had reduced an entire map to nothing. Before the spectators could recover from their astonishment, the countless vines traversed across the void and attacked Shi Feng from all directions. Each vine rivaled Elise's Star Destroyer in power, and 100 attacked Shi Feng at a time. Sure enough, dealing with a 6th-floor expert isn't easy. When Shi Feng saw the vines attacking him, he understood he could no longer hide his cards. Tier 6 Superspell, Sword Law World, Holy Mana's Shadow, Chapter 3746, Chapter 820, Outcome, Chapter 820. Outcome: when Shi Feng activated Sword Law World, chains of law emerged from the void to restrain Ink Crystal. Even though Ink Crystal's law projection put up a strong resistance against the chains, they still weakened her by 15% in all aspects. What a powerful Tier 6 super spell! Ink Crystal was a little surprised when she sensed the chains of law affecting her. However, her surprise was brief before she said, "Even so, you still can't stop my Thornstorm." Previously, when she allowed Shi Feng's law projection to affect her, it suppressed her in all aspects. It even suppressed her surrounding environment, preventing her from using her surroundings to her advantage. Now, although Sword Law World had similarly weakened her in all aspects, it failed to recreate the law projection's environmental suppression. However, before the first 100 vines could connect, Shi Feng suddenly transformed into a 20-meter-tall giant covered in glowing divine patterns. His life rating also increased, and his basic attributes could now rival a level 190 player equipped with 4 divine artifacts. After activating Holy Mana's body, Shi Feng executed Dark Moon to defend himself without hesitation. This time, a moon several times larger appeared in the void, and the moonlight it radiated eliminated the oncoming vines like light erasing darkness. The difference between the 2 attacks immediately became apparent. Crap! He managed to block even that? No way! Ink Crystal got pushed back. When the radiant moonlight dissipated, the spectators were stunned to see Ink Crystal moving back by half a step. Ink Crystal's 5 party members were especially shocked by this development. What an incredible berserk skill! He actually managed to push the leader back by half a step. The bald young man from the Ink Crystal party said in astonishment as he looked at Shi Feng's mighty figure. When enhanced by Ink Crystal's primordial god-ranked law projection, Thornstorm could exhibit unbelievable power. Even players equipped with 4 divine artifacts using a peak gold rank technique couldn't necessarily neutralize it, let alone overpower it. Players like Garuda and Daystar, who had previously traded blows with Shi Feng, were equally shocked. He still wasn't going all out just now? Garuda had mixed feelings as he looked at Shi Feng. Originally, Garuda thought Shi Feng had only won their fight by a small margin. If he wasn't being humble, he might even consider it a lucky victory. However, it was evident that Shi Feng had never fought him seriously. Otherwise, the duel could have ended on the first exchange. Meanwhile, unlike most other spectators, Verdant Rainbow grew ecstatic when she saw Shi Feng's small victory. We have a chance. Verdant Rainbow thought, her eyes sparkling when she saw Ink Crystal getting pushed back slightly. Truthfully, Verdant Rainbow didn't have much confidence in Shi Feng defeating Ink Crystal. Now, though, it would seem she was mistaken, and Shi Feng had a great chance of winning. Although Ink Crystal lost less than 1% of her HP in the exchange, it should be known that she no longer possessed a stronger attack. So long as Shi Feng could repeat this exchange, it would only be a matter of time before he won. Meanwhile, inside the ring, Shi Feng naturally realized his advantage. Thus, he promptly brandished the Shadow Incinerator at Ink Crystal again, not allowing the other party to catch her breath. Not to mention, World's Descent only had a 5-minute duration. Once the skill ended, he would no longer have a goddess-ranked law projection backing him. At that time, he would be completely at Ink Crystal's mercy. Are you trying to whittle me down? How boring. When Ink Crystal saw Shi Feng attacking her frenziedly, she did not panic. Instead, she calmly said, I was originally thinking of giving you some hope, but now, I should show you what it truly means to be a mortal god. After saying so, Ink Crystal stamped her feet and began to dance. Then, countless vine spears materialized in the void and rotated around her as if dancing along with her. When this new batch of vine spears appeared, Shi Feng's heart sank. This is a twofold implement manipulation technique. When Shi Feng saw the rotating vine spears impacting and transferring their power to one another, he quickly understood that Ink Crystal was executing a twofold implement manipulation technique. Moreover, she wasn't simply executing the same technique twice simultaneously. She had also merged the power of the two techniques, achieving a situation where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. Boom! The instant the moonlight of Dark Moon collided with the vine spears, Shi Feng instantly experienced a powerful backlash through the Shadow Incinerator. Immediately afterward, he stumbled 3 steps backward and his HP fell by 10%. A twofold peak gold technique? This must be a lie. How can there be such a huge difference with just a 1-floor difference? Rin's jaw dropped as she looked at the dancing girl in the ring. Among Crystallian players, experts who had progressed to the later stages of the 5th floor standard would be considered incredibly fortunate if they could properly execute a peak gold implement manipulation technique. As for executing a twofold peak gold implement manipulation technique, that was something they didn't even dare to think of accomplishing. Yet, Ink Crystal had accomplished it with ease. Garuda, who was a half-step mortal god, was similarly horrified by this development. He never imagined there could be such a huge gap between him and Ink Crystal in technique usage. Is this what a true mortal god is like? Elise was thunderstruck as she looked at Ink Crystal. Although Elise had previously managed to execute a twofold primordial god-ranked mana technique, which could be considered as strong as a twofold peak gold implement manipulation technique, she only managed it with the help of the black book she wielded. In contrast, Ink Crystal performed this complicated execution all by herself. I'm bound to lose at this rate. It seems I can only go for broke. When Shi Feng saw Ink Crystal attacking him again with a twofold Thornstorm, he gripped the Shadow Incinerator with both hands and executed a simple downward slash. Profound skill, the end. After he undid the Shadow Incinerator's second seal, the end became his greatest trump card. Although the skill's 30-minute cooldown prevented him from using it more than once in a single fight, in return for sacrificing 1 level, he could unleash the Shadow Incinerator's full power and deal a devastating blow that covered a 50,000-yard radius. The attack could also theoretically reach the Tier 6 limit standard. Suddenly, flames that burned as hot as the sun appeared in the void and collided with the oncoming vine spears. Boom, 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 boom. Spatial storms swept the battlefield, causing cracks to even appear on the barrier around the ring. When the storm subsided, Shi Feng and Ink Crystal stood quietly facing each other. Shi Feng remained intact. In contrast, Ink Crystal lost 20% of her HP, and her clothes looked scorched. However, the silence on the battlefield lasted very briefly as Ink Crystal promptly followed up the exchange with another twofold Thornstorm. I lost? When Shi Feng saw that his last-ditch attempt failed to kill Ink Crystal, he stopped struggling and let Ink Crystal's Thornstorm devour him. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng disappeared from the battlefield, Ink Crystal revealed a solemn expression as she looked at where Shi Feng originally stood. What a terrifying attack. If not for the Divine Illusion Garb's ability to weaken one instance of fatal damage, I would have died just now. Chapter 3747, Chapter 821, Crucible's Central Area. Chapter 821, Crucible's Central Area Black Flame Still Lost. Sure enough, the gap in combat standards is too significant to bridge. Even so, Black Flame is incredibly strong. Had he participated in any of the past championships, he would have definitely been number 1. Many spectators were in awe of Ink Crystal's power when they saw the match's conclusion. At the same time, they couldn't help but sympathize with Shi Feng. After all, with the strength Shi Feng possessed, he shouldn't have any trouble winning the Continental Championship under normal circumstances. In fact, besides the Verdant Rainbow Party that Shi Feng led, the Divine Fist Party and the Star Maiden Party could have similarly become the champions in any of the Continental Championships' past seasons. Unfortunately, an unreasonably strong monster named Ink Crystal appeared this season. Damn it, we were so close to winning the championship. Deathwind felt unresigned as he watched Ink Crystal walk out of the ring. Second place isn't a bad result, Verdant Rainbow said. Unlike Deathwind, she felt happy and content with their final placement. We have already exceeded our original goal of entering the top 4 to enter the Crucible's central area. Hearing this, Deathwind no longer dared to speak any further. If not for his wager with Shi Feng, he would have left the Continental Championship with a huge win. However, after losing a divine artifact, he wasn't sure if he could leave with a net positive. Amidst the two's conversation, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss remained silent. Apart from feeling joyful at winning second place in the Continental Championship, they also felt they had broadened their horizons. A mortal god. That will be my goal from now on. Extreme Feather decided, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit as she watched Ink Crystal step out of the ring. Besides Extreme Feather, many other players began to regard Ink Crystal as their strongest opponent. This included even those who failed to make it into the main event. The 6th floor standard, I will eventually reach it. Then, I'll lead the Order of 12's party to become number 1, Frostraven said as she focused on Ink Crystal. Your chance will come, Azure Dragon said in encouragement. By the time we return and complete the 7 Luminaries Alliance's commission to garrison Shattering Town, the Great Commander should be done with matters on his side. When the next Continental Championship comes around, you could be a match for Ink Crystal already. Azure Dragon's words immediately earned him the ridicule and disdain of many players around him. However, Azure Dragon paid them no heed. Although Frostraven was much older than Ink Crystal, she carried the hopes of the Order of 12's many commanders and Great Commander. This was because Frostraven had only been in contact with God's Domain for an incredibly short time. More specifically, she had started her journey in God's Domain less than a year ago. Yet, in less than a year, Frostraven ascended to the 5th floor standard. Her talent for combat was unprecedented, and it definitely wasn't beneath Ink Crystal's. All she lacked were time and opportunities. Amidst the spectators' discussions, the mighty being hovering above the ring spoke. The Continental Championship is officially over. All parties who failed to pass the preliminaries will be teleported back to where they came from, while parties that made it into the main event will remain to receive their rewards. The top 4 parties will also be qualified to enter the Crucible's central area. I wish you all a good harvest. As soon as the mighty being finished speaking, the parties that failed to make it into the top 32 were teleported out of the Crucible of the Ancients, while the top 32 parties were teleported to the starting plaza. Crucible of the Ancients, this place again? When Gentle Snow saw her surroundings, she realized they had been teleported back to the starting plaza. Whenever the championship ends, parties that made it past the preliminaries will be teleported back here, Verdant Rainbow explained. Then, members of these parties can freely choose a steel or statue to challenge. While Verdant Rainbow spoke, veteran participants of the Continental Championship had already scattered like startled birds and frenziedly charged at the 10,000-meter-tall steels and statues. Only first-time participants and members of the top 4 parties stood in place. What are these people doing? Extreme Feather wondered as she watched the strange situation unfold around her. Knowing this was Extreme Feather's first time participating in the Continental Championship, Garuda patiently explained, there might be plenty of steels and statues here, but each can only give out their legacies once. So long as a stele or statue becomes occupied, nobody else can inherit its legacy. At Garuda's explanation, realization immediately dawned on Gentle Snow and the other first-time participants. There were indeed many steles and statues in the plaza. However, only 99 housed legacies left behind by primordial god-ranked existences, which meant that not everyone could get the chance to inherit a primordial god-ranked legacy. After all, 32 parties had participated in the main event. Even if the top 4 parties were excluded, there were still 168 players who needed to choose their reward from this plaza. Let's head for the central area quickly. After glancing at Chalk Splendor and the other players competing for the primordial god-ranked legacies, Shi Feng quickly led his party to the Crucible's central area. Shi Feng had learned about some of the Crucible's rules in his previous life. Although he didn't know what exactly was awaiting them in the central area, he knew that players could only spend a limited amount of time there. Once they exceeded their time limit, they would be forcibly teleported away. In exchange for this time limit, though, the central area's steles and statues did not limit the number of players who could learn from them. Players who entered the central area could also repeatedly challenge their chosen legacy until they successfully learned it or ran out of time. They couldn't make any changes once they made their choice. 2 hours later, Shi Feng and the others arrived at the crucible of the ancient central area. The steles and statues in the central area were starkly different from those in the starting plaza. Even the shortest ones here reached 20,000 meters in height. Steles and statues measuring up to 60,000 meters could also be seen sporadically, each radiating a divine might stronger than that of ancient gods. The average Tier 6 player would find themselves petrified in the presence of such divine might. When Shi Feng and the others entered the central area, the voice of another mighty being entered their ears. However, unlike the mighty being who presided over the championship, the current one did not sound like an old man. Instead, the current mighty being sounded like a young and friendly girl. Congratulations on making it to the central area, little ones. You still have 2 days and 6 hours remaining. You may use this time to challenge any one legacy here once. If you fail, you will be teleported away from the crucible. Additionally, as you all have entered the top 4 this time, every person will receive an admission ticket for the next season. The mighty being's words immediately astounded Garuda and those who had entered the central area in the past. Challenge any one legacy once? Shi Feng and Verdant Rainbow, who had received prior information on the central area, were similarly stunned. Shi Feng in particular couldn't help but doubt his hearing. After all, this situation completely differed from what he had learned in his previous life. Chapter 3748, Chapter 822, 3 Great Legacies, Chapter 8222, 3 Great Legacies. What's going on? Why are the rules different from last time? When Phoenix Flame heard the mighty being's explanation, her expression turned ugly. Besides Phoenix Flame, Elise also wore an ugly expression, evidently dissatisfied by the central area's new rules. However, before anyone could vent their dissatisfaction, the mighty being continued explaining the rules. You will be restricted in what weapons and equipment you may use to challenge your desired legacies. Members of the champion party may use up to 1 divine artifact, the runner-up party may not use any divine artifacts, and the second and third runners-up may only bring up to 3 fragmented divine artifacts. That is all. I wish you a fruitful harvest. When the mighty being finished speaking, Garuda and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Why is the difficulty so much greater this time? Garuda grew confused when he sensed his divine artifacts being suppressed. Lord Garuda, are the legacies challenges difficult? Extreme Feather asked. If you were to challenge the easier legacies here, you would likely succeed on the first try. However, it'll be hell if you try to inherit a legacy from the 60,000-meter tall stelas and statues, Garuda explained frankly. The last time I came here, I challenged a 60,000-meter tall statue without any divine artifacts, and I had to make over a dozen re-attempts before I managed to get an S-rank evaluation. Now that everyone only has 1 attempt, Extreme Feather, Phoenix Flame, and many others fell silent at Garuda's words. Everyone had seen how strong Garuda was. If they excluded the Ink Crystal Party's 5 half-step mortal gods, he would be a strong contender for the 3rd strongest expert in the current Continental Championship. Although Garuda was not as strong in the last Continental Championship as he currently was, it still wouldn't be easy for him to score a good evaluation on his first attempt. Naturally, it would be even more difficult for those who weren't half-step mortal gods. When Garuda finished speaking, Gentle Snow suddenly pointed at the scattering fog in the distance and exclaimed to Shi Feng, "Those steles and statues there are so tall?" Gentle Snow's exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they couldn't help but look at where she pointed. As the fog in the central area scattered, more steles and statues became visible. Compared to those visible from the onset, these new steles and statues were much taller. Even at a rough glance, they were at least 100,000 meters tall. How is this possible? Garuda was astounded by this development. Before today, the tallest steles and statues known in the Crucible's central area were only 60,000 meters tall. Even so, the existences they represented were already far superior to those of the 10,000-meter-tall steles and statues in the starting plaza. Garuda couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of terrifying existences the 100,000-meter-tall stelas and statues represented. Besides Garuda, even Shi Feng, who had known that changes would occur to the Crucible of the Ancients after the major system update, was rendered speechless. In the direction that Gentle Snow pointed, Shi Feng could see that the 100,000-meter-tall stelas and statues were still not the tallest. Farther beyond them, he could vaguely see 3 towering stelas that blotted out the sky, and he estimated them to be at least 300,000 meters tall. Although he was nowhere near them, the divine might they radiated already felt as strong as that of ancient gods. He didn't even dare to imagine how powerful their divine might would become once he got up close. Sure enough, the Crucible's 3 great legacies have appeared. The bald young man from the Ink Crystal Party exclaimed when he saw the 3 towering stelas in the distance. "Leader, let's hurry over there. Let's go." Ink Crystal nodded and dashed for the stelas without hesitation. When Garuda, Elise, and everyone else saw this, they exchanged looks, not knowing how to proceed in this situation. It went without saying that the 300,000-meter-tall stelas held legacies beyond their wildest imaginations. After all, even the 10,000-meter-tall stelas and statues in the starting plaza already held legacies left behind by primordial god-ranked existences. However, nobody here was a fool. They only had one challenge attempt. If they tried to challenge the 300,000-meter-tall steels, they wouldn't just risk getting a poor evaluation. There was a great likelihood they might not even get a passing evaluation. If that happened, all their effort to get here would have been for naught. Guild leader Black Flame, what should we do? Verdant Rainbow asked. She didn't know what to do in this situation either, so she decided to seek Shi Feng's opinion. After all, Shi Feng was the only reason she and Deathwind could enter the central area. Without Shi Feng, they couldn't have even entered the top 16, let alone the top 4. Although players had to depend on themselves to secure the legacies here, it would definitely help to have Shi Feng's superior insight and knowledge. Let's go and check them out, Shi Feng replied without hesitation. The other legacies here might be good, but if we want to reach greater heights in the future, those 3 steels are probably the only ones that can help us. Of course, if you want to gain immediate improvements, going for the other legacies wouldn't be a bad idea. In his previous life, although the 3 Absolutes had mentioned that the Crucible of the Ancients held clues about the path beyond Tier 6, they never revealed any details. However, he was willing to bet they were referring to the central area's 300,000-meter-tall steels. As for the other legacies here, if they couldn't help him exceed the limits of Tier 6, it wouldn't matter how many of them he acquired. Take the difference between 5th and 6th floor experts, for example. The former was only regarded as an apex expert, while the latter was regarded as a mortal god. Between a mortal and a god, there was no comparison. At Shi Feng's words, Verdant Rainbow, Garuda, and Elise promptly decided to chase after the Ink Crystal Party. Guild leader, can we get a passing evaluation? Gentle Snow whispered to Shi Feng, a trace of worry in her eyes. The Ink Crystal Party's members could not only challenge the Crucible's 3 great legacies with 1 divine artifact, but each of them was also a half-step mortal god or above. In contrast, out of 3 other parties, Garuda was the only one who could compete in combat standards. Gentle Snow would be lying if she said she wasn't worried about challenging the 300,000-meter-tall steles under such circumstances. Don't worry, we have a greater advantage than even Ink Crystal's party, Shi Feng said, chuckling. While we might not have any divine artifacts, we have the God Chaser sets. If the central area had not imposed any restrictions on the weapons and equipment players could use, Shi Feng would not have dared to let Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss challenge the 3 great legacies. However, since such restrictions existed, the central area's challenges were most likely designed around them. In a situation where the current Continental Championship's average level was set at level 190, the God Chaser sets would provide them with a significant advantage. After all, the new and improved God Chaser sets granted basic attributes rivaling a full set of level 220 legendary equipment. Even if Gentle Snow and the others couldn't currently match half-step mortal gods equipped with a divine artifact, they shouldn't be too far behind. Meanwhile, going by the behavior of Ink Crystal's party members, it was obvious they were confident in passing the 3 great legacies. They might even be confident in scoring a good evaluation. In that case, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss shouldn't have much trouble securing a passing evaluation. Chapter 3749, Chapter 823, Steely's Evaluation. Chapter 823, Steely's Evaluation. When Shi Feng and the others arrived before the 3 towering Steelies, their bodies and souls shuddered. It felt like they were standing before 3 living primordial gods rather than steels, and they had to steel themselves just to look at the steels. What a powerful mental oppression. This should already be at the level of bona fide primordial gods. Shi Feng was astonished as he looked at the 3 steels. Although his memories of his past life were incomplete, he vaguely understood that the 3 steles could already match the average primordial god. If these steles were sentient, they could suppress ancient gods with just a thought. This included ancient gods who had reached level 240 and above. These steles were no longer existences that those at Tier 6 could hope to resist. The 3 steels had varied offerings. Starting from Shi Feng's left, the words Divine Law were engraved on the first steely, the words Divine Concentration were engraved on the second steely, and the words Divine Technique were engraved on the third steely. Evidently, the 3 steels corresponded to God's domain's 3 foundational legacies. The 3 foundational legacies were the same for all races. Whether it was the human race or the holy race, the players of both races needed to study world laws. As for technique, the human race's combat techniques and mana techniques, the holy race's holy arts, and the Crystallian race's implement manipulation technique could all be put under this category. The concept of concentration was also uniform across all races. If players wished to advance to Tier 6, their concentration must reach the Tier 6 standard. Additionally, if a player's concentration increased, so would their overall strength. Are we only allowed to choose one of these 3 steels? Extreme Feather grew hesitant as she examined the 3 steels. Every one of God's domain's 3 foundational legacies was of utmost importance. Players could achieve a qualitative transformation if they improved in all 3 categories. But now, the central area's rules limited them to only one legacy. If they wanted to inherit all the legacies of all three stales, they would need to participate in and enter the top 4 of 2 more continental championships. Shi Feng also grew hesitant as he looked at the stales before him. When it came to world laws, he had already learned 3 advanced laws. If he could merge them into one, he could cast a goddess-ranked law projection without any external assistance. Concentration was also of utmost importance to him. His concentration had already reached the Tier 6 peak standard. If he could advance his base concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard and apply the mental condensation technique, he could potentially undo the Shadow Incinerator's 3rd seal. As for techniques, he was also lacking in this department. Presently, besides Dark Moon, there was nothing else in his repertoire that he could use against 6th floor experts. Neither the gold-ranked Sword's Orbit nor Flowing Space's 3rd step were strong enough for the job. If he could improve his mastery over the 2 techniques, he wouldn't be limited to using the End to threaten 6th floor experts. While Shi Feng and everyone else hesitated, Ink Crystal and her party members moved with purpose. As if premeditated, the 6 moved toward 2 of the 3 stelas. Ink Crystal alone chose the Divine Concentration Steel, while her 5 party members chose the Divine Law Steel. None of them chose technique? The Ink Crystal Party's choices perplexed Verdant Rainbow. Out of the 3 foundational legacies, technique legacies could provide players with the most apparent improvements. Take gold combat techniques, for example. If a 4th floor expert learned one, they could instantly put up a fight against 5th floor experts. If a 4th floor expert learned a set of gold combat techniques, even defeating 5th floor experts wouldn't be out of the question. As for advanced gold combat techniques, they could give even unthinking realm experts a headache in the right hands. If Shi Feng hadn't learned the goddess-ranked mana technique Dark Moon, he couldn't have stood up against Ink Crystal. Their fight would have ended as soon as it began. They probably aren't lacking such legacies, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. When Verdant Rainbow looked at Ink Crystal's fading figure, she couldn't help but agree with Shi Feng. Normally, advanced gold-ranked techniques were already considered an exceedingly rare treasure by the various royal powers, let alone the legacy held by the 300,000-meter-tall Divine Technique Steel. No matter how she thought about it, the Divine Technique legacy should be a peak gold-ranked technique at the very least. Yet, nobody from the Ink Crystal Party chose the Divine Technique Steely. While this decision initially confused Verdant Rainbow, she quickly understood the reason behind this decision when she recalled the 2 peak gold implement manipulation techniques Ink Crystal had used. The Ink Crystal Party did not lack peak gold-ranked techniques. Since Ink Crystal did not lack techniques, and her progress in world laws had reached a point where she could cast a primordial god-ranked law projection, the optimal choice here would naturally be to improve her concentration. Meanwhile, after realizing the intent behind the Ink Crystal Party's choices, everyone quickly understood what they should base their decision on. They could either further enhance their strengths or compensate for their weaknesses. While everyone considered which legacy they should choose, the Divine Law Steel suddenly lit up. Then, all 5 of Ink Crystal's party members appeared in front of the steel and collapsed one after another, looking incredibly feeble. What happened to them? Everyone was stunned when they saw that Ink Crystal's party members had spent less than 20 minutes challenging the Divine Law Steel. Garuda and those experienced with the Central Area's challenges were especially shocked. Normally, when challenging the 60,000-meter-tall steels and statues, players needed at least an hour or 2 to secure an A-rank evaluation. Yet, these 5 half-step mortal gods had concluded their challenge in just 16 minutes. Could the challenge be very simple? Is that why they finished it so quickly? Phoenix Flame wondered as she started walking toward the 5 players, intending to ask them about the challenge they faced. However, before Phoenix Flame could approach the 5 players, the Divine Law Steel revealed 2 evaluations. At the same time, 3 of the 5 players transformed into streaks of light and disappeared, leaving only the bald young man and a girl with a ponytail. Desert River, Crystallian Race Age, 17, Evaluation. C. Flaming Lotus, Crystallian Race, Age 16, Evaluation. C. Silence enveloped the area following this development as everyone stared at the Divine Law Steel in disbelief. 5 half-step mortal gods, each equipped with a divine artifact, had challenged the Divine Law Stele confidently. Yet, their challenge concluded in less than 20 minutes, with 3 failing their challenge and the other 2 receiving only a passing evaluation. After seeing this, no one could imagine how difficult the Stele's challenge was. Just when everyone was gradually returning to their senses, the Divine Concentration Steel suddenly lit up, and a person flew out. This person was none other than the mortal god Ink Crystal. However, the current Ink Crystal was riddled with wounds, and she was obviously heavily injured. When she landed on the ground, she even stumbled and nearly fell. More importantly, it hadn't been more than 10 minutes since Desert River and Flaming Lotus concluded their challenge. Chapter 375D, Chapter 824, Choice, Chapter 824, Choice. Why is she out already? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Ink Crystal emerge from the Divine Concentration Steel. It was one thing for Desert River and Flaming Lotus to return quickly. However, nobody expected Ink Crystal to return so soon as well. They had seen for themselves how strong Ink Crystal was. She was the undisputed #1 expert in this season's Continental Championship. Nobody would find it strange even if she spent half a day inside the divine concentration steel. Yet, she had concluded her challenge less than 40 minutes after she started it. Just how difficult was the challenge for her to be defeated so quickly? However, unlike everyone else, Garuda still did not give up hope. Quickly, he turned to the divine concentration steel to check Ink Crystal's evaluation. As someone who had experienced the Central Area's challenges in the past, Garuda knew that while time spent in a challenge could be used to estimate a player's evaluation, it wasn't always accurate. Subsequently, Ink Crystal's evaluation appeared on the divine concentration steel with a flash. Ink Crystal Crystallian Race Age. 16 evaluation. Sure enough. Garuda's complexion brightened considerably when he saw this evaluation. That gave me a scare. Thank goodness she received an A. Everyone else was similarly relieved upon seeing the evaluation shown on the divine concentration steel. This was especially so for Extreme Feather, Deathwind, and those visiting the Crucible's central area for the first time. If even a mortal god like Ink Crystal scored only a C or B rank evaluation, players who weren't even half-step mortal gods like themselves would have no hope of passing the Three Great Legacies challenges. However, since Ink Crystal got an A rank evaluation, players beneath half-step mortal gods would still have a chance at securing a C rank evaluation. So long as they could get a C rank evaluation, they could at least receive some rewards rather than leave empty-handed. What an ignorant bunch. Desert River, the bald young man of the Ink Crystal party, sneered as he watched the members of the other parties sigh in relief. Do they think that whatever we can accomplish, they can too? Do they think the term half-step mortal god exists for nothing? Flaming Lotus, the girl with the ponytail, nodded, surprisingly agreeing with Desert River's words. Ignore them and focus on recovering, Ink Crystal said as she consumed a concentration recovery potion and sat down. Once they're done with their challenge and we receive our reward, we will leave immediately. We still have many things to do later. Hearing this, Desert River and Flaming Lotus stopped paying attention to the other parties and focused on their recovery while waiting for the other parties to finish their challenge. Guild leader, what should we do? Gentle Snow asked Shi Feng worriedly. Should the three of us choose these 3 steles? Guild leader, I think these 3 steles are a little too difficult for us 3. I think it would be better if we went for the other steles, Fervent Samsara said. I agree. Otherwise, we could very well waste this precious opportunity, Heavy Abyss added. Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss were well aware of their respective circumstances. They couldn't even match experts like Phoenix Flame in combat standards, let alone half-step mortal gods like Desert River. If even half-step mortal gods only had a chance to get a passing evaluation, it was very unlikely they could pass the Three Great Legacies challenges. No, you should still go for these steles, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Then, while looking at Ink Crystal's group, he continued, you only need to avoid the Divine Law Steel. Depending on which you are most proficient in, choose between the Divine Technique and Divine Concentration steels. Shi Feng was certain that it didn't matter how well they scored in the other steels and statues in the central area. Even acquiring an S-rank evaluation for the other steles and statues probably wouldn't benefit them as much as acquiring a C-rank evaluation for the 3 tallest steles. In his previous life, the 3 absolutes had clearly stated that the Crucible of the Ancients held the method to go beyond Tier 6. If any legacies in the current Crucible held such a method, he felt it would have to be the 3 steles before him. Not to mention, the Ink Crystal party seemed to know a lot about the Crucible of the Ancients. Desert River and Flaming Lotus could have easily secured an S-rank evaluation had they challenged any other stele or statue. Yet, they insisted on the Divine Law Stele. Moreover, they did not get upset even after acquiring a C-rank evaluation. This showed that merely acquiring a C-rank evaluation was already a worthwhile outcome. Hence, it would be a shame for Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss to not even try. The Ink Crystal party's choices also gave a general idea of the 3 steles challenges. If players only sought to get good results, they should challenge their most proficient field rather than their weaknesses. When Ink Crystal's 5 party members chose the Divine Law Steel, they did so to compensate for their weaknesses. On the other hand, Ink Crystal was incredibly strong in concentration. The fact that she could accomplish manifold executions proved this. Hence, she got an A-rank evaluation, while Desert River and Flaming Lotus only got C-rank evaluations. Meanwhile, Garuda and Elise evidently reached the same conclusion as they had their party members challenge the 3 steles based on their strengths. Then, the 2 challenged the Divine Concentration Steel like Ink Crystal. Let's go in as well. When Shi Feng saw Garuda and the others finish choosing, he walked up and entered the Divine Law Steel. His achievements in world laws were undeniably better than his achievements in concentration and technique, so the Divine Law Steel was his best option. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow, Verdant Rainbow, and Deathwind chose to challenge the Divine Technique Stele, while Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss chose the Divine Concentration Stele. At least they're smart enough to go for their field of expertise after watching us suffer, Desert Ripper said, clicking his tongue when he saw the 3 parties' decisions. Suddenly, Ink Crystal opened her eyes and looked at the 3 steles before her. Then, with a heavy expression, she said, "Even if they choose their strengths, it's pointless. Apart from Garuda and Elise, the best the others can achieve is C rank." Desert River and Flaming Lotus chuckled when they heard Ink Crystal's words. They could imagine the looks of shock the three parties' members would wear once they were inside the three steles. Inside, these people would learn just how weak they were. They would also learn that even the peerless chosen ones of an entire race were nothing more than ants. Chapter 3751, Chapter 825, Geniuses of the Myriad Worlds. Chapter 825, Geniuses of the Myriad Worlds. Upon entering the Divine Law Stele, Shi Feng found himself in an endless sea of stars. Amidst this starry sea was a three-story tower of epic proportions, and its presence here was akin to that of an overlord as countless worlds orbited it. When Shi Feng looked at these worlds, he could see countless players residing in them. Not only did these worlds house human, Crystallian, and Holy Race players, but there were also players whose races Shi Feng had never seen before. Incredible. Upon inspecting these worlds, Shi Feng was dumbfounded. This was because he could vaguely see many foreign players whose strength matched Garuda's. Some even felt as strong as Ink Crystal. What shocked Shi Feng the most was that these worlds housed players even more terrifying than Ink Crystal. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng flew into the tower's first floor, an icy mechanical voice rang in his ears. "System, you are required to survive against a genius from the myriad worlds. You may choose your opponent from one of three grades. Your opponent will be fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. Survive for 30 seconds and you may proceed to the next floor. The quality of the legacy you will receive on the next floor will depend on your opponent's grade." Subsequently, Shi Feng appeared on a ring with a 1,000-yard radius and a translucent screen appeared before him. The screen showed three grades based on the World Tower's standards. The first grade corresponded to the pseudo-6th floor standard, the second grade corresponded to the 6th floor standard, and the third grade corresponded to the 6th floor ranker standard. Assuming he could ascend to the second floor, he would receive a complete possession law legacy of a different quality depending on which grade he chose his opponent from. The first grade would grant him a pseudo-primordial god's legacy, the second grade would grant him a primordial god's legacy, and the third grade would grant him a legacy from a mighty being, even among primordial gods. No wonder 3 of the Ink Crystal Party's members got disqualified. Realization dawned on Shi Feng as he looked at the screen. He also couldn't help but be surprised. Possession legacies were among the best kinds of legacies in God's domain. Unlike legacy guidances, which only unilaterally allowed players to experience the use of a technique or world law, possession legacies allowed players to possess the bodies of the legacy's creators. This, in turn, allowed players to gain and experience the creator's perceptions and even thoughts as they used their legacies. Meanwhile, complete possession legacies were even more incredible. This was because they allowed players to go through their creator's breakthrough process. Players could experience firsthand the birth of a legacy. This would greatly help them avoid detours when learning a legacy. Most of the players who could reach this mighty tower were unlikely to settle for a pseudo-primordial god's complete possession legacy. They would definitely make the third grade of experts their first choice, as this could help them break through the confines of Tier 6 in the future. However, 6th floor rankers were not ordinary 6th floor experts. Based on Shi Feng's past life experiences, experts of this standard were likely to be at the late stage of the 6th floor. They were not opponents. An entry-level 6th floor expert like Ink Crystal could match, much less half-step mortal gods like Ink Crystal's party members. Even if the selected 6th floor ranker was only equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, a half-step mortal god equipped with a divine artifact would have difficulty surviving against the other party for a long time. While Shi Feng pondered which grade he should select, the mechanical voice from before began to urge him. "You still have 10 seconds to decide. You will be teleported away if you do not make a choice." Subsequently, a countdown timer appeared on the screen. 10, 9, 8, 8, to hell with it. Gritting his teeth, Shi Feng chose to challenge an opponent from the third grade. Although the safer choice here would be the second grade, he couldn't give up on the legacy of an existence considered mighty even among primordial gods. Not to mention, he was equipped with the God Chaser set. With it, his basic attributes could rival level 190 players equipped with 3 divine artifacts. He had a much greater advantage than Desert River and Flaming Lotus. If they could survive for 30 seconds, there was no reason he couldn't. The instant Shi Feng made his choice, a gnome-like young man who wasn't even 1 meter in height appeared before him. The gnome youth was fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and he was similarly at level 190. However, the gnome youth was in a completely different league from Ink Crystal. The instant the gnome youth appeared, Shi Feng felt like a mountain had fallen onto his shoulders, and his basic attributes started to plummet. Crap, what is this law projection? Shi Feng couldn't help but curse out loud as he looked at the gnome youth before him. He also couldn't understand how Desert River and Flaming Lotus survived this challenge. Currently, Shi Feng already had his pseudo-goddess law projection active. Yet, his basic attributes still fell by 50%. This suppression was even greater than when he used his complete goddess law projection to suppress Garuda's pseudo-primordial god law projection. Under such suppression, even level 190 players equipped with 3 divine artifacts would have their basic attributes reduced to the same standard as the gnome youths. Before Shi Feng could recover from his shock, the gnome youth raised the 2 claw-like weapons he wielded and instantly split into 100 doppelgangers. Then, each doppelganger tore apart space with their claws as they converged their weapons at a single point, creating a black hole-like object. A peak gold fusion technique? Shi Feng was stunned by this scene. A 2-fold peak gold rank technique was the limit of what most 6th floor experts could achieve. An example would be Ink Crystal, who could use the 2-fold Thornstorm. The control required to execute such a technique was already freakish. Nevertheless, the gnome youth had merged 2 peak gold-ranked techniques. The complexity of this technique was leagues above Ink Crystal's 2-fold Thornstorm. It was comparable to the difference between Tier 5 and Tier 6 spells. Upon seeing the peak gold fusion technique, Shi Feng threw his calm aside and frantically used his trump cards one after another. World's Descent, Sword Law World, Void Barrier. Immediately, Shi Feng's law projection was no longer suppressed thoroughly. Even so, he could only extend his law projection up to 50 yards in the presence of the gnome youth's law projection, and his basic attributes were still weakened by 20%. Meanwhile, due to Sword Law World's effect, the power of the gnome youth's black hole fell by 30%. However, despite this change, Shi Feng still saw the void barrier cracking bit by bit the instant the black hole touched it. Evidently, the void barrier could not withstand the black hole's power. War Goddess Summoning, Heroic Pledge. When Shi Feng saw the void barrier cracking, he knew he would face certain death if he couldn't block the gnome youth's attack. Immediately, he summoned 6 war goddesses, intending to resist to the very end. Chapter 3752, Chapter 826, First Generation Primordial God, Chapter 826, First Generation Primordial God. When the gnome youth saw Shi Feng summoning 6 level 200 war goddesses, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and his strength attributes skyrocketed once more. Evidently, he had used a berserk skill to counteract Sword Law World's effects and return his black hole to full power. Activate your battle array to block it. Shi Feng wasn't surprised to see the black hole recover its power. In response, he had the war goddesses activate their battle array to defend against the attack. The Feather of Oath, also known as the 12 Heavenly Wings, was one of the Goddess of Space's most prized possessions. While each war goddess might not be as strong as an ancient god of the same level, if all the summoned war goddesses formed their unique battle array, they could hold their ground against even primordial gods of the same level. As Shi Feng could only summon up to 6 war goddesses, he could not reproduce the complete war goddess battle array. Even so, with the effects of the incomplete battle array and heroic pledge, the 6 war goddesses should have no trouble withstanding the gnome youth's attack. After all, NPCs had much greater amounts of HP than players. Meanwhile, after the war goddesses formed their battle array, a spear-wielding war goddess, the recipient of the heroic pledge, swung her spear and caused the surrounding space to stagnate. A moment later, a barrier made of divine patterns appeared before her and collided with the approaching black hole. Advanced gold defensive technique, God's Protection. Boom. A sizable portion of the ring vanished along with a loud boom, leaving behind a dark void. How resilient, the gnome youth said when he saw Shi Feng still alive. After blocking his attack, the spear-wielding war goddess had been sent flying 100 yards away and lost 5% of her HP. Meanwhile, because of Void Barrier's protection, Shi Feng escaped unscathed. But how many times can these war goddesses protect you? After saying so, the gnome youth executed the same peak gold fusion technique, leaving no time for Shi Feng to catch his breath. Is this a ranker's strength? Shi Feng was shocked when he saw the damage the spear-wielding war goddess had sustained. Although he had already estimated that the gnome youth could cause significant damage to the war goddess, he didn't think she would lose 5% of her HP from one attack. Even the average NPC would have 10 times or more HP than players of the same level and tier. Naturally, war goddesses who possess superior life rating would have even more HP. Even if a war goddess stood still and did nothing, a player of the same level and tier would need considerable time to kill her. Yet, the gnome youth managed to cause 5% HP damage to the spear-wielding war goddess, even after she had used an advanced gold defensive technique. If it were a player standing in her place, the gnome youth's attack could have killed them several times over. When Shi Feng saw the second black hole approaching, he dared not let the war goddess receive it as she had before. Immediately, he activated World of Frost and executed Sword's Orbit with the summoned Frost Swords. Simultaneously, he executed Flowing Space, transforming into a streak of light as he frantically tried to evade the gnome youth's attack. Although Shi Feng could not use the gold-ranked Sword's Orbit to block the black hole, he could attack the gnome youth's claws to disrupt the other party's attack. When it came to the strength attribute, Shi Feng had quite the advantage over the gnome youth. So, although he could only land some of his attacks on the gnome youth's claws, he still managed to affect the other party's attack rate to a large extent and buy himself precious time. 28 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, despicable ant. Is running the only thing you know? The gnome youth gnashed his teeth as he watched Shi Feng scurry about. When executing flowing space, Shi Feng could achieve speeds comparable to the gnome youth. Although the gnome youth could still accurately predict Shi Feng's movements, the constant interruption of the frost swords and war goddesses forced him to spend much more time preparing and launching an attack at Shi Feng. Originally, the gnome youth could have killed Shi Feng in under 1 second. Now, he needed over 1 second to launch an accurate attack at Shi Feng and force the spear-wielding war goddess to block it. When less than 3 seconds remained, the spear-wielding war goddess still had a little over 50% of her HP. When the gnome youth saw this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Be proud that you have forced me to this point. Suddenly, the gnome youth stabbed his claws into his chest and blood spewed all over. The spattered blood turned into 20 clones of the gnome youth, each a perfect replica of the original. Immediately, the gnome youth and his clones scattered and executed the same peak gold fusion technique against Shi Feng from all directions. Crap. When Shi Feng saw the 21 black holes around him, he inwardly cursed, feeling that this challenge was utterly ridiculous. Executing a peak gold fusion technique over 20 times simultaneously simply wasn't something a mortal should be capable of. While cursing, Shi Feng instinctively executed flowing space and activated Abyssal Eye's abyssal power. He also had the 6 war goddesses take the initiative to intercept some of the attacks, hoping to increase his chances of survival as much as possible. Boom, 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 boom. The war goddesses attempted to intercept as many of the gnome youth's attacks as possible. However, even after all 6 of them died, one black hole still remained, and it threatened to pull Shi Feng into it with its powerful gravitational force. Shatter. When Shi Feng saw the black hole coming within 10 yards of him, he swung the shadow incinerator at it with all his might. The end. A towering pillar of flames illuminated the ring, and a powerful shockwave shook the barrier protecting the ring. When the black hole vanished, Shi Feng's bloodied figure fell out of the void. Fortunately, just as he was about to crash into the ring's shattered floor, he corrected his posture and landed on his feet. How close. I nearly died. Shi Feng sighed in relief when he saw that he had less than 1% HP remaining and was heavily injured. If not for the gnome youth being equipped with only legendary weapons and equipment, Shi Feng would have died, even if he tried to defend himself with the end. Damn it. When the gnome youth saw that Shi Feng had survived, he could only disappear from the ring in frustration. Following the gnome youth's departure, the system's icy, mechanical voice rang inside the tower. System, you have passed the first floor trial. You may proceed to the tower's second floor, where you will be randomly assigned a mighty being based on the world laws you have learned and undergo a complete possession law legacy. If you can replicate 80% of the law legacy, you may proceed to the third floor. Before Shi Feng could react, he found himself fully recovered. Then, his surroundings changed as he was teleported to the tower's second floor. It is detected that you have learned the advanced laws of destruction, space, and darkness. The first-generation primordial god Abysses has been designated for you. Please get ready for the complete possession. When the notification ended, Shi Feng's consciousness started to grow heavy. Then, he found himself dragged into a chaotic void. Chapter 3753, Chapter 827, Law Projection that Exceeds the Primordial God. Rank Chapter 827, Law Projection that Exceeds the Primordial God. Rank, is this a first-generation primordial god? Shi Feng wondered as he looked at the 10,000-meter-tall human-like being before him. Although the other party's figure was shrouded in darkness, he could see countless worlds contained in the other party's eyes. Merely looking at these worlds made Shi Feng feel like they were weighing down his body, suffocating him. In front of this mighty being, even ancient gods and their ilk were merely jokes. He even felt the average primordial god was nothing before the primordial abyssal god. Before Shi Feng could inspect the primordial abyssal god, his consciousness was drawn into the other party. Incredible. Shi Feng was dumbfounded when he sensed everything the primordial abyssal god sensed. Is this a primordial god's perception and strength? Within the primordial abyssal god's perception, Shi Feng could sense the existence of 5 greater gods' domains in the void sea. Although these greater gods' domains were far apart, he felt he could reach them instantly. He also felt like he could easily tear apart their seemingly indestructible world barriers. However, rather than these things, what astonished Shi Feng even more was the void sea's magic elements. These magic elements, which were normally violent and uncontrollable, were currently orbiting the primordial abyssal god and forming world laws naturally. Just as Shi Feng was about to inspect these naturally occurring world laws, a 10-headed behemoth 100,000 meters tall appeared in the distance. 110,000-meter-tall monsters followed the behemoth, and they swarmed at the primordial abyssal god as soon as they appeared. Although Shi Feng could not see the level of these monsters, he recognized the 10,000-meter-tall monsters, Void Eaters. They were the nightmares of greater gods' domains. Even existences such as ancient gods were nothing more than food to Void Eaters. Even a lone Void Eater could easily destroy a royal power. In Shi Feng's previous life, a Void Eater invaded the Holy Race's greater god's domain. 5 royal powers had to join forces at the time to defeat it. Even then, 2 participating royal powers suffered severe losses, and all 5 royal powers lost nearly 1/3 of their territories. Furthermore, 4 sixth-floor experts suffered permanent deaths. Fortunately, the human race's greater god's domain never had to face such a fearsome monster. Otherwise, it really would have faced destruction. As for the 100 Void Eaters the primordial abyssal god faced, not even 10 holy races would be enough to defeat them. There was also a 10-headed monster that was clearly stronger than the Void Eaters. Meanwhile, before these monsters could get within 1,000,000 yards, the primordial abyssal god looked at them. Suddenly, Shi Feng sensed all the magic elements within a radius of tens of millions of yards coming under the primordial abyssal god's control. Then, they swarmed toward the primordial abyssal god like bees returning to their nest. As this happened, the primordial abyssal god merged the laws of destruction, space, and darkness within his body. Then, the primordial abyssal god created a rotating miniature world using the 3 advanced laws as the core and the laws of water, earth, wind, and fire as the foundation. When this miniature world took shape, the magic elements within a 5,000,000-yard radius of the primordial abyssal god naturally formed a world of darkness that destroyed all forms of foreign energy. The instant the primordial abyssal god's law projection took shape, the 10-headed behemoth and the Void Eaters began rapidly losing HP. Additionally, the Void Eaters' movements slowed to a crawl, and their basic attributes fell by over 90%. The 10-headed behemoth, which was still able to move normally, turned around and fled as soon as this happened. As for the Void Eaters, they died before they could escape the primordial abyssal god's law projection. Although my law projection still isn't perfect, at least it has finally reached this step, the primordial abyssal god said in a satisfied tone as he looked at the Void Eaters' corpses. When the primordial abyssal god finished speaking, Shi Feng's consciousness withdrew from the other party's body and retreated into the distance. A few minutes later, Shi Feng found himself back on the tower's deserted second floor. The primordial abyssal god truly is powerful. That law projection definitely exceeded the standard of the average primordial god. When Shi Feng recalled how the primordial abyssal god utilized his 3 advanced laws and 4 basic laws, he was amazed. Merely merging world laws was already challenging for most Tier 6 players, let alone combining them to form a world. Yet, the primordial abyssal god did it. Although it must have taken the primordial abyssal god countless attempts to reach this outcome, he nevertheless succeeded. The miniature law world's rotation was like a galaxy's rotation. It occurred naturally and did not require active control from the primordial abyssal god. Because of this, the primordial abyssal god's law projection could achieve scale and stability superior to any law projection requiring active control. System, you are required to recreate the abyssal world immediately. You have 3 attempts. Your performance will be judged based on your best result. You have 10 seconds to prepare. When Shi Feng heard the system's notification, he instantly snapped out of his daze. I don't even get time to think? The notification rendered Shi Feng speechless. However, he dared not waste time. Immediately, he consumed an eternal god crystal and began attempting to create the abyssal world inside his body. The primordial abyssal god's law projection was completely different from the average law projection. The average law projection's formation required active manipulation of magic elements. However, instead of doing that, the primordial abyssal god created a miniature world within his body. While the process of creating this miniature world was extremely complicated, since Shi Feng got to share the primordial abyssal god's senses, he could view every step of the process with perfect clarity. Although Shi Feng had not fully mastered the 4 basic laws the primordial abyssal god used, he could still imitate them since basic laws were much easier to learn than advanced laws. On his first attempt, Shi Feng easily merged the 3 advanced laws. However, because he failed to merge the 4 basic laws properly, he didn't even manage to create a miniature world. As a result, he concluded his first attempt with only a 16% legacy completion rate. On his second attempt, Shi Feng was extremely careful when merging the 4 basic laws. In return for his patience, a miniature world formed within his body. Only, because of a problem with how he manipulated the 4 basic laws, the miniature world collapsed 2 seconds after it formed, and his second attempt ended with a 49% legacy completion rate. On his third attempt, Shi Feng spent 10 seconds familiarizing himself with the 4 basic laws' operations before he started to construct a miniature world inside his body. Ultimately, he managed to create a miniature world and maintain it for 10 seconds before it collapsed due to his concentration giving out. His third attempt concluded with a 73% legacy completion rate. Chapter 3744, Chapter 828, Evaluation. Chapter 82828. Evaluation Crucible of the Ancients. Central Area, Your Highness. You got a B for your evaluation. Phoenix Flame said excitedly when she saw Elise getting kicked out of the Divine Concentration Steel. You've also exited slightly later than Garuda. This makes you the second best out of everyone here. B rank? Elise sighed in relief when she saw her results displayed on the Divine Concentration Steel. Thank goodness I saved a trump card. Otherwise, I would have concluded the challenge with a C-rank evaluation. Meanwhile, Garuda couldn't help but scrutinize Elise when he saw her results. He hadn't thought Elise could also score a B-rank evaluation. It's only a B. If we weren't trying to compensate for our weaknesses, we could have easily scored a B, Desert River scoffed when he heard Phoenix Flame celebrating Elise's results. Flaming Lotus nodded in agreement. She was similarly dissatisfied by this situation. Don't feel disgruntled, Ink Crystal calmly said as she glanced at her two party members. They are not like you. With the current legacies the Holy Race and Human Race have, their talent is already at the level of monsters. They can most likely reach the 6th floor standard in the near future, so it's normal for them to get a B rank evaluation. Leader, do you think that item will appear? Desert River asked, diverting his attention from Phoenix Flame and Elise. Whether it was Garuda or Elise, they were indeed talented individuals. However, compared to the members of the Ink Crystal Party, they were nothing but ants. Their goals in attending the Continental Championship had never been the same since the beginning. It should appear, Ink Crystal said after some thought. This is the first Continental Championship after the major system update. I have also scored an A, so there's at least a 50% chance that item will show up as a reward for me, while you two should have a 10% chance of acquiring it. Only 10%? Desert River and Flaming Lotus started to feel regret when they heard Ink Crystal's words. Even if you score a B rank evaluation, the probability of that item showing up won't reach 20%, Ink Crystal said in consolation. After all, that item is the key to advancing beyond Tier 6. Do you think it can be obtained so easily? It seems we'll have to try our luck again next time. After thinking it over, Desert River and Flaming Lotus agreed with Ink Crystal. To begin with, they had only participated in the Continental Championship to try their luck. After all, they were only half-step mortal gods. Out of everyone in their party, only Ink Crystal had a chance to obtain that item. While Ink Crystal and Desert River conversed, a figure was suddenly blasted out of the Divine Law Steel. Your Highness, Black Flame is out. Phoenix Flame smiled when she saw who got kicked out of the Divine Law Steel. I thought he could last a little longer inside, but he didn't even survive for 30 minutes. It seems he has also scored a C rank evaluation only. Phoenix Flame was greatly dissatisfied by the fact that Shi Feng had led the Verdant Rainbow Party to secure second place in the Continental Championship. It was especially so after she saw how the Verdant Rainbow Party performed when challenging the three great legacies. Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, Heavy Abyss, and Verdant Rainbow had all scored C rank evaluations in their challenges. The only person who failed was Deathwind. This was a truly confusing and frustrating situation. Fortunately, Phoenix Flame didn't have to experience even more frustration as Shi Feng concluded his challenge only a few minutes after Gentle Snow and the others. He didn't even last 30 minutes? Extreme Feather looked at Shi Feng with disdain when she saw how quickly he had concluded his challenge. The Verdant Rainbow Party placed second in the Continental Championship. Although the party's members could not equip any divine artifacts, they were not restricted in how many fragmented divine artifacts they could equip. Hence, they had a significant advantage in basic attributes over the members of 3rd and 4th ranked parties. Since Shi Feng and his party members lasted only as long as she did, it meant that their talent was inferior to hers. Sure enough, scoring a B rank evaluation is tough for those who haven't reached the half-step mortal god standard. When Garuda saw Shi Feng's pale complexion and how quickly the other party had concluded his challenge, he wasn't particularly surprised. Subsequently, he turned to look at the resting Star Maiden and thought, it seems Elise will be my only opponent in the next season. At the same time, Elise also looked at Garuda, similarly considering him her greatest opponent in the next Continental Championship. Unlike Verdant Rainbow, the two of them knew how important it was to perform well in the Central Area's legacy challenges after the major system update. Even if their scores were only one rank higher, the rewards they would receive later would be worlds apart, and such a difference in rewards would create an unimaginable gap between them in the future. Damn it. The guild leader is only 1 minute short of reaching the 30-minute mark. Gentle Snow felt frustrated as she looked at the system clock. Based on everyone's challenge results, the 30-minute mark could be regarded as a milestone. Those who lasted 30 minutes in their challenges were virtually guaranteed a B rank evaluation, while those who failed to last 30 minutes would either score a C rank evaluation or fail. The only exception to this rule so far was Ink Crystal. Meanwhile, Shi Feng spent 29 minutes on his challenge. He was just 1 minute short of reaching the B rank threshold. 29 minutes? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he overheard all the discussion. Was I inside for that long? As far as he could recall, he had only spent 30 seconds battling on the first floor and a few minutes possessing the primordial abyssal god and learning how to create the abyssal world. Although he had also spent some time entering the tower, he wouldn't get anywhere near 29 minutes even if he added everything up. Only a C? Ink Crystal looked at Shi Feng. What a pity. Originally, Ink Crystal thought Shi Feng could secure a B rank evaluation. However, it seemed that she overestimated him. As everyone waited for the system to announce the rewards for the Legacy Challenge, the Divine Law Stela suddenly shone with a golden radiance that illuminated the central area. When the golden radiance faded, a line of information gradually appeared on the Divine Law Stela. Upon seeing this information, everyone gasped. How is this possible? Am I hallucinating? When Desert River saw the latest information on the Divine Law Steel, he couldn't help but rub his eyes and check again. However, no matter how many times he repeated this action, the outcome remained the same. Black Flame. Human Race. Age 31. Evaluation. S. Chapter 3755, Chapter 829, Promotion Land. Chapter 829, Promotion Land S rank? Didn't he spend less than 30 minutes inside? Phoenix Flame, Extreme Feather, and everyone else couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Shi Feng's results. This was especially so for Garuda and Elise. Could there be an error? When Garuda saw Shi Feng's pale complexion, he couldn't imagine how Shi Feng could receive an S-rank evaluation. Even a bona fide 6th floor expert like Ink Crystal had only scored an A-rank evaluation. Besides an error with the stelae, Garuda couldn't think of any other reason for Shi Feng's S ranking. Leader, is there really something wrong with the Divine Law Stele? Flaming Lotus asked as she turned to look at Ink Crystal. The stele cannot be wrong. Ink Crystal shook her head. Then she turned to look at Shi Feng, smiling as she said, although the Steel's challenge primarily tests combat standards, a player's talent also weighs considerably in the evaluation. His S-rank evaluation shows he has extraordinary talent in world laws. Should we recruit him then? Flaming Lotus asked in a hushed tone. With his talent and S-rank evaluation, it is likely he can reach that step. If he succeeds, he can be of great help to us in the future. Reach that step? Ink Crystal laughed as she looked at Flaming Lotus. It's only his talent for learning world laws that sticks out. Reaching that step is easier said than done. Not to mention, Black Flame has no noteworthy power backing him. Even with our support, his chances of reaching that step would be less than 10%. I'd rather recruit Garuda than Black Flame. At least Garuda has multiple royal powers backing him. Flaming Lotus fell silent at Ink Crystal's words. Indeed, reaching that step required more than talent. Players also required sufficient backing. Meanwhile, Garuda, who had the support of more than one royal power, would have a much greater chance of reaching that step than Shi Feng, who didn't have even one royal power's support. Guild Leader Black Flame, you truly are full of surprises, Verdant Rainbow exclaimed as she walked up to Shi Feng. An S-rank evaluation. Even Ink Crystal only scored an A-rank evaluation. Once word of this spreads, the various Apex powers will likely try to get your help for the next Continental Championship at any cost. The fact that Shi Feng helped her get second place in the Continental Championship already exceeded her expectations. It was definitely worth her going through the effort to acquire all those precious materials for Shi Feng. She had even gained 2 admission tickets for the next Continental Championship. Now that Shi Feng had scored an S-rank evaluation in the Divine Law Stele's challenge, it went without saying the rewards he would receive later would be much better than those of Garuda and Elise, who only scored B-rank evaluations. This meant that Shi Feng was likely to surpass Garuda and Elise in strength by the time the next Continental Championship came around. For various human Apex powers seeking to acquire the Crucible of the Ancients' legacies, apart from Demon's Gate, everyone else would not let go of the opportunity to partner with Shi Feng. I was just lucky, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He was well aware of his circumstances. He achieved a 73% legacy completion rate on his last attempt only because he had performed every step flawlessly. If given another try, he doubted he could achieve even a 60% legacy completion rate, let alone 73%. You are too humble, Verdant Rainbow said, shaking her head. Then she put on a serious expression and continued, Guild Leader Black Flame, would you be willing to deepen your trade relations with the 7 Luminaries Alliance after this? When Shi Feng heard Verdant Rainbow's suggestion, he understood she had her sights set on the next Continental Championship. Thus, he readily replied, naturally. The 7 Luminaries Alliance was a transcendental apex power among the human race. Its resources and connections far exceeded Zero Wing's reach. If Zero Wing could deepen its trade relations with the 7 Luminaries Alliance, its development speed would skyrocket. While everyone was digesting Shi Feng's results, a system notification suddenly rang in their ears. System, congratulations to all who passed the legacy trials. Each player will now be granted a reward based on their evaluation. You may choose one of the offered rewards based on your preferences. When the system notification ended, the 3 Steelers released streaks of light at the players before them. System, congratulations. You have received an S-rank evaluation from the Divine Law Stele. You may choose one of 2 rewards. System, for the first option, you will receive 1 complete Primordial God-ranked Law Projection Legacy Guidance, the Primordial Abyssal God's Blessing, and a legendary Tier 7 Promotion Land Scroll. System, for the second option, you will receive 1 inferior Divine Tier 7 Promotion Land Scroll. Tier 7 Promotion Land. Shi Feng's hands trembled slightly when he saw the 2 reward options. Although he had long known that the Crucible of the Ancients held a method to go beyond Tier 6, he hadn't thought scoring an S-rank evaluation in the 3 Great Legacies challenges would let him enter the Tier 7 promotion land directly. However, after recovering from his surprise, he hesitated over which option to choose. Although the first reward option only offered a legendary Tier 7 promotion land scroll, it also offered a primordial God-ranked Law Projection Legacy Guidance. If he received this legacy guidance, he could almost certainly advance his law projection to the primordial God standard. In that case, he could suppress most Tier 6 players he faced in the future regarding law projections. The primordial abyssal god's blessing was also amazing. In God's domain, even a God-ranked blessing could raise the average NPC's life rating to the standard of heroes. A primordial God-ranked blessing could absolutely raise a player's life rating to whole new heights. If he could have a primordial God-ranked law projection and the primordial abyssal god's blessing, he would have a much easier time challenging his Tier 7 promotion. However, the inferior divine Tier 7 promotion land scroll was also irresistible. According to the two scrolls' introductions, the legendary version only gave him one opportunity to enter his Tier 7 promotion land, whereas the inferior divine version gave him two opportunities. With the inferior divine Tier 7 promotion land scroll, even if he failed his first attempt, he could have a second chance at his Tier 7 promotion. This would undoubtedly increase his chances of going beyond Tier 6. After all, neither he nor anybody else knew anything about Tier 7 promotion lands right now. If he could experience his Tier 7 promotion land before his serious attempt, he could prepare better for his Tier 7 promotion. Chapter 3756, Chapter 830, Players from Outside, the Eternal Realm. Chapter 830, Players from Outside the Eternal Realm. Which should I go for? Shi Feng hesitated as he considered the two reward options. The first reward option would grant him a significant increase in strength, thereby increasing his chances of advancing to Tier 7. The second reward option granted him an additional attempt at challenging his Tier 7 promotion. If he failed his first attempt, he wouldn't need to wait until the next Continental Championship and enter the top 4 again to reattempt his Tier 7 promotion. However, before Shi Feng could consider his options properly, another system notification rang in his ears. System, you have 10 seconds left to make a decision. If you fail to decide, you will be teleported out of the Crucible of the Ancients without any rewards. System, 9 seconds remain. System, 8 seconds remain. Not even a chance to think, huh? When Shi Feng saw the countdown, he looked at the others around him and saw that their bodies were fading. Evidently, they had already determined the best reward for themselves. System, 6 seconds remain. I picked the second option. After thinking it over, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and chose the second reward option. The complete primordial God-ranked law projection legacy guidance and the primordial abyssal god's blessing might be tempting, but he knew advancing to Tier 7 wouldn't be easy. In his previous life, the three absolutes could have entered the Continental Championship's top 4 multiple times had they kept participating together. Yet, they stopped participating entirely after entering the top 4 once. They also never advanced to Tier 7. Shi Feng could think of 2 reasons for this situation. The first reason was that the 3 absolutes knew there was no hope of advancing to Tier 7. Hence, they decided to give up trying altogether. The second reason was that each player could only get one opportunity to advance to Tier 7 via the Crucible of the Ancients. Afterward, players would not receive any more opportunities, regardless of how many times they entered the Crucible's central area. Regardless of the situation, it was best if Shi Feng chose the second reward option. After Shi Feng made his decision, a tattered scroll appeared in his bag space. Countless divine runes were imprinted on the scroll, and the scroll itself radiated divine might that rivaled that of divine artifacts. However, before Shi Feng could inspect the scroll, his consciousness blurred momentarily, and his surroundings changed completely when he recovered. Am I back? When Shi Feng saw the familiar entrance of Shattering Town's Zero-Wing residence, he felt like he had just awakened from a dream. Currently, there was a stream of players coming and going from the residence. Foot traffic had more than doubled. Many Holy Race players also walked the streets of the town, all of them at level 185 or above. Some of these players have even reached level 190 already. The players walking nearby were taken aback when Shi Feng's party suddenly appeared out of nowhere. How did these people teleport here? That swordsman looks like Zero Wing's guild leader. He really is Black Flame. Black Flame is back. So what if he's back? The present situation is no longer the same as before. Shattering Town's fate won't change with his return. When the human and Holy Race players looked at Shi Feng, some were surprised while others scoffed. Nobody tried to hide their discussions from Shi Feng. What's going on with these people? The bystanders' behavior puzzled Gentle Snow. Shattering Town's current atmosphere felt completely different than before. Before she left for the Crucible of the Ancients, Shattering Town's atmosphere felt relaxed and comfortable. But now, a depressing atmosphere surrounded everyone in the town. This was true for both human and Holy Race players. It seems something big must have happened in the past 2 days, Verdant Rainbow said, similarly noticing Shattering Town's strange atmosphere. Immediately, she turned to Shi Feng and continued, Guild Leader Black Flame, I will return for now and draft a new partnership agreement for Zero Wing. Once the new contract comes into effect, Zero Wing can enjoy a 20% discount on all resources purchased from the 7 Luminaries Alliance. 20%? Isn't that the ally treatment? Rainbow, what did you get from inside? The 7 Luminaries Alliance was one of the oldest apex powers in the human race's greater god's domain. Its foundations were so strong that none of the other apex powers dared to underestimate it. For this reason, few powers in the human race's greater god's domain could ally with the 7 Luminaries Alliance. However, if a power became allies with the Seven Luminaries Alliance, it could enjoy a 20% discount on all resources it purchased from the Seven Luminaries Alliance. That would put the final price just a little above the cost. Countless human powers sought this treatment, and even Demon's Gate was no exception. In the current Greater Gods domain, only 3 powers were allies with the Seven Luminaries Alliance, and they were either Apex powers or existences rivaling Apex powers. However, Zero Wing being offered ally status wasn't what surprised Deathwind the most. What truly surprised him was that Verdant Rainbow made the offer. Although Verdant Rainbow was a peerless chosen one nurtured by the Seven Luminaries Alliance, she did not have the qualifications to grant Zero Wing ally status. Nevertheless, Verdant Rainbow was not one to make empty promises. Since she dared to make Zero Wing such an offer, it meant that she was confident she could convince the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Grand Elders to go along with her. This led Deathwind to wonder what Verdant Rainbow obtained in the Crucible of the Ancients to warrant such a bold promise. However, Verdant Rainbow did not answer Deathwind's question. She merely looked at Shi Feng, waiting for his reply. Okay. Zero Wing looks forward to deepening its relations with the Seven Luminaries Alliance, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He similarly concluded that Verdant Rainbow must have gained an incredible harvest. Otherwise, she would never make such a promise. We will be taking our leave then, Verdant Rainbow said before dragging Deathwind away, completely disregarding the resentful gaze the other party was giving her. Once Verdant Rainbow and Deathwind were out of sight, Shi Feng turned to Gentle Snow and the others. What rewards did you get? Shi Feng asked quietly. Although Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss had only scored C-rank evaluations, they should have also received extraordinary rewards based on Verdant Rainbow's behavior. A huge windfall, Gentle Snow exclaimed through the team chat. All 3 of us received an epic Tier 7 promotion land scroll. So long as we gather the listed materials and reach level 200, we can head to the promotion land and challenge our Tier 7 promotion. You got one too? Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised by this revelation. He also understood why Verdant Rainbow was so confident she could convince the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Grand Elders, the opportunity to advance to Tier 7. This was likely the first time such an opportunity had appeared in the human race's Greater Gods domain. Any player who successfully advanced to Tier 7 would bring unimaginable benefits to the power they were affiliated with. Before Shi Feng could ask Gentle Snow for more details on the epic Tier 7 promotion land scroll, he suddenly received a call from Hidden Soul. Seeing this, he decided to leave the questions for later. Guild leader, I finally reached you. When Hidden Soul saw the call had connected, she urgently said, something big happened in the Eternal Realm. Something big? What is it? Shi Feng asked. Players from outside the Eternal Realm have appeared. Taking a deep breath, Hidden Soul said, a day ago, a stable space-time passage appeared in the southern region, and a group of level 220+ Tier 6 players emerged from it. Based on our investigations, those players came from outside the Eternal Realm. Chapter 3757, Chapter 831, Taboo Nucleus, Chapter 831, Taboo Nucleus. They found an entrance already? Shi Feng was astonished by Hidden Soul's report. In his previous life, by the time the various powers exploration teams found a way into the Eternal Realm, the average level of players was already above level 200. On the other hand, the average level of players in the current Eternal Realm hadn't even reached level 190. Events surrounding the Eternal Realm were clearly progressing much more rapidly in this life than in his previous life. Meanwhile, the powers currently operating in the Eternal Realm probably had mixed feelings about this development. This was because the arrival of players from outside the Eternal Realm would undoubtedly upset the status quo. In this situation, powers with strong foundations outside the Eternal Realm could thoroughly exert their advantages, while powers with weak foundations would face disaster. Even among Tier 6 players, the difference between players at level 200 or above and players below level 200 was like night and day. Not to mention, there were far more Tier 6 players outside the Eternal Realm than inside. Following the arrival of these level 200+ Tier 6 players, the powers behind them could oppress powers lacking foundations. These powers could also explore level 200+ maps and obtain the resources there, which would give them a huge advantage. Thankfully, not all is bad news, Hidden Soul added. Although a space-time passage into the Eternal Realm has been discovered, it isn't exactly safe. According to the outsiders, they entered the passage with a 1,000-man Tier 6 legion, but exited with less than 50 players remaining. Additionally, less than 10 powers know about this space-time passage's location right now, so it should take a few more days before other powers can send their forces into the Eternal Realm. That is indeed good news. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng added, since so few outsiders have arrived, the powers behind them shouldn't be able to expand rapidly for the time being. If we use this time to increase the guild's overall strength, we can still compete with those powers. I have already contacted our God's domain to send as many level 200+ Tier 5 experts to use as possible. We should get an additional 1,000 level 200+ Tier 5 experts in 5 days, Hidden Soul said. Then she furrowed her brows and continued. The problem is the 7 luminaries crystals they need for their Tier 6 promotion and their limited combat standards. I doubt more than 100 of them can advance to Tier 6. If we want more level 200 plus Tier 6 experts, our only other option is Gazing Moon City's Tier 5 experts. But those experts don't come from our god's domain. Many of them don't even operate in Star Lake City. If we involve them in the Eternal Realm, we will likely expose the World Fragment's existence. Have only Gazing Moon City's Tier 6 experts come. We still cannot expose the World Fragment's secret, Shi Feng said firmly. As for the lacking combat standards of our god's domain's Tier 5 players, how is the Tower of the Abyss's construction coming along? Hidden Soul didn't understand why Shi Feng was asking about the Tower of the Abyss, but she still inquired about the tower's construction before she answered. It won't take more than half a day before it is completed. Good, Shi Feng was elated by the answer. He originally thought it would take a few more days, so this was a pleasant surprise. Gather as many of our level 200 plus Tier 5 members at Shattering Town as possible, include even those who lack the strength to reach Tier 6. The Tower of the Abyss could be regarded as the heart of the Holy Race in his previous life. It had helped the Holy Race produce countless experts. It also became a gathering place for riches. If Zero Wing could activate its Tower of the Abyss now, it could largely resolve its predicament of insufficient Tier 6 players and 7 Luminaries crystals. Understood. Hidden Soul promptly acted on Shi Feng's command. Meanwhile, after issuing instructions to Hidden Soul, Shi Feng had Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss get some rest. None of them had had a decent rest during the Continental Championship. Now that the championship was over, they should use this time to recuperate and go through what they gained from the championship. As for Shi Feng, he went to his office in Zero Wing's residence to inspect the inferior Divine Tier 7 promotion land scroll. Zero Wing's residence, guild leader's office, no wonder no human player ever managed to go beyond Tier 6. Shi Feng smiled wryly when he finished inspecting the inferior Divine Tier 7 promotion land scroll. It costs 100 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal just to activate this scroll. Even Apex powers will have difficulty meeting this requirement. Not to mention, a taboo nucleus is needed to complete the actual Tier 7 promotion. This is a joke. For many human powers, the price of 100 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal was still bearable. However, the required taboo nucleus was something even Apex powers would not dare to think of obtaining. This was because a taboo nucleus could only be obtained by killing one of the 22 taboos. This was not a secret in the human race's Greater God's domain. On the contrary, this was public information readily available in the Greater God's domain's Grand Library. Each taboo nucleus was an incredible energy source and the ideal material for making divine artifacts. Unfortunately, although the various powers knew that taboo nuclei were ideal for making divine artifacts, nobody had ever managed to kill any of the 22 taboos. Even when several Apex powers worked together, they remained helpless against the 22 taboos. Yet, the inferior Divine Tier 7 promotion land scroll was now telling him that he required a taboo nucleus to advance to Tier 7. If this wasn't a joke, what was it? Shi Feng finally understood why the 3 absolutes could never go beyond Tier 6. He also understood why the Holy Race had tried to invade the 12 sanctuaries in his previous life. It was a fact that no human player could kill any of the 22 taboos. The majority of the 22 taboos also resided in the 12 sanctuaries. Thus, if the Holy Race wanted to kill them, it must first invade the 12 sanctuaries. Of course, the taboo nucleus wasn't compulsory to advance to Tier 7, it was just that using a taboo nucleus would provide the greatest success rate, which was 20%. It was also the inferior Divine Tier 7 promotion land scroll's baseline requirement. If players used other materials instead of a taboo nucleus, their promotion success rate would be less than 5%. Such a success rate was the same as 0. Ultimately, it was still necessary to kill one of the 22 taboos. Star Lake City Airport, at this time, an interstellar spaceship exceeding 2 kilometers in length appeared above the airport, the sight of the behemoth causing a stir among the people in the airport. Crap, an interstellar spaceship. It's an actual interstellar spaceship. Am I dreaming? Even first-tier cities don't get to see an interstellar spaceship once every few decades. Why would one appear in Star Lake City? I heard that an interstellar spaceship can travel across multiple interstellar continents in a single day, but most conglomerates don't even qualify to buy one. Only a very small number of cross-realm conglomerates have such a ship. Could it be that the big shot of some cross-realm conglomerate is passing by our city? Wait, look, it's landing. When the airport crowd saw the interstellar spaceship slowly descending toward the tarmac, they began to wonder about the identity of the big shot who had decided to come sightseeing in Star Lake City. Chapter 3758, Chapter 832, Guests from a First-Tier City. Chapter 832, Guests from a First-Tier City, Star Lake City Airport. A man and a woman alighted from the interstellar spaceship under the airport crowd's gaze. The man was 3 meters tall and looked to be in his 40s. His arms were thicker than most people's waists, and his muscles looked like they were made from steel. At first glance, one would think he was a bear rather than a human. Meanwhile, the woman standing beside him looked like she was in her early 20s. Although her height was under 2 meters, she exuded an irresistible charm as she walked. Many men and women found their gazes subconsciously drawn to her. When these two individuals appeared, whether it was the receptionist who came to greet the interstellar spaceship's passengers, or the mental strength grandmasters observing the situation from hundreds of meters away, they all broke out in a cold sweat and felt suffocated. Great grandmasters. Those two are great grandmasters. The 2-star mental strength grandmasters watching from afar gasped in unison. They were especially shocked when they looked at the fairy-like woman. It felt like they were looking at the most terrifying monster in existence. Great grandmasters. For the people living on the Starlight continent, great grandmasters were akin to gods who could single-handedly upset the balance of the entire continent. Normally, those who could achieve this standard by the age of 100 would already be regarded as an apex existence across the continent, and such an individual would appear only once in a century. As for individuals who could achieve the great grandmaster standard before reaching 30, they existed only in legend. What an impoverished city. I don't know why Red Frost is willing to put up with such a place, the muscular middle-aged man said as he surveyed Star Lake City, hints of dissatisfaction and anger coloring his eyes. Had she admitted her mistake, the commander would have pleaded leniency for her, and she wouldn't have had to come to this place. Uncle Shao, you know as well as I do what kind of person Big Sis Frost is. She'd rather break than bend, so stop being angry at her, the fairy-like woman said. It's good news that Big Sis Frost has recovered. If she performs well after she returns, she might be able to join the ranks of the current generation's chosen ones. I know that. I wouldn't have bothered coming here with you otherwise. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes at the fairy-like woman. Let's hurry and find her. The sooner she returns, the sooner she can be accepted by those old monsters. After saying so, the middle-aged man stepped into the luxury levitating car that came to receive them. Seeing this, the fairy-like woman followed him happily. Star Lake City, Zero Wing Tower. After Star Lake City's promotion into a second-tier city, many of Zero Wing's internal members from the Eternal Realm migrated to the city. Because of this, Zero Wing's headquarters became the center of Star Lake City, with many talented newcomers visiting it to undergo tests and training every day. These newcomers all hoped to get their big break by becoming internal members of Zero Wing. If they succeeded, they would instantly join the upper echelons of Star Lake City's society and become the target of recruitment for the city's established families. Zero Wing? The middle-aged man frowned when he saw the simulated battle being shown on the screen in the first-floor lobby. Seriously, what is Red Frost thinking? She used to be a potential candidate for the Divine Glory list's top 100. How can she settle for becoming a sparring partner in a small guild? I heard that Zero Wing helped Big Sis Frost recover her concentration. She's probably just helping Zero Wing out of gratitude, the fairy-like woman said, excitement coloring her eyes as she watched Red Frost fight in the simulated battle. I didn't think that Big Sis Frost would become stronger rather than weaker after idling for so long. In her current state, she should fare even better in the Battle of the Chosen Ones. Indeed. She can probably rank within the Divine Glory list's top 60 or 70 with her current strength, the middle-aged man said in a surprised tone as he scrutinized Red Frost's movements. With such strength, she can compete for the top 2 among the seeded candidates this time. If she can undergo the old commander's training before the competition, she might even reach the standard of the Divine Glory list's top 50. While the two were talking, Pace Angel approached them in a hurry. A visit by 2 mental strength great grandmasters would be taken very seriously by even cross-realm conglomerates, let alone a budding power like Zero Wing. Dear guests, may I know what brings you to Zero Wing? Pace Angel asked carefully. We are friends of Red Frost. We come from Holy Hymn City, the middle-aged man stated after looking at Pace Angel. Tell your guild leader that we will be bringing Red Frost back with us. To show our gratitude to Zero Wing for caring for Red Frost, we can take a few Zero Wing members with us. The middle-aged man's words immediately caused a stir among the people in the lobby. Holy Hymn City? Isn't that a top-ranking first-tier city on one of the 12 ancient continents? We get to live in that city? Everyone was initially shocked when they heard the middle-aged man was from Holy Hymn City. Immediately afterward, their surprise turned into awe and desire. Even Pace Angel, who was currently tasked with managing the affairs of Zero Wing's main headquarters, trembled a little at the middle-aged man's words. There were countless interstellar continents in the greater world. Among them, 12 continents stood out in particular. They were the largest and oldest continents in the greater world, and they corresponded to the greater god's domain's 12 sanctuaries. The resources they possessed far exceeded those of other continents, and many technologies used by the greater world's inhabitants today originated from these 12 continents. Meanwhile, Holy Hymn City was a mobile city based on one of these 12 continents. Moreover, as Holy Hymn City had the word holy in its name, it meant that the city was one of the few top-ranking first-tier mobile cities operating on these continents. Many chosen ones of conglomerates sought to live in the city. Unfortunately, very few could do so. This was because the various cross-realm conglomerates and ancient families would fight tooth and nail for the several residential slots the city offered each year. This, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to preside over this matter. I will need to contact my guild leader, Pace Angel said, quickly realizing the importance of the matter when she snapped out of her daze. Go ahead. We will catch up with Red Frost in the meantime, the middle-aged man said as he approached Red Frost, who had just exited the combat simulation room. On the other side, Pace Angel quickly logged into God's domain and contacted Shi Feng. When the call connected, Pace Angel briefly sighed in relief before reporting, Guild leader, 2 great grandmasters from Holy Hymn City have suddenly visited the main headquarters. They say they are here to bring Commander Red Frost back to Holy Hymn City. Great grandmasters from Holy Hymn City? Upon hearing Pace Angel's report, Shi Feng recalled some of the information he had heard about Holy Hymn City in his previous life. Then, he replied, all right, I'll log off and meet them. Chapter 3759, Chapter 833, Divine Glory Lists Top 10? Chapter 833, Divine Glory Lists Top 10? Zero Wing Tower, Guild Leader's private room. When Shi Feng climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin, a wave of nausea hit him, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Was the trip to the Crucible so taxing? Shi Feng was shocked to see barely anything remained of his gaming cabin's life potion reservoir. When he departed for the Crucible of the Ancients, the reservoir still held a month's worth of life potion. Yet now only a thin layer of life potion was left in the reservoir. His expenditure in the past 2 days was simply astonishing. Not daring to take any risks, Shi Feng hastened to the nearby fridge, retrieved a drop of Stardew, and drank it. When the Stardew entered his stomach, Shi Feng felt his foggy mind clearing up considerably. His mental strength also strengthened at an incredible speed. In just 10 seconds, his mental strength had become several times stronger than before, far exceeding the standard of 3-star Grandmasters, the pseudo-great Grandmaster standard. Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the change in his mental strength. He hadn't thought participating in the Continental Championship would yield such astonishing effects. Most chosen ones would hit their limit once they reached the 3-star Grandmaster standard. Only a few individuals with extraordinary talent could exceed that limit and reach the pseudo-great Grandmaster standard. However, so long as a person managed to reach the pseudo-great Grandmaster standard in the greater world, even powers as mighty as cross-realm conglomerates would try desperately to recruit this person. This was because once a person became a pseudo-great Grandmaster, so long as they kept adding to their foundation, they would eventually reach the Great Grandmaster standard. According to the God's Domain Association's rules, once a person became a Great Grandmaster, they would be qualified to manage a first-tier mobile city. This, in turn, would enable them to lead the civilization behind them to prosperity. With this, I won't have to worry about facing those 2 Great Grandmasters, Shi Feng thought with a smile. Then, he put on a coat and made his way downstairs. In the real world, confronting a Great Grandmaster would be considered an act of suicide, even for 3-star Grandmasters. Although the God's Domain Association's presence would deter most Great Grandmasters from taking direct action within a city, it wasn't difficult for a Great Grandmaster to humiliate a 3-star Grandmaster. However, it was a different story now that he had become a pseudo-Great Grandmaster. Unless the 2 Great Grandmasters from Holy Hymn City went all out, they would have difficulty making him suffer with only their mental strength. Regarding Holy Hymn City, Shi Feng had more or less heard about it due to its fame in his previous life. The city's fame was primarily due to 2 reasons. Firstly, it was a top-ranking first-tier mobile city on one of the 12 ancient continents. This status attracted many paragons and chosen ones to live and train in the city. Secondly, the city's ruler was one of the Greater God's Domain's 8 legendary adventurer teams, the Holy Dragon Spear Adventurer Team. Unlike most other adventurer teams, Holy Dragon Spear originated from a collaboration between several ancient families. It also vigorously recruited peerless geniuses. Although the adventurer team controlled only one city in the greater world, it was strong enough to pick fights with apex powers. In Shi Feng's previous life, Holy Dragon Spear's fame peaked during a defensive battle against the Holy Race in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. At the time, 10,000 of Holy Dragon Spear's Tier 6 experts faced an army composed of 1 million Tier 6 experts from the Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark. Although these Holy Dragon Spear experts were ultimately annihilated, they managed to drag over 900,000 Tier 6 Holy Race experts down with them. After that battle, over half of Holy Dragon Spear's 10,000 experts suffered permanent deaths. Although it could be regarded as a tragic loss, the loss of the Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark's army was even worse, with over 200,000 experts suffering permanent deaths. This, in turn, drastically reduced the forces the 2 royal powers could deploy against the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. Meanwhile, the fact that a force of 10,000 Tier 6 experts could achieve such a battle record against an army of 1 million Tier 6 Holy Race experts shocked the various apex powers. None of them had thought the Holy Dragon Spear Adventurer Team's Tier 6 experts were so frightening. It should be known that the Tier 6 experts sent by the Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark were not ordinary experts. Each of them was either a 5th floor expert or an expert close to reaching the 5th floor standard. To defeat 1 million such experts while heavily outnumbered was nothing short of a miracle. First floor lobby. When Shi Feng arrived at the lobby, he saw Red Frost grimacing in dissatisfaction as she conversed with a man and a woman. Xiao Yilong, stop persuading me. When I chose to leave Holy Hymn City, I already decided never to return, Red Frost said, shaking her head with a determined look. Not even when you have the chance to get revenge, Xiao Yilong asked. Then, putting on a smile, he continued. Holy Dragon Spear already has a way to enter the Eternal Realm. If we work with the other powers who know about the passage, we can easily explore the Eternal Realm's level 200 plus taboo ruins. If we have the weapons and equipment of these taboo ruins, combined with the legacies the old commander has prepared for the adventurer team's chosen ones, you will have a chance to defeat that person. Or are you willing to remain beneath that person for the rest of your life? Do you not care about how he stole your legacy and caused you to become cursed? Red Frost grew hesitant when she heard Xiao Yilong's words. That person? After approaching the trio, Shi Feng couldn't help but look at Red Frost curiously. Although he had long known that Red Frost's curse was extraordinary, he hadn't expected the Holy Dragon Spear adventurer team to be involved. Moreover, by the looks of it, even Holy Dragon Spear didn't have a solution to the curse. The uncrowned war god, Ember Dragon, Red Frost answered, not bothering to hide this information from Shi Feng. He is one of the current Divine Glory list's top 10 experts. He is also responsible for getting me cursed by one of the 22 taboos in a mythical era ruin. You must be Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, Xiao Yilong said as he looked at Shi Feng. Although you have helped Red Frost a lot, if you want what's best for her, you should persuade her to return to Holy Dragon Spear. Only if she returns will she have a chance to get revenge. Otherwise, she can never catch up to Ember Dragon, and Zero Wing will also face persecution at every turn. Ember Dragon might not have bothered himself with Red Frost before, but it is a different story now that she has recovered. She can never catch up to Ember Dragon? Shi Feng chuckled at Xiao Yilong's holier-than-thou expression. I can't say the same for anyone else. But if it's Red Frost, so long as she joins Zero Wing, surpassing the uncrowned war god isn't a problem. You are as crazy as the rumors say. Shi Feng's response momentarily took Xiao Yilong aback. However, he quickly recovered from his surprise and scowled at Shi Feng contemptuously as he scoffed. Do you honestly think you can trade blows with the Divine Glory list's top 10 experts simply because you defeated a few of the Holy Race's chosen ones? Well, I can tell you now that your battles in the Eternal Realm are nothing more than child's play to us. None of the Greater Gods Domain's true powerhouses have entered the Eternal Realm thus far. Since you are so confident in your strength, how about we fight a simulated battle? If I can't defeat you in 3 moves, I will stop persuading Red Frost and leave. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Chapter 3760, Chapter 834, Abyss Unfolds. Chapter 834, Abyss Unfolds. What's going on? Why is that great Grandmaster challenging the guild leader? He thinks he can defeat the guild leader in 3 moves. How arrogant is he? The guild leader is among the Divine Glory list's top 300 experts. That person might be arrogant, but it's a fact that he is a great Grandmaster. In an even fight in a simulation battle, not even the Divine Glory list's top 100 experts can necessarily beat him. Xiao Yilong's challenge sparked discussions among the people in the hall. Zero Wing was no longer an unknown guild. Not only was it the sole guild based in Star Lake City, a second-tier mobile city, but it also wielded considerable influence in the Eternal Realm. Additionally, Shi Feng, Zero Wing's guild leader, was an expert on the Divine Glory list. His name was known by many across the Greater Gods Domain, and few guilds and experts would dare to challenge him. However, Xiao Yilong, as a great Grandmaster, was no ordinary individual either. Besides being qualified to be the city lord of a first-tier mobile city, he could enjoy executive treatment if he joined a pseudo-apex power. This was because even the weakest great Grandmasters could rank among the Divine Glory list's top 100. It was just that most great Grandmasters found it beneath them to do so unless they could enter the top 10. What? Don't tell me you don't dare? Xiao Yilong curled his lips at Shi Feng. If you're worried about having an equipment disadvantage, we can fight under the same basic attributes. I can defeat you in 3 moves nonetheless. Don't be rash, Shi Feng, Red Frost hurriedly whispered to Shi Feng after hearing Xiao Yilong's provocation. Xiao Yilong is only a step away from the pseudo-6th floor standard. Even the current Divine Glory list's top 30 experts can't beat him under the same basic attributes. Red Frost knew Xiao Yilong well. The man might look like a musclehead, but he was a meticulous person. He would never fight unprepared. Although Shi Feng currently ranked among the Divine Glory list's top 300 and could be considered an apex expert in the Greater Gods Domain, he still had a long way to go before he could match a veteran expert like Xiao Yilong. While Xiao Yilong might not have much fame in the Greater Gods Domain, he was well known within the Holy Dragon Spear adventurer team. Even among the many apex experts in Holy Dragon Spear, Xiao Yilong could rank among the top 2 shield warriors. Don't worry, Commander Frost, I know my limits, Shi Feng said, nodding to Red Frost. Then he turned to Xiao Yilong and continued, since you wish to test me, we can fight in the advanced combat simulation room on the 3rd floor, Mr. Xiao. At least you're not a coward. Xiao Yilong was a little surprised by Xiao Feng's answer. He hadn't expected Shi Feng to accept his challenge. After Shi Feng agreed to Xiao Yilong's challenge, he led the other party to an advanced combat simulation room on the 3rd floor, the sight causing a stir in the crowd in the lobby. Immediately, everyone focused their attention on the lobby's broadcast screen, which now showed the situation in the advanced combat simulation room. Big Sis Frost, your guild leader sure is something, Twilight Leaf, the fairy-like woman, said as she watched Shi Feng go upstairs. Then, she turned to Red Frost and smiled. If anyone else had heard your goal is to take revenge on the uncrowned war god, they would probably have been scared out of their wits. Yet, your guild leader is willing to stand up for you and claim that he can help you defeat Ember Dragon. I can see why you were willing to join a small guild like Zero Wing. It's just that he will probably suffer at Uncle Xiao's hands first. Although Xiao Yilong is strong, Shi Feng is by no means weak. Are you sure you're not just putting him on a pedestal? Twilight Leaf asked, astonished by Red Frost's claim. That's Uncle Xiao we are talking about. Even if Black Flame is strong enough to enter the current Divine Glory list's top 100, it will still be a tall order to survive 3 moves against Uncle Xiao. I don't know if Shi Feng can enter the current Divine Glory list's top 100, but based on what I heard, he killed Demon's Gate's White Ghost in the Eternal Realm not long ago. He even did it with just 3 moves, Red Frost explained. He killed White Ghost in 3 moves? Twilight Leaf was surprised. Demon's Gate was an apex power, and the 6 great paragons it nurtured in this generation were known across the Greater Gods domain. White Ghost was especially well known among the Greater Gods domain's upper echelon, and many believed his combat standard was already worthy of the Divine Glory list's top 100. He merely needed time to bring his other parameters up to standard. Assuming there was no difference in basic attributes, only the Divine Glory list's top 30 experts could defeat White Ghost in 3 moves. If Shi Feng had accomplished such a feat, Xiao Yilong might have trouble defeating him. While Red Frost and Twilight Leaf chatted, Shi Feng and Xiao Yilong appeared on the broadcast screen. Currently, Shi Feng and Xiao Yilong could be seen standing on a street in a dilapidated city. Their basic attributes had been lowered to the same standard, and they stood less than 500 yards apart. Since they were both at Tier 6 in the simulation, they could close this distance in 3 seconds if they sprinted. It started, holy, that shield warrior is so fast? He's as fast as experts executing an advanced gold body technique. Following the simulation room announcing the start of the duel, everyone saw Xiao Yilong raising his shield and saber, splitting into 3 and charging Shi Feng from 3 different directions, moving faster than Tier 6 experts executing basic gold body techniques. Before anyone in the lobby could react, Xiao Yilong arrived within 20 yards of Shi Feng. Then, all 3 copies of himself swung their sabers down at Shi Feng, the weapons leaving after images that made it look like 3 walls of sabers were descending upon Shi Feng. Additionally, these saber walls formed a triangular encirclement as they came down on Shi Feng, which made it impossible to dodge them all. Sure enough, he is only 1 step away from reaching that standard. Red Frost subconsciously held her breath when she saw Xiao Yilong's performance. The others in the lobby might be unable to determine the intricacies behind Xiao Yilong's move, but experts who had learned advanced gold combat techniques could tell that Xiao Yilong had just executed an advanced gold fusion technique. This indicated that Xiao Yilong could already achieve the advanced gold combat technique standard with his every move. Otherwise, he could never have pulled off such a complicated fusion technique. Why isn't he moving? Twilight Leaf stared at Shi Feng in confusion. Did he give up? If Shi Feng had indeed slain White Ghost in 3 moves, his strength wouldn't be too far behind Xiao Yilong's. Yet, even though Xiao Yilong was already attacking him, Shi Feng still did not unsheath his swords. Amidst Twilight Leaf's confusion, Shi Feng suddenly raised his right hand at Xiao Yilong. Immediately afterward, an indescribable wave of energy spread from Shi Feng. Miniature Abyssal World, Chapter 3761, Chapter 835, Walking Disaster, Chapter 835, Walking Disaster, Boom. Darkness suddenly enveloped the simulated battlefield, and all magic elements converged on Shi Feng like metal particles attracted to a magnet. Is it a domain spell? Xiao Yilong was astonished by this development. All he could see right now was darkness. However, before Xiao Yilong could use a control removal skill, he felt like a mountain had fallen on his shoulders. His movements and mana grew sluggish. As a result, his advanced gold fusion technique crumbled, and his HP plummeted. 98%, 95%, 90%, in only a second. In only a second, Xiao Yilong had already lost 15% of his HP. What is this move? In the first floor lobby, Twilight Leaf was similarly stunned as she watched Xiao Yilong's HP decrease. Twilight Leaf knew Xiao Yilong's strength well. Under the same basic attributes, even domain spells should only be able to suppress him slightly. Not to mention, Xiao Yilong had several Tier 6 domain spells in his repertoire. Even if he couldn't shrug off Shi Feng's domain spell, he should be able to put up some resistance. Yet, Xiao Yilong couldn't even move right now, let alone resist. All he could do was watch as his HP disappeared. It was simply unbelievable. When Xiao Yilong saw that his HP kept decreasing and his mana kept dissipating, he knew he couldn't hold back any longer. Immediately, a clearly visible law projection expanded from Xiao Yilong and quickly covered a 1,000-yard radius. Upon casting his advanced law projection, Xiao Yilong recovered much of his maneuverability. His divine body also regathered his dissipated mana. Xiao Yilong sighed in relief at this development. Although he was still suppressed, at least he could fight now. And advanced law projection? Shi Feng was unfazed by the quality of Xiao Yulong's law projection. In response, he activated the Shadow Incinerator's World's Descent. Currently, his miniature abyssal world could only be considered an unfinished product. Its completion rate didn't even reach 60%. Fortunately, World's Descent could artificially enhance his control over his law projection. Although it wasn't enough to let him recreate the primordial abyssal god's law projection, it should let him achieve a passable standard. Boom. Under World's Descent, the operations of the world laws making up Shi Feng's incomplete miniature abyssal world started to flow much more smoothly. This, in turn, allowed the miniature abyssal world to go from merely suppressing Xiao Yulong's advanced law projection to devouring it completely. Additionally, like a black hole, the miniature abyssal world consumed Xiao Yulong's mana. Although Xiao Yulong desperately activated Tier 6 domain spells one after another to resist the miniature abyssal world, he still couldn't stop it from restraining his movements and reducing his HP. 50%, 30%, 10%. When the duel reached the 5-second mark, Xiao Yulong's HP zeroed out. Since the duel started, all Shi Feng did was raise his hand. A strange silence enveloped the first-floor lobby. Everyone wore a look of disbelief as they looked at Xiao Yulong's corpse on the screen. Big Sis Frost, what did Black Flame just do? After snapping out of her daze, Twilight Leaf immediately turned to Red Frost for answers. Not even Tier 6 domain-type super spells can be that powerful. It can practically kill any Tier 6 player once activated. Twilight Leaf was confused and horrified by what Shi Feng had just done. In the Greater Gods domain, even level 240+ Ancient Gods could, at best, suppress Tier 6 players heavily when using Tier 6 domain spells. They couldn't kill Tier 6 players with domain spells alone. Not to mention, Shi Feng and Xiao Yulong fought under the same tier and basic attributes. Yet, Shi Feng still managed to kill Xiao Yulong simply by activating what seemed like a domain spell. With such capabilities, calling Shi Feng a walking disaster wouldn't even be an exaggeration. This, Red Frost had no idea how she should answer Twilight Leaf's question. She was similarly confused by how Shi Feng could kill a Tier 6 player with only a domain spell. Meanwhile, on the simulation battlefield, sure enough, I still can't cast the miniature abyssal world properly. Shi Feng sighed in disappointment. Then, after his pale complexion recovered slightly, he looked at Xiao Yulong's corpse and thought, although I pushed my mental strength to its limits, the results I achieved are still satisfactory. I hadn't thought I could crush an advanced law projection, but I guess it is to be expected from the law projection created by the primordial abyssal god. Shi Feng was honestly surprised he could kill Xiao Yulong with just the miniature abyssal world. After all, his miniature abyssal world's completion rate didn't even reach 60%. Although he had strengthened it with World's Descent, his original goal in using the skill was only to strengthen the suppressive effect on Xiao Yulong. However, the miniature abyssal world exceeded his expectations. Despite being an unfinished product, it could still crush Xiao Yulong, an expert who could cast an advanced law projection. It was simply terrifying. Of course, the miniature abyssal world wasn't without its flaws. It placed a huge burden on the user's mind. Shi Feng had to stretch his mental strength thin just to use it for several seconds. It definitely wasn't a move suited for long battles. Subsequently, Shi Feng withdrew from the simulation battlefield and climbed out of his simulation cabin. At the same time, Xiao Yulong climbed out of his cabin looking pale. When he saw Shi Feng again, fear, confusion, and frustration flashed in his eyes. I lost. I am not your match. Per our agreement, I will stop trying to persuade Red Frost. After staring at Shi Feng for a few seconds, Xiao Yulong admitted his defeat. However, that doesn't change my opinion that you lack the ability to help Red Frost. Ember Dragon has already thrown full support behind one of Holy Dragon Spear's chosen ones. If that chosen one gains control of the adventurer team, it will be the end for Red Frost. Xiao Yulong's words made Red Frost, who had hurried to the combat simulation room, realize that she might have underestimated the severity of the situation. I understand your concerns, Mr. Xiao, Shi Feng said, chuckling at Xiao Yulong's frustration. But like I said before, if Commander Frost joins Zero Wing, even the uncrowned war god will no longer be a problem. Since the uncrowned war god wishes to prop up his own representative in Holy Dragon Spear, Zero Wing can do the same by supporting Commander Frost. Chapter 3762, Chapter 836, Zero Wing's Capital, Chapter 836, Zero Wing's Capital, Zero Wing will support Red Frost. Xiao Yulong chuckled at Shi Feng's words. Although Red Frost is qualified to compete, do you know how much Ember Dragon has invested in his chosen candidate? Or do you think Holy Dragon Spear's elders, grand elders, and many experts will support Red Frost just because you said you would support her? Shi Feng did not respond immediately. He knew Xiao Yulong still wasn't done, so he quietly stared at the other party. You must know by now that a space-time passage into the Eternal Realm has been discovered, and crossing it is a challenge. Every 1,000-man Tier 6 Legion that tries to enter the Eternal Realm reaches it with only several dozen players alive. This is because the passage teems with countless void creatures and a type of corrosive energy that eats away at players' mana. If players wish to traverse the passage safely, they must find safe zones to rest. However, there are very few places where players can safely rest in the space-time passage. Moreover, these safe zones are not permanent and appear randomly. If players want fixed rest locations, their only option is to capture one of the void fortresses in the passage. But to capture a void fortress, the monsters infesting it have to be cleared out, and the manpower and resources required to accomplish this are astronomical. It costs 100 units of 7 Luminaries crystal per day to maintain each player's mana inside the space-time passage. This number would be even higher if they fight. Thus, the Great Commander has declared that whoever in the Adventurer team can lead a team to capture a void fortress in the space-time passage will become Holy Dragon Spear's decision-maker. To help his chosen candidate, Ember Dragon has gathered various god-ranked legacies and 300 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal from the several conglomerates backing him to win over the experts in the Adventurer team. Compared to Ember Dragon, how many god-ranked legacies and 7 Luminaries crystals can Zero Wing offer? Xiao Yulong's words echoed in the corridor, surprising Red Frost. She didn't expect the competition this time to be so intense. Setting aside the precious god-ranked legacies, the 300 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal alone were not something most conglomerates could afford, let alone the current Zero Wing. If Red Frost wants to win this competition, her only option is to return to Holy Hymn City, seek forgiveness from the family's grand elders, and gain the old commander's resource support. Only then can she gather sufficient manpower in the Adventurer team to challenge a void fortress. Otherwise, she still stands no chance against Ember Dragon, Xiao Yulong said as he looked at Shi Feng with a hint of disdain. Shi Feng was indeed strong. When Xiao Yulong realized Shi Feng had killed him with nothing but a law projection, he was very taken aback. However, that wasn't enough to sway his opinion of Zero Wing's insignificance when resolving Red Frost's predicament. After all, they had fought under the same basic attributes. In the Greater God's domain, a player's strength comprised more than their law projection. Levels, weapons, and equipment were also crucial factors. Although Shi Feng currently thrived in the Eternal Realm, he had yet to reach level 200. He also did not possess any divine artifacts. Under such circumstances, how was he supposed to compete with players outside the Eternal Realm who averaged level 220? Some of these players were even equipped with divine artifacts. Not to mention, Zero Wing was nowhere near as wealthy as conglomerates operating in the Greater God's domain. It's only 300 million units. Zero Wing can finance Commander Frost with 500 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal in a month, Shi Feng said, smiling. Additionally, so long as Holy Dragon Spear's elders and grand elders support Commander Frost, Zero Wing can grant them one opportunity to improve their combat standards. Even reaching that step wouldn't be out of the question. Shi Feng's words immediately stunned Red Frost and the others. Is he exaggerating, Big Sis Frost? Twilight Leaf asked as she tugged on Red Frost's sleeve. If Shi Feng truly meant what he said, he would need to come up with 500 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal and hundreds of god-ranked legacies and above within a month. In the current Greater God's domain, only the various apex powers could fulfill such a promise. I don't know, Red Frost said, shaking her head. When she looked at Shi Feng again, she felt like she was looking at a stranger. 500 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal in a month? Giving Holy Dragon Spear's elders and grand elders an opportunity to improve their combat standards? If Red Frost hadn't known that Shi Feng wasn't one to exaggerate his words, she would have suspected that he had lost his mind. After all, no matter how she racked her brain, she simply couldn't figure out how Zero Wing could come up with so many resources. You don't have to doubt Zero Wing's capital, Shi Feng said when he saw Xiao Yulong's look of skepticism. I will let Commander Frost bring 100 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal to you in the Greater God's domain in 3 days. Zero Wing will subsequently deliver the remaining 400 million units within a month. As for whether Zero Wing can help your elders and grand elders achieve a breakthrough, you will find out once you meet up with Commander Frost in the passage. If you don't have any other problems, I can establish a God's domain contract with Commander Frost right away. You can also return and organize your forces as soon as possible. 7 Luminaries crystals were indeed precious in the Greater God's domain. The average conglomerate could, at most, come up with tens of millions of units on short notice. Although Apex Powers could provide 500 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal in a month, it would hurt them significantly to part with such a huge sum. As for legacies that could help 5th floor experts achieve further improvements, even pseudo-Apex Powers did not have many. Under normal circumstances, there was no way Zero Wing could compete with Ember Dragon financially. After all, the uncrowned war god had multiple conglomerates backing him. However, it was a different story after Shi Feng obtained the Tower of the Abyss's design. With the Tower of the Abyss, Zero Wing would no longer lack 7 Luminaries crystals or methods to help players improve their combat standards. As for why Shi Feng had decided to get involved with Red Frost's affairs, it was because of Holy Dragon Spear. Holy Dragon Spear was an adventurer team with extraordinary strength. Its foundations were vastly superior to those of the current Zero Wing. Now that a passage into the Eternal Realm had been discovered, the war between races had officially begun. If Red Frost became Holy Dragon Spear's decision-maker, it would be equivalent to an alliance between Zero Wing and the Adventurer team. This, in turn, would elevate Zero Wing's overall strength in the Greater Gods domain by a large margin. More importantly, Shi Feng could get the help of Holy Dragon Spear's legendary 10,000-man Tier 6 army. He might not have cared as much about getting this army's help if it were before his trip to the Crucible of the Ancients. But now that he knew the method to advance to Tier 7, Holy Dragon Spear had become the key to killing one of the 22 taboos. If he missed this opportunity to ally with Holy Dragon Spear, it was unlikely he could find another power that could help him in the foreseeable future. Subsequently, Shi Feng signed a God's Domain contract with Red Frost under the witness of Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf. According to the contract, Zero Wing would give Red Frost 500 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal and her supporters a chance to achieve a breakthrough. In return, once Red Frost became Holy Dragon Spear's decision-maker, she had to ally with Zero Wing and grant Zero Wing the authority to mobilize Holy Dragon Spear's full force once. After Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf reluctantly left Zero Wing Tower, Shi Feng promptly returned to his room and logged into God's Domain. Chapter 3763, Chapter 837, Tower of the Abyss takes shape. Chapter 837, Tower of the Abyss takes shape, Star Lake City, Airport, Uncle Xiao. Do you think Big Sis Frost stands a chance? Twilight Leaf asked worriedly as she looked at Zero Wing Tower through the window of the interstellar spaceship. Although Black Flame has signed a God's Domain contract agreeing to help Big Sis Frost, that person has Ember Dragon's full support. The family is also taking a neutral stance on the matter. On top of that, Big Sis Frost won't receive the old commander's guidance now that she has refused to return with us. At this rate, I'm worried Big Sis Frost won't be a match for that person in the family's battle of the Chosen Ones. Red Frost was once considered a peerless genius that appeared only once in centuries by the family. By the tender age of 15, she had reached the unthinking realm and developed her concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard. Unfortunately, while exploring a ruin in the 12 sanctuaries, an encounter with Ember Dragon robbed her of her coveted legacy and caused her to be cursed by one of the 22 taboos. The Greater Gods Domain's 22 taboos were dreaded by even ancient gods. The curse of these existences was so powerful that Holy Dragon Spear could do nothing about it. The curse also grew stronger over time, weakening Red Frost continuously and forcing her to leave Holy Hymn City and the Holy Dragon Spear adventurer team. Despite later achievements in the Starlight Realm, Red Frost's situation did not improve. Although she returned to the 12 sanctuaries to try to lift her curse and get revenge at one point, her efforts proved futile, and she had no choice but to spend the rest of her days retired in the Starlight Realm. Originally, Red Frost should have regained the family's support now that she had recovered partly from her curse and reclaimed much of her strength. However, that did not happen. This was because a new prodigy had appeared in the family, and she needed to compete and win against this monster before the family would throw its support behind her. Twilight Leaf was currently considered the number 2 genius among the family's younger generation. However, even she could only react in fear at the thought of facing that monster. In her opinion, the chances of Red Frost, who was no longer at her peak, defeating that monster were slim. Red Frost doesn't stand a chance in the Battle of the Chosen Ones. That person's combat standard can already rival the current Divine Glory list's top 10. It is also why Ember Dragon is supporting her in the first place, Xiao Yilong said, shaking his head. Red Frost's only hope now is the breakthrough opportunity that Black Flame mentioned. If Black Flame can let the 5th floor elders and grand elders reach that standard, winning them to our side will be easy. Reach that standard? Various thoughts filled Twilight Leaf's mind when she heard Xiao Yilong's words. The 6th floor standard, also known as the Mortal God standard. No one in the human race's Greater Gods domain had ever reached this standard thus far, and it was only theorized to exist because of the World Tower. When Shi Feng logged back into God's domain, he promptly activated world-breaking teleportation and made his way to a secluded area in the Void Sea near the miniature ancient world. Then, he erected an isolation barrier and waited. Roughly 14 hours later, a peerless beauty with long, flowing hair appeared in the area. The woman was clad in white holy armor and armed with a crimson spear. When Shi Feng saw this woman's face, he exited the isolation barrier to greet her. The peerless beauty in question was Red Frost, who had been operating in the Starlight Realm for many years. Currently, although Red Frost was still cursed, her level had reached 223. She was also equipped with a legendary equipment set, and the crimson spear she wielded was of extraordinary quality. Although the spear was not at the standard of divine artifacts, it radiated divine might that rivaled that of divine artifacts. In terms of overall strength, Red Frost could challenge the current Divine Glory list's top 50 and possibly emerge victorious. Sorry for the long wait, Guild Leader Black Flame, Red Frost apologized. She also couldn't help but feel a little surprised when she saw Shi Feng's in-game character. When Red Frost first met Shi Feng in the real world, Shi Feng was only a newcomer trying to join Star Lake City's City Legion. He wasn't even at the peak of Tier 4 back then, let alone Tier 6. Yet, in only a few months, Shi Feng had already become an expert whom she had to look up to. Not at all. The average Tier 6 player would need over 20 hours to come here from the Starlight Realm's central region. You have already exceeded my expectations by arriving in less than 14 hours, Shi Feng said as he looked at Red Frost, who looked exactly like her real-world self. Then, he activated world-breaking teleportation and continued, let's continue our conversation in the Eternal Realm. After Xiao Yulong and Twilight Leaf left, Shi Feng had instructed Red Frost to meet him outside the miniature ancient world. This was so that he could improve Red Frost's strength. The reason Holy Dragon Spear could become one of the Greater Gods Domain's 8 legendary adventurer teams was that most, if not all, of its members possessed astonishing combat power. Although it wasn't stated in Holy Dragon Spear's rules, those who knew the adventurer team would know that only its strongest member could become its decision-maker, also known as the Great Commander. Although Red Frost had already recovered a considerable portion of her strength thanks to the mana purification technique, she was still somewhat lacking compared to Holy Dragon Spear's current Great Commander. Thus, it was of utmost importance that she improved her strength. Otherwise, even if she captured a Void Fortress and became Holy Dragon Spear's next Great Commander, many in the adventurer team would be reluctant to follow her orders. With Zero Wing's current resources, it wouldn't be possible to improve Red Frost's equipment standard within the foreseeable future. However, it should be possible for Red Frost to improve her combat standard within a short time. After all, according to Xiao Yulong and Twilight Leaf, Red Frost was a monstrous prodigy who had reached the unthinking realm and honed her concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard by the age of 15. While Red Frost might have suffered from weakening mana throughout these years, she had not stopped refining her combat standard and concentration. By now, she had already developed them to their current limits, and all she needed was the right opportunity to transcend these limits. Eternal Realm, Shattering Town, presently, a 7-story tower had become the focal point of the town's players. This was because the tower's size surpassed even the town lord's mansion. Nobody had ever seen or heard of such a large construction before. Additionally, upon its completion, the 7-story tower caused the density of the energies in Shattering Town to more than double. This effect was superior to that of many special constructions, which prompted many to wonder about the tower's function. Look, it's Black Flame. Is he going to lift that tower's barrier? When the players on the streets saw Shi Feng appear before the 7-story tower, they quickly gathered around him, hoping to learn the tower's purpose. Chapter 3764, Chapter 838, 6th Floor Standard Opponent. Chapter 838, 6th Floor Standard Opponent. Is this an epic construction? With her face hidden under a black cloak, Red Frost curiously scrutinized the 7-story tower before her. The longer she inspected it, the more shocked she felt. As the descendant of an ancient family based in the 12 sanctuaries, Red Frost understood more about God's domain than most Apex Power executives. While most players and even Apex Powers thought that Special was the highest rank for constructions in God's domain, she knew it wasn't actually the limit. Epic constructions. Normally, special constructions could affect one type of energy at most, and it typically corresponded to the race they belonged to. In the case of the human race's special constructions, they could only manipulate mana, they could not manipulate other types of energy, such as holy power. However, it was a different story for epic constructions. Epic constructions could manipulate all types of energy rather than just one. From what Red Frost could sense, the 7-story tower before her was attracting mana, holy power, and even eternal energy for its own use. This led her to suspect the tower might be one of the epic constructions of legends. No, it's not an epic construction, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Then, while lifting the barrier on the Tower of the Abyss, he added, it's an advanced epic construction. Advanced epic? Red Frost gaped in shock. How can this be? Advanced epic constructions should have disappeared in the mythical era. Studying the history of the Greater God's domain was one of Red Frost's hobbies. Thus, she knew that the human race's Greater God's domain had experienced at least 2 major setbacks in technological development across history. The first happened before the mythical era, and the second happened during the mythical era. Because of these 2 setbacks, the human race's development slowed down massively. Meanwhile, advanced epic constructions were rarely seen, even during the mythical era. It was rumored they were passed down from a prior era and possessed abilities that were borderline miracles. If an advanced epic construction were to appear in the modern era, it would definitely send the entire Greater God's domain into turmoil. Unfortunately, Zero Wing lacks the technical abilities and materials to recreate it perfectly, Shi Feng said, putting a damper on Red Frost's excitement. It is only an epic construction right now, and cannot accomplish its most vital function. What a pity. Red Frost sighed in disappointment as she looked at the Tower of the Abyss. Advanced epic constructions were highly specialized. If an advanced epic construction couldn't accomplish its most vital function, its value would plummet. Even if the system considered it an epic construction, its usefulness might be inferior to special constructions. It is indeed a pity, Shi Feng chuckled when he saw Red Frost's hopes vanishing. But the Tower of the Abyss is still an unimaginable opportunity for current players, so don't feel down. Unimaginable opportunity? Could it be the breakthrough opportunity you spoke of, Guild Leader Blackflame? Red Frost asked. By now, Red Frost no longer doubted Shi Feng's claims about allowing Holy Dragon Spear's elders and grand elders to achieve a breakthrough. After all, quite a few special constructions could already give 5th floor experts a significant harvest, so it wasn't far-fetched for an epic construction to have similar or better capabilities. However, she personally couldn't bring herself to be interested in this so-called breakthrough opportunity. As someone who had already reached the limits of the 5th floor standard, even an epic construction was unlikely to be of any help to her. Unless, of course, this epic construction could help her mana recover completely, but that obviously wasn't possible. Each of the 22 taboos could match primordial gods. Not even the power of divine artifacts could do anything about the curse of these existences, let alone an epic construction. That's right. When Shi Feng saw the barrier covering the Tower of the Abyss disappearing, he smiled and said, "You must have entered the World Tower before, right? In that case, you should know that apart from testing players, the World Tower does nothing else. It neither provides guidance nor anything for players to learn from." Yes, that is true. Upon reaching the 5th floor, I only had a bunch of walls to attack. If I could break them, I could proceed. If I couldn't break them, I could only stay where I was, Red Frost said, nodding. When recalling the World Tower's 5th floor test, she couldn't help but feel exasperated. The World Tower's 5th floor test was clearly a test of players' destructive power. More specifically, it tested players on whether their destructive power had exceeded a certain threshold. However, even when she executed advanced gold combat techniques and taboo-ranked mana techniques, she could not break the final wall on the 5th floor. If not for the World Tower limiting players' basic attributes, weapons, and equipment, she would have thought that divine artifacts were required to conquer the 5th floor test. Of course, some experts also believed peak gold combat techniques were required to break the final wall. However, Red Frost knew not even peak gold combat techniques would work. This was because Holy Dragon Spear's great commander had already tried it, to no avail. Then, what if I tell you the Tower of the Abyss functions similarly to the World Tower, but unlike the World Tower, the Tower of the Abyss requires players to defeat one opponent on each floor to progress, Shi Feng whispered to Red Frost. It functions similarly to the World Tower and provides opponents to fight against? Red Frost nearly grabbed Shi Feng out of excitement when she heard his words. Opponents. For experts like herself, opponents of a similar caliber were something they could only dream of having. Some of them didn't even dare to dream about it. The higher a player climbed the combat standard pyramid, the fewer peers they would have. After players reached the standard where they could execute an advanced gold combat technique with their every move, it would become virtually impossible for them to find a sparring partner. This was because every player of this caliber was either the leader of a major power or the core executive of an apex power. With the importance of these players' roles, they'd be committing suicide if they exposed their strength and trump cards to others. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, they always avoided fighting other players, especially in one-on-one scenarios. If the Tower of the Abyss could truly match players with opponents of roughly equal or possibly even greater standards, it would be a literal heaven for experts. You don't need to doubt my words. I can also tell you that the opponents you face on each floor are not fixed. Instead, your opponents will come from a pool of thousands upon thousands of players, Shi Feng added when he saw the trace of zeal in Red Frost's eyes. Moreover, the Tower of the Abyss not only has opponents at the 5th floor standard, but also the 6th floor standard. The 6th floor standard? How is that possible? Red Frost was shocked. Fortunately, she still had the presence of mind to keep her voice down when she exclaimed, "The World Tower ends on the 6th floor. How can there be opponents at the 6th floor standard? The Mortal God standard." This was a standard that no player of the human race or the holy race could imagine reaching, let alone having opponents of this standard to fight against. Countless experts would get on their knees just to receive some guidance from a mortal god. Not even in her dreams would she dare to think of fighting against mortal gods as much as she wanted. Chapter 3765, Chapter 839, Primordial Swordsman. Chapter 839, Primordial Swordsman. When Shi Feng removed the barrier on the Tower of the Abyss, he immediately received a series of system notifications. System, congratulations. Zero Wing has become the first guild to construct an epic construction, rewarding 50,000 guild reputation points, rewarding 30,000 town popularity points to Shattering Town. System, congratulations. Shattering Town's popularity has reached 50,000 points. You have been promoted to a 3-star count of Holy Ring City, rewarding 5 levels and 50 Holy Ring City reputation points. System, congratulations. You are the first player to become a 3-star count of Holy Ring City, rewarding 5 levels and 100 Holy Ring City reputation points. Following the system notifications, a purple gold glow enveloped Shi Feng, and his level increased from 190 to 200 in the blink of an eye. At the same time, like an ancient god that had just awoken, the Tower of the Abyss started to radiate an aura that suffocated every player in Shattering Town. Crap, what rank of construction is that? How can it radiate such a powerful aura? Look, that tower's attracting eternal energy on its own. The gathered eternal energy is condensing into mist. Am I hallucinating? When the Holy Race players and human players in the vicinity saw the mist-like eternal energy around the Tower of the Abyss, their eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Eternal energy had an invigorating effect on the mind for all races. The denser the eternal energy, the greater its effect, and the greater the help it could provide players learning techniques. The Eternal Realm's environment, which was rich in eternal energy, was also why some players were willing to abandon their levels to enter the Eternal Realm. Yet, despite the richness of eternal energy in the Eternal Realm, the Tower of the Abyss could create an even better environment in its vicinity. Moreover, this was only the tower's exterior. If the tower could already create such an environment outside, they couldn't even imagine what kind of environment was available inside. Is this an epic construction's power? Red Frost couldn't help but exclaim in her heart when she saw the eternal energy gathered around the Tower of the Abyss. When Shi Feng told her the Tower of the Abyss could simulate sixth-floor experts, she had already considered the tower a treasure beyond the reach of even apex powers. After seeing the environment the tower created around itself, she felt that she had still underestimated its value. If players could train in such an environment, their training efficiency would increase by at least 100-fold. Let's go in. After taking a moment to admire the Tower of the Abyss, Shi Feng entered it with excitement. In his previous life, the Tower of the Abyss was a priceless treasure that helped the Holy Race produce sixth-floor experts one after another. This result had tormented all human players with jealousy, and Shi Feng was no exception. After snapping out of her daze, Red Frost quickly followed Shi Feng into the Tower of the Abyss. Upon entering the Tower of the Abyss, Shi Feng and Red Frost arrived inside a simple hall. The hall was the size of a football field. Apart from a large teleportation portal and a 100-meter-tall phantom with a blurry appearance standing beside it, there was nothing else in the hall. My creation is called the Tower of the Abyss, and I created it while referencing the World Tower. This tower has 7 floors, and I have populated them with experts from all walks of life. It costs each person 100 units of 7 luminaries crystal to use the teleportation portal, and only by defeating one expert on each floor can each person proceed to the next. It also costs 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to maintain the Tower of the Abyss's daily operations. As the new owner of my creation, I hope you can use it well. When Shi Feng approached the teleportation portal, the Phantom offered a simple introduction to the Tower of the Abyss before vanishing into thin air. It only costs 100 units of 7 luminaries crystal per person. Shi Feng was astonished when he heard the Phantom's introduction. Although he had never entered the Tower of the Abyss in his previous life, he knew how much it cost Holy Race players to use it. Each entry cost a whopping 5 eternal gold and 2,000 units of Holy Power Crystals. The Holy Race's Holy Power Crystal was the equivalent of the human race's 7 luminaries crystal. Thus, 2,000 units of Holy Power Crystal was equivalent to 2,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Holy Power Crystals were considered hard currency among the Holy Race, and the average Tier 6 Holy Race expert would need about 2 weeks to earn 2,000 units. Of course, even with such a steep entry fee, Holy Race experts still poured into the Tower of the Abyss in droves. After all, opportunities to spar with opponents of equal standards were rare. Not to mention, the Tower of the Abyss could provide opponents up to the 6th floor standard. Thus, it was understandable that using the Tower of the Abyss cost a fortune. However, Shi Feng never imagined the actual cost would be so little. If it only cost 100 units to start a challenge, it meant that the Tower of the Abyss's owner in his previous life made 5 eternal gold and 1,900 units of Holy Power Crystals each time a player started a challenge. Even calling this daylight robbery would be an understatement. Red Frost was also stunned. She never thought the Tower of the Abyss's operating cost would be so low. It should be known that 100 units of 7 luminaries crystal was nowhere near enough to hire a 5th floor expert as a sparring partner, let alone 6th floor experts. Typically, players needed to fork out at least 5,000 units to get a sparring partner of the 5th floor standard. Moreover, the hiring player needed to be sufficiently strong to get a 5th floor expert to agree to be their sparring partner. Otherwise, not even 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal could sway a 5th floor expert. After all 5th floor experts were considered apex existences in their respective realms. It would sully their reputation if it was made known that they would stoop so low as to fight significantly weaker opponents for money. Shi Feng didn't dwell on the matter for long. After transferring all of the 7 luminaries crystals in his bag, which amounted to several tens of thousands of units, to the Tower of the Abyss, he spent 100 units to enter the teleportation portal. Tower of the Abyss. After stepping through the portal, Shi Feng appeared in the middle of a Colosseum's arena, surrounded by shouting and cheering spectators. These spectators came from various races, many of which Shi Feng was seeing for the first time. All of these spectators possessed extraordinarily high life ratings, with the weakest being at the standard of dragons. Some of these spectators even had life ratings surpassing that of ancient gods. Additionally, based on their subtle movements, they were at least equal to ink crystal in combat standards. Challenger, select your opponent. Before Shi Feng could make further observations, a 3-meter-tall, two-horned demon standing on the edge of the arena suddenly spoke up. Immediately afterward, a list of opponents appeared before Shi Feng. There are human swordsmen to choose from? Shi Feng was greatly shocked when he saw the list. In God's domain, the quickest way for players to improve via sparring was by fighting players of the same race and class. This way, not only could players learn and adopt the strengths of their opponents, but they could also better understand and correct their weaknesses. Originally, Shi Feng thought the Tower of the Abyss wouldn't have any human experts to challenge. After all, the human race was but one of many races in God's domain. Not to mention, based on the history of human players, there shouldn't exist any 6th floor experts among the human race, much less 6th floor experts of the swordsman class. Yet, there were currently dozens of primordial era swordsmen on the list. Moreover, they were all 6th floor experts. Chapter 3766, Chapter 840, Unthinking Technique, Chapter 840, Unthinking Technique Challenger, quickly make your choice. The two-horned demon urged when he saw Shi Feng still looking through the list. If you do not select an opponent in 30 seconds, you will be randomly assigned one, and you may not proceed to the next floor until you achieve victory or your opponent admits defeat. At the demon's reminder, Shi Feng studied the list at a quicker pace. The information the Tower of the Abyss provided on each opponent was incredibly detailed. The information included not only a brief biography and the greatest achievements of each opponent, but also their preferred combat style. Because of the differences in the weapons, equipment, and techniques each player possessed, everyone had their own preferred style of combat. Some players preferred to fight defensively, some preferred to fight proactively, some preferred to overwhelm their opponents with one powerful attack, some preferred to overwhelm their opponents with weaker but more numerous attacks, etc. Naturally, if players sought to improve, the quickest way would be to spar against opponents with a similar combat style. It seems he is the only one who fits my style perfectly, Shi Feng thought as he considered a swordsman named Hope. Besides being a dual-wielding swordsman whose strength lay in his law projection, Hope was also one of the few listed swordsmen close to reaching the World Tower's 7th floor standard. He was a peerless existence during his era. Even when fighting against other 6th floor experts under the same basic attributes, nobody could last more than 10 moves against him. Although the list had another swordsman comparable to Hope, the other party used a greatsword. Thus, it would be more beneficial for Shi Feng to learn from Hope. Subsequently, Shi Feng chose Hope as his opponent. As soon as Shi Feng made his decision, a level 200 swordsman appeared a short distance away from him. The swordsman had a deep cut running through one of his eyes, and his basic attributes were exactly the same as Shi Feng's. As a fellow swordsman, it is unwise for you to designate me as your opponent, Hope stated as he stared at Shi Feng. He behaved like he understood why Shi Feng had chosen to fight him. I am not your match in my current state. Let us meet on the 5th floor. After saying so, Hope turned around and walked out of the arena. Seeing this, the two-horned demon promptly announced the conclusion of the match. Victor, Black Flame. After announcing the outcome, the demon turned to Shi Feng and said, Your opponent Hope has requested to fight you on the 5th floor. Do you wish to head to the 5th floor directly? If not, you may head to the 2nd floor and choose a new opponent. I will head to the 5th floor, Shi Feng answered without hesitation. He was already at the 5th floor standard. Since the difficulty of the Tower of the Abyss's floors corresponded to the World Tower's floors, he would merely be wasting his time if he fought on the first 4 floors. Tower of the Abyss, 5th floor. The 5th floor was set on a large island. The island was devoid of any energy, and players could rely only on themselves to fight. Currently, Hope sat in the middle of the island with his eye closed, behaving like he did not notice Shi Feng's arrival. Is this him at the 5th floor standard? Shi Feng's heart shuddered as he looked at the one-eyed swordsman 100 yards away. Although Hope's physical appearance remained the same, he felt completely different compared to when he was on the 1st floor. If the 1st floor's Hope were described as a human infant, the 5th floor's Hope would be an adult dragon. Even though the one-eyed swordsman was just sitting there, Shi Feng dared not move even a step closer to him. Since you have chosen to meet me here, I won't hide anything from you, Hope said as he opened his single eye. Even so, he remained seated and showed no intention of standing up. I have mastered only one move in my life. If you can block it completely, you win. The instant Hope finished speaking, Shi Feng instinctively activated Void Barrier, rendering a 100-yard radius immune to all damage for 30 seconds. Boom! Before Shi Feng's senses could even react, a crack had appeared on the defensive barrier protecting him. However, that was not the end of Hope's attack, as the sword light that cracked the defensive barrier did not fade. Instead, it persistently tried to pry open the barrier like a walnut. Without hesitation, Shi Feng cast his miniature abyssal world and executed Sword's Orbit in an act of self-preservation. Fortunately, his desperate attempt paid off, and he blocked the sword light in the nick of time. However, he failed to neutralize the attack completely as he stumbled by a step. This is within the 5th floor standard? Shi Feng was in disbelief as he stared at Hope, who remained seated on the ground. When Shi Feng arrived on the 5th floor, the Tower of the Abyss had indicated to him that his opponent was restricted to the 5th floor standard. Logically, there shouldn't be any 5th floor experts who could threaten him. After all, he had defeated even Garuda, who was at the half-step mortal god standard. Yet when Shi Feng faced Hope's attack, he felt death descend upon him. Additionally, Hope's attack was so unbelievably fast that Shi Feng didn't even sense when the other party had executed his attack. If Shi Feng hadn't activated his miniature abyssal world to weaken Hope's attack, his fate would have been sealed. However, before Shi Feng could recover from his shock, many other cracks appeared on his void barrier. 5 seconds later, Shi Feng was back in the Tower of the Abyss's first-floor hall. What an incredible attack! Shi Feng felt amazed when he recalled Hope's unstoppable sword light. Despite using the gold-ranked Swords Orbit and the miniature abyssal world, he had still failed to keep up with Hope's attack speed and ultimately died from a stab to his heart. Fortunately, Shi Feng didn't get tortured for nothing. The reason Hope's attack was incredible wasn't because the other party had executed an almighty peak gold combat technique. From Shi Feng's analysis, Hope should have only executed an advanced gold combat technique. As for how Hope had managed to exhibit such frightening speed with an advanced gold combat technique, it was because he had executed it without thought. This, in turn, allowed him to complete his technique much faster than someone who executed an advanced gold combat technique with conscious thought. In the past, I only thought about pursuing powerful sword techniques and achieving the power of advanced gold combat techniques in every move. I thought this was the correct way to reach the 6th floor standard. But looking at it now, it seems I was mistaken, Shi Feng thought. Then he recalled Garuda, who was at the half-step mortal god standard. Garuda has already developed himself to the limit in all aspects. Logically, he should have reached the 6th floor standard already, yet he did not. I previously suspected his concentration might have needed to undergo a qualitative transformation for him to achieve manifold executions and reach the 6th floor standard, but it seems concentration was never the key. Instead, the key is to merge gold-ranked techniques with the unthinking state. Only then can one freely use gold-ranked techniques. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng excitedly spent another 100 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to challenge Hope. Previously, Shi Feng was clueless about how players could reach the 6th floor standard. He only knew that 6th floor experts could multitask to an extreme extent. An example would be Ink Crystal, who could accomplish the unbelievable task of executing a 2-fold peak gold-ranked technique. However, after his fight with Hope, Shi Feng finally learned the direction he should take to reach the 6th floor standard. Now, he only needed to train in this direction. In another part of the Tower of the Abyss's 5th floor, Red Frost wielded her spear in darkness as she stood before a human female with short hair and an indomitable expression. Like Red Frost, the human female was also a spear user. Currently, though, she had a hole in her heart and her HP was at 0. Victor, Red Frost. You may proceed to the 6th floor. Chapter 3767, Chapter 841, Expert is Paradise, Chapter 841. Expert's Paradise Shattering Town, Tower of the Abyss. Shortly after Shi Feng returned from the 5th floor once more, a flash of light appeared beside him. When the light faded, he saw Red Frost standing there, looking tired and wearing a wry smile. Are you still having trouble surviving even one move against your 6th floor opponent? Shi Feng asked curiously. No, that's not it, Red Frost said, shaking her head. I can barely last 3 moves now. It's just that I only managed to merge one of my 3 advanced gold combat techniques with the unthinking state. If I want to truly trade blows with that person, I must also merge the remaining 2 techniques. But I don't know if I can make it with only 2 days left. Red Frost's response rendered Shi Feng momentarily speechless. Then, he said, it doesn't matter, even if you can't make it. Your goal in returning to Holy Dragon Spear is to win the Elders and Grand Elders to your side. You don't need to be at the 6th floor standard to do that. The 6th floor standard was a legend in the human race's greater god's domain. Throughout known history, not a single human player had ever reached the 6th floor standard. Although Red Frost had already developed herself to her current limits in all aspects, the 6th floor standard was still beyond her. Even with the Tower of the Abyss's assistance, she would need time to make the final step. Not to mention, it had only been an hour since the 2 of them entered the Tower of the Abyss. Both of them had also started their respective climbs from the 5th floor. Yet, while he still struggled against Hope on the 5th floor and could barely integrate Sword's orbit with the unthinking state, Red Frost had already set foot on the 6th floor. Additionally, in just a little over a dozen attempts, she had integrated an advanced gold combat technique with the unthinking state and could now survive 3 moves against her 6th floor opponent. The difference between them was stark, and the rate of Red Frost's improvement was unbelievable. With my current standard, winning over those Elders and Grand Elders shouldn't be difficult, Red Frost said. Then she looked at Shi Feng worriedly and asked, but can Zero Wing gather so many 7 Luminaries crystals in just a little over 2 days? Shi Feng had promised Xiao Yilong to provide her with 500 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal in a month. Moreover, he promised to deliver the first 100 million units in 3 days. She might not have been as concerned if she didn't know about Zero Wing's internal situation, but she knew clearly that apart from Shattering Town, none of Zero Wing's other properties could generate 7 Luminaries crystals. With Zero Wing's current state, it would be impossible to make 100 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal even in a month, let alone 3 days. It's simple. You've already seen the effects of the Tower of the Abyss for yourself, Shi Feng said, chuckling. so long as I open it to the public and charge each person 5 eternal gold and 2,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, making 100 million units in 3 days isn't a problem. When the Tower of the Abyss was made available to the public in his previous life, a little over 1 million Holy Race players challenged it each day. That was also the maximum capacity the tower could handle. Considering the steep markup the tower's owner charged, this meant that the tower generated 2 billion holy power crystals each day. This far exceeded the revenue any other business could generate. Of course, when the Tower of the Abyss was constructed in his previous life, the connection between the Eternal Realm and the outside world had already been established for a long time. Thus, there was no lack of players coming to use the Tower of the Abyss. At present, although the various human powers had already discovered a passage leading into the Eternal Realm, only a small number of Tier 6 experts could cross it. Thus, Shi Feng did not expect the Tower of the Abyss to generate a daily income of 2 billion units of 7 luminaries crystal. Even so, the tower shouldn't have difficulty generating a daily income of 100 million units. You plan to open it to the public? Shi Feng's words astounded Red Frost. We are talking about the legendary 6th floor standard here. If news of the tower's function gets out, even the Holy Race's royal powers will lose their minds, let alone the human race's apex powers. They'll do everything they can to snatch it. Be it the human race or the Holy Race, the existence of 6th floor experts was unheard of. Even a fool would know how the two races' apex and royal powers would react if they learned of the Tower of the Abyss's capabilities. With Zero Wing having only recently established itself in the Eternal Realm, there was no way it could defend the Tower of the Abyss. They're more than welcome to try, Shi Feng said, chuckling nonchalantly. Nobody knew better than him what kind of influence the Tower of the Abyss could have over players. However, he also knew that with Zero Wing's current resources, once the outside world's level 200+, Tier 6 experts flooded the Eternal Realm, Zero Wing's days would be numbered. After all, Zero Wing had offended many powers. Given the opportunity, these powers would try to destroy Zero Wing as soon as possible. If Zero Wing wanted to survive this predicament, its only option was to make the Tower of the Abyss available to the public. After all, the Tower of the Abyss wasn't just a tool to make 7 luminaries crystals, it was also a tool for powers to strengthen themselves. While Shi Feng and Red Frost chatted, Hidden Soul appeared in the hall and approached them with hurried steps. Guild leader, I finished gathering the manpower you requested. They are ready to move out at your command, Hidden Soul reported. Good. Have them head to the various NPC cities and spread the news of the Tower of the Abyss, Shi Feng said, nodding. State that each player may challenge the tower once a day. Announce that Tier 6 players who join Zero Wing can enjoy a 50% discount when using the tower. Additionally, all normal members of Zero Wing can challenge the tower up to twice a day, while elite members get 3 attempts and core members get 5 attempts. Besides helping the Holy Race produce numerous 6th floor experts, the Tower of the Abyss also allowed the Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark, the tower's owners at the time, to become the Holy Race's de facto number 1 and number 2 powers. After all, very few players who considered themselves experts could resist the temptation of becoming a mortal god. Although the Tier 6 experts Zero Wing could recruit from the current Eternal Realm were still nowhere near enough to fight the outside world's Tier 6 experts, if they worked with Shadowring Town's NPC guards, it shouldn't be difficult to prevent the town from falling into the hands of others. By the time the outside world established a safe route into the Eternal Realm, Red Frost would have already made Holy Dragon Spear her own. By then, Zero Wing would be strong enough to confront any single apex power or royal power. This, in turn, would enable Zero Wing to buy itself more time to strengthen its position. Subsequently, Hidden Soul carried out Shi Feng's instructions and had Zero Wing's members travel to the Eternal Realm's various NPC cities. Then, these Zero Wing members started to publicize the effects of the Tower of the Abyss, causing a commotion across the Eternal Realm. Chapter 3768, Chapter 842, Uproar. In the Eternal Realm, Chapter 842, Uproar in the Eternal Realm. Is this a scam? How can a construction provide guidance at the 6th floor standard? It's fake. Nowhere in the Greater God's domain can you find an opportunity to spar with 6th floor experts. How can a construction achieve such a thing? Why would Zero Wing crazily advertise it like this if it's real? Why not benefit from it in silence? Indeed. So long as the various apex and royal powers aren't stupid, they'll do everything they can to snatch such an opportunity. Zero Wing would have to be run by idiots to let others know it has such a miraculous construction. I agree. Not to mention, Zero Wing is charging only 5 eternal gold and 2,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal for the opportunity to spar with a 6th floor expert. How can such a wonderful opportunity exist? This must be a scam. When news of the Tower of the Abyss spread across the various NPC cities on the Eternal Continent, many players and powers were skeptical. Some even felt that this was an attempt by Zero Wing to trick Tier 6 experts into joining it. After all, since the Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate started to target it, Zero Wing had lost many of its members, and its strength waned with each passing day. Shattering Town, Volcano Rat High-Class Bar, Raven, what do you think of the news Zero Wing is spreading? Azure Dragon asked when he overheard the conversation of the independent experts in the bar. Although he too found the news too good to be true, he couldn't help but be tempted. The price of 5 eternal gold and 2,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal was neither high nor low. This was roughly a week's income for members of the Order of 12. Take Verdant Rainbow's commission that they accepted, for example. The commission allowed him and Frost Raven to make 10 eternal gold each in a week. While losing a week's income might affect their daily operations, it would definitely be money well spent if they could get an opportunity to fight a 6th floor expert. After all, they had personally witnessed the might of a mortal god during their trip to the Crucible of the Ancients. Ink Crystal's strength was deeply ingrained in their hearts. It was a sight they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, they were only spectators at the time. They didn't get the opportunity to fight Ink Crystal in person. I don't know, Frost Raven said, shaking her head as she looked out the window at the 7-story tower in the middle of the town. But Guild Leader Black Flame himself released this information. It shouldn't be false. After all, he is the runner-up of the most recent Continental Championship. He wouldn't need to destroy his reputation just to earn some money and resources. Not to mention, he has close ties with the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Verdant Rainbow. Of course, I also find Guild Leader Black Flame's actions strange. If what's advertised is true, the various Apex and Royal Powers will definitely try to snatch the Tower of the Abyss. Screw it. Let's go and try it, Azure Dragon said, gritting his teeth. If the information turns out to be true, we'll profit. If it's fake, we'll take it as a learning opportunity and stop interacting with Zero Wing and Black Flame in the future. Others might regard the 6th floor standard as a myth or legend, but Azure Dragon knew it wasn't a legend. He had witnessed Ink Crystal in action, so he knew it was possible to reach the 6th floor standard, and he yearned to do so. Now that an opportunity to spar with a 6th floor expert was presented to him, there was no way he could pass it up, even if there was a chance it was fake. Let's go right away then, Frost Raven responded, enticed by Azure Dragon's words. If it turns out to be true and we go there late, the opportunity might disappear. It went without saying that the opportunity to fight a 6th floor expert would come at a great price. In Frost Raven's opinion, even if Shi Feng was telling the truth, it was unlikely Zero Wing would share many opportunities with the public. If they missed these limited opportunities, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Many experts gathered outside the Tower of the Abyss after hearing about it. However, only a few Tier 6 experts actually decided to spend their hard-earned money and resources to test Shi Feng's claims. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time passed uneventfully, many players outside the tower started to feel bored. However, that changed when the first player exited the tower with a manic expression, dashed to the Zero Wing recruiters nearby, and expressed his wish to join Zero Wing. Immediately, the spectating players lost their calm. It's real. It's actually real, Frost Raven muttered in disbelief as she walked out of the Tower of the Abyss. Although she did not get to fight a 6th floor expert in the Tower of the Abyss, the list of opponents the tower had provided proved Shi Feng's claims. Not to mention, the 5th floor opponent she fought in the tower was even more terrifying than Garuda, the #1 player of the Holy Race's younger generation and a publicly acknowledged half-step mortal god. Most importantly, while fighting her 5th floor opponent, she got an inkling of how to advance to the 6th floor standard. Madness. Black Flame must be out of his mind. Why would he share such a thing with the public? Is he not afraid the various Apex and Royal Powers will snatch it? Azure Dragon stared at the Zero Wing recruiters nearby in confusion. The Tower of the Abyss's advertised effects were real. Azure Dragon could easily imagine many independent Tier 6 experts across the Eternal Realm would join Zero Wing once this information spread. However, even if many of these independent experts gathered, it was unlikely they could repulse the various Apex and Royal Powers. After all, there was a significant difference between the combat and equipment standards of independent experts and of the various Apex and Royal Powers experts. Simply put, Zero Wing was destined to lose the Tower of the Abyss. Commander, we should inform the Great Commander about this. If we don't act quickly, we might never get another chance to enter the Tower of the Abyss, Frost Raven stated. Right, I'll go offline immediately. When Azure Dragon heard Frost Raven's reminder, he promptly logged out of the game to report this shocking news to the Order of 12's Great Commander. At the same time, news about the validation of the Tower of the Abyss's effects spread across the Eternal Realm, causing an uproar among the human race and the Holy Race. Many players and powers that initially adopted a wait-and-see stance began to flood Shattering Town like crazy. They also began to do everything they could to amass 7 Luminaries crystals, causing the market value of 7 Luminaries crystals to increase by threefold in just half a day. Even then, demand exceeded supply. In only a day, the Tower of the Abyss earned Shi Feng a net profit of 200 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Additionally, so many Tier 6 experts joined Zero Wing that the guild's Tier 6 member count exceeded 30,000. Now, Zero Wing already had as many Tier 6 members as the various Apex powers did in the Eternal Realm, shattering Town, Zero Wing's residence, as expected of the #1 money printing machine. Shi Feng couldn't help but gasp in amazement as he looked at the 200 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal that Hidden Soul had delivered to him. If possible, he would have preferred to keep the Tower of the Abyss a secret. However, the discovery of a passage into the Eternal Realm left him with no other choice. With how many 7 Luminaries crystals I have now, I should be qualified to visit the Abyss Workshop, right? Shi Feng turned his attention to the Abyss Workshop certification in his bag, but couldn't help hesitating a little. Chapter 3769, Chapter 843, Abyss Workshop. Chapter 843, Abyss Workshop, should I risk it? Even after taking the Abyss Workshop certification out of his bag, Shi Feng remained hesitant. Although he had obtained the Abyss Workshop certification long ago, he could never bring himself to waste his first visit to the Abyss Workshop. The Abyss Workshop. It was a name rarely seen in the history books of the human race's greater god's domain. The players who had visited the Abyss Workshop were also few and far between. Yet, the Abyss Workshop was publicly acknowledged as one of the greater god's domain's 3 great workshops. It was a place that gathered the most advanced technologies to have ever appeared in the greater god's domain. It was also one of the most expensive places in the greater god's domain. From what he had heard in his previous life, the Abyss Workshop sold items beyond one's imagination, such as advanced epic combat puppets that could rival Tier 6 gods. It was also rumored that on their first visit, each player would be offered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to purchase divine artifacts and world sources. Be it divine artifacts or world sources, either could help Shi Feng tremendously. However, although the Abyss Workshop allowed players to acquire incredible items with great convenience, this convenience came with extortionate markups. This, in turn, caused even the smallest transactions to exceed 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. With the going rate for divine artifacts at 100 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, Shi Feng didn't even dare to imagine how much he would need to buy a divine artifact from the Abyss Workshop. Although world sources were less valuable than divine artifacts, they were much rarer. This was because world sources typically only appeared after the destruction of a realm. Most players would spend their lives without ever experiencing such an event, let alone its byproduct. After Shi Feng obtained the Feather of Oath, he had constantly thought about how to repair it. Unfortunately, world sources were incredibly rare. Even an apex power like the 7 Luminaries Alliance would have difficulty obtaining one. Not to mention, repairing the Feather of Oath required 6 world sources. Hence, Shi Feng dared not enter the Abyss Workshop without a sufficiently large stockpile of 7 Luminaries crystals. He would regret it for the rest of his life if he entered without enough 7 Luminaries crystals to buy a divine artifact or a world source. Now, though, he had 200 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal in his possession. This was an amount that even Apex powers would have difficulty taking out on short notice. It was also enough to buy 2 divine artifacts. Although the Abyss Workshop imposed extortionate markups on its products, he felt 200 million units should be enough to buy at least 1 divine artifact. To hell with it. After thinking it over, Shi Feng chose to teleport to the Abyss Workshop. With what I have right now, I should be able to afford the average divine artifact. I just hope I don't get offered top-tier divine artifacts. After entering the Abyss portal and experiencing an hour-long teleportation, Shi Feng appeared before a shipyard floating in the void sea. The entire shipyard was less than 100 yards in length and width. Compared to flying ships that typically measured hundreds of yards, it looked no different from a birdcage. Is this the Abyss Workshop? Shi Feng couldn't help but doubt his eyes as he looked at the small shipyard before him. The Abyss Workshop was one of the 3 great workshops. Some players in his previous life even felt it deserved to be ranked number 1 among the 3 great workshops. Thus, he found it hard to believe the small shipyard before him could have anything to do with the Abyss Workshop. That fellow's token still exists in this era? Before Shi Feng could inspect the shipyard, a pleasant female voice came from it. Then, a female elf with long silver hair dressed in shabby work clothes stepped out of the shipyard from a small iron door, yawning as she said, "Since you came here with that fellow's token, you can come inside." Although the silver-haired elf spoke without any hostility, Shi Feng felt an existential threat. Enos, www. Besides her name, every other section of the silver-haired elf's personal information was filled with question marks. This was a situation Shi Feng had only encountered once in all his lives, and that was when he came face-to-face with a primordial god. Of course, the primordial god in question wasn't a living one, only the soul of a primordial god who had died many years ago. Even so, the soul was still many times stronger than the average phantom conjured by a primordial god. The silver-haired elf, on the other hand, was a living creature. She definitely wasn't a phantom or a soul. Indeed, this led Shi Feng to think of a possibility. The silver-haired elf was a living primordial god, an existence that could crush ancient gods like ants. You came at the right time. I happen to have a batch of newly made items that I can sell to you, Enos said, yawning as she pointed at a pile of items inside the shipyard. You have 5 minutes to decide. Leave once your time is up. This isn't a place a little fellow like you should visit right now. Heeding Enos's warning, Shi Feng quickly approached the item pile and scanned it. There were 33 items available for sale, and every one of them made Shi Feng drool. If possible, he would very much want to buy everything. Of the 33 items on sale, 16 were advanced epic combat puppets, each strong enough to rival ancient gods. If these 16 advanced epic combat puppets operated together, they could form a small gold battle array that could further strengthen them. Even one of these advanced epic combat puppets could incite the various apex powers into action if brought to the outside world. However, besides their incredible power, these advanced epic combat puppets also came with an incredible price tag, each selling for 120 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Aside from the advanced epic combat puppets, Enos also sold a legendary flying ship, 9 craftsman-ranked potions, and 6 world sources. God of the North Sea, legendary flying ship. It has the power to clash with ancient gods. Selling price, 600 millenarias crystal 4, God's potion, crystal 4 God's potion, craftsman potion. When consumed, the 4 God's potion grants a permanent improvement to concentration. Each player can consume up to 3 bottles in their lifetime. Selling price, 60,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal world source, divine artifact, an item born from the destruction of a realm. Selling price, 50 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. While Shi Feng was in awe of Enos's wealth, his gaze fell on the last item in the pile, a dark silver eyeball the size of a fist. He couldn't help but gasp when he saw it. A primordial god's eye, chapter 3770, chapter 844, Enos's offer, chapter 8444, Enos's offer primordial abyssal eye, divine artifact rank material. The primordial abyssal eye is a naturally occurring nucleus that is composed of the power of the abyss. It was originally broken into 3 parts by the Eternal Spear, but it has since been repaired by Enos. Unique item. Selling price, 300 millenarias crystal. Shi Feng was rendered speechless when he saw the dark silver eye's information. Poor. He was too poor. Although he brought an amount of 7 luminaries crystals that exceeded even the various Apex Powers' normal operating funds, it would seem he had still underestimated the items sold by the Abyss Workshop. To make matters worse, one of the items he desperately needed just so happened to be beyond his budget. No wonder I could never find the core fragments to repair the abyssal eye. It turns out all 3 of them were here. Realization dawned upon Shi Feng as he looked at the complete primordial abyssal eye. The abyssal eye was a possession of the abyssal lord. If Shi Feng could repair it, it would definitely help him greatly in his tier 7 promotion. To repair the abyssal eye, he had to find the missing fragments of the primordial abyssal eye, which served as the abyssal eye's core. Unfortunately, despite tasking many guild members to search for the primordial abyssal eye's fragments, he had come up empty. After seeing the repaired primordial abyssal eye on sale in the Abyss Workshop, Shi Feng promptly understood that the primordial abyssal gods awarding him the Abyss Workshop certification had actually been a hint. Moreover, if he missed this opportunity to buy the primordial abyssal eye, he would likely lose the opportunity to repair the abyssal eye forever. After all, the primordial abyssal eye was a unique item. While Shi Feng hesitated, Enos approached him and lazily waved her hand at the pile of items before him. Immediately, the items disappeared, and a list of items appeared in Shi Feng's hands. Now that you've seen the items, have you decided what to buy? Enos asked with a friendly smile as she pointed at the list. My products are of high quality and low price. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. Shi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Enos's words. The items Enos sold were indeed of high quality. However, none were things that the average player could afford. In fact, even pseudo-Apex powers would find it difficult to afford them. Lady Enos, can you give me a discount if I buy in bulk? Shi Feng asked, gritting his teeth. He definitely couldn't afford the primordial abyssal eye. However, the lower-priced advanced epic combat puppets, 4 gods potions, and world sources were all things he wanted very much. Yet, there was no point in buying just 1 or 2 units of these items, as they could only exhibit their value in sets. Firstly, the advanced epic combat puppets. A group of 16 could form a small gold battle array, but even only 3 could still form a small silver battle array and become a fearsome force in the outside world. Secondly, the 4 gods potions. 3 bottles could increase a player's concentration standard from the tier 6 intermediate standard to the tier 6 limit standard, which would enable the player to utilize 100% of a divine artifact's potential. In the current Zero Wing, where a few members had already developed their concentration to the tier 6 intermediate standard, the 4 gods potion would be of significant help. Lastly, the world sources. With 6 world sources, Shi Feng could return the Feather of Oath to its former glory, turning it into an item that could be used against primordial god-ranked existences. Unfortunately, even if Shi Feng wanted to purchase these items in sets, 3-4 gods potions were all he could afford with his 200 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. My prices are final, Enos stated firmly. Do you buy items here, Lady Enos? Shi Feng asked, still unwilling to give up. I have some precious items in my possession. I hope to exchange them for 7 luminaries crystals. Besides selling items, it was common for NPC shops in God's domain to buy items from players. The only problem was that most NPCs were only willing to purchase high-value items. Currently, he had plenty of precious items in his possession, such as Divine Water of Life and Eternal God Crystals. He even had a divine artifact he couldn't use. If Enos was willing to accept the Sunlight Blade, he could exchange it for a significant sum of 7 luminaries crystals, even at 10% of its going rate. Forget it, I don't accept items here either, Enos said, smiling. Then, looking at Shi Feng's anxious expression, she continued, if you really want the items on the list, I can give you an opportunity. An opportunity? What opportunity? Shi Feng sighed in relief when he heard Enos making him an offer. He knew this was likely a lifeline the primordial abyssal god had prepared for him. After all, under normal circumstances, nobody would think to bring 300 million units of 7 luminaries crystal on their first visit to the Abyss workshop. Even the guild leaders of Apex Powers would most likely be forced to watch their precious opportunity fly away. You should have heard of the 22 taboos, right? Enos said, grinning as if she could see through all of Shi Feng's thoughts. This is a threshold you must cross in the future. It just happens that I need a particular material. This material can only be obtained from the Undying Mother, one of the 22 taboos. So long as you agree to kill the Undying Mother and bring me its undying tentacle, I can sell you all of the items here at cost. When you attempt to cross that threshold in the future, I will even help you halve the difficulty. What do you think? System, congratulations. You have triggered the Mythical World main storyline quest, The Past World. Do you accept it? Quest content, kill the Undying Mother in 3 months. Rewards unknown. Kill the Undying Mother? Shi Feng couldn't help but wonder if the system was joking with him. The Greater God's Domain's 22 taboo bosses were not equals. In fact, there was a huge disparity in strength among them. If one were to consider the 22nd ranked taboo to be only strong enough to give ancient gods a headache, the Undying Mother would be a disaster that could devour ancient gods. In his previous life, a 100-man team from the Holy Race had snuck past the front lines to raid the Undying Mother. The team consisted of some old monsters from the Holy Race and several dozen experts from the Holy Race's Transcendent list. In the end, not only did they team wipe, but every member of the team also suffered a permanent death. Although the Holy Race had tried its best to keep the matter a secret, the human race eventually learned about it since the battle took place in human territory. While the details of the battle remained unknown, it was discovered that at least 30 members of the raid team had been equipped with divine artifacts. In addition, even the weakest member of the raid team was a level 230 expert at the 5th floor standard who could use gold holy arts. Nevertheless, the raid team had failed to last even a minute against the Undying Mother. Of course, you are free to refuse. It's all up to you, Enos said, shrugging. You have 1 minute left. Sure enough, good things don't come easy. When Shi Feng saw Enos's behavior, he had a sneaking suspicion that the amount of 7 luminaries crystals he brought did not actually matter. Even if he had come with significantly greater amounts of 7 luminaries crystals, Enos would probably not let him leave with anything good unless he accepted her mythic-ranked world main storyline quest. After thinking up to this point, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, you have a deal. Chapter 3771, Chapter 845, Complete Abyssal Eye, Chapter 845, Complete Abyssal Eye. When Shi Feng accepted Enos's offer, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. System, congratulations, you have accepted the Mythical World main storyline quest, The Past World. Quest content, kill the Undying Mother and obtain its undying tentacle in 3 months. Rewards unknown. System, you have accepted the Past World quest. Enos's favorability for you has increased by 20 points. All items in the Abyss Workshop can be purchased at cost. System, the Undying Mother senses your existence and curses your soul. As time goes by, your soul will gradually weaken until it ceases to exist. Following the system notifications, the prices on the list in Shi Feng's hands underwent drastic changes. Advanced Epic Combat Puppets were now 40 million units of 7 luminaries crystal each, down from 120 million. The God of the North Sea flying ship now cost only 350 million units of 7 luminaries crystal, down from 600 million units. 4 Gods potions were now 30 million units of 7 luminaries crystal each, down from 60 million. World sources were now 35 million units of 7 luminaries crystal each, down from 50 million. The primordial abyssal eye now cost only 80 million units of 7 luminaries crystal, down from 300 million units. You've made a smart choice, but don't forget you only have 3 months. You must bring me the undying tentacle in 3 months, Enos said. Also, you'd best act within 45 days. Otherwise, your soul will become too weak to confront the Undying Mother. If you don't have any questions, hurry up and buy what you want. You have 30 seconds left. As expected of a mythic-ranked world main storyline quest, Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by Enos's warning. He immediately returned his attention to the list in his hands. A mythic-ranked world main storyline quest naturally wouldn't be an easy quest to complete. He was well aware of this. It was unreasonable to expect him to kill the Undying Mother in 90 days, let alone 45 days. Even if the entire human race came together, he doubted they could find a way to kill the Undying Mother in such a short time. However, Enos was a primordial god-ranked existence. She must know he lacked the capabilities to complete her quest. Yet, she still placed a 3-month time limit on her quest. This must mean that once he accepted the quest, there would be a lifeline he could rely on to complete it. As for what that lifeline was, it was most likely the primordial abyssal eye. I want to buy the primordial abyssal eye, Shi Feng said without hesitation. I also want 3 world sources. If there was anything he could use to kill a taboo boss like the Undying Mother, it would have to be the complete abyssal eye. After all, the abyssal eye was the abyssal lord's possession. It could exhibit power far beyond the average divine artifact at its peak. If he leveraged it effectively, killing the Undying Mother wouldn't be out of the question. So long as he killed the Undying Mother, not only could he complete Enos's quest, but he could also obtain a taboo nucleus and challenge his Tier 7 promotion. Are you not going to choose the advanced epic combat puppets? Enos looked at Shi Feng in surprise. She hadn't thought Shi Feng would spend his remaining 7 luminaries crystals on world sources rather than advanced epic combat puppets, which could help him against the Undying Mother. Nevertheless, she quickly took out the 4 items Shi Feng requested and said, 1 primordial abyssal eye and 3 world sources. Your total comes to 85 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. I'm fine with the world sources. Here's 85 million units, Shi Feng said as he handed Enos the majority of his 7 luminaries crystals. When he received the primordial abyssal eye and world sources, he couldn't help but look at them zealously. Enos's advanced epic combat puppets were indeed amazing. A group of 16 could form a small gold battle array and gain the strength to rival ancient gods. Even if he bought just 3 or 4, they could still help him greatly in his conquest of the Undying Mother. However, the Abyss Workshop wasn't the only source of advanced epic combat puppets for Shi Feng. With enough 7 luminaries crystals, Shi Feng could modify and strengthen the advanced Dark Gold Godslayer combat puppets to the advanced epic rank. Even if the Godslayer combat puppets turned out to be inferior to Enos's combat puppets, the difference shouldn't be too significant. But it was a different story for world sources. They were items that might only appear after a realm's destruction. Who knew when he would get another chance to acquire world sources so easily? Suit yourself, Enos said, shrugging, as she couldn't understand Shi Feng's thoughts. Then she waved her hand at Shi Feng and continued, since you're done shopping, it's time to leave. Immediately, Shi Feng felt a powerful force pulling him from behind and into a space-time passage. When he came to his senses, he was already back in his office in Shattering Town. Is this a primordial god's strength? When Shi Feng saw that he was back in his office, he couldn't help but be amazed by Enos. The difference between them was so massive that he didn't even have time to react to the other party's actions. It was no longer a difference that could be compensated with basic attributes. While Shi Feng recalled Enos's capabilities, Red Frost suddenly called him. Guild Leader Black Flame, it's almost the appointed time. Are we not leaving yet? Red Frost asked, feeling a little puzzled as she looked at Shi Feng's somewhat dazed expression. The primordial dragon sanctuary is far from the Starlight Realm. Although I have a Tier 6 teleportation passage scroll for the primordial dragon sanctuary, the journey will still take several hours. If we don't leave soon, we might not make it. Leave? But isn't there still a day to? When Shi Feng heard Red Frost's question, his first thought was that they still had plenty of time. However, before he finished his sentence, he suddenly recalled that not all places in God's domain experience the same time flow. Thus, he quickly changed his words and said, okay, we'll leave right away. Previously, he had already discussed with Red Frost that they would visit Holy Dragon Spear's headquarters together. After all, Zero Wing needed to partner with Holy Dragon Spear to raid taboo bosses in the future. As Zero Wing's guild leader, he naturally had to be present when Red Frost participated in Holy Dragon Spear's Battle of the Chosen Ones. I'll go to you now, Red Frost said, nodding before hanging up. After concluding his call with Red Frost, Shi Feng had Hidden Soul deliver the Tower of the Abyss's recent profits to him. Then, he carefully took out the primordial abyssal eye from his bag. System, the abyssal eye has discovered the missing fragments of its core. Do you wish to repair the abyssal eye with the primordial abyssal eye? Repair it. Shi Feng chose to repair the abyssal eye after taking a deep breath. Chapter 3772, Chapter 846, Tier 7, Skill, Chapter 846. Tier 7 Skill Zero Wing's residence, Guild Leader's office. When Shi Feng agreed to repair the abyssal eye, one of his rings suddenly shattered into black tendrils and wrapped around the dark silver eyeball in Shi Feng's hand. Meanwhile, the previously dull-looking eyeball suddenly moved, its pupil contracting and dilating like a pulsating heart. Following this rhythm, spatial ripples spread from the primordial abyssal eye and the black tendrils, turning the office space into a dark void. A few seconds later, the dark silver eyeball morphed into a swarm of dark silver divine runes, which flowed into the black tendrils and repaired their fractured divine patterns. When the last divine rune disappeared, the spatial ripples subsided, and a gold ring etched with layers of silver divine patterns appeared in Shi Feng's palm. Thank goodness Shadow Ring Town isn't an ordinary guild town. Shi Feng sighed in relief as he looked at the void around him and his office's magic barrier. The magic barrier that protected his office could withstand a bombardment from Tier 6 attacks. Yet it had cracked when the spatial ripples struck it. The power of the spatial ripples could already rival that of Tier 6 curses. If these spatial ripples had appeared in the average guild town, they would have demolished the entire town. Even the average guild city might not survive. Recovering from his surprise, Shi Feng directed his gaze to the abyssal eye in his palm. Abyssal Eye Ring, Divine Artifact, Equipment Requirement, Strength 20,000, Agility 10,000, all attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, increases all attributes by 200%, reduces all hostile dark type effects by 90%, ignore levels plus 20. Additional skill 1, Dark Cluster. Continuously cause dark damage to a radius of 1,000 yards for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 20 natural days. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Will. Grants the wearer the power of the abyss, increasing defense by 500%, strength by 400%, agility by 300%, physique by 300%, and endurance by 400%. Also increases concentration by 1 rank. Up to Tier 7 duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 10 natural days. Possession of the Abyssal Lord. It is a naturally occurring abyssal relic composed of the power of the abyss. It has the power to control the abyss. Tier 7, the Abyssal Eye's updated stats dumbfounded Shi Feng. The highest known tier that could appear in the current human race's greater god's domain was Tier 6. Even the mighty ancient gods could only use up to Tier 6 taboo skills and curses. No person or object could exceed this limit. Not even divine artifacts could do so. Thus, the existence of Tier 7 skills and spells was as illusory as primordial gods. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them myths. No wonder I have to kill the Undying Mother. As Shi Feng looked at the repaired abyssal eye, he suddenly understood why Enos had given him such an unreasonable quest. Considering how skills and spells were categorized, Tier 6 taboo skills and curses should theoretically be comparable to Tier 7 skills and spells. However, Shi Feng felt otherwise when he weighed the difference in strength between ancient gods and primordial gods. Thus, while the Undying Mother might be an existence that ancient gods feared, it would most likely end up dead or heavily injured if struck by a Tier 7 skill or spell. If the Undying Mother became heavily injured, killing it would become much easier. It's a pity Dark Cluster has a 20-day cooldown. Shi Feng was slightly disappointed as he looked at the Abyssal Ring's first skill. If Dark Cluster had a shorter cooldown, like 10 days or so, he could have tested it out before the fight against the Undying Mother. Now, he could only fly blind. After inspecting the Abyssal Eye's stats, Shi Feng equipped it with great expectation. Immediately, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief spread across his body, and the surrounding void started to warp in his presence. As expected of an abyssal relic. Shi Feng was astonished when he checked his stats. Now, my basic attributes are already at the standard of a level 220, Tier 6 expert equipped with 2 divine artifacts. In God's domain, as long as players had level 200 plus equipment, they could expect the basic attributes their equipment granted to increase by at least 10% for every 5 levels they climbed beyond level 200. Thus, a massive difference existed between a level 200 player's basic attributes and a level 220 player's basic attributes. Currently, his level just so happened to be at level 200. With his superior divine body, the Shadow Incinerator, the upgraded God Chaser set, which granted him the basic attributes of a full set of level 220 legendary equipment, the Dragon's Fury secret treasure set, etc., he could easily match the basic attributes of a level 200, Tier 6 player equipped with 3 divine artifacts. Nevertheless, his basic attributes still weren't up to the level 220 standard. More specifically, he remained slightly inferior to a level 220 Tier 6 player fully equipped with legendary equipment and armed with a divine weapon. However, after he equipped the Abyssal Eye, his basic attributes skyrocketed, pushing him to heights he had never achieved even in his previous life. Based on his estimates, he should now match level 220 Tier 6 experts equipped with 2 divine artifacts in basic attributes. Shortly after Shi Feng finished redecorating his office, Red Frost arrived. Guild leader, let's go. If we wait any longer, we might be late for our meeting with Yilong, Red Frost urged when she saw Shi Feng counting 7 luminaries crystals. Okay, Shi Feng nodded and put away the nearly 200 million units of 7 luminaries crystal he had received from Hidden Soul. Then, he activated a world-breaking gate to the Starlight Realm. After crossing the world-breaking gate and entering the Void Sea, Red Frost promptly took out a purple-red scroll made from dragonhide. The dragon skin scroll was like a living Tier 6 dragon. When Red Frost unfurled it, it unleashed a roar that scared most of the Tier 5 and Tier 6 players within 100,000 yards into fleeing. Only a few Tier 6 teams dared to resist the flow, carefully approaching the source of the roar. However, when these Tier 6 teams reached the source, Shi Feng and Red Frost had long since disappeared from the Void Sea. All that remained was a collapsing and shrinking teleportation passage that radiated powerful mana and dragon might. Chapter 3773, Chapter 847, Meeting the Shimmering Sword. Again, Chapter 847, Meeting the Shimmering Sword. Again, Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, Flame Vein Holy City, Teleportation Hall. A pillar of light rose from one of the teleportation arrays in the teleportation hall. Then, a group of players emerged from the light. Shi Feng and Red Frost walked among the group. What an incredible city. The Tier 6 population here is already comparable to the Eternal Realms. When Shi Feng scanned the interior of the teleportation hall, he found that over 20% of the people in the crowded building were Tier 6 players. He had only ever seen such a high proportion of Tier 6 players in the Eternal Realm, which was a gathering place for the Greater Gods Domain's experts. Tier 6 was a massive threshold in the Greater Gods Domain that only a small minority of players could reach. For context, the average Elementary Gods Domain could give birth to only 100 or so Tier 6 players. Thus, any player who could successfully reach Tier 6 would be considered a frontline combatant and treated as a guest by hegemonic powers. Yet, Flame Vein Holy City's teleportation hall alone currently hosted over 1,000 Tier 6 players. Some of them were even at level 220 or above. This was considered a rare sight, even in the holy cities of other sanctuaries. Today is just special, Red Frost explained. Today is when Holy Dragon Spear hosts its Battle of the Chosen Ones. As anyone is welcome to buy a ticket to spectate the competition, many Tier 6 players have come running here. You'd be lucky to see even 1/3 of the Tier 6 players here during normal times. I see. Shi Feng immediately came to a realization. Battles between Apex experts, especially experts on the Divine Glory list, were a good learning opportunity for the average Tier 6 player. But as these battles rarely occurred, the average Tier 6 player could only rely on battle videos, which were much less effective for learning. Thus, the Holy Dragon Spear Adventurer team's Battle of the Chosen Ones was a golden opportunity for many Tier 6 players. In a situation where Tier 7 was inaccessible, the significance of combat standards would exceed equipment standards once players reached Tier 6. Meanwhile, the Chosen Ones nurtured by the various pseudo-Apex and Apex powers were all experts who had learned techniques inaccessible to the average Tier 6 player in the Greater Gods Domain. If the average Tier 6 player could learn one or even half of a technique from these Chosen Ones, it would elevate their combat standard to the next level. Hence, many Tier 6 players had come running to spectate Holy Dragon Spear's Battle of the Chosen Ones. In reality, if not for the teleportation inside the 12 sanctuaries costing an exorbitant amount of 7 Luminaries crystals, Flame Vein Holy City would have already been packed with Tier 6 players. After leaving the teleportation hall, Red Frost led Shi Feng through the city's bustling streets. Because of her familiarity with the city's layout, they quickly arrived in front of a large battle arena in the heart of the Holy City. The battle arena was the size of a town. It had over 30 entrances, and 100 members of Holy Dragon Spear guarded each one. These Holy Dragon Spear members were all 5th floor experts at level 220 or above. They were fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and the party leaders among them were even equipped with 8-piece legendary equipment sets and combat-ranked secret treasures. Executives of hegemonic powers would be embarrassed if they compared equipment standards with these Holy Dragon Spear members. These 100-man teams were comparable to the various Apex powers' trump card legions. Just one of them could overpower any power operating in the current Eternal Realm. Following Shi Feng and Red Frost's arrival, 2 individuals waiting outside the battle arena's main entrance approached them. The 2 individuals were Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf. Compared to their appearances in the real world, Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf looked somewhat different in God's domain. Xiao Yilong was already a giant in the real world, his muscular body reaching 3 meters. However, he was even taller in God's domain, coming in at 4 meters. He was also a level 230 high demi-dragon fully equipped with fragmented divine artifact ranked equipment, and his shield was even a complete divine artifact. As for Twilight Leaf, she was a level 225 catkin swordsman. She looked much less like a fairy in God's domain, having adopted a wild temperament instead. Although her equipment standard was inferior to that of Xiao Yilong, she still possessed a mix of fragmented divine artifact and legendary ranked equipment. The crystalline sword on her back also radiated the aura of a divine artifact. What took you 2 so long? I nearly thought you wouldn't show up, Xiao Yilong grumbled as he looked at Shi Feng. When he turned to Red Frost and saw that she was only level 223 and fully equipped with legendary equipment, he couldn't help but sigh. I already talked to the old commander and the others about your situation. They have agreed that they will support you in capturing a Void Fortress so long as you can come in 2nd place in the Battle of the Chosen Ones and last 10 moves against the champion. Otherwise, there will be no further discussion. Just 10 moves against the champion? Xiao Yilong's words surprised Red Frost. She didn't think the adventurer team's old commander, elders, and grand elders' conditions to help her would be so simple. The Holy Dragon Spear adventurer team nurtured 10 chosen ones this generation. The prerequisite for becoming a chosen one was to reach the 5th floor standard. Thus, although the chosen ones weren't equally talented, the difference in combat standards among them was minor. Unless there was a huge disparity in equipment standards, it was unlikely for a match between Holy Dragon Spear's two strongest chosen ones to conclude under 50 moves. Do you think it's a low requirement? Xiao Yulong asked, having seen through Red Frost's thoughts. Then, his expression suddenly darkened as he asked, how many exchanges do you think I can last against the adventurer team's strongest chosen one? 20? Red Frost answered in an uncertain tone. Shi Feng also turned to look at Xiao Yulong, curious to learn how strong Holy Dragon Spear's strongest chosen one was currently. 5, Xiao Yulong said after taking a deep breath. I fought her after I returned from visiting you, and I lost after only 5 exchanges. Moreover, I only lasted that long because I am a shield warrior. Otherwise, the fight could have ended after the 3rd exchange. How many exchanges do you think you can last? Twilight Leaf wore a downcast expression. She knew this news would likely come as a great shock to Red Frost. Only 5 exchanges? Shi Feng suddenly smiled when he heard Xiao Yulong's answer. It seems Holy Dragon Spear's strongest chosen one will indeed be a good opponent for Commander Frost. Before training at the Tower of the Abyss, Red Frost would have indeed lost a fight against Holy Dragon Spear's strongest chosen one. However, after training at the Tower of the Abyss for the past 3 days, Red Frost had reached the 6th floor standard and was now vastly stronger than before. Have you been listening to me? I'm talking about an actual fight in God's domain here, Xiao Yulong snarled as he glared at Shi Feng, who was only at level 200. Shi Feng's calm demeanor enraged him, and he wanted nothing more than to fight Shi Feng once more to demonstrate his true strength. However, before Xiao Yulong could challenge Shi Feng again, their surroundings suddenly grew noisy. When Xiao Yulong and Twilight Leaf turned to check the commotion, a hint of fear suddenly flashed in their eyes. At this time, 2 women could be seen walking toward the battle arena's main entrance. Both were elves. One of them looked younger than 20 and had blonde, curly hair. She was at level 27, carried an emerald staff, and wore a white robe. The other elven woman was a swordsman in her mid-20s. She had long light blue hair topped with a silver crown, and a rapier hung at her waist. Laura? Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the elven swordsman. Chapter 3774, Chapter 848, Holy Dragon Spear's Little Monster? Chapter 848, Holy Dragon Spear's Little Monster? Do you know that swordsman? Xiao Yulong and Twilight Leaf couldn't help but turn to Shi Feng in astonishment when they overheard his mutterings. Of course. She's my friend, Shi Feng said, puzzled by Xiao Yulong and Twilight Leaf's reaction. Why? Do you bear a grudge against her? Nothing to that extent, Xiao Yulong said, shaking his head. Then, while watching the 2 eye-catching elves enter the battle arena, he added tentatively, I just know that her origins are extraordinary and that she is a ruthless person. Extraordinary origins? Shi Feng grew even more confused. Shi Feng knew the origins of the woman named Laura Crater very well. After all, he was the one who had brought Laura out of the stratified abyssal realm. However, after the explosion in the World Passage, Shi Feng had never seen Laura again. Although he had scoured the Eternal Realm and tasked fervent Samsara's subordinates with looking into Laura's whereabouts after they garrisoned Gazing Moon City, nothing had turned up. Originally, Shi Feng had already thought of giving up his search. He hadn't expected to encounter Laura in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. He also never imagined Laura could have reached level 221 already. Her leveling speed was simply phenomenal. Additionally, her aura was starkly different. She now gave off the feeling of an unsheathed blade. For a moment, Shi Feng had even wondered if he was looking at someone else. That woman joined Holy Dragon Spear under the Great Commander's recommendation, Xiao Yulong said in a hushed tone after checking his surroundings. When she first arrived, she hadn't even reached level 160. Yet, the Great Commander granted her the position of Honorary Elder, putting her status just below his in the adventurer team. He even assigned her to be Heiser's instructor later on. Initially, the little monster was very dissatisfied by the decision. However, she somehow convinced Heiser to become her student in just half a day. Back then, that little monster was a brat who behaved as she wanted in front of anyone. Not even the Great Commander could do anything about her. Yet, that woman managed to tame that little monster. Heiser? Little monster? Recalling the elf with blonde, curly hair, Shi Feng asked, Are you referring to that elven mage god from just now? Yes, Xiao Yulong said, sighing helplessly. She is Heiser, the divine songstress. She is our adventurer team's strongest chosen one and Red Frost's strongest opponent in today's competition. Divine songstress Heiser? Shi Feng was again puzzled as he searched his memories. As far as he could recall, nobody in the Holy Dragon Spear adventurer team went by the name of Heiser. Or, more specifically, nobody well known in the adventurer team went by that name. After Holy Dragon Spear's battle against the Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark in his previous life, the adventurer team became a hot topic across the human race's greater god's domain. Practically everyone gossiped about Holy Dragon Spear in their free time. Back then, even the Tier 6 party leaders of Holy Dragon Spear were widely known, let alone the adventurer team's chosen ones. It should be known that Xiao Yulong was considered one of Holy Dragon Spear's top 3 shield warriors. Based on Xiao Yilong's claims, Heiser should be superior to him in both strength and fame in Holy Dragon Spear, so there was no way she would have been unknown in Shi Feng's previous life. Yet, Shi Feng could not recall any information about her. Let's hurry inside. The competition is about to start. Big Sis Frost still needs to get registered, Twilight Leaf urged when she saw Shi Feng lost in thought. At Twilight Leaf's reminder, Xiao Yilong looked at the time and quickly ushered Shi Feng and Red Frost into the battle arena. The Flame Vein Battle Arena was Holy Dragon Spear's most prized construction. This was because it was a special construction. In God's domain, most guild cities would only have an advanced battle arena. The advanced battle arena could accommodate about 200,000 to 300,000 people and allow players to fight under equal levels and basic attributes. It also offered players a combat environment that was more conducive to learning. The battle arena's owner could also host competitions that offered rewards to attract customers. Coming after the advanced battle arena was the Peak Battle Arena. This construction could only be found in the holy cities operated by Apex powers and a few pseudo-Apex powers. It could accommodate up to 500,000 people and allow players to fight a perfect simulation of themselves, letting them discover their flaws more easily. As for Holy Dragon Spear's Special Battle Arena, it was vastly superior to even the various Apex powers' Peak Battle Arenas. In addition to being able to accommodate 1 million people, it could also let spectators experience fights from a first-person perspective. For this reason, the Flame Vein Battle Arena was extremely popular at all times, and it was a challenge just to buy a ticket to enter the battle arena. Flame Vein Battle Arena, VIP Seating Area. When Shi Feng and Xiao Yilong entered the VIP seating area, hundreds of pairs of eyes immediately scrutinized Shi Feng. I've never seen that person before. Is he Xiao Yilong's acquaintance? He's Black Flame. He's currently a top 300 expert on the Divine Glory list. I heard he is supporting Red Frost to compete for the position of Great Commander. A mere top 300 expert dares meddle in these waters? Does he not know Heiser has Ember Dragon backing her? It's not surprising. He isn't the first person to try such a thing in our sanctuary. He probably thinks he can establish a foothold in our sanctuary after killing one of the Holy Race's holy children and entering the Divine Glory list's top 300. Unfortunately, he has no idea such achievements are worthless here. Xiao Yilong has also fallen behind the times to throw his support behind Red Frost. Once this farce ends, he'll probably have to retire to the second line. As for Black Flame, he'll know his place once he watches the Battle of the Chosen Ones. The executives of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's various powers started a discussion among themselves as they watched Shi Feng take his seat. Although they spoke softly, they did not speak in private channels. Thus, Xiao Yilong could hear every word they said. Unfortunately, despite his frustration, he could do nothing but swallow his grievances. The people sitting in the VIP seating area were big shots in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. Outside of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, few people knew of them. But as someone who had grown up in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, Xiao Yilong knew that even the weakest of them was as strong as the Divine Glory list's top 50 experts. They had simply faded from people's memories after their long absence from the Greater God's Domain spotlight. Amidst the discussions of the VIP seating area's occupants, the first matchup in the Battle of the Chosen Ones was announced. Divine Songstress Heiser vs. Skypiercer Red Frost. Chapter 3775, Chapter 849, Holy Dragon Spear's Strongest, Chapter 849. Holy Dragon Spear's Strongest Flame Vein Battle Arena, VIP Seating Area. I didn't expect we would get to watch such an exciting first match. A face-off between the current and former number 1 Chosen Ones. Rarely has such a situation occurred in Holy Dragon Spear's history. I heard that Red Frost's condition has improved. If she has recovered her peak strength, we will be in for an interesting match. So what if Red Frost has recovered her peak strength? Don't forget that Heiser is the most monstrous talent Holy Dragon Spear has nurtured in the last couple of centuries. She has long since caught up to Red Frost's peak. Not to mention, Ember Dragon recently gave her a peak gold combat techniques legacy guidance. With Heiser's talent, she has probably grasped it completely already. Damn it, how lucky can Holy Dragon Spear get? First, there was Red Frost. Now, there is Heiser. With such monsters, I bet it won't be long before Holy Dragon Spear climbs a few ranks higher in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. When the big shots in the VIP seating area saw the first matchup, some exclaimed in surprise while some sighed ruefully. The majority, though, expressed their curiosity about Heiser's current strength and Holy Dragon Spear's future ranking in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. The Primordial Dragon Sanctuary was one of the Greater God's Domain's 12 sanctuaries, and it was rumored that its existence predated the Greater God's Domain. Many ancient families and powers operated in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, with those at the pseudo-apex standard numbering as many as 8. However, due to the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary having many taboo dungeons and taboo resources, competition within the sanctuary was incredibly fierce. To prevent outside forces from invading and stealing these taboo dungeons and taboo resources, the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's various powers had agreed to form a united front when dealing with outsiders. Additionally, they had agreed not to wage large-scale wars against one another. Instead, they would periodically host team competitions to decide how many taboo dungeons and taboo resources each power could occupy. These team competitions restricted each participating team to 100 members. Due to this restriction, every participant mattered. Thus, the advent of Heiser and the return of Red Frost would benefit Holy Dragon Spear greatly. Holy Dragon Spear was already the 5th ranked power in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. If it could raise its rank by even 1, the number of taboo dungeons and taboo resources it could own would increase by a large margin. While the VIP spectators conversed, several dozen level 230+ Tier 6 experts entered the VIP seating area. Upon seeing these experts, many VIP spectators rose from their seats to greet the 2 men leading the group. Of the 2 men, one was a middle-aged elf with graying hair, while the other was a young demi-dragon with 2 pitch-black wings sprouting from his back. The middle-aged elf was fully equipped with divine artifacts, and his level reached 239. This was a level that few players could reach in the Greater God's domain. As for the young demi-dragon, though his level only reached 235, he was also fully equipped with divine artifacts. Additionally, the presence of elemental laws could be vaguely seen in his pale golden eyes. Great Commander? Why are you here? When Xiao Yilong saw the middle-aged elf, he promptly went to greet the other party with a confused expression. Has the problem at the passage been dealt with? The middle-aged elf was South Lake, the Holy Dragon Hunter. He was Holy Dragon Spear's strongest member as well as the adventurer team's great commander. After Holy Dragon Spear discovered the entrance to the Eternal Realm, he promptly left to preside over the situation there to prevent other powers from having any nefarious ideas. The situation at the passage has been stabilized, so, when Vice Guild leader Ember expressed interest in our Battle of the Chosen Ones, I dared not ignore his request, Southlake said with a smile. As Southlake spoke, Xiao Yilong glanced at the young demi-dragon beside Southlake, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Ember Dragon. He was the first Vice Guild leader of the Dragon God Palace, one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers. He was also known as the Uncrowned War God, one of the Divine Glory List's top 10 experts. Most importantly, he was the thief who had stolen Red Frost's fortuitous opportunity and used it to become a powerhouse that few powers in the Greater God's domain dared to provoke. You flatter me, Great Commander Southlake. I am but a Vice Guild leader of the Dragon God Palace, Ember Dragon said with a faint smile. He behaved like he did not notice Xiao Yilong's expression of disgust. I came here hoping the Dragon God Palace could establish a partnership with Holy Dragon Spear. If we work together, I am certain our future achievements in the Eternal Realm can rival the various Apex powers. Ember Dragon's words greatly shocked the various powers executives present. As the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's first-ranked power, the Dragon God Palace possessed incredible strength already. It was also one of the first 10 powers to discover the Eternal Realm's entrance. If Holy Dragon Spear partnered with the Dragon God Palace, they could establish control over the entrance. This, in turn, would allow their strength to skyrocket in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. Great Commander, are we really going to partner with the Dragon God Palace? Xiao Yilong was similarly shocked by the news. It should be known that Red Frost wasn't the only one who suffered from Ember Dragon's actions. Holy Dragon Spear as a whole also suffered immensely. After all, the adventurer team had sacrificed many experts while competing for the ruin, with the faction that Red Frost and Xiao Yilong belonged to having sacrificed the most. Yet, they had nothing to show for their sacrifices. To make matters worse, Holy Dragon Spear's rank in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary kept falling afterward, and only recently did it climb to 5th place. Originally, Xiao Yilong thought that things would start to turn around for their faction now that Red Frost had recovered. But if Holy Dragon Spear truly partnered with the Dragon God Palace, neither Red Frost nor their faction would ever be able to see the light of day again. It's not decided yet, which is why I returned. I will use the competition results to discuss this matter with the Elders and Grand Elders. You'll naturally know the outcome after our discussion, Southlake said, looking at Xiao Yilong calmly. Alright, enough of this topic. Let's watch the competition. Xiao Yilong dared not object. As he was merely a vice commander in Holy Dragon Spear, he had neither the strength nor authority to question Southlake's decisions. Frost, it's all up to you now, Xiao Yilong prayed as he turned to the ring to look at Red Frost. Southlake already made his intentions clear. He would decide based on the Elders and Grand Elders' decisions. If Red Frost managed to win enough Elders and Grand Elders to her side after the Battle of the Chosen Ones, the partnership with the Dragon God Palace would fall through. However, if Red Frost couldn't win enough support, she would no longer have a place in Holy Dragon Spear. Chapter 3776, Chapter 850, Divine Songstress vs. Skypiercer. Chapter 850, Divine Songstress vs. Skypiercer, Flame Vein, Holy City, Flame Vein Battle Arena. As Red Frost and Heiser stepped into the ring, a primeval forest materialized around them, indicating the start of the match. The crowd outside the ring burst into excitement at this sight, and even the spectators in the VIP seating area quickly took their seats. The VIP seating area was on the top floor of the battle arena. When the match began, the entire floor split into 100 private rooms suspended above the ring. Occupants of these rooms could not only overlook the entire arena through the floor-to-ceiling windows, but also watch the battle from a distance of 20 to 30 yards. Dragon God Palace's VIP room, Vice Guild leader Ember, is she your former rival? A young man covered in dark gray bandages asked as he looked at Red Frost, who was currently equipped with a suit of white holy armor and wielded a crimson spear. She doesn't look like anything great. Aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill by coming here in person? If the occupants of the other VIP rooms could hear how the young man spoke to Ember Dragon, they would be frightened. They would also assume his life would be forfeited. Ember Dragon was the first Vice Guild leader of the Dragon God Palace, one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers. He was also one of the Divine Glory list's top 10 experts. Few people in the Greater God's domain would dare criticize him. Even the Dragon God Palace's guild leader had to behave politely when dealing with Ember Dragon. Yet, the young man covered in bandages openly criticized him. However, the bandage-wearing young man's behavior did not arouse any reaction from the dozen or so Dragon God Palace members present. Even Ember Dragon himself did not show the slightest hint of displeasure. Instead, he maintained a calm expression, behaving like this situation was normal. How can she possibly be my rival? After glancing at Red Frost, Ember Dragon said, even if she has fully recovered, I can still defeat her in a few moves under the same basic attributes. I only came here this time to check on Heiser. Is that little girl strong? The bandage-wearing young man asked, feeling a little surprised when he saw Ember Dragon looking at Heiser with a serious expression. Right now, not at all. Under the same basic attributes, I am confident I can kill her in 50 moves, Ember Dragon said, shaking his head. Then, he continued in a serious tone, but her growth rate is incredible. She conceptualized an advanced gold combat technique 2 weeks ago. I estimate she might even reach the half-step mortal god standard in a month and become qualified to join us. A teenage half-step mortal god? The bandage-wearing young man also started to look at Heiser seriously after hearing Ember Dragon's evaluation. Achieving the half-step mortal god standard wasn't a big deal for those in their group. However, it was a big deal to achieve it before 20 years old. If such a talent was properly nurtured, they might just be able to reach the legendary mortal god standard. While Ember Dragon and the bandage-wearing youth conversed, Heiser and Red Frost met in the primeval forest and stood 100 yards apart. So, you are the former number 1 that Leaf told me about, Heiser said, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes as she scrutinized Red Frost. I shouldn't expect anything less from a genius the old commander and the others admire. Even though your soul is still weakened, you give me the same feeling as those in the Divine Glory list's top 30. I can't imagine how strong you were at your peak. Heiser's words immediately shocked everyone in the audience. What? Red Frost can rival the Divine Glory list's top 30 even though she's not at her peak? No wonder she used to be labeled the most talented genius Holy Dragon Spear has seen in the past few centuries. Many among the audience looked at Red Frost in surprise and admiration. Although Heiser's assertion sounded far-fetched, nobody doubted her. Divine Songstress Heiser. This name had long spread to all corners of the primordial dragon sanctuary. After all, Heiser was publicly acknowledged as the most talented genius the Holy Dragon Spear Adventurer team and the primordial dragon sanctuary had seen in the past few centuries. Thus, nobody had any reason to doubt Heiser's evaluation. You're not half bad either, Red Frost said, smiling. You've already reached the half-step mortal god standard at such a young age. You can definitely be considered one of the best among the younger generation. Red Frost's response immediately stirred up the audience once more. A half-step mortal god? Impossible. How can Heiser be a half-step mortal god already? A half-step mortal god? Isn't that the realm few people in the Greater God's domain have reached? Heavens, am I dreaming? Aren't we supposed to be the same age? How is Heiser a half-step mortal god already when I reached the domain realm only recently? Many youths in the audience felt like they were losing their minds right now. In the Greater God's domain, those who could reach the domain realm by 20 would already be considered rare geniuses, while those who could reach the 5th floor standard by 20 would be given the chosen one treatment by apex powers. As for the half-step mortal god standard, it was a realm that many older generation monsters could only dream of achieving. Yet, they were now being told that Heiser had reached it already. Besides the general audience, the various executives occupying the VIP rooms also stared at Heiser in disbelief. She isn't denying it? A monster. She's a monster. How can anyone become a half-step mortal god before 20? Has Holy Dragon Spear's time to shine finally come? Let alone the members of the younger generation, most of the old monsters of the primordial dragon sanctuary's 8 pseudo-apex powers hadn't even reached the half-step mortal god standard yet. After all, even the task of developing gold combat techniques was already incredibly challenging. What more developing advanced gold combat techniques? It's over. It's all over for us. A half-step mortal god. How can she be a half-step mortal god already? Despair colored Xiao Yulong's face as he looked at Heiser. As a prominent expert in the primordial dragon sanctuary, Xiao Yulong knew how much time and effort was required just to learn a set of advanced gold combat techniques. As for self-developed techniques, he had just barely reached the threshold of developing gold combat techniques. He didn't even dare to think about developing advanced gold combat techniques in his current state. In God's domain, there was a huge gap between players who had learned the advanced gold combat techniques of others and players who had developed their own advanced gold combat techniques. It was especially so after the major system update. Just the difference in stamina and concentration consumption was like night and day. Didn't you say she only conceptualized an advanced gold combat technique 2 weeks ago? The bandage-wearing young man asked as he looked at Ember Dragon. How is she a half-step mortal god already? There was a huge difference between conceptualizing an advanced gold combat technique and coming up with a finished product. Many talented geniuses would find themselves stuck at this step. Even if a person could ultimately succeed, it would typically take them several months to complete an advanced gold combat technique. If Heiser managed to develop her own advanced gold combat techniques in just 2 weeks, words such as genius and monster would no longer suffice to describe her. Chapter 3777, Chapter 851, 6th Floor Expert, Chapter 851, 6th Floor Expert. I don't know. Ember Dragon was similarly surprised by this turn of events. Then he looked at the VIP room that Southlake, Holy Dragon Spear's great commander, and another man occupied and continued, but Southlake should have something to do with this. Otherwise, Heiser couldn't have improved so quickly. Ember Dragon acknowledged that Heiser was the most talented genius to have appeared in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary in the past several centuries. However, he did not think she could improve at such an unbelievable rate. Even with her talent, it simply shouldn't be possible for her to go from conceptualizing an advanced gold combat technique to completing it in 2 weeks. When a person conceptualized an advanced gold combat technique, their idea would often be riddled with flaws they needed to rectify to complete their technique. In this situation, a person would be lucky to complete their technique after several hundred attempts. Are you saying Heiser received that legacy guidance from the Apocalypse Berserker God? When the bandage-wearing young man followed Ember Dragon's gaze and saw the white-haired old man sitting beside South Lake, realization dawned on him. I thought Apocalypse was adamant about saving it for Red Frost all this time. I'm surprised he changed his mind so quickly. Now, I'm really starting to pity Red Frost. First, she had her opportunity stolen by you in her younger days. Now, even the Apocalypse Berserker God has sided with Heiser. With this, she isn't even qualified to fight Heiser, let alone sway the opinions of Holy Dragon Spear's elders and grand elders. She only has herself to blame, Ember Dragon said, sneering as he looked at Red Frost. Had she partnered with me back then, she would have long since become Holy Dragon Spear's great commander. Now, all she can do is watch helplessly as the person who has nurtured her since she was young sides with someone else. The Apocalypse Berserker God was formerly one of Holy Dragon Spear's 4 commanders. He rose to prominence many years ago. He was also regarded as one of the 10 great Berserker gods in the Greater Gods domain over a century ago, and many considered him to be Holy Dragon Spear's strongest member. He had even obtained a primordial god-ranked legacy guidance during his active days. Presently, although Apocalypse was only an ordinary Grand Elder in Holy Dragon Spear, it was well known that he still had the primordial god-ranked legacy guidance with him, and many believed he was saving it for Red Frost, the Apocalypse Legion's successor. Nobody ever thought he would give it to Heiser and enable her to reach even greater heights. I originally thought Heiser only had the potential. I hadn't expected her to reach this step so soon, Ember Dragon said, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. With her talent, I might just be able to recommend her to that side so long as she joins us. That side? The bandage-wearing young man's eyes lit up in excitement. Indeed, she does have the qualifications. Heiser's talent thoroughly exceeded their expectations. Although she was a genius nurtured by Holy Dragon Spear, she would know to accept their invitation so long as she wasn't a fool. In another VIP room, unlike everyone else in the arena, Southlake reacted calmly to the revelation of Heiser's combat standard. While the audience was making a commotion, he turned to the indifferent old man beside him, a hint of glee flashing in his eyes. Do you regret it? Southlake asked playfully. Your precious student is in a tough spot now because of you. 2 days ago, she still had a chance to put on a performance, but now, she doesn't even have that. There's nothing to regret. She chose this, the old man said as he looked at Red Frost calmly. Moreover, it is beneficial for the adventurer team to have a half-step mortal god leading it. With this, the other powers will have to think twice when making a move against us in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary in the future. That's good to hear. Southlake sighed in relief at the old man's calm response. The current god's domain is no longer as peaceful as before. Without a sufficiently strong expert leading Holy Dragon Spear, the other powers can easily devour us whole. I know that. The old man nodded and glanced at the Dragon God Palace's room. The Primordial Dragon Sanctuary might seem peaceful right now, but following the discovery of the Eternal Realm's entrance, the flames of war had reignited in the Greater God's domain. Particularly, the 12 sanctuaries would definitely become the various powers' main targets of contention once more. If Holy Dragon Spear did not have a sufficiently strong expert to lead it, it wouldn't even be able to defend its current resources and territories, let alone expand. In the ring, what a surprise. You are the second person to see through my true combat standard, Heiser exclaimed in wonder, looking at Red Frost. In that case, I'll stop hiding it, admit defeat. We might have been able to have a good fight if you were still at your peak and we were at the same level. But in your current state, I won't need more than 3 moves to win. In reality, Heiser was speaking humbly when she said she could win in 3 moves. After all, she was currently at level 27, while Red Frost was at level 23. Even without considering the difference in equipment and combat standards, this 4-level gap was enough to tilt the scales heavily in her favor. Little girl, while you might be a half-step mortal god, you still aren't strong enough to make me surrender, Red Frost said before thrusting her spear. Simultaneously, the weapon transformed into a flame dragon hundreds of meters long that flew toward Heiser. Advanced gold fusion technique, Flame Dragon Dance. With just one move, Red Frost turned the primeval forest into a sea of flames. Apart from the extremely violent fire element, all other magic elements ceased to exist. This development made the audience watching the match from a first-person perspective gasp. Law suppression? Is this an advanced gold combat technique? The average 5th floor expert would be fortunate to even execute an advanced gold combat technique normally. Yet, despite her weakened soul, Red Frost managed to merge her law projection with an advanced gold combat technique perfectly, elevating its power to the standard of peak gold combat techniques. The level of expertise she showed was simply unheard of. I see. When Heiser saw Red Frost's Flame Dragon Dance, she immediately understood that even with a level advantage, she couldn't neutralize Red Frost's attack with just an advanced gold combat technique. Immediately, Heiser raised her emerald staff and created the magic arrays for 3 tier 6 curses. Then, she combined the magic arrays and drained all forms of energy within a radius of several thousand yards, creating an energy vacuum. Immediately afterward, a dragon claw the size of a mountain appeared in the sky and attacked the oncoming flame dragon. Peak gold combat technique, Triple Samsara. This was Heiser's strongest combat technique. It was also because of this technique that she could develop her own advanced gold combat technique. Boom. The instant the dragon claw and flame dragon collided, cracks appeared on the barrier covering the ring, and the primeval forest on the battlefield was reduced to ashes. The destructive power of the 2 attacks could already rival that of ancient gods of the same level. After the explosion, Heiser and Red Frost both stumbled 3 steps backward. Compared to Red Frost, though, Heiser lost slightly less HP. However, before the audience could marvel at the two, Red Frost swung her spear and thrust it at Heiser again. This time, though, the weapon split into 2 flame dragons instead of 1. Twofold advanced gold fusion technique, Flame Dragon Dance. Silence enveloped the arena the moment the 2 flame dragons appeared. Even Heiser was momentarily taken aback. Immortal God, Chapter 3778, Chapter 852, Divine War Begins. Chapter 852, Divine War Begins. When Heiser saw the 2 flame dragons before her, shock, desire, and doubt overwhelmed her. She even forgot to resist. All she did was mutter a question. You are, Immortal God, Mortal God. This was a realm that Heiser could only dream of achieving, even after developing her own advanced gold combat technique. It was also the dream of countless players in the Greater God's domain. Unfortunately, she couldn't even find information on the World Tower's 6th floor after scouring the Greater God's domain, not to mention information on mortal gods. Yet, a living, breathing mortal god now stood before her. After all, apart from a mortal god, she couldn't think of any other kind of expert that could simultaneously execute 2 advanced gold fusion techniques. The difficulty of executing an advanced gold fusion technique was greater than even that of peak gold combat techniques. Even as a half-step mortal god, Heiser found executing a peak gold combat technique difficult. Naturally, a 2-fold peak gold combat technique was out of the question. Since Red Frost could accomplish such an impossible feat, it could only mean one thing. Red Frost was an expert who had reached the 6th floor standard. Red Frost was a mortal god. However, before Heiser could get confirmation from Red Frost, the 2 flame dragons devoured her, and she was already outside the ring when she regained her senses. Am I hallucinating? Did I just see a 2-fold advanced gold fusion technique? Watching from his VIP room, Southlake couldn't help but rub his eyes as he looked at the battlefield. However, no matter how many times he had the system replay the match, the outcome did not change. Silence. Southlake's room wasn't the only place enveloped in silence. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped for the whole arena as the spectators stared at Red Frost, their faces colored with shock, excitement, and disbelief. How? How is this possible? How did she reach the legendary 6th floor standard? Ember Dragon gazed at Red Frost like he was meeting her for the first time, his eyes brimming with desire and disbelief. In the human race's Greater God's domain, anyone who was an executive of a pseudo-apex power or above would know that there wasn't actually much of a difference in the combat standards of their strongest members. Not to mention half-step mortal gods, even experts who could develop their own gold combat techniques were as rare as a phoenix's feather among pseudo-apex powers. As for half-step mortal gods who could develop their own advanced gold combat techniques, this was already the limit that apex powers could achieve. For this reason, half-step mortal gods were typically key representatives or individuals with substantial influence in apex powers. They were the true foundation of apex powers. As for the mortal gods of legend, if any apex power had an expert of this caliber, it would have already become the sole ruling power in the human race's greater god's domain. This was because a sixth-floor expert's technical knowledge was an irresistible temptation to experts who had reached the limits of the fifth-floor standard. Even if a sixth-floor expert was poorly equipped and low-leveled, many fifth-floor experts would still seek to become their follower, hoping to receive pointers and watch them fight up close. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that so long as a mortal god issued a summons, countless experts would come together and form an organization of epic might and proportions under the mortal god. Holy Dragon Spear would be nothing but a joke compared to such a behemoth, a sixth-floor expert. Frost is a sixth-floor expert. Xiao Yilong grew ecstatic after realizing Red Frost's combat standard. Then he turned to Shi Feng and eagerly asked, Guild Leader Black Flame, is Red Frost a sixth-floor expert already? Although Red Frost's performance made it clear she was a mortal god, Xiao Yilong still couldn't help but turn to Shi Feng for confirmation. He felt that only Shi Feng could give him the real answer. Yes. Commander Frost reached the sixth-floor standard not long ago, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Presently, she is the undisputed number one in the human race's greater god's domain when it comes to combat standards. Shi Feng could empathize with Xiao Yilong's shock and excitement. He vividly remembered how shocked he was when the first mortal god appeared in the human race's greater god's domain. After all, this was a sign that human players could achieve greater heights. Great! This is great! Xiao Yilong laughed, unable to contain his excitement any longer. With this, the elders, the grand elders, and even the great commander must stand with us. A mortal god. So long as Holy Dragon Spear's elders and grand elders had a functioning brain, they would know what this meant. As for the partnership with the Dragon God Palace, how could it compare to the humongous benefits Red Frost could bring Holy Dragon Spear? It is my loss. I shouldn't have expected less from a genius the old commander admires, Heiser said, taking the initiative to approach Red Frost when she saw the latter walking out of the ring. Then she tentatively asked, Can I ask for a chance to receive your guidance? Guidance? Red Frost was a little surprised when she saw the anxiety in Heiser's eyes. She hadn't expected her opponent to be so straightforward and innocent. Nodding, she said, Of course, thank you. Heiser couldn't help but smile when she heard Red Frost's answer. Subsequently, after Heiser reluctantly made her way to the spectator stands, Twilight Leaf and the other chosen ones of Holy Dragon Spear swarmed Red Frost. They all expressed their wish to receive guidance from Red Frost in the future. Suddenly, the highly anticipated Battle of the Chosen Ones became an exhibition match. However, nobody from the audience voiced any complaints about this change. On the contrary, everyone was more than happy to see Red Frost fight every participant. It seems there's no longer a need to decide who is number one, Southlake said, smiling wryly as he looked at the chosen ones surrounding Red Frost. Indeed, the old man beside Southlake said, chuckling. Now, our great commander should carefully consider how he should compensate our number one chosen one. Otherwise, she might very well lose her temper and leave Holy Dragon Spear. If that happens, his days as the great commander will be over. Southlake rolled his eyes at Apocalypse. Fine. Isn't it just making an enemy out of the Dragon God Palace? What's there to be afraid of? However, before Southlake and Apocalypse could continue their conversation, the defensive magic array protecting Flame Vein Holy City suddenly shattered, and multiple space-time passages appeared above the city. Immediately afterward, level 220+, Tier 6 NPCs and players flew out of these space-time passages in an orderly formation, forming an army of 500,000 in no time. When the players in Flame Vein Holy City saw the two NPCs lead the army, they couldn't help but be shocked. Grand Duke of the Imperial Ice Empire, Hawk Baron, a level 244, Tier 6 NPC. Grand Marshal of the Five Saints Empire, Highgate the Heavenly Dragon, a level 242, Tier 6 NPC. What's going on? Why are the two empires here? Did the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty join forces? The army above the city consisted of NPCs and players from the Imperial Ice Empire and the Five Saints Empire. Members of two pseudo-apex powers, specifically the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty, were also among its ranks. When Flame Vein Holy City's players saw this, they were dumbfounded. Regional System Announcement, the Imperial Ice Empire and the Five Saints Empire have declared war on Flame Vein Holy City. Flame Vein Holy City's City Lord has requested assistance from all players in the Holy City. If the city wins the war, players will be awarded contribution points to exchange for treasures from the city's treasury. If the city loses the war, all players will have their Flame Vein Holy City reputation points and ownership of the city's real estate reset. Chapter 3779, Chapter 853, Super Ancient Ruin. Chapter 853, Super Ancient Ruin. The system announcement echoed across Flame Vein Holy City 3 times, sending hundreds of millions of players into turmoil. Have the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty lost their minds? Why are they initiating an all-out war right off the bat? Do they not know that Holy Dragon Spear is allied with Red-Tailed Dragon? They're probably trying to catch Holy Dragon Spear by surprise. After all, the Divine Wing dynasty isn't among the powers who discovered the Eternal Realm's entrance, so its main forces are still in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. On the other hand, both Holy Dragon Spear and Red-Tailed Dragon have their main forces at the entrance. A national war? How many years has it been since such a war occurred in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary? I didn't expect to receive such a surprise the moment I came online. Who's joining the war? Contact me. We must let the Imperial Ice Empires and the Five Saints Empires people know that the people of Flame Vein Holy City aren't pushovers. As more Tier 6 NPCs and players appeared above Flame Vein Holy City, the city's original inhabitants started to form teams to target either the two Empires NPCs or the two Pseudo-Apex Powers experts. This situation stunned the players who had come to watch the Battle of the Chosen Ones. More than 8 Pseudo-Apex Powers operated in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, the most famous of which were the first-ranked Dragon God Palace Guild and the second-ranked Red-Tailed Dragon Guild. As for the Divine Wing Dynasty, it was a guild slightly weaker than the Holy Dragon Spear Adventurer team, but it still ranked 6th. Nobody in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary had ever anticipated an all-out war among these 4 powers. After all, it had been ages since an all-out war between pseudo-apex powers occurred in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. The last time it happened was over a century ago. Meanwhile, such a war often affected not just the pseudo-apex powers involved, but also the countries and cities affiliated with them. Thus, a war involving pseudo-apex powers would embroil a huge portion of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. For players not directly involved in the war, the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary was now a land of opportunity and hardship. They could now kill Tier 6 NPCs without consequences, including high-status NPCs who were considered walking treasure troves. Flame Vein Battle Arena, over 1,000 Tier 6 experts from Holy Dragon Spear surrounded the VIP room Ember Dragon occupied, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Ember Dragon, has the Dragon God Palace gone crazy? Even if you win, you will accomplish nothing but benefit outsiders, Southlake bellowed as he glared at the calm-looking Ember Dragon. The raid by the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty happened so suddenly that he didn't receive any prior news about it. Even more shockingly, these two powers were willing to involve the Imperial Ice Empires and the Five Saints Empire's strongest combatants. Hawk Baron, Grand Duke of the Imperial Ice Empire, a level 244, Tier 6 NPC. Highgate the Heavenly Dragon, Grand Marshal of the Five Saints Empire, a level 242, Tier 6 NPC. The strongest combatants of their empires, these two NPCs stood just below the Greater Gods Domain's 22 taboos in strength. In the Greater Gods Domain, few NPCs ever reached level 240 or above. Those who did manage to do so could rival ancient gods of the same level, and defeating them required a full party of equally leveled players fully equipped with divine artifacts. However, even Apex powers considered divine artifacts the highest form of luxury. This made it extremely difficult for pseudo-apex powers to assemble a 6-man party fully equipped with divine artifacts. Not to mention, all 6 players needed to be at level 240 at the very least. Upon reaching level 200, players could only receive EXP from killing monsters of the same level or higher. Additionally, players were limited to receiving EXP from quests ranked epic or above. To make matters worse, the availability of monsters plummeted starting from level 220, while the difficulty of killing them skyrocketed. This caused most players to stagnate in their levels after reaching level 220. I never truly wanted things to come to this point, Great Commander Southlake, Ember Dragon said, his smile thin. Glancing at Red Frost standing outside the ring, he continued, but you only have your mortal god to blame for this. We originally intended to partner with Holy Dragon Spear and jointly explore the super ancient ruins you've been hiding. Now though, we plan to take the ruins for ourselves. Super ancient ruins? You know about the hidden site? Southlake's expression twisted in shock. Although Holy Dragon Spear has done well to keep it under wraps, nothing stays hidden forever, Ember Dragon said, a low chuckle escaping him. Super Ancient Ruins, one of the few level 230+ taboo dungeons in the Greater Gods Domain. If Holy Dragon Spear gets to exploit it freely, you will eventually crush every other power in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. In that case, we might as well strike first. After saying so, Ember Dragon retrieved a turbid dark golden dragon eye from his bag and chanted. Immediately, Flame Vein Holy City shuddered as a massive fissure tore it in two. Then, a colossal gate over 100,000 meters tall rose from the city's depths, unleashing an oppressive divine might that made even level 220 Tier 6 experts buckle. The Flame Dragon God's Nest? Shi Feng gaped as he stared at the colossal Crimson Gate. Chapter 3780, Chapter 854, Flame Dragon God's Nest, Chapter 854, Flame Dragon God's Nest. The mountainous gate enveloped in red-hot flames stood quietly in the middle of Flame Vein Holy City, its sudden appearance putting a damper on the brewing battle. Is that a taboo secret land's entrance? But the divine might it's giving off is much stronger than that of level 220 taboo secret lands. Could it be a level 230 taboo secret land? Impossible. I've been to the level 230 taboo secret land under the Dragon God Palace's control. The divine might its entrance radiated was only at the standard of level 2000 ancient gods. This entrance's divine might is even more frightening than the level 240 plus ancient gods I've encountered. Could this be a level 240 taboo secret land? The Crimson Gate that suddenly appeared piqued the curiosity of the players from Flame Vein Holy City and the two invading empires. Secret lands weren't particularly rare in the Greater God's domain. Unlike dungeons, the inside of a secret land was like a miniature world. There were many monsters and rare resources for players to harvest. Thus, every level 200 plus taboo secret land was a leveling paradise for players. It was common knowledge that the difficulty of leveling up would skyrocket once players reached level 200. However, so long as players were willing to fork out the money, they could still pay to enter the level 200 plus taboo dungeons under the various powers' control. The only problem was that each dungeon instance had a limited number of monsters. Additionally, dungeons would also enter a cooldown period once players completed them. However, taboo secret lands were different. Although the bosses inside secret lands would not respawn after getting killed, the other monsters respawned like monsters out in the fields, and fairly quickly at that. Moreover, the monsters of taboo secret lands were much easier to kill than those of taboo dungeons. Players didn't need to operate in teams, they could grind in relative safety in parties of 6. Unfortunately, because there were much fewer taboo secret lands than taboo dungeons, any that appeared in the Greater God's domain would immediately be snatched up by the various powers. Even Apex powers would join in on the action if it wasn't inconvenient. They would never complain about owning too many taboo secret lands. This was why the various powers members were at a higher level than independent players on average. When it came to level 240 taboo secret lands, only Apex powers owned them. Unless one was a genius nurtured by an Apex power, one could only dream of entering a level 240 taboo secret land. What's going on? When Shi Feng saw the Crimson Gate, confusion colored his eyes. Why is the Flame Dragon God's Nest active already? The Flame Dragon God's Nest might be new to the players and powers in the current Greater God's domain, but it was known by all in his previous life. The Flame Dragon God's Nest. It was one of only 3 super large-scale taboo secret lands found in the human race's Greater God's domain. It was also one of only 3 level 240 plus taboo secret lands found in the human race's Greater God's domain. When the Flame Dragon God's Nest initially appeared in his previous life, everyone assumed it was merely a level 240 taboo secret land. But because of Holy Dragon Spear's excellent security measures and the fact that the various Apex powers were busy dealing with the Holy Race's invasion, nobody could investigate the secret land in detail. This situation changed only when the Holy Race's invasion reached the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. At the time, to resist the Holy Race's invasion, Holy Dragon Spear had decided to let outsiders enter the Flame Dragon God's Nest en masse. From that point onward, the various powers learned that the Flame Dragon God's Nest wasn't just a level 240 taboo secret land like they initially assumed. Instead, it was a level 240 plus taboo secret land. The various powers also understood how Holy Dragon Spear could defeat an army of 1 million Holy Race experts with just 10,000 Tier 6 experts. Yet, in this life, even though the war with the Holy Race had yet to begin, the Flame Dragon God's Nest had already been activated. It was also done when Holy Dragon Spear was completely unprepared. Why do you have the entrance key? Southlake gazed at Ember Dragon in disbelief after he saw the towering Crimson Gate. Why are you so surprised that I have it? Ember Dragon said as he glanced at Southlake. Do you think you're the only ones who can obtain a Primordial Dragon legacy? Do you think you're the only ones who have entered those super ancient ruins? No wonder we could never find the entrance key. Realization dawned on Southlake. Through a stroke of luck, Holy Dragon Spear had obtained a teleportation key that could periodically open a teleportation gate to the super ancient ruins inside the Flame Dragon God's Nest. However, because they could never find the Secret Land's entrance key mentioned in the super ancient ruins records, they could only stare at the Secret Land's sealed entrance. Now, it was revealed that Ember Dragon had the entrance key all along. So what if you have the entrance key? Apocalypse said as he rose from his seat and cast a cold gaze at Ember Dragon. You are in Holy Dragon Spear's Flame Vein Holy City. Do you think you can come and go from here as you please? When Apocalypse finished speaking, his personal information, which was previously hidden, became available for all to see. Level 240. Besides being 1 level higher than Southlake, Apocalypse was fully equipped with divine artifacts. Additionally, because he was at level 240, his divine artifacts could unleash their basic attributes at the maximum, allowing his basic attributes to achieve heights much greater than those of the level 239 Southlake. When the Holy Dragon Spear members present saw Apocalypse's level, surprise and a sense of pride filled them. Their confidence in dealing with the two empires' forces also grew. Level 240 was a major turning point for players and NPCs. With the help of the Holy City's magic arrays, Apocalypse would have no problem dealing with Hawk Baron or Highgate by himself. Once Flame Vein Holy City's City Lord joined the fight, the Dragon God Palaces and the Divine Wing Dynasty's members would have a very difficult time entering the Holy City. If the two pseudo-apex powers couldn't even enter the Holy City, they shouldn't even think of entering the Flame Dragon God's nest, much less take control of the secret land. As expected of one of the 10 great berserker gods from over a century ago, only apex powers and a few pseudo-apex powers can take out someone of your level, Ember Dragon said as he looked at Apocalypse, who exuded an aura much stronger than even that of South Lake, Holy Dragon Spear's great commander. But since we dared to act, do you think we came unprepared? After saying so, Ember Dragon crushed the dragon eye in his hand. Immediately afterward, the Crimson Gate opened and sucked all Tier 6 players within 1 million yards of it, leaving only the NPCs of the Holy City and the two empires to confront each other. Chapter 3781, Chapter 855, 4th Ranked Divine Set. Chapter 855, 4th Ranked Divine Set, Taboo Secret Land, Flame Dragon God's Nest, Shadow Mountains. When the blinding light faded, Shi Feng found that his location had changed completely. But before he could scrutinize his surroundings, a series of notifications rang in his ears. System, congratulations. You have entered the Flame Dragon God's Nest and initiated the Flame Dragon God's Trial. System, you have initiated the mythical quest Flame Dragon God's Trial. Quest content. Kill the monsters inside the Flame Dragon God's Nest to obtain Undying Souls. Upon collecting 100 Undying Souls, you may open the Flame Dragon God's Treasury and exchange Undying Souls for the Flame Dragon God's rewards. System warning. You have entered the Taboo Secret Land, Flame Dragon God's Nest. Due to external interference, you will not be allowed to log out or contact the outside world. You may only leave the secret land if you find the exit or die. System warning. If you die in the secret land, part of your immortal soul will be lost. Please proceed with caution. The system notifications left Shi Feng stunned for a long while. Sure enough, it is the same as in the rumors. Shi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he looked at the system notifications displayed before him. The Flame Dragon God was also known as the Primordial Flame Dragon. It was a primordial god-ranked existence, and the Flame Dragon God's nest it left behind was a trial rather than a place for players to level up. For this reason, once players entered the Flame Dragon God's nest, they had to collect enough Undying Souls to exchange for an exit ticket if they wanted to leave the secret land safely. Otherwise, their only other exit option was to leave behind a part of their immortal souls. It was incredibly challenging to obtain Undying Souls. Although players only needed to kill monsters in the secret land to get them, monsters were not guaranteed to drop Undying Souls. Not to mention, even the weakest monster in Flame Dragon God's Nest was a level 230 legendary monster. A level 220 Tier 6 player fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment would have difficulty killing even one of these monsters. Moreover, these monsters typically roamed in groups. There were also many level 230 plus divine monsters. However, although it was difficult to obtain Undying Souls, the rewards players could exchange from the Flame Dragon God's treasury were definitely well worth the effort. There were the 6 great divine sets in the human race's greater god's domain. The Flame God set, ranked 4th among the 6 great divine sets, could be exchanged from the Flame Dragon God's treasury. In Shi Feng's previous life, the reason Holy Dragon Spear could become one of the greater god's domain's 8 legendary adventurer teams wasn't just its legendary 10,000 Tier 6 experts. The Flame God set in its possession also played a crucial role. One of the reasons other Apex powers feared Demon's Gate was because it possessed a divine set. Although the divine set in question wasn't one of the 6 great divine sets, it still allowed its wearer to overwhelm experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. Even the old monsters of Apex powers would be rendered helpless. Meanwhile, with the Flame God set being one of the 6 great divine sets, so long as a player equipped it, they could instantly compete with primordial gods of the same level and become invincible in the greater god's domain. In Shi Feng's previous life, Holy Dragon Spear managed to get all 8 pieces of the Flame God set. Presently though, the Flame Dragon God's nest had just been activated. This was also the first time Holy Dragon Spear's members were entering the secret land. Thus, now was the best opportunity for Shi Feng to obtain the Flame God set. While Shi Feng was in a daze, the other Tier 6 players who had also landed in the Shadow Mountains sprang into action. As if afraid others would claim all the monsters, they quickly formed parties to kill those roaming the Shadow Mountains outer area. Undying Dragon Knight, Evil Spirit, Legendary, Level 230, HP 8 million Dying Dragon. Undying Dragon Knight Captain, Evil Spirit, Legendary, Level 232, HP 12 million Dian 1000 Dian 1000 Level 230 plus. Tier 6 players would not have any difficulty soloing Tier 5 legendary monsters of the same level. However, the legendary monsters in the Shadow Mountains were at least level 230. They were already nearly as strong as level 2010 Tier 6 divine bosses. Thus, level 2000 T plus Tier 6 players needed to fight in 6-man parties to kill these legendary monsters. Boss Abyss, that person seems to be the Divine Glory list's Black Flame. A level 224 Tier 6 berserker wearing the Divine Wing Dynasty's guild emblem suddenly exclaimed as he pointed at Shi Feng. Demon's Gate has placed a huge bounty on his head. We can get a fragmented divine artifact if we kill him. Should we do him in? The Berserker's words immediately piqued the interest of several Divine Wing Dynasty members around him. Whether it was the prestige of killing a Divine Glory List expert or the rewards from Demon's Gate's bounty, neither were things the average core member of a pseudo-apex power could easily ignore. We're not here to have fun. We need to quickly regroup with the others and focus on grinding monsters. If we are too slow in collecting undying souls, we won't be able to recoup the price we paid to come here, Abyss Water, who was a level 226, tier 6 assassin, clad in dark gray clothes and the leader of the group, said. However, when his gaze fell on Shi Feng, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he muttered icily, "Black Flame? Boss, do you know him?" Abyss Water's abrupt change surprised the tier 6 berserker. Of course, I know him. Abyss Water automatically sneered when he saw that Shi Feng was only level 200. He was the one who humiliated me on the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's Dark Star. If it wasn't for him, I never would have had to return to join the Divine Wing Dynasty. It seems the heavens are finally on my side, allowing me to meet him here. After saying so, Abyss Water vanished and reappeared within 30 yards of Shi Feng, his behavior attracting the attention of many nearby. Isn't that Abyss Water, the Divine Wing Dynasty's #1 chosen one? Who is that swordsman? Why is Abyss Water interested in him? When the surrounding players sensed the killing intent, Abyss Water radiated. They all understood that he intended to act against Shi Feng. They also couldn't help but wonder about Shi Feng's identity. After all, Abyss Water was an incredibly famous expert in the primordial dragon sanctuary. Yet he was now willing to harm his reputation just to attack a player of a much lower level. Heiser, guild leader Black Flame is in trouble. We need to help him. Twilight Leaf, who had similarly landed in the Shadow Mountain's outer area, said to Heiser anxiously when she saw Abyss Water advancing on Shi Feng. Abyss Water was the Divine Wing Dynasty's #1 chosen one. Among the primordial dragon sanctuary's youths, only Heiser could achieve a convincing victory against him. Although Shi Feng's combat standard and law projection were incredible, the significant level difference between him and Abyss Water made it impossible for him to defeat Abyss Water. No rush. Let's watch first, Heiser said as she calmly looked at Shi Feng and Abyss Water. I heard from Big Sis Frost that guild leader Black Flame has been supporting her behind the scenes all this time, and that she admires him greatly. Even my teacher has sung his praises. I've already decided I will challenge him to a fight, so this is a good opportunity to check out his strength. But guild leader Black Flame is only level 200, while Abyss Water is level 226, Twilight Leaf said anxiously. Does he even stand a chance with such a huge level gap? Don't worry, Heiser said, smiling. Then she glanced at Abyss Water and continued, I know Abyss Water's standard. If guild leader Black Flame is as great as I've heard, he should have no problem surviving a couple of moves. I will intervene once he starts to struggle. Hearing this, Twilight Leaf could only agree with Heiser's decision. If she were to fight Abyss Water one-on-one, her chances of victory would be slim. Not to mention, the party that Abyss Water led was composed entirely of the Divine Wing Dynasty's chosen ones. They might not be as strong as her, but they weren't significantly weaker. Chapter 3782, Chapter 856, Fleeting Strike, Chapter 856. Fleeting Strike, Flame Dragon God's Nest, Shadow Mountains, Outer Area, Long Time No See, Guild Leader Black Flame, Abyss Water said, smiling at Shi Feng. The last time we met, you humiliated me in front of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance using your mana and basic attributes advantage. What do you say I return the favor using my level advantage? Nobody can ensure fairness in field PvP, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He was honestly quite surprised to meet Abyss Water again. But are you sure you have the strength to back up those words? I might have had difficulty killing you if we were still on Darkstar, Abyss Water said, recalling Shi Feng's gold body technique. Then he smirked and continued. But we are now in the primordial dragon sanctuary. I am also no longer the same as when we first met. Now I have the blood reincarnations. With the passive skill of these twin divine daggers, I can prevent one target from moving more than 100 yards away. Unless I am killed, even a level 240 ancient god cannot escape me. After saying so, Abyss Water surrounded Shi Feng with afterimages before drawing the 2 crimson daggers he carried and brandishing them. He created a crimson energy blade each time he swung his weapons, and these energy blades repeatedly merged to form larger and more powerful energy blades that could tear through the secret land's space. In a flash, over 30 such energy blades attacked Shi Feng from various directions. Advanced Gold Combat Technique, Spiritual Light Blades. Advanced Gold Combat Technique, Thousand Blades. Many of the level 225 plus experts present paled when they saw Abyss Water executing 2 advanced gold combat techniques in quick succession. None of them felt they could survive Abyss Water's attack. Although Abyss Water did not manage to fuse the 2 techniques, the timing of his execution allowed him to achieve a pseudo-fusion effect that drastically increased the power of his crimson energy blades. When going up against Abyss Water's pseudo-fusion technique, even experts with basic attributes superior to Abyss Water using an advanced gold defensive technique wouldn't necessarily escape unscathed. Not to mention, many of the experts present didn't even have a divine artifact. Only in their dreams could they surpass Abyss Water, who wielded 2 divine artifacts in basic attributes. It's over. This unexpected turn of events shocked Twilight Leaf. Damn it. Heiser also realized the severity of the situation and quickly raised her staff, creating multiple magic arrays under her feet. However, before Heiser could intervene, Shi Feng suddenly unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and used the Abyssal Eye. Tier 7 skill, Abyssal Will. Immediately, the skill increased Shi Feng's defense by 500%, strength by 400%, agility by 300%, physique by 300%, endurance by 400%, and concentration by 1 rank. The improvements weren't restricted to the Tier 6 limit standard either. Boom. Suddenly, Shi Feng started to radiate an aura of indescribable power that shattered the surrounding space. The crimson energy blades attacking him also looked like they had frozen in place. Swords orbit. Subsequently, dazzling stars filled the area, and the crimson energy blades exploded and faded from existence. And all the while, Shi Feng merely stood in place. Silence. Absolute silence. This development stunned everyone, including Heiser. Impossible. Abyss Water was dumbfounded as he looked at the Shadow Incinerator in Shi Feng's hand. Abyss Water could tell that Shi Feng's sword technique was nothing special. Yet Shi Feng's sword moved at an incredible speed. Logically, not even a level 230 Tier 6 swordsman should be able to achieve such a speed, let alone a level 200 Tier 6 swordsman. Before Abyss Water could regain his wits, Shi Feng suddenly transformed into a streak of light and appeared behind him. Then, under the gazes of the surrounding players, Shi Feng casually sheathed the Shadow Incinerator. Click. When the Shadow Incinerator returned to its sheath, Abyss Water noticed his line of sight shifting upward. Then, a headless body briefly entered his sight before his vision darkened. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like you can back up your words. After glancing at Abyss Water's corpse, Shi Feng collected the item Abyss Water dropped, then executed Flowing Space and disappeared into the depths of the Shadow Mountains. Abyssal Will only had a 5-minute duration. Although he could trample on level 225+ Tier 6 experts during this period, he would have trouble defeating experts like Abyss Water once the skill ran out. At the very least, he couldn't end the fight quickly. Many level 220+ experts from the Divine Wing Dynasty were currently scattered across the Flame Dragon God's Nest. Even if he were at level 220, they could easily wear him down with Zerd tactics. Not to mention, the Divine Wing Dynasty also had level 230+ experts in the Secret Land. Thus, the wise thing to do here was to leave the Divine Wing Dynasty's sphere of activity before Abyssal Will's duration ended. What in heaven, the fight's over? Just like that? Are you kidding me? This must be an act. How can a level 200 swordsman one-shot Abyss Water? The sight of Shi Feng dispatching Abyss Water in a single motion astounded everyone. They couldn't get their heads around it. Abyss Water should have had an overwhelming advantage in basic attributes. Yet, the battle concluded with Shi Feng's landslide victory. If they didn't know any better, they would have thought Shi Feng was the level 226 assassin, while Abyss Water was the level 200 swordsman. Leaf, is Guild Leader Black Flame really at level 200 only? Heiser asked as she looked at Twilight Leaf. She couldn't help but feel that Twilight Leaf knew something she didn't. Unless Shi Feng was fully equipped with divine artifacts, there was no way he could kill Abyss Water as a level 200 Tier 6 swordsman. However, based on her observation, Shi Feng didn't have a single divine artifact on him. This must mean that Shi Feng wasn't actually a level 200 player like she previously thought. Instead, he was likely at level 235 or higher. Otherwise, it didn't make sense that she couldn't keep track of Shi Feng's attack. This, I don't know, Twilight Leaf said hesitantly. She originally wanted to say she was certain that Shi Feng was level 200, but even she couldn't bring herself to believe that a level 200 player could execute such a rapid attack. Even with a Tier 6 Berserk skill, it still shouldn't be possible. You don't know? Heiser grew confused. Didn't you meet him in person before? It was no secret in Holy Dragon Spear that Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf had visited Red Frost in the real world. After all, the adventurer team owned only one interstellar spaceship. Every time the interstellar spaceship was used, it would attract the attention of many in the adventurer team. Borrowing it even required the approval of at least 2 Grand Elders. I did meet Guild Leader Black Flame, Twilight Leaf said, scratching her cheek awkwardly. But he hadn't even reached level 200 at the time. Chapter 3783, Chapter 857, New 12 Wings of Heaven. Chapter 857, New 12 Wings of Heaven, he wasn't even at level 200. Heiser was stunned. What do you mean? Are you saying he really is only level 200 right now? Had Shi Feng been hiding his level, Heiser would have found the situation more believable. In fact, she would rather believe Shi Feng was at the same level as Great Commander South Lake than accept that he had killed Abyss Water as a level 200 player. Although it was mind-boggling for someone from the Eternal Realm to be at such a level, it wasn't completely out of the question. After all, Shi Feng's presence in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary proved he possessed the means to travel freely in and out of the Eternal Realm. He could have simply been leveling outside the Eternal Realm in that case. Many conglomerates and pseudo-apex powers owned level 200+ secret lands in the Greater God's domain. It wouldn't even be surprising if these powers secretly owned level 230 plus secret lands as well. If these powers mobilized a bunch of experts to help Shi Feng grind, so long as he secured the last hits, he could gain significant EXP. Of course, another possibility was that Shi Feng was already at a very high level, and that he had simply kept it hidden. However, this was an unlikely scenario. The Seven Luminaries Alliance shouldn't be underestimated. If Shi Feng had truly been at level 230 or above, he wouldn't have ended up on the Luminous Glory list or the Sacred Glory list. He would have landed straight on the Divine Glory list from the start. Yet, Twilight Leaf was now saying that Shi Feng was indeed only level 200. No matter how Heiser wrestled with the idea, she couldn't fathom it. After all, how could a mere level 200 tier 6 player devoid of any divine artifacts overwhelm her senses? I'm certain. Guild leader Black Flame was only level 190 when he fought Uncle Shao in a simulation battle 3 days ago. Uncle Shao even complained afterward about not being able to fight at full strength, Twilight Leaf stated firmly. As for whether Guild leader Black Flame is level 200 now, that I can't say for sure. Is that so? Heiser fell into thought for a moment. Then, the corners of her mouth raised into a playful smile as she said, I guess my teacher wasn't joking when she described Guild leader Black Flame as mysterious. Now, I have another expert I can challenge besides Big Sis Frost. Subsequently, Heiser and Twilight Leaf advanced deeper into the Shadow Mountains to regroup with the other members of Holy Dragon Spear. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out in the Shadow Mountains outer area as news of the Divine Wing Dynasty's #1 chosen one getting killed got around. Simultaneously, the legend of a swordsman named Black Flame spread like wildfire. This was the first time in centuries that a level 200 player had managed to kill a pseudo-Apex Powers level 226 chosen one in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. Moreover, this level 200 player wasn't even among the Divine Glory list's top 30. Instead, he was only ranked 281st. When the Divine Wing Dynasty's executives learned of this matter, they immediately issued a kill order for Black Flame, adamant in recovering their reputation. Flame Dragon God's Nest, Forest of the Dead, this should be a good spot to level up. Shi Feng sighed in relief after checking his map. After running for over 4 hours, he finally crossed the Shadow Mountains and arrived at the Forest of the Dead, a map with higher level monsters. The lowest level monsters in the Forest of the Dead were level 235. As every 5 levels was a small turning point for monsters, the Forest of the Dead's lowest level monsters were much stronger than the Shadow Mountain's lowest level monsters. A level 235 legendary monster would be as strong as a level 230 divine monster. Not to mention many level 235 plus divine monsters roamed the Forest of the Dead. If a group of level 235 legendary monsters showed up with a level 235 plus divine monster in the lead, no tier 6 party under level 230 could survive. Thus, it was unlikely any other teams or parties would venture into the Forest of the Dead right away. They would likely spend a day or two grinding in the Shadow Mountains before considering coming here. This presented Shi Feng with a golden opportunity to grind here undisturbed. Immediately, Shi Feng retrieved the Feather of Oath and the 3 world sources from his bag. Then, he had the Feather of Oath absorb the 3 world sources. My success rides on you now. Shi Feng's heart clenched with anxiety as he watched the Feather of Oath absorb the world sources. Shi Feng never got around to repairing the Feather of Oath since he had to start his journey to the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary shortly after obtaining the world sources from Enos. Now that he was stuck in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, unless he could find a party or a team willing to accept a level 200 player, the Feather of Oath was his only hope for getting out of the secret land alive. So long as he could summon level 220, tier 6 war goddesses, a party of 6 war goddesses should help him get through the Flame Dragon God's Nest. Otherwise, he would have to lose a portion of his immortal soul to leave. After absorbing the 3 world sources, the Feather of Oath released a colorful radiance. Countless divine runes filled the area 100 yards around the Feather of Oath. At a glance, it looked like a primordial being was about to manifest, and many nearby monsters fled in fear. A minute later, the divine runes merged with the Feather of Oath, leaving it with its original appearance. But upon closer inspection, several golden streaks could be seen adorning it, as expected of one of the goddess's most prized possessions. Even though it is only partially repaired, it already has such a powerful divine might and feels nearly as strong as a divine artifact. Shi Feng was amazed by the divine might emanating from the white feather in his hand. He promptly inspected the Feather of Oath stats. Feather of Oath, divine artifact, an item worn by the goddess of space. It is a treasure created using the souls of 12 heroes from before the Great Destruction. However, the Feather of Oath suffered serious damage during a fight against 3 holy ancestors, and repairing it will require 6 world sources. Current number of world sources absorbed. 3 additional skill. 1. War Goddess Summoning. For every 100,000 units of 7 Luminaries Crystal expended, summon 1 War Goddess of the same tier, up to tier 6, and equipment up to the Divine Artifact rank, but no more than 20 levels higher. Every War Goddess summoned will last 6 hours. Up to 9 War Goddesses can be summoned at the same time. No incantations required. No cooldown. Additional Skill 2, Heroic Pledge, expend 10 God Crystals to temporarily upgrade a War Goddess by 1 tier, up to Tier 6, and equipment up to a Divine set. Duration, 1 hour cooldown, 6 hours additional. Skill 3, Goddess Battle Array, expend 3 God Crystals to allow the War Goddesses to form a small advanced gold battle array. At least 6 War Goddesses are required. Duration, 10 minutes cooldown, 3 hours. Chapter 3784, Chapter 858, Dark Primordial Tribe, Chapter 858, Dark Primordial Tribe, amazing. Shi Feng dared not believe his eyes when he saw the Feather of Oath's updated stats. After sensing the divine might the Feather of Oath emanated, he initially thought it would only be as powerful as the average divine artifact. However, the Feather of Oath's improvements far exceeded his expectations. In its current state, Shi Feng felt that the Feather of Oath could rival the Abyssal Eye. It should be known that the Abyssal Eye's abilities could only achieve the Tier 7 standard because it was fully repaired. In comparison, the Feather of Oath remained partially damaged. Yet, it already had the potential to breach the Tier 7 standard. Additionally, the War Goddesses he summoned could now come equipped with divine artifacts instead of only fragmented divine artifacts. They could also exceed him by up to 20 levels. The War Goddess summoning skill alone trumped many divine artifacts. War Goddesses already possess stunningly high basic attributes, even without divine artifacts. Shi Feng dared not imagine how powerful they would become if they were fully equipped with divine artifacts. Although divine artifacts and fragmented divine artifacts were only separated by 1 rank, they were worlds apart in performance. It was like the difference between ancient gods and ordinary gods. Moreover, he could summon up to 9 War Goddesses with the improved War Goddess summoning. Who among the same level could contend with him if he were to summon 9 ancient gods to fight for him? Not to mention, there were still the Feather of Oath's 2nd and 3rd skills, which were even more extraordinary. Although it cost a hefty sum of God Crystals to activate these 2 skills, their effects were well worth the cost. If he could equip a War Goddess with a divine set, said War Goddess would become invincible among opponents of the same level. The Goddess Battle Array could also temporarily increase the strength of the War Goddesses by a large margin. From what Shi Feng could recall, gold battle arrays were already the strongest battle arrays that the various human powers possessed. If an ordinary hegemonic power were to get its hands on a gold battle array, its status would instantly skyrocket to match that of conglomerates. Although Shi Feng didn't know how powerful an advanced gold battle array was, he wouldn't discount the possibility that it could let the War Goddesses hold their ground against primordial gods of the same level. While Shi Feng was marveling at the Feather of Oath's astonishing skills, the commotion caused by the Feather of Oath attracted a Tier 6 divine monster. Dead Thousand-Eyed Demonic Hand, Dark Primordial Tribe, Divine. Level 236, HP 100,000,000,000,000. The Dark Primordial Tribe? Shi Feng was speechless when he saw the 100-meter-tall monster that exuded a strange form of mana. He didn't know whether he should consider himself lucky or unlucky. The Dark Primordial Tribe consisted of a group of creatures that were no weaker than any other creature in the Greater God's domain. In his previous life, they were first seen after the discovery of the Flame Dragon God's Nest. More specifically, they were creatures the primordial Flame Dragon had sealed in the Flame Dragon God's Nest. The Dark Primordial Tribe originally inhabited the depths of the Void Sea. Even among the terrifying creatures that inhabited the boundless Void Sea, the Dark Primordial Tribe was considered powerful. The weakest member could rival ancient gods, while the stronger ones could kill even primordial gods. Although the dead Thousand-Eyed Demonic Hand before Shi Feng was only a walking corpse with an incomplete soul, it should still be able to exhibit at least 20% of the combat power it possessed when it was alive. It could be considered one of the Flame Dragon God's Nest's overlords. Without a 100-man Tier 6 team of experts of the same level, killing it would be a challenge. Meanwhile, despite having intelligence lower than a child's, the dead Thousand-Eyed Demonic Hand immediately attacked as soon as it saw Shi Feng. The land beneath the dead Thousand-Eyed Demonic Hand instantly withered, and a suffocating darkness spread across tens of thousands of yards. Then, a dozen colossal hands erupted from the corrupted ground, each 1,000 meters tall, striking at Shi Feng from multiple angles. The sheer power they unleashed transformed the surrounding area into a death zone hundreds of yards in radius. This scene made Shi Feng use the Feather of Oath without hesitation, spending 900,000 units of 7 Luminaries Crystal to summon 9 level 220 Tier 6 War Goddesses. The 9 War Goddesses summoned had varying equipment standards. The strongest War Goddess wielded a greatsword. She came equipped with 8 divine artifacts, with the rest of her equipment consisting of fragmented divine artifacts. The weakest War Goddess came equipped with only 5 divine artifacts, but even she was not an existence Shi Feng would dare to fight head-on. However, even after summoning the 9 War Goddesses, Shi Feng remained uncertain as he looked at the colossal hands smashing down at him, and he quickly decided to spend 10 God Crystals to activate Heroic Pledge. There existed a 16-level gap between the War Goddesses and the dead Thousand-Eyed Demonic Hand. Although the War Goddesses came equipped with multiple divine artifacts, overcoming such a significant level gap remained a challenge. But before Shi Feng could activate Heroic Pledge, the great sword-wielding war goddess suddenly jumped, flying straight into the air like a cannonball. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the war goddess appeared before the dark colossal hands, the great sword in her hands suddenly flaring with golden light. Immediately afterward, numerous divine runes wrapped around the weapon and compressed the surrounding space onto it. Shi Feng felt like the world itself was gravitating toward the greatsword. Then, before he could react, the war goddess struck the area where the colossal hands converged with her greatsword. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky disappeared. What grade of combat technique is this? This scene dumbfounded Shi Feng. The dead thousand-eyed demonic hands attack was far from ordinary. Seeing as the dark mana hands it summoned could superimpose their power, its attack definitely reached the standard of gold combat techniques. Without using an advanced gold defensive technique or some other life-saving measure, a level 236, tier 6 tank would be swatted like a fly, suffering devastating damage. Yet, with a single strike, the great sword-wielding war goddess shattered the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's attack, along with the sky above. It should be known that the secret land created by the primordial flame dragon was no ordinary secret land. The stability of its space was superior to that of many realms, even the Eternal Realm barely rivaled it. Nevertheless, the war goddess still erased the space within tens of thousands of yards with her attack. Not even peak gold combat techniques should be capable of such destruction. Before Shi Feng could regain his senses, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand launched another attack, this time firing a dark laser beam at the great sword-wielding war goddess. The beam obliterated everything in its path, cleaving the land in two. It was clear that the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand was getting serious. However, the great sword-wielding war goddess was not to be outdone. She promptly transformed her silver greatsword into 3 bolts of lightning, each more terrifying than the last. Then, she merged the 3 lightning bolts into a purple-gold lightning bolt and had it strike the beam of darkness. Following the impact, the great sword-wielding war goddess fell back a step, the exchange revealing that she was slightly disadvantaged in strength. Her HP also fell by 2%. Immediately afterward, though, a bow-wielding war goddess shot an arrow into the sky and summoned a healing rain that rapidly restored the great sword-wielding war goddess to full health. Though individually weaker, the 9 level 220 tier 6 war goddesses were not at all inferior to the level 236 dead thousand-eyed demonic hand when they fought as one. It was clear they could fight the monster head-on. Chapter 3785, Chapter 859, Soloing a Divine Boss, Chapter 859, Soloing a Divine Boss, Great. There's a chance. Shi Feng's eyes lit up when he saw that the great sword-wielding war goddess was only slightly disadvantaged in strength. Normally, soloing a tier 6 boss with 100 quadrillion HP should be impossible for a player. After all, such a monster could recover 2% of its HP every 5 seconds. It was nigh impossible for a player to overcome this barrier by themselves. However, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand was a little different. As a monster that had died long ago, it didn't possess battle recovery like normal monsters. So long as one could survive its attacks, one could grind it to death. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng took out 10 Eternal God Crystals and activated the Feather of Oath's second skill, Heroic Pledge. Immediately, a war goddess wielding a square shield and a spear had her equipment transformed into a divine set. The intensity of her aura surged, and she became much stronger than even the great sword-wielding war goddess, who was equipped with 8 divine artifacts. The change in the shield-wielding war goddess's aura caught the attention of the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. Almost instinctively, the magic eyes that covered its body shone with dark light, and hundreds of great swords exuding strange mana filled the area within 1,000 yards, occulting the sky. Is this the power of the dark primordial tribe? Shi Feng was momentarily stunned as he looked at the 1,000 greatswords floating silently in the sky. At first glance, the floating greatswords seemed to be weapons. However, on closer inspection, Shi Feng realized that they were actually puppets. Moreover, each of these puppets was a level 236 divine monster. In other words, besides the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand, he now had to face 1,000 level 2,000 Stefine monsters as well, 1,000 divine monsters. Even a 1,000-man tier 6 legion would have difficulty fighting such an array of monsters. Die, die, all of you die. Although the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand did not possess a mouth, the mental fluctuations it gave off conveyed its thoughts directly into Shi Feng's mind, and they radiated hostility toward the living. As the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand conveyed its thoughts, the dark greatswords in the sky aimed their tips at Shi Feng. Evidently, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand knew its true opponent in this battle. Use your goddess's howl, Shi Feng instinctively shouted at the shield-wielding war goddess when he saw the dark greatswords targeting him. Goddess's howl. This was a tier 6 AoE taunt taboo skill that the shield-wielding war goddess had learned. Although the taboo skill had a 5-minute cooldown, It would compel all enemies within 1,000 yards to attack the user once activated. Should taunted targets try to resist this compulsion and attack someone else, they would receive significant amounts of continuous damage. In contrast, the user would receive a buff to their basic attributes over time, starting at 100% and capping out at 300%. Responding to Shi Feng's command, the shield-wielding war goddess stomped on the ground and let out a low shout, stirring up a storm that swept across 1,000 yards. Additionally, over 1,000 golden chains emerged from the golden magic array under her feet and established a link with the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand and the dark greatswords to force them to target her. When the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand and the dark greatswords turned their focus to the shield-wielding war goddess, she did not panic. Instead, with a swing of her spear, she called down countless lightning bolts from the sky to strike them. Subsequently, damage values in the hundreds of billions appeared above the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand one after another. Almost instantly, it lost over 100 trillion HP, and its HP bar fell 1%. Their HPs are shared? Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he saw how much HP the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand lost. Originally, he was quite troubled by the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's HP of 100 quadrillion. He had no idea how long it would take him to kill such a tough monster. After all, even the greatsword-wielding war goddess could only deal a few hundred billion damage in each attack while suffering from 16 levels worth of level suppression. Even if all 9 war goddesses attacked together, they could, at most, cause 3 to 4 trillion damage per second. At that rate, it would take them 7 to 8 hours to kill the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. Moreover, that was assuming the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand did not resist or fight back. If the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand fought normally, the fight would take several dozen hours to conclude. Fighting for dozens of hours in the same location was incredibly risky. Although he was currently in the Forest of the Dead, there was a chance some teams would enter the map and notice the commotion he was causing. At that time, all his effort would be for naught. Fortunately, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand shared its HP with the dark greatswords it summoned. Although the addition of these dark greatswords significantly increased the threat to Shi Feng, it also drastically reduced the time needed to kill the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. Meanwhile, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand, furious at the shield-wielding war goddess's actions, had the dark greatswords attack her in a frenzied manner, the sight giving Shi Feng goosebumps. After all, this was equivalent to an attack conducted by 1,000 level 2036 divine monsters. However, the shield-wielding war goddess remained unfazed and raised her shield defensively. Then, a bubble of golden divine runes formed around her, stopping all the dark greatswords' inconceivably fast attacks. When the dark greatswords concluded their first round of attacks, Shi Feng saw that the shield-wielding war goddess hadn't lost even 10% of her HP. Under the effects of the bow-wielding war goddess's healing rain, the shield-wielding war goddess's HP was restored to full in less than a second. In the meantime, the 8 other war goddesses used their offensive AoE skills one after another, each move plundering over 10 trillion HP from the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. As for Shi Feng, he didn't stay idle either, continuously executing Dark Moon against the dark greatswords. Although the damage he caused was far less than that of the war goddesses, he still managed to deprive the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand of 1 trillion HP with each attack. This would speed up the battle and minimize his chances of discovery by other players. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes, the battle intensified as time passed. When the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's HP fell to 20%, it went berserk and summoned another 1,000 dark greatswords. With their numbers doubled, the dark greatswords reduced the shield-wielding war goddess's HP by more than 50% in just one round of attacks. Not even healing rain could restore her to full HP before the next round of attacks. When Shi Feng saw this, he promptly activated his miniature abyssal world to suppress the dark greatswords. However, as maintaining the miniature abyssal world placed a huge burden on his concentration, his complexion turned a shade lighter with every second he kept it active. Meanwhile, the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's HP decreased at a snail's pace, 15%, 0.5%, 0.5%. When the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's HP fell below 100 trillion, it suddenly went berserk a second time, increasing the number of dark greatswords on the battlefield from 2,000 to 3,000. However, before any of these dark greatswords could wreak havoc, the shield-wielding war goddess hurled her spear into the sky. Immediately afterward, a golden spear 10,000 meters long fell from the sky, its majesty visible across hundreds of thousands of yards. Boom. In just one strike, the area within 10,000 yards of the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand was turned into a sea of lightning, and the divine boss lost its last bit of HP. Chapter 3786, Chapter 860, Primordial Dragon, Holy Crystal, Chapter 860, Primordial Dragon, Holy Crystal. Finally, Shi Feng sighed in relief as he looked at the fallen dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. The dead thousand-eyed demonic hand proved even tougher than anticipated. He truly had not expected the divine boss to have a second berserk phase. This battle would have been lost if not for the shield-wielding war goddess. 3,000 level 2000 ch3775 divine monsters. Such a force would devastate most realms in the greater god's domain. Though every realm had plenty of divine monsters, none had 3,000 divine monsters at level 236. Even a level 230 tier 6 tank wielding a divine shield could barely contend with a level 236 divine monster. However, most upper-ranking hegemonic powers didn't even have more than a few level 230 tier 6 tanks, let alone level 230 tier 6 tanks with divine shields. Only pseudo-apex and apex powers with their level 235 tier 6 tanks fully equipped with divine artifacts or divine sets stood a chance against 3,000 level 236 divine monsters. Weaker powers shouldn't even dream of engaging such a horde. Following the death of the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand, Shi Feng's experience bar soared. In the blink of an eye, he rose from level 200 to level 201, and then again to level 22 normally. Even a 1,000-man legion of level 230, tier 6 players would consider the EXP from the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand a substantial reward. Now, Shi Feng monopolized this EXP. Additionally, it was also multiplied by the maximum possible EXP bonus due to the 36-level gap between him and the divine boss. As a result, his level skyrocketed until he reached level 212. 12 levels in one go? Shi Feng was astounded at how many levels he gained. In the greater god's domain, even with unlimited access to taboo secret lands, players past level 200 would need a week or more to level up once. Furthermore, this duration would only increase with their level due to the scarcity of higher-level monsters. Yet he gained 12 levels in 1 hour. This was likely the fastest anyone had ever leveled up in the human race's greater god's domain post level 200. It's a pity level 223-6 bosses like the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand are incredibly rare. Otherwise, I could have aimed to hit level 220 within a day. Wistfulness filled Shi Feng as he glanced at the fading dead thousand-eyed demonic hand. With the Feather of Oath, if I were at level 220, I could even compete with the Dragon God Palace and Holy Dragon Spear for the Flame Dragon God's Nest. The Flame Dragon God's Nest was one of 3 super large-scale taboo secret lands in the human race's greater god's domain. It was also one of only 3 level 240-plus taboo secret lands that Shi Feng knew of, and it could have a huge impact on a power's development. This was because it could let players progress to level 240 and beyond unobstructed. Since Tier 7 remained unattainable in the human race's greater god's domain, level 230-plus, Tier 6 players and divine artifacts became units of measurement for a power's overall strength. The more a power commanded, the stronger it would be. For this reason, whoever controlled the Flame Dragon God's Nest would secure a future as an apex power for themselves. This was also why Holy Dragon Spear could fight an army of 1 million Tier 6 Holy Race players with just an elite force of 10,000 Tier 6 players. When Holy Dragon Spear showed up on the battlefield with 100 level 240-plus, Tier 6 experts and 10,000 Tier 6 experts close to level 240, it had shocked the various human powers. At the time, even apex powers in the human territories boasted only a few thousand level 235-plus Tier 6 experts after years of accumulation, while conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers would be fortunate to have 100. After all, although the monsters in secret lands respawned quickly, it didn't happen instantly. Thus, the EXP secret lands could yield was finite, and powers could not afford to grant all their members unrestricted access. However, a super large-scale secret land could accommodate many more players than large-scale and ordinary secret lands. This was why Holy Dragon Spear could produce so many level 235-plus Tier 6 experts in a short time. They could have even competed against the various Apex Powers experts, if not for their inferior equipment standards. While Zero Wing was a formidable power in the Eternal Realm, it lagged far behind the various powers operating outside the Eternal Realm when it came to levels, weapons, and equipment. If Zero Wing could gain control of the Flame Dragon God's Nest, it would undoubtedly make up for the guild's deficiencies. The problem was that the Dragon God Palaces and Holy Dragon Spear's frontline experts were already inside the Flame Dragon God's Nest. Without sufficient strength, Zero Wing had no hope of challenging these 2 pseudo-apex powers for the secret land's ownership. Thus, Shi Feng could only keep his thoughts to himself. He was already lucky to gain entry into the Flame Dragon God's Nest. It was simply unrealistic to try to snatch it from the jaws of 2 pseudo-apex powers. After all, each of these pseudo-apex powers had at least a 100-man team of level 235-plus Tier 6 experts inside the secret land. They also had all sorts of divine artifacts to fall back on. Even with the Feather of Oath, he stood no chance. Subsequently, Shi Feng turned his gaze to the items the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand dropped. The dead thousand-eyed demonic hand dropped very few items for a divine boss. Besides 44 undying souls, it dropped only 2 other items. Be that as it may, the 2 other items dropped were extraordinary. Shi Feng would even go as far as to describe them as terrifying. Dark Divine Silver Godly Relic, an ultra-rare metal born through the condensation of the Void Sea's darkness. The Dark Divine Silver can be used to forcibly upgrade a fragmented divine artifact into an exclusive divine artifact. The resulting divine artifact can only be used by the bound user and cannot be used by others. Primordial Dragon Holy Crystal, Divine Artifact, a soul crystal formed by the thousand-eyed demonic hand after devouring a part of the primordial flame dragon's soul. The primordial dragon holy crystal can be absorbed by dragon-type creatures for one bloodline transformation opportunity. How powerful was this thousand-eyed demonic hand when it was still alive? When Shi Feng finished reading the descriptions of the two items, he suspected that the thousand-eyed demonic hand was much more fearsome when it was still alive than he had first thought. Although Shi Feng found it unbelievable that the thousand-eyed demonic hand could come back to life in the flame dragon god's nest, he initially hadn't thought it had reached the standard of primordial gods. However, the primordial dragon holy crystal's description forced him to rethink his assessment. After all, if the thousand-eyed demonic hand's strength did not reach the primordial god standard, it could never have devoured a portion of the primordial flame dragon's soul. The dark divine silver is useless to me, but I can give it to Snow to upgrade her chaos wind blade, Shi Feng muttered as he put away the dark divine silver before reaching for the primordial dragon holy crystal. This thing, however, is something I can use. I wonder how much it can improve the frost flame dragon. After saying so, Shi Feng retrieved the ancient oath from his bag and summoned the Tier 5 Frost Flame Dragon. Currently, the Frost Flame Dragon was the only dragon-type creature in his possession. Chapter 3787, Chapter 861, Pseudo Tier 7, Concentration. Chapter 861, Pseudo Tier 7, Concentration. After Shi Feng took out the ancient oath and chanted, a summoning array 500 yards in radius appeared on the ground. Subsequently, a dragon over 300 meters long flew out of the summoning array and landed before him. Despite being at Tier 5, the dragon exuded an aura comparable to that of a Tier 6 monster. It was like a king that had descended to the mortal world. When the Frost Flame Dragon saw Shi Feng, the dignified look on its face vanished as it rubbed its head against him, its eyes filled with joy. It behaved like a child who had not seen its parents in a long time. "Here you go, little guy," Shi Feng said as he threw the fist-sized primordial dragon holy crystal to the Frost Flame Dragon. The divine-ranked Frost Flame Dragon could grow into a Tier 6 dragon if fed normally. The only problem was that this process required time. Thus, since his promotion to Tier 6, Shi Feng had treated the Tier 5 Frost Flame Dragon only as a means of transportation. But that could potentially change now that he had obtained the Primordial Dragon Holy Crystal. If he could promote the Frost Flame Dragon to Tier 6, it would greatly help him. As a divine flying mount, the Frost Flame Dragon already possessed the basic attributes of Tier 6 monsters despite being at Tier 5. Once it advanced to Tier 6, it might surpass Tier 6 gods in basic attributes. At that time, while its offensive capabilities might remain inferior to war goddesses equipped with multiple divine artifacts, its HP and tanking capabilities would be leagues above war goddesses of the same level. It could compensate for the war goddesses' inadequate defensive capabilities. Additionally, the movement speed of flying mounts would skyrocket once they reached Tier 6. Not only could they fly between realms, but they could also let players riding on them gradually recover their stamina and concentration. Tier 6 flying mounts were essentially miniature mobile fortresses. This was also why Tier 6 flying mounts could be used for cross-realm travel. After swallowing the Primordial Dragon Holy Crystal, the Frost Flame Dragon became drowsy and slept beside Shi Feng. A moment later, divine runes gradually surfaced on its scales. Within a minute, 3 layers of divine runes covered the entire Frost Flame Dragon, creating a cocoon of divine runes. When the cocoon formed, it radiated a powerful aura that shook the mending space in the area. Then, the cocoon released draconic roars that echoed across tens of thousands of yards, scaring all Tier 5 monsters in the vicinity into fleeing. 4 minutes later, a pitch-black dragon surrounded by flames and frost emerged from the cocoon, its body reaching 1,000 meters long. Immediately afterward, the dragon let out a deafening roar that shook the space within tens of thousands of yards. This is its Tier 6 form? Shi Feng was momentarily taken aback when he sensed danger from the Frost Flame Dragon. Rather than a Tier 6 monster, he felt like he was standing before an ancient god right now. Immediately, Shi Feng pulled up the Frost Flame Dragon's attribute panel, wanting to see what was going on. What perverse attributes? When Shi Feng saw the Frost Flame Dragon's statistics, the Feather of Oath's war goddesses suddenly seemed lackluster. Frost Flame, Sacred Dragon, Dragon, Advanced Divine, level 212, HP 6 billion, at their peak, sacred dragons were existences that could rival ancient gods. Thus, it was wonderful news that the Frost Flame Dragon had evolved into a sacred dragon. Additionally, the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon possessed unbelievably high HP and defense. Despite being at level 212, it already had 6 quadrillion HP, which was only slightly lower than the HP of a level 230 legendary monster. Paired with its sacred armor defense, it could probably shrug off the attacks of a level 230 legendary monster. Its sturdiness could definitely match level 220 divine monsters. Subsequently, Shi Feng looked at the ancient oath in his hand and saw that it had similarly undergone significant changes. Ancient Oath can be used to summon an advanced divine ranked Tier 6 Frost Flame Sacred Dragon as a partner to fly and fight freely in the sky. If the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon dies, it will need 30 natural days to return to life. The Frost Flame Sacred Dragon can gain EXP through combat, but it cannot exceed the Ancient Oath's wielder by more than 10 levels. Additional effect, the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon will share 20% of its basic attributes and 30% of its concentration with the Ancient Oath's wielder. Crap, a dragon-type divine artifact? Shi Feng was at a loss for words as he switched his gaze between the Ancient Oath and the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon. It was already a huge surprise that the Frost Flame Dragon managed to evolve into a sacred dragon. However, the changes to the Ancient Oath were even more astonishing. Being able to share 20% of the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon's basic attributes was equivalent to gaining 1 divine artifact's worth of basic attributes. On top of that, he could also share 30% of the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon's concentration. This was an effect all Tier 6 players would kill to have. System, congratulations. Your concentration has exceeded the Tier 6 limit standard and reached the pseudo Tier 7 standard. System, congratulations. You are the first player from the human race to have achieved pseudo Tier 7 concentration. Rewarding the special skill Mind Gaze. Mind Gaze special skill, when activated, weakens the target's concentration by 50%. Duration, 30 seconds cooldown, 3 minutes. With my current strength, I should be able to match Ink Crystal even without summoning the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon. When Shi Feng sensed the changes to his body, he suddenly felt that 6th floor experts were no longer out of his reach. With his pseudo Tier 7 concentration, he could now cast the miniature Abyssal World without struggling. He should also be able to execute gold combat techniques while maintaining the miniature Abyssal World. If he paired gold combat techniques with the miniature Abyssal World, he should have no trouble fighting 6th floor experts at the same level and basic attributes. Not to mention, he also had the basic attribute bonus from the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon. Now, he was basically a Tier 6 humanoid boss. Tier 6 shield warriors of the same level were unlikely to have even 1/5 of his HP. While level 220, Tier 6 experts would need at least 3 or 4 divine artifacts to match him in strength. Moreover, this was before the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon gained any additional levels. If the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon were 10 levels higher than him, a level 220, Tier 6 expert would need at least 5 divine artifacts to surpass him in strength. Just as Shi Feng was about to get a feel for the improvements brought about by the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon, his pseudo Tier 7 concentration allowed him to detect a group of players that appeared within 10,000 yards of him. There were 20 players in this group, each with exceptional concentration. Even the weakest among them had Tier 6 advanced concentration, 3 Tier 6 limit concentration, and 9 Tier 6 peak concentration. Is this one of the top teams of the 3 powers? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he noticed the concentration standards of the approaching 20-man team. It was incredibly challenging for players in the human race's greater god's domain to achieve Tier 6 peak concentration. Generally, only those with extraordinary talent or special encounters could achieve it. As for players who could develop their concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard, they were either established powerhouses in the greater god's domain or the strongest chosen ones nurtured by the various apex and pseudo-apex powers. This was because players had no standardized methods to develop their concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard. It wasn't something that could be achieved by killing monsters or doing quests. Thus, there shouldn't be more than a few powers that could take out 3 players with Tier 6 limit concentration and 9 with Tier 6 peak concentration. Before Shi Feng could recover from his surprise, the 20-man team emerged from a spatial passage that suddenly formed before him. The members of this team were all above level 230. The highest level player among them was even at level 239, a level only a small number of players had achieved in the human race's greater god's domain. Chapter 3788, Chapter 862-281 staged on the Divine Glory List. Chapter 862-281 on the Divine Glory List. Flame Dragon God's Nest, Forest of the Dead. When the 20 young men and women emerged from the spatial passage, they carefully observed their surroundings while scrutinizing Shi Feng, who stood beside the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand's corpse. Meanwhile, Shi Feng also studied them with interest. Greetings, friend. I am Jun Tianquo, and these are my friends, a young man carrying a draconic shield said, breaking the silence. We were nearby and noticed the commotion here. We thought a team dungeon had appeared, so we hurried here to check. I hope you don't misunderstand. Jun Tianquo? Shi Feng couldn't help but scrutinize the young shield warrior when he heard the other party's name, curiosity filling his heart. Even so, he maintained a calm expression as he said, Greetings. I am Black Flame. As you can see, there are no team dungeons here. Shi Feng had heard the name Jun Tianquo in his previous life. It was the name of someone who would eventually become one of the human race's 10 great tanks. Jun Tianquo started his journey in God's domain as an independent player operating in the 12 sanctuaries. In the real world, he was a combat fanatic known for seeking out extreme challenges with like-minded individuals. He had even fought wild beasts that roamed the wilderness of the greater world's interstellar continents. Although Jun Tianquo operated as an independent player in God's domain, he was backed by a rather powerful family in the greater world. His family operated a corporation specializing in intercontinental shipping. While the corporation's roots in God's domain might be shallow, it was affiliated with a pseudo-apex power. Unfortunately, Jun Tianquo's life wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. One day, he accidentally provoked Demon's Gate in the Eternal Realm. Though he already ranked as one of the greater God's domain's 10 great shield warriors at the time, he was nothing in front of Demon's Gate. Thus, his family was abandoned by their patron, and the family corporation fell apart. Later on, Jun Tianquo went to the Eternal Continent's royal capital to establish Dragoncry, a guild that had over 500 level 235 plus, tier 6 players and could compete with conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers at its peak. Jun Tianquo himself also became one of the human race's 10 great tanks. However, before he could make a true comeback, Demon's Gate sent 4 of its 9 great experts after him. Thereafter, his journey in God's domain ended, and Dragoncry disbanded. Although Jun Tianquo lost his final battle, it still shocked everyone in the greater God's domain. After all, Demon's Gate's 9 great experts were all level 240 plus experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. Yet Demon's Gate deemed it necessary to send 4 of them after him. 2 of them were even 6th floor experts. Additionally, the battle revealed that Jun Tianquo had reached the 6th floor standard. Had 2 or 3 more players of similar caliber fought alongside him, he would have survived the encounter with Demon's Gate's experts, and Dragoncry would have become a pseudo-apex power. Unfortunately, Dragoncry's foundations were too shallow, and Jun Tianquo was the only person in the entire guild who could trade blows with Demon's Gate's 9 great experts. Presently, though Jun Tianquo had yet to become enemies with Demon's Gate, his level was already extraordinary. He even had 2 divine artifacts equipped, with the rest of his equipment comprising fragmented divine artifacts. He was much stronger than Shi Feng had ever been in his previous life. Tianquo, looks like it's just him. A female cleric who was level 236 said to Jun Tianquo through the team chat after she scanned the area with her tier 6 divine eye of detection. That corpse likely belongs to the regional boss. Should we ask him what happened here? The other members of the team nodded in agreement. They had entered the Forest of the Dead ahead of the various powers teams to get a head start in conquering team dungeons and regional bosses. Now that the regional boss was dead, they would have skipped exploring the starting map for nothing if they didn't at least ask what had happened to it. They also weren't worried about offending Shi Feng. Although Shi Feng had 9 level 220 war goddesses and 1 level 220 sacred dragon protecting him, they weren't much of a threat to their team. No need. Jun Tianquo shook his head. Then he looked at Shi Feng and said, "Brother Black Flame, since nothing else is happening here, we'll be moving on. If fate allows it, I will treat you to a drink at the Flame Vein Bar." After saying so, Jun Tianquo sent Shi Feng a friend request and prepared to leave with his team. "I'll hold you to it," Shi Feng said after accepting the friend request. "If you get into trouble in the Eternal Realm, you can find me in Shattering Town." Shi Feng had a good feeling about Jun Tianquo. He felt that Jun Tianquo was an expert worth befriending. After all, besides being big enough of a threat to warrant Demon's Gate to send 4 of its 9 great experts after him, Jun Tianquo also reached the 6th floor expert through his own efforts. On top of that, Jun Tianquo was a shield warrior. Tanks of his caliber were crucial when raiding taboo team dungeons and taboo bosses. After saying so, Shi Feng recalled the war goddesses and the frost flame sacred dragon and chose to teleport to the flame dragon god's treasury. As soon as he did so, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the secret land's core area. Since players had started to appear in the Forest of the Dead, the map was no longer suitable for him to grind in. Thus, he could only head to the less populated flame dragon god's treasury to search for better opportunities. Back at the Forest of the Dead, Jun Tianquo and his teammates silently looked at each other for a moment after Shi Feng's departure. "Tianquo, do you know him? What is his background?" the female cleric asked Jun Tianquo in confusion. "He's only a level 2-2 swordsman. He doesn't even have a single divine artifact on him. How can he behave so brazenly before us?" The other team members were also visibly confused. They couldn't understand why Jun Tianquo would behave so respectfully toward a level 212 swordsman. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that level 230 plus players like themselves could kill a level 212 swordsman in one move. They would already be benevolent if they simply settled on asking a few questions. Most other players in their shoes would have killed Shi Feng outright. After all, Shi Feng was the only player in the area. While it was unlikely a low-level player like him could solo a regional boss in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, it was better to be safe than sorry. You guys might not know him since your focus is only on the 12 sanctuaries, but he is the 28 once expert on the Divine Glory list. He has also made a name for himself in the Eternal Realm and established a powerful guild there, Jun Tianquo said, looking in the direction Shi Feng had taken with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He's only 280 warnced on the Divine Glory list. Tianquo, are you serious? Jun Tianquo's teammates couldn't help but laugh when they heard his words. Any random chosen one from the primordial dragon sanctuary can enter the Divine Glory list's top 100. Heck, every one of us here is stronger than him. Facing his teammates' laughter, Jun Tianquo did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he turned to the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand and said, "Then, what if I tell you that he one-shotted the Divine Wing Dynasty's Abyss Water not long ago? Also, he was the only one in this area when we arrived. Besides him, who else could have killed this level 236 regional boss?" Chapter 3789, Chapter 863, Flame Dragon God's Treasury, Chapter 863. Flame Dragon God's Treasury. Jun Tianquo's teammates fell silent momentarily when they heard his words. "Tianquo, are you saying that he killed this boss alone?" Looking at the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand, the female cleric blurted out, "But how is that possible? He's only level 212. He might have war goddesses fighting for him, but they're only level 220. Even if the boss stood still and did nothing, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Not to mention, we rushed over as soon as we heard the commotion. Without at least a team of several hundred, there's no way this boss can be killed so quickly." One of the main headaches the various powers' frontline teams faced when raiding regional bosses stemmed from their immense HP and rapid battle recovery. As strong as their team of 20 was, even they lacked the firepower to take down a level 2036 regional boss in a short time. This was why they chose to inspect their surroundings the moment they arrived in the area rather than pay attention to Shi Feng. After all, they simply couldn't fathom the possibility of a level 212 player soloing a level 236 boss in only an hour or so. "It may be impossible for others, but Black Flame is different," Jun Tianquo said before sharing a battle video with his teammates. It was none other than the recording of the fight between Shi Feng and Abyss Water. "One of my friends recorded this in the Shadow Mountains. Do any of you think you can survive his attack?" Despite being only 3 seconds long, the battle video captured the entire fight. It opened with Abyss Water initiating the fight, followed by Shi Feng neutralizing all of the Crimson Energy Blades. Then, the video concluded with Shi Feng appearing behind Abyss Water and decapitating him. When the video ended, Jun Tianquo's teammates were left stunned. "I don't know about you guys, but I don't have the slightest confidence in surviving that attack. Now, do you still think he can't kill this regional boss?" Without waiting for a response, Jun Tianquo added with a longing gaze, "Ever since the Eternal Realm appeared, I've wanted to meet the experts there. I also want to meet the rumored Holy Race experts. It's a pity I never got the chance. But now that several powers have already discovered the entrance, I believe it won't be long before its coordinates become public. When that time comes, I plan to test myself in the Eternal Realm and see where I stand in God's domain." When Jun Tianquo's teammates heard his words, their interest was piqued and their eyes lit up in excitement. They, like Jun Tianquo, constantly sought to push their limits with extreme challenges. Previously, they thought the 12 sanctuaries were the center of the greater God's domain. They thought that so long as they could reach the 12 sanctuaries' apex, it would be the same as reaching the greater God's domain apex. Thus, they never saw the need to leave the 12 sanctuaries. But now, they realized they had been terribly mistaken. If even the 281st ranked expert on the Divine Glory list was such a terrifying existence, how strong were the top 100 experts? Of course, they knew the Divine Glory list's rankings weren't necessarily reliable. Even so, it could still give a general impression of a player's standard. Besides the Divine Glory list's experts, there were also the foreign players in the Eternal Realm, such as the Holy Race players, who were considered much stronger than the human players. This was the first time since God's Domain's launch that players of other races had appeared. Suddenly, the doors to a whole new world had opened to them. Meanwhile, after a 10-minute teleportation, Shi Feng arrived before an ancient temple surrounded by mountains. The temple spanned an area greater than a large city, and countless divine patterns covered the surrounding mountains to form a barrier that enveloped the entire temple. The moment Shi Feng crossed the barrier, a powerful suppressive force acted on him, drastically weakening him. If, outside the barrier, he was considered a divine being capable of shattering worlds, within the barrier, he was just a mortal with above-average strength. Once inside the barrier, Shi Feng quickly landed in a plaza in the middle of the temple, where he discovered that many other players had already arrived before him. These were all players who had rushed to the Flame Dragon God's treasury upon collecting 100 undying souls. Most of them were level 235 or above, but there were also a few players who were below level 235. So many people have arrived already? When Shi Feng scanned the plaza, he spotted over 100 figures, far more than he had anticipated. As the Flame Dragon God's Nest was a secret land, players would need to obtain its access key if they wanted to control it. Although the access key would not let players prohibit others from entering the secret land, it could be used to control the size of the entrance and move the entrance's location up to 10,000 yards from its original location. For example, if the Flame Dragon God's Nest's controlling power shrunk the entrance to accommodate only 2 or 3 players and moved it to a location fortified with magic arrays, it would become very difficult for other players and powers to enter the secret land. They would have to obtain permission from the controlling power beforehand. Additionally, the access key could grant key imprints to other players, allowing these players to leave the secret land whenever they wanted. In the Flame Dragon God's Nest, key imprints could let players exit the secret land without dying and losing a portion of their immortal souls. For these reasons, if a power wanted adequate control over the Flame Dragon God's Nest, it must have the secret land's access key, which could only be exchanged for in the Flame Dragon God's treasury. The Flame Dragon God's treasury was situated in the secret land's core area. Besides being a place for players to exchange undying souls for rewards, it was also populated with many monsters. This made it the best place to farm undying souls. Thus, anyone seeking the secret land's access key would come to the treasury as soon as possible. Of course, that was assuming they had enough strength to kill the monsters here. Otherwise, they would have come here for nothing. System, you have discovered the Flame Dragon God's treasury. You may exchange for the Flame Dragon God's reward directly from the Flame Dragon God Plaza, so that's why they're all standing here. Originally, Shi Feng thought the players in the plaza were waiting for their companions to arrive, but now he realized that they were instead browsing the items available for exchange in the Flame Dragon God's treasury. Out of curiosity, Shi Feng also started to browse the treasury's exchange list. Many rumors surrounded the Flame Dragon God's treasury in his previous life. One of the rumors was that the treasury contained clues to how to go beyond Tier 6. However, because the Holy Dragon Spear had occupied the Flame Dragon God's Nest early, by the time Secret Land was open to the public, almost all of the items in the treasury had already been exchanged. Furthermore, nobody from Holy Dragon Spear had managed to go beyond Tier 6, so everyone merely used it as a conversation topic during their free time, and nobody actually believed it. In this life, though, the Flame Dragon God's Nest had activated abruptly, and even Holy Dragon Spear was only entering the secret land for the first time. So, this was a good opportunity to see what the Flame Dragon God's treasury had to offer. However, shortly after calling up the exchange list and seeing what it offered, Shi Feng couldn't help but rub his eyes in doubt. World Scar? Shi Feng was shocked when he saw the fifth item on the exchange list, World Scar. It was publicly acknowledged as one of the Greater God's Domain's 10 Great Divine Swords. It was also the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's #1 godly relic. In his previous life, it was used by one of the Eternal Realm's 3 absolutes, Oribeth. Chapter 3790, Chapter 864, Empress's Relic, Chapter 864, Empress's Relic. No wonder Oribeth had such a good relationship with Holy Dragon Spear. When Shi Feng saw the World Scar on the exchange list, he suddenly realized why Oribeth had steadfastly supported the Holy Dragon Spear adventurer team in his previous life. Even when Holy Dragon Spear was besieged by 3 of the Holy Race's royal powers, she had not hesitated to help the adventurer team and sustain heavy damage to her soul. Shi Feng had to admit that Holy Dragon Spear was incredibly skilled at making investments. It took a lot of courage and foresight to give Oribeth the World Scar before she rose to prominence. Any other power would never have given her such a priceless treasure if they didn't know her true potential. Fortunately, Holy Dragon Spear's bet had paid off in spades, as Oribeth eventually became one of the 3 absolutes of the Eternal Realm. She was also someone who would always reciprocate kindness. Given the significance of a good sword to a swordsman, it was only natural that she would go above and beyond to help the adventurer team. Of course, there was a bigger reason Holy Dragon Spear was willing to give the World Scar to Oribeth. The World Scar available for exchange was a damaged item. It wasn't the complete World Scar. Currently, the World Scar was only an ordinary divine artifact. Otherwise, there was no way the Greater God's Domain's #1 divine sword would rank only 5th on the exchange list. Shi Feng wondered if he could exchange the World Scar and use it to recruit Oribeth. However, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw how much it cost. World Scar, 5 million undying souls. It was an astronomical amount. Subsequently, Shi Feng shifted his gaze upward to inspect the prices of the top 4 items, and suddenly felt the 144 undying souls he obtained from killing the dead thousand-eyed demonic hand were nothing but a joke. Flame Dragon God's Access Key, 10 mils in undying souls. Primordial Dragon Tablet, 20,000 undying souls Empress's Scales, 30,000 undying souls Flame God Set, 50,000 undying souls. While Shi Feng was lamenting his poverty, he suddenly received a system notification. System, Kalisha has detected the aura of the Primordial Dragon Relic 1 Empress's Scales. The second stage of the inferior mythical quest Sanctuary's Rise is activated. Quest content, obtain the Empress's Scales within 30 days and hand it to Kalisha. Rewards unknown. If you fail to complete the quest within 30 days, all your attributes will be halved permanently. The notification echoed 3 times in his head, its contents stunning him. Crap. Shi Feng felt nauseous as he looked at the notification. Is Kalisha messing with me? Shi Feng hadn't thought that his decision to come to the Flame Dragon God's treasury as soon as he collected enough undying souls would backfire. 30 days. 30 days weren't enough time for him to collect even 10 million undying souls, let alone 30 million. Even if Holy Dragon Spear, the Dragon God's Palace, and the Divine Wing Dynasty joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to collect 30 million undying souls in 30 days. Guild leader Black Flame, would you like to enter the underground city world with us? While Shi Feng was scratching his head in agony, a rugged voice suddenly entered his ears. Turning to the source, he saw Xiao Yilong, Red Frost, Twilight Leaf, Heiser, and Laura approaching him. Seeing as they were walking in a group, it was evident they had already formed a party. The underground city world? When Xiao Feng heard Xiao Yilong's words, some of his forgotten memories resurfaced. The underground city world was an area inside the Flame Dragon God's treasury. In addition to various precious resources, players could obtain many undying souls by grinding there. However, the underground city world's resources were limited, and the dangers inside were several times greater than that of the outside world. Moreover, each player could enter the underground city world only 3 times in their lifetime. Thus, very few players ever bothered to enter the treasury's underground city world in his previous life. After all, the cost of dying in the Flame Dragon God's Nest was incredibly high. Who would dare take such a risk? Most importantly, by the time Holy Dragon Spear opened up the Flame Dragon God's Nest to the public, it had long since explored the underground city world and taken everything valuable. Even if other players entered the underground city world, they wouldn't get anything noteworthy. Rather than put themselves at risk for no reason, they would be better off grinding for levels outside. We hear the underground city world is a great place. Although it's a little more dangerous, the harvest is amazing. It's just that it costs 1 million units of 7 luminaries crystal per person to enter, Twilight Leaf said, nodding. Then, slightly embarrassed, she continued, the Great Commander and the others refuse to take us outside with them because of our low levels, so we can only try our luck in the underground city world. But Uncle Xiao and I only have tens of thousands of units, so we're hoping to borrow some from you, Guild Leader Black Flame. When Twilight Leaf finished speaking, Xiao Yilong also couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The Flame Dragon God's Treasury's underground city world might be a place of opportunity for them, but they couldn't afford the exorbitant entry price. It should be known that it only cost 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal for Tier 5 players to challenge their Tier 6 promotion. Even then, countless Tier 5 players already considered it a nightmare. 1 million units of 7 luminaries crystal simply wasn't a sum the individual player could take out. No problem. Shi Feng chuckled when he heard Twilight Leaf's request. I can give you the 7 luminaries crystals you need, but in exchange, I want 90% of the harvest we get from the underground city world. What do you think? If he operated solo, he would not be able to collect 30 million undying souls in 30 days. However, if he had a party with experts like Xiao Yilong and Heiser, he might just be able to meet this unreasonable quota. I'm fine with that. I only care about leveling up, Heiser stated. I'm fine with it too. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yilong and Twilight Leaf also agreed with Shi Feng's condition. Red Frost and Laura Crater could already be considered half members of Zero Wing, so they naturally didn't have any qualms about accepting Shi Feng's offer. However, they couldn't help but look at Shi Feng curiously, wondering how he managed to level up so quickly. After all, he was clearly at level 200 not long ago. Yet now, he was at level 202 already. His leveling speed was simply astounding. Okay, let's head to the underground city world then, Shi Feng said as he sent a party invite to Xiao Yilong and the others. Flame Dragon God's Treasury, underground city world's entrance. As the monsters around the Flame Dragon God's Treasury were generally around level 240, players around level 230 would only be a burden to teams eager to raid bosses for undying souls. Thus, many players around level 230 were currently gathered at the underground city world's entrance, more than 3 times the number of players gathered in the central plaza. These players either sought to form parties with others or hire experts to escort them inside the underground city world, their presence creating a lively atmosphere outside the underground city world. Guild Leader Black Flame, although the underground city world has 5 difficulty levels, even the easiest simple mode is extremely dangerous. Several parties that went for simple mode have already been teleported out of the secret land, Xiao Yilong said solemnly as he pointed at the 5 teleportation gates that led into the underground city world. As a precaution, I suggest we test the waters first with normal mode. 5 difficulty levels? Shi Feng was momentarily stunned as he looked at the 5 teleportation gates before him. From what he could remember, the Flame Dragon God's Treasury's underground city world should only have 3 difficulty levels, simple, normal, and hard. Yet, there were now Nightmare 2 and Asura above them. While Shi Feng was in a daze, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. System, you have received Dragon Princess Kalisha's blessing. You may activate the Underground City World's God Mode difficulty. Do you wish to enter the God Mode Underground City World? Chapter 3791, Chapter 865, Remnants of a Primordial World. Chapter 865, Remnants of a Primordial World. In a valley shrouded in white fog, a 20-man team fought a level 235 Tier 6 Shadow Ape. Shadow Ape, Shadow Creature, Divine, level 235 HP, 30 million Bowsen, Bishi 3000 Bowsen. The Shadow Ape was over 100 meters tall, yet it could do nothing to the level 235 Demi-Dragon Guardian Knight before it. The Demi-Dragon Guardian Knight in question wielded a crimson warhammer in one hand and a dragon-scale shield in the other. Although the Shadow Ape bombarded him with a flurry of punches using its 6 arms, he easily blocked the attacks with his shield. He would also use the force of the Shadow Ape's punches to propel him toward its ankles and attack with his warhammer from time to time, causing it to stagger and lose over 100 billion HP. The Guardian Knight's teammates were equally excellent. They were all at level 233 or above, and each of their skills dealt over 100 billion damage to the Shadow Ape, while their normal attacks caused 30 to 40 billion damage. Everyone, keep it up. Also, be careful of the Shadow Ape going berserk. It doesn't have much HP left. Whirlwind Bulwark, the Demi-Dragon Guardian Knight, commanded while tanking the Shadow Ape's attacks. Relax, Commander. It's not our first time killing this Shadow Ape, a level 234 cleric said jokingly as she healed Whirlwind Bulwark. Even if it goes berserk, we can still dodge its attacks with our eyes closed. Everyone else nodded in agreement, their expressions looking relaxed. Subsequently, when the Shadow Ape's HP fell to 30%, its skin turned crimson, its size doubled, and its attack speed increased significantly. Shadow spears also started to rain from the sky, covering a 1,000-yard radius around the Shadow Ape. Seeing this, Whirlwind Bulwark let out a low shout as he activated the Tier 6 Skill Guardian Angel. Immediately, numerous translucent holy barriers formed above him and his team, shielding them from the falling Shadow Spears. Even though the Shadow Spears the Shadow Ape summoned had greatly increased in number and speed after it went berserk, they still couldn't break through the holy barriers. At most, they caused Whirlwind Bulwark to lose some HP as they bombarded his holy barriers. However, this damage was quickly neutralized when the team's cleric cast her Tier 6 spell Aurora Healing, which healed Whirlwind Bulwark and everyone else on the team for 5% of their HP every second. As such, the Shadow Ape going berserk changed nothing. Its HP still fell rapidly over time. 30%, 20%, 15%. When the Shadow Ape's HP fell below 1%, an icy longsword suddenly appeared from a distance and plunged into its body like a meteorite, instantly devouring the rest of its HP. Then, the Shadow Ape fell, and items appeared all over its corpse. This turn of events surprised Whirlwind Bulwark and his team, and they immediately turned to where the icy longsword came from. A 100-man team had emerged from the mist, taking them unawares. The elegant female mage god walking in the lead was holding up a Tier 6 curse scroll. What is the meaning of this, Fira? Whirlwind Bulwark demanded, looking livid, kill-stealing naturally. Isn't it obvious enough? Fira, the female mage god, said with a faint smile. Also, have you forgotten my guild leader's warning? While you might have his admiration, that doesn't excuse you from paying your protection fees. We've already said Palehorn won't be getting involved in your war with the Holy Knights. Also, we've already paid the White Dragon Nation's protection fees for this month. It's only been a few days since then, yet you want us to pay you again. Don't you think you're being excessive? Star Butterfly, the female cleric behind Whirlwind Bulwark, protested angrily in response to Fira's words. Excessive? Fira scoffed. I don't think so. On the contrary, I think you should be honored. So long as the White Dragon Nation wins, Palehorn will face fewer troubles in Nightmare Holy City. Not to mention, my guild leader has already promised that so long as Palehorn kills 100 members of the Holy Knights, the White Dragon Nation will stop troubling you in the future. You won't even need to pay any protection fees. Of course, if you refuse to comply, we will simply have you disappear from Nightmare Holy City. You, how can you do this? Star Butterfly shouted in frustration. The White Dragon Nation was one of the 2 strongest guilds operating in Nightmare Holy City, and it had many experts under its wing. If it decided to target the Palehorn Adventurer team, the outcome was obvious. Bulwark, this is your last chance, so think carefully. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to you all today, Fira said, smiling. Meanwhile, Star Butterfly and the other members of Palehorn turned gloomy when they heard this. Leaving Nightmare Holy City was out of the question. After all, it was one of the few safe havens for human players. However, although they considered themselves strong, the White Dragon Nation's experts far outnumbered them. If the White Dragon Nation kept harassing them out in the fields, it would only be a matter of time before they got worn out and killed. Aren't you afraid that I will join the Holy Knights? Whirlwind Bulwark asked coldly. One of the 2 strongest guilds operating in Nightmare Holy City was the White Dragon Nation. The other was the Holy Knights. It was also because these 2 guilds were fighting for control over Nightmare Holy City that the situation in the city had become the way it was. You can do that, but it'll depend on whether you can walk out of here alive, Fira said as she raised her hand. Immediately, a crimson scroll inscribed with divine runes appeared in her hand, emanating an oppressive aura that made everyone present shudder. Meanwhile, more White Dragon Nation members suddenly appeared in the surroundings, their numbers exceeding 200. These players had previously been hidden under the effects of a group invisibility scroll, and they now surrounded Whirlwind Bulwark's team. However, rather than these players, Whirlwind Bulwark was more concerned about the scroll in Fira's hand. How generous of the White Dragon Nation to take out a Divine Soul Curse for us, Whirlwind Bulwark said as he eyed the Crimson Scroll solemnly. The Divine Soul Curse was a special type of magic scroll. Although it lacked any offensive capabilities, it could forcibly bind with the souls of targeted players. Should the bound players get injured or die, they would permanently lose a portion of their souls. Normally, the Divine Soul Curse would only be used against VIPs of hostile powers or an army of tens of thousands. My guild leader just wants you to think carefully, Fira said as she played with the scroll in her hand. Well, which side will you choose? Before Whirlwind Bulwark could respond, a crack stretching dozens of kilometers suddenly appeared in the foggy sky. Then, streaks of white light shot out of the crack and landed between the Pale-Horned Adventurer team and the White Dragon Nation. Is this the God Mode Underground City world? Shi Feng wondered as he scanned his surroundings, taking note of the unfamiliar players around him and their shocked expressions. Although Shi Feng had never been to or heard of the God Mode Underground City world in his previous life, he didn't find it too strange to meet other players here. Any place in God's domain labeled a world had the possibility of housing players. Even an underground city world was no exception. However, what surprised Shi Feng was that these players all had very high levels. They were all at least level 230. Many were even at level 235 or above. If these players were in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, they would be among the highest level players. System, congratulations. You have discovered the remnants of a primordial world. World suppression will be greatly increased. Taboo restriction on players will be lifted. Who are you people? How dare you stand in the way of the White Dragon Nation? Fira demanded coldly as she glared at Shi Feng's party. Chapter 3792, Chapter 8666, Difference Between Then and Now. Chapter 8666, Difference Between Then and Now. At Fira's question, Shi Feng couldn't help but turn to look at the other party. Being at level 237, Fira was a very high-level elementalist. Yet, despite her impressive level, she was only equipped with fragmented legendary equipment. Her equipment standard could only be considered terrible compared to the Greater Gods Domain's players. The other players were even worse, with some being equipped with epic equipment. If they were in the Greater Gods Domain, it would be unbelievable for players of such high levels to be so poorly equipped. Under normal circumstances, any player capable of reaching level 230 and above in the Greater Gods Domain would have at least several pieces of legendary equipment. Could it be that materials needed to repair legendary equipment don't drop here? Shi Feng speculated. There were countless worlds in God's Domain, each with its own circumstances and development directions. Some worlds made it easier for players to level up. Some worlds made it easier to procure high-quality weapons and equipment, and so on. Evidently, the primordial world they were currently in made it much easier for players to level up. But in exchange, the difficulty of obtaining high-quality equipment here was much greater than in the Greater Gods Domain. None of the 200-plus players here were equipped with legendary weapons or equipment. After taking another look at his surroundings, Shi Feng quickly understood the situation. After all, PvP and kill-stealing were common in the Greater Gods Domain. Of course, it was still rare for so many players to get involved because of a level 235 divine monster. However, Shi Feng was more interested in the Shadow Ape's loot than the standoff before him. The Shadow Ape dropped 15 items, none of which were weapons or equipment. Instead, it dropped 13 legendary materials, 1 taboo equipment design, and 1 gold combat technique legacy crystal. If such loot were to drop from a level 235 divine monster in the Greater Gods Domain, it would shock the various powers. Although many monsters in the Greater Gods Domain could drop legendary materials, the taboo equipment design and the gold combat technique legacy crystal were not items that any random divine monster could drop. It was especially so for the taboo equipment design. Normally, taboo equipment designs had a very low probability of dropping in taboo dungeons. The drop rate was so terrible that players wouldn't necessarily get one even after clearing hundreds of taboo dungeons. More often than not, they would only get some level 200-plus taboo equipment. Because of the rarity of taboo equipment designs, any that appeared on the market could typically go for as much as a divine artifact. After all, if players relied only on raiding taboo dungeons to obtain taboo weapons and equipment, it would take ages to fully equip an entire team. In comparison, if players had taboo weapon designs and taboo equipment designs, they could easily equip an entire guild with taboo weapons and taboo equipment so long as they had enough materials. Hey, did you not hear what I said? Fira's gaze grew cold as she looked at Shi Feng. Initially, Fira was somewhat apprehensive of Shi Feng and his party. After all, their entrance was incredibly abrupt and unusual. Thus, she declared her origins to provoke a reaction from them. As one of Nightmare Holy City's top 2 guilds, the White Dragon Nation was known by all in the Holy City. The Holy Knights was the only power that could oppose it. However, she had not expected Shi Feng to behave so indifferently after hearing the White Dragon Nation's name. He didn't even bother to pay her, a vice guild leader of the White Dragon Nation, any heed. This was the first time it had ever happened to her since she started playing God's Domain. Not even the guild leader of the Holy Knights dared to treat her like that. Have these people been scared silly? How dare they ignore the vice guild leader? These people are dead. They'll probably be erased from God's Domain now that they've angered the vice guild leader. The White Dragon Nation's members looked at Shi Feng and his party with sympathy and amusement in their eyes. Fira was not known for having a good temper. The last time an adventurer team failed to comply with her warning to leave the White Dragon Nation's leveling spot within a given time, she ordered their annihilation without hesitation, even though the adventurer team was only a few seconds from leaving the area. Now that Shi Feng and his party had dared to ignore Fira, it wasn't hard to imagine what awaited them. Friend, you'd best respond to Fira and leave here quickly. She's a vice guild leader of the White Dragon Nation, one of Nightmare Holy City's top 2 guilds. Besides the Holy Knight's members, she only needs a few words to decide the fate of anyone in the city. Whirlwind Bulwark suddenly said to Shi Feng on a private channel. Nightmare Holy City, vice guild leader of one of the city's top 2 guilds? Shi Feng grew even more surprised as he looked at Fira. According to Whirlwind Bulwark's introduction, the White Dragon Nation should be a powerful guild. After all, any guild capable of ranking at the top in a holy city should be a first-tier guild in God's domain. Yet, despite being a vice-guild leader in such a guild, Fira's equipment standard was so terrible. Even in the Starlight Realm, the executives of ordinary hegemonic powers would be fully equipped with legendary equipment at the very least. Yet Fira, a vice-guild leader of one of Nightmare Holy City's top 2 guilds, didn't have any legendary equipment on her. Shi Feng couldn't even begin to imagine how far behind this remnant of a primordial world was in terms of equipment standards. Finally getting scared? Unfortunately for you, it's too late for regrets. When Fira saw Shi Feng's surprise, she sneered and said, "Die with Whirlwind Bulwark's team." After saying so, Fira activated the divine soul curse she held. Immediately, a magic array composed of divine runes appeared above Shi Feng, Whirlwind Bulwark, and the others. Subsequently, Shi Feng and the others felt a nefarious presence enveloping their souls. A divine soul curse? Shi Feng was shocked when he saw that he had received a cursed soul status. The divine soul curse was a near-extinct divine rune scroll in the greater God's domain. It was one of the best tools for eliminating enemies. Not only did it come with no side effects, but it was also an AoE skill that could not be dodged or resisted. Should players be killed within 24 hours, they would die a true death. Even if players only sustained heavy injuries, their souls would be permanently weakened. Many people hated the divine soul curse because of its potent effects, which resulted in its persecution and near extinction. In the current greater God's domain, each divine soul curse was valued as much as a divine artifact, and only the various apex powers owned them. However, they would never use this special scroll unless they were going up against their mortal enemies. I'm sorry, friends, I hadn't expected to get you involved in our conflict. I will distract them as much as possible, so try to escape with my team, Whirlwind Bulwark hurriedly said to Shi Feng's party. As a Guardian Knight, Whirlwind Bulwark was only good at defense. Without special tools, he had no chance of escaping. The only thing he could do in this situation was help others escape. Don't joke around, Commander. Commander, if we're going to die, we will die together. At worst, we'll leave God's domain and become private instructors. I refuse to believe we'll starve to death. When Palehorn's members saw Whirlwind Bulwark getting ready to take a stand, they couldn't help but disapprove of his actions. They knew how strong Whirlwind Bulwark was. If he focused on escaping, he still had a chance of escaping the White Dragon Nation's encirclement. Yet, he had chosen to abandon this chance to create an opportunity for them to escape. Escape? Heiser, who stood beside Shi Feng, suddenly laughed. Then, she walked toward Fira. What is she doing? Star Butterfly stared at Heiser in confusion. Don't tell me she's going to fight Fira. She must be crazy. That's Fira, the elemental god you're talking about. There are no more than a handful of elementalists in Nightmare Holy City who can fight her head-on. Palehorn's members couldn't help but think that Heiser was out of her mind when they saw her approaching Fira. Many experts in Nightmare Holy City acknowledged Fira as the elemental god. She had mastered over a dozen gold combat techniques and saint-ranked mana techniques. What? Do you want to fight me? Fira chuckled when she saw Heiser walking up to her. She hadn't expected there to be any more elementalists from Nightmare Holy City who would dare to challenge her, especially not one who was only level 227. However, before Fira could say anything else, Heiser suddenly raised her hand and created magic arrays for tier 6 spells one after another. When the 9th magic array appeared, the White Dragon Nations and Palehorn's members were thoroughly dumbfounded. 9-fold tier 6 spell, Thunder God's Roar. This was the product of Heiser's self-developed advanced gold combat technique, 9 Heavenly Wheels. Chapter 3793, Chapter 867, Godlike Party, Chapter 867, Godlike Party, boom, boom, boom. Apocalyptic lightning bolts rained down on Fira. Sensing the danger they posed to her, she promptly cast a tier 6 defensive spell, creating a magic barrier around herself. However, despite her best efforts, her magic barrier shattered after blocking 7 lightning bolts. The 8th lightning bolt turned her into a charred corpse. At a glance, Heiser's attack did not seem sensational, affecting only a radius of several dozen yards. Even so, it petrified everyone outside Shi Feng's party and created an eerie silence. The Vice Guild leader is dead? The Vice Guild leader got killed just like that? What did she do? The White Dragon Nation's members could not process what just happened. They all stared at Heiser with confusion in their eyes. It all happened too quickly. In merely an instant, Heiser had cast 9 instances of a tier 6 spell. They had never seen or heard of such a feat before. Despite being known as the elemental god in Nightmare Holy City, Fira could, at most, instant cast 6 instances of a tier 6 spell. Even so, this already allowed her to be nigh invincible in Nightmare Holy City. Yet, Heiser had completed a 9-fold tier 6 spell. Was this something a human should be capable of? Not to mention, Heiser had overpowered Fira and killed her in the first exchange. Fira's dead. How is this possible? That's Fira we are talking about. Although she doesn't rank among the top 10 in Nightmare Holy City, she is still among the top 20. How can anyone overpower her to such an extent? Besides Kowloon Demon, the Holy City's #1 expert, I can't think of anyone else who can accomplish such a feat. Commander, do you know this person? Palehorn's members were similarly filled with disbelief. After all, Fira, one of Nightmare Holy City's top 20 experts, had just been one-shotted. Moreover, the player responsible for her death was even 10 levels beneath her. If this news were to spread, it would shock the entire Holy City. Whirlwind Bulwark stared at Heiser in a daze as he quickly ran her face through his memories, trying to find a match with Nightmare Holy City's experts. As for Heiser being an expert from outside Nightmare Holy City, he didn't even entertain the possibility. After all, Nightmare Holy City was the only place known to be safe for humans. This was also why everyone operating in Nightmare Holy City greatly feared the White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights. However, none of the experts Whirlwind Bulwark had met in Nightmare Holy City resembled Heiser. Although Leia, the 6th-ranked player in Nightmare Holy City, was also a female elf like Heiser, she was a swordsman. Thus, the chances of Heiser being Leia in disguise were 0. I don't know her, but we should get ready to break out of this encirclement, Whirlwind Bulwark said through the team chat. Now that Fira was dead, the White Dragon Nation's experts no longer had a leader. This undoubtedly made it easier for their team and Shi Feng's party to escape. Not to mention, they had an expert like Heiser fighting on their side. Elementalists were known to be humanoid artillery. Heiser should have no trouble blowing a path for them. As Whirlwind Bulwark finished speaking, the White Dragon Nation's members also started to snap out of their daze. Immediately, they put aside their fear of Heiser and rushed at her en masse. Admittedly, Heiser's ability to one-shot Fira was terrifying. However, there was ultimately a limit to a person's reaction speed. Any Tier 6 expert would lose when attacked by several dozen Tier 6 experts, let alone 200+ Tier 6 experts. Die. How dare you kill our Vice Guild leader? All of you must die today. The White Dragon Nation's 200+ experts charged at Heiser as one, completely ignoring Whirlwind Bulwark and the others. This was because they knew that if they allowed news of what happened here today to reach Nightmare Holy City, none of them would have a place in the Holy City in the future. It should be known that they were the elites of the White Dragon Nation. Each of them was a 5th-floor expert who had mastered several gold combat techniques. Their equipment standards were also top-notch in Nightmare Holy City. If more than 200 of them working together couldn't even kill a level 227 elementalist, they would be too embarrassed to show their faces in public. In the blink of an eye, numerous Tier 6 skills and spells bombarded Heiser from all directions, making dodging impossible. Whirlwind Bulwark's heart sank when he saw this. He never expected the White Dragon Nation's members to shamelessly throw their strongest attacks at Heiser. Even a Guardian Knight like himself would not be able to defend against all these attacks. Moreover, even if he did catch them all with his shield, the residual damage would be more than enough to kill him from full HP. This was the advantage of numbers. Even if the White Dragon Nation's members were inferior to him in combat standards, several dozen of them working together could kill him with ease. However, a second later, Heiser cast Tier 6 defensive curses one after another, instantly completing a 3-fold Tier 6 curse and creating a triple-stacked barrier that isolated her from the rest of the world. Additionally, unlike Fira's magic barrier, Heiser's magic barrier did not outright block the attacks that struck it. Instead, it deflected the attacks, minimizing its energy consumption. Peak gold combat technique, Triple Samsara. No matter how many attacks struck the barrier, none reached Heiser. Even after the initial round of bombardment ended, the barrier still had plenty of mana remaining. Naturally, Heiser never lost any HP. Did she just instant cast a 3-fold Tier 6 curse? The White Dragon Nation's members were dumbfounded. How is this possible? Whirlwind Bulwark and the other Palehorn members were similarly stunned. Although they had seen others instant casting Tier 6 defensive curses before, they had never seen anyone instant casting a 3-fold Tier 6 curse, much less single-handedly blocking the attacks of over 200 level 230+ experts. With such strength, Heiser could already be described as a humanoid fortress. They couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying Heiser's basic attributes were for her to remain unscathed after receiving the attacks of so many players. Everyone, don't be scared of her. Executing such a combat technique must put a huge strain on her concentration. I refuse to believe she can keep it up for long, one of the White Dragon Nation's members shouted. The other White Dragon Nation members nodded in agreement. The more powerful a combat technique was, the greater its burden on the user's stamina and concentration. Immediately, they started the next round of bombardment. Aren't you guys going to make a move? Ignoring the White Dragon Nation's members, Heiser turned to Shi Feng and the others and said, I'll be taking these people's lives for myself if you all keep standing there. When the White Dragon Nation's members started another round of attacks, Whirlwind Bulwark and his team originally wanted to assist Heiser. However, her words gave them pause. It sounded like she was confident she could eradicate the White Dragon Nation's 200+ experts by herself. Although it sounded like a joke, when Whirlwind Bulwark and his team saw the calm expressions of Shi Feng and his party, they couldn't help but wonder if it really was a joke. Since you're offering, I'll use them for practice then, Red Frost said, itching to take action after hearing Heiser's invitation. The moment they arrived in this remnant of a primordial world, they experienced a world suppression of unprecedented strength, hence it was necessary to let their bodies adapt to this new level of suppression. They had refrained from making a move thus far only because they wanted to see how strong exactly the White Dragon Nation's level 230+ experts were. Otherwise, they would have taken action the moment Heiser killed Fira. After Red Frost finished speaking, she vanished and reappeared in the middle of the White Dragon Nation's members, her divine spear jutting out of a level 233 shield warrior's back. Immediately afterward, she stomped on the ground and turned her surroundings into a sea of flames. Advanced gold fusion technique, Flame Dragon Dance. With a thrust of her spear, Red Frost skewered over 30 melee experts, killing them on the spot. Her display of strength was even more terrifying than Heiser's. Is she really human? Whirlwind Bulwark's pupils dilated at this sight. The White Dragon Nation's melee experts were by no means mediocre. Any of them could withstand attacks from a divine monster of the same level. Yet Red Frost moved so quickly that she completely overwhelmed their senses. Additionally, she could pinpoint and strike their defensive blind spots with her every attack. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like they were throwing themselves at her spear. It seems the equipment standard here isn't the only thing different from the Greater God's domain. Their combat standards are also limited to the ordinary gold standard. Watching Red Frost and Heiser mow down the White Dragon Nation's experts gave Shi Feng a general idea of the standards of the remnant primordial world's players. Then, he stopped spectating and unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator. Since we're done collecting data, it's time we put an end to this battle. Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. With a swing of the Shadow Incinerator, Shi Feng instantly reduced several dozen fleeing members of the White Dragon Nation to ashes, leaving only their weapons and equipment behind. Chapter 3794, Chapter 868, Holy City Shaken, Chapter 8688, Holy City Shaken, another one? Since when did Nightmare Holy City have so many experts? The Pale Horn members, who were preparing to flee, were stopped by Shi Feng's might. They felt that the world must have gone crazy. Since when could a level 212 player one-shot dozens of level 230+ experts? They had never thought there could be such a large gap between players. Even the infallible Zerd tactic had been thoroughly shattered. A second ago, the White Dragon Nation still had over 200 experts encircling Shi Feng's party. A second later, only a few dozen of these experts remained standing. Moreover, these few dozen players managed to stay alive only because their instincts prompted them to activate their life-saving measures in the nick of time. Otherwise, they would have been charred or reduced to ashes like their allies. Monsters, run. These people are monsters. It was unknown which White Dragon Nation member called for retreat, but when the other White Dragon Nation members heard it, they turned around and fled without hesitation. They also didn't forget to escape in different directions, knowing that if they tried to escape as one, nobody would make it out alive. However, Shi Feng did not bother to chase the fleeing White Dragon Nation members. Instead, he sheathed the Shadow Incinerator and activated the miniature abyssal world. Suddenly, everyone within 1,000 yards of Shi Feng felt the world around them darken. The fleeing White Dragon Nation members in particular felt like they were caught in a quagmire. No matter how they struggled, they could only move sluggishly and their HP kept decreasing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In just a few seconds, the surviving White Dragon Nation members silently collapsed like puppets that had their strings cut, becoming deader than dead. Isn't he a swordsman? When Whirlwind Bulwark saw Shi Feng eliminate the remaining White Dragon Nation members without lifting a finger, he couldn't help but doubt his understanding of God's domain. Setting aside the huge level gap, it should be known that the White Dragon Nation member closest to Shi Feng was over 200 yards away, while the farthest was over 600 yards away. Yet Shi Feng killed them nonetheless. With such capabilities, how was anyone supposed to escape Shi Feng? Even Zerd tactics would lose their purpose before him. Meanwhile, the other Pale Horn members looked at Shi Feng in awe and fear. Although they had met many experts in the past, none were as terrifying as Shi Feng. Moreover, he had other experts who were equally terrifying. Initially, they didn't think much of Shi Feng's party. After all, the party's highest level member was only level 230. This starkly contrasted with their team, which consisted of only level 230+ players. Whirlwind Bulwark, their commander, was even level 235. Now though, when they saw Shi Feng's party looting the charred corpses and gradually moving closer to them, they got goosebumps. It felt like a bunch of almighty gods were inching toward them. At this time though, Shi Feng was similarly thunderstruck. This was because of the taboo weapons and equipment he looted from the White Dragon Nation's members. Excluding a few outliers, over 95% of them were made by players. Moreover, among these taboo weapons and equipment, even the worst reached the level 230 epic rank, while the best reached the level 235 fragmented legendary rank. Players could only dream of obtaining these items in the Greater God's domain. In the current Greater Gods domain, even the Seven Luminaries Alliance, known for being the best weapon and equipment manufacturer, could only produce up to level 230 epic equipment. For most level 230 experts, level 230 epic equipment was the best equipment they could get their hands on, as it was comparable to ordinary legendary equipment. Unfortunately, even the Seven Luminaries Alliance could only produce level 230 epic equipment in very small quantities. This was for two reasons. Firstly, the materials needed were rare, and many could only be obtained from taboo dungeons, thus mass production was out of the question. Secondly, the production success rate was abysmal, which increased the production cost to a point where it would be cheaper to simply buy legendary equipment. As for level 235 fragmented legendary weapons and equipment, nobody in the Greater Gods domain could produce them. It was also nearly impossible for them to find alternatives. In terms of basic attributes, level 235 fragmented legendary equipment was comparable to level 230 taboo legendary equipment. Every piece of level 230 taboo legendary equipment was the fruit of many taboo dungeon runs. Due to its rarity, the various Apex Powers executives wouldn't have more than a few pieces each, while ordinary core members were not qualified to own any. Yet, most of the taboo weapons and equipment the White Dragon Nation members dropped were made by players. When it came to weapon and equipment manufacturing, the remnant primordial world was leagues above the Greater Gods domain. While Shi Feng was busy looting, Whirlwind Bulwark took the initiative to approach him. I am Whirlwind Bulwark, the commander of the Palehorn Adventurer team. Thank you for saving us from the White Dragon Nation, Whirlwind Bulwark said gratefully. If you need any assistance in Nightmare Holy City in the future, please feel free to ask. I will do my best to help. Palehorn might not be a first-tier adventurer team, but it was still one of the more well-known adventurer teams in Nightmare Holy City. And although Palehorn might only have 20 members, they were all top-tier experts. Thus, they could still help with resolving small issues in the Holy City. The other Palehorn members nodded in agreement. While they might be afraid of Shi Feng's party, they were also keen on establishing a connection with the party. The White Dragon Nation was a behemoth of an existence in Nightmare Holy City. Yet, Shi Feng's party had handily eliminated over 200 of the White Dragon Nation's experts while being heavily disadvantaged in levels. It was the dream of many players to be acquainted with monstrous experts like Shi Feng and his party members. Nightmare Holy City? After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng asked, Brother Bulwark, could you give us a detailed introduction to Nightmare Holy City? Shi Feng didn't have the slightest knowledge about this remnant primordial world. He only came here because of Kalisha's blessing, which activated the underground city's god mode. Although he didn't know how challenging the god mode underground city was, he knew he needed to collect 30 million undying souls in 30 days. Otherwise, his account would be crippled. Thus, the first thing he needed to do was figure out the situation. Only then could he collect undying souls more efficiently. An introduction? Shi Feng's question stunned Whirlwind Bulwark. Then he suddenly realized something as he looked at Shi Feng's level and asked with a dazed expression, could it be, are you not from Nightmare Holy City? Besides Whirlwind Bulwark, the other Palehorn members were also filled with disbelief as they looked at Shi Feng and his party. It was a well-known fact that Nightmare Holy City was the only hospitable location in this region. Nobody could leave this region unless the Northern Badlands taboo boss was defeated. That's right. We aren't players from this region, Shi Feng said, nodding. He didn't feel a need to hide this fact. After all, players couldn't simply remain in their starting worlds forever. As their levels and strength increased, they would eventually find a way out. Additionally, even if Palehorn's members found out about his party's origins, they could not harm his party. They even stood to benefit from working with his party. Upon hearing Shi Feng's answer, realization dawned on Whirlwind Bulwark and the others. They finally understood why they had never heard of Shi Feng's party despite being so strong. However, after realizing this, they also couldn't help but feel dejected. It was especially so for Whirlwind Bulwark. Whirlwind Bulwark considered himself a powerful expert. After all, he was regarded as one of Nightmare Holy City's top 10 Guardian Knights. Even if he were to move to another region, he believed he would still be at the top. But after meeting Shi Feng's party, he realized that he was sorely mistaken. The other regions definitely had experts who were far more extraordinary than he had imagined. However, what Whirlwind Bulwark and the others did not know was that Shi Feng's party didn't come from another region of this remnant primordial world. Instead, they came from the primordial dragon sanctuary. Moreover, even among the Greater Gods domain's apex experts, Shi Feng and his party members could be considered powerful. Subsequently, Whirlwind Bulwark began introducing Nightmare Holy City in detail. While Whirlwind Bulwark shared his knowledge with Shi Feng's party, the White Dragon Nation's move against the Palehorn Adventurer team was exposed and sparked an uproar in Nightmare Holy City. After all, the outcome was simply unbelievable. Despite going after Palehorn with over 200+ experts, Fira's team failed to kill any of the Adventurer team's members and was even annihilated by a mysterious 6-man party, or Chapter 3795, Chapter 869, Invaders? Chapter 869, Invaders? Nightmare Holy City, White Dragon Nation's guild residence. Inside a grand meeting room, dozens of level 237 experts and above were currently seated, surrounded by an oppressive atmosphere. The cause of this situation was the middle-aged man seated at the head of the conference table. The middle-aged man was a 10-meter-tall giant with crimson hair, clad in dark grayscale armor. Although the man did not say a word, his oppressive aura caused everyone in the room to break out in a cold sweat. Those who met the man's gaze felt like a giant beast was staring at them. The middle-aged man was Tyrant Wyvern, the guild leader of the White Dragon Nation. Who can tell me where these people came from? Tyrant Wyvern asked indifferently as he watched the battle video of Shi Feng's party. So much time has passed, yet nobody can give me an answer? Guild leader, we have already put all our resources into the investigation. We've even employed many adventurer teams to look into the matter, but these people seem to have just appeared out of nowhere. We can't find any information on them, an executive hurriedly explained while wiping the sweat on his forehead. After Fira was killed, she had promptly contacted them offline and told them to investigate Shi Feng's party. But regardless of the avenue they tried, the result was the same. Apart from these people's IDs, they had failed to find any other information. These people killed over 200 of our experts, yet we don't even know who they are? Useless. All of you are useless. Tyrant Wyvern exploded in anger. Continue investigating. Also, have everyone in the guild search for these people. Since these people dare to oppose us at this critical time, none of them should think about remaining in God's domain. Understood. Everyone in the room nodded and quickly left to carry out Tyrant Wyvern's orders. Nobody dared to drag their feet. No information at all appeared out of nowhere. After watching the guild executives leave, Tyrant Wyvern suddenly frowned as he recalled a distant memory. Could they also be invaders, like Kowloon Demon? While the White Dragon Nation was initiating a manhunt for Shi Feng's party, an executive meeting also occurred in the Holy Knights Guild residence. How interesting. A single party wiped out Fira's entire team. Not even Kowloon Demon had such courage back then. Dawn Forest, the guild leader of the Holy Knights, laughed after he watched the battle video of Shi Feng's party. This was definitely the first time the dreaded White Dragon Nation had been humiliated to such a degree. Despite going after the Palehorn Adventurer team with a team of over 200 experts, the White Dragon Nation concluded its operation without managing to kill any of the Adventurer team's members. On top of that, its forces were even annihilated. Of course, any expert who had watched the battle video would also understand that the defeat of Fira's team was not unwarranted. Shi Feng's party was indeed strong. The only problem was that only a small fraction of players in Nightmare Holy City had access to the battle video. The majority only knew that over 200 experts from the White Dragon Nation had lost to a party of unknown individuals. This dealt a huge blow to the White Dragon Nation's prestige. Guild leader, how should we proceed? Nocturne, a level 238 female ranger fully equipped with fragmented legendary equipment, asked. The enemy of our enemy is our friend, Dawn Forest said, grinning. Then, he turned to Nocturne and added, try to find these people and invite them to join us. What if they refuse? Nocturne asked. Refuse? Dawn Forest scoffed. Even if those people are strong, they're still nothing in front of the White Dragon Nation. Their only choice if they want to survive is to join us. They will know what to do if they're not stupid. I understand. Nocturne bowed and left the meeting room. While Nightmare Holy City's top two guilds were searching for Shi Feng's party, the players in the city excitedly discussed the party. What's the situation? Are these people crazy? How dare they kill the White Dragon Nation's members? I know, right? The White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights are now offering astronomical prices for these people's whereabouts. Several of the city's top-ranking adventurer teams have already been tempted to join the search. Not even Kowloon Demon was as crazy as these people back then. Indeed. Kowloon Demon only killed a couple of White Dragon Nation experts at the time. On the other hand, these people killed Fira, a vice-guild leader of the White Dragon Nation. She's one of the top figures in the guild. The White Dragon Nation is offering one level 230 fragmented legendary item for the life of each member of this party. It would be great if I could kill one. I had to save up for 2 years to afford my current level 230 epic leg guards. When the resting players talked about Shi Feng's party, their voices were filled with awe. They hadn't expected such brave individuals to exist. Besides the Holy Knights, nobody in Nightmare Holy City dared provoke the White Dragon Nation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the two guilds ruled over the city with an iron fist. Although many experts had tried to oppose the two guilds in the past, only Kowloon Demon, the Holy City's #1 expert, managed to survive. Everyone else was forced to retire from God's domain permanently. Now that Shi Feng's party had killed over 200 experts and a vice-guild leader from the White Dragon Nation, it went without saying the guild would not spare the party. Amidst the discussions in Nightmare Holy City, Whirlwind Bulwark and his team led Shi Feng's party into the city, their appearance instantly garnering exclamations from the players near the city's entrance. Crap, aren't those the people who killed the White Dragon Nation's experts? It can't be, right? Don't they know the two guilds are currently searching for them? These people must be out of their minds. How dare they show up in the city? Do they think the White Dragon Nation won't dare touch them in the city? Or do they think the city's low-level NPCs can protect them? Are these people delusional? Have they not heard about the upstart guild that provoked the White Dragon Nation a few years ago? When the White Dragon Nation obliterated that guild in the city, none of the NPC guards could do anything about it. Quick, notify the White Dragon Nation. When the players at the entrance saw Shi Feng's party leisurely strolling down the street and browsing shops, they were amazed and flabbergasted. Even though Shi Feng and his party members had just thoroughly offended the White Dragon Nation, they dared to appear in the city. Their behavior could only be described as suicidal. Shortly after Shi Feng's party appeared in Nightmare Holy City, the news reached the White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights. What? They're strolling in the city now? Are you sure you didn't mishear? Dawn Forest was stunned. I've already had people verify it. It is them without a doubt, Nocturne said very seriously. Good, I'll head over immediately. Notify the others in the guild and have them gather as quickly as possible, Dawn Forest commanded. Meanwhile, inside the White Dragon Nation's residence, Tyrant Wyvern's expression darkened when he received the news. Good. Very good. You still dare to swagger in the city after killing my people? Tyrant Wyvern fumed after hearing his subordinate's report. Have everyone in the guild drop what they are doing and go after these people with me. Chapter 3796, Chapter 870, Primordial Era's Wealth. Chapter $87, Primordial Era's Wealth Nightmare, Holy City, Main Street, Commander. More and more people are tailing us now. The White Dragon Nation's experts are most likely on their way here. Should we inform Guild Leader Black Flame? Star Butterfly said worriedly after glancing at the players monitoring them from all corners of the street. By now, everyone in the city should have already learned about Shi Feng's party killing the White Dragon Nation's experts. Thus, the party's casual strolling in Nightmare Holy City was a huge affront to the guild. It should be known that the White Dragon Nation had millions of members inside Nightmare Holy City. The guild's Tier 6 experts exceeded 10,000. Killing several players inside the city was child's play for the guild. Whirlwind Bulwark nodded in agreement. The White Dragon Nation was a vengeful guild. It would never let any slights against it slip by. Although Whirlwind Bulwark acknowledged the strength of Shi Feng's party, he did not believe the party could resist the White Dragon Nation on the guild's home ground. Guild Leader Black Flame, the White Dragon Nation's experts will be here soon. We must hurry if you want to look up information on the Northern Badlands taboo. Okay, let's head over to the library now, Shi Feng said, nodding. Through Whirlwind Bulwark's introduction, Shi Feng already had a general understanding of players' standards and development status in this remnant primordial world. Virtually every level 200+ player in this world was currently based in Nightmare Holy City. Because of this, the city's player population exceeded 300 million. Additionally, the combat standards of the players here were incredibly high. Only players who had mastered a gold combat technique could be considered elite-level experts. Additionally, the average level of Tier 6 players here was level 230, while elite-level Tier 6 experts averaged level 233. However, nobody had reached level 230 thus far. 7 Luminaries crystals were the primary currency in this world, while Undying Souls were a rarer and more valuable form of currency. Every monster here had a chance of dropping Undying Souls. Players who accumulated 30,000 Undying Souls could exchange them for a chance to take on the cross-region challenge inside Nightmare Holy City. So long as players passed the challenge, they could head to other regions to live. However, only a handful of players had conquered the challenge thus far. But compared to the ease of obtaining Undying Souls in this world, what interested Shi Feng more was the taboo boss Whirlwind Bulwark mentioned. The Greater God's Domain's 22 taboos were publicly acknowledged as being invincible. No power could kill them. Yet, as luck would have it, the 22 taboos' taboo nuclei were key to getting promoted to Tier 7. At this point, Shi Feng did not have any confidence in killing any of the 22 taboos, not even the weakest of them. However, when he learned that the taboo boss mentioned by Whirlwind Bulwark resembled the Greater God's Domain's 22 taboos, he felt that his chance had arrived. If the taboo boss Whirlwind Bulwark mentioned was similar to the Greater God's Domain's 22 taboos, he would have a solid chance at obtaining a taboo nucleus. After all, the taboo boss in question was under level 240. Level 240 was a considerable milestone for monsters in God's Domain. Although nobody could inspect the levels of the Greater God's Domain's 22 taboos, everyone estimated they should be at least level 240. This meant the minimum requirement to raid them was a level 240 team. But now, the remnant primordial world was suspected of having a taboo boss below level 240. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. The 22 taboos were one of the main reasons the Holy Race invaded the human race's Greater God's Domain in Shi Feng's previous life. If the Holy Race were to learn that there was a low-level taboo boss in this remnant primordial world, they would invade it at all costs. After all, the difficulty of killing a level 240+ taboo boss was exponentially greater than that of a taboo boss under level 240. Moreover, every taboo boss was unique. They would never respawn once killed, and nobody knew when a new taboo boss would be born. Hence, when Whirlwind Bulwark finished his introduction, Shi Feng promptly had him lead the way to Nightmare Holy City. This was so that Shi Feng could look into the details of the taboo boss. Additionally, he also needed to study Nightmare Holy City's market to find a way to earn Undying Souls quickly. Although the monsters in this world dropped Undying Souls, there was a limit to a 6-man party's capabilities. Even if they were to grind all day, every day, they would not be able to obtain 30 million undying souls within a month. They could only obtain such a large sum through Nightmare Holy City's players. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng agreed to stop window shopping and proceed to their goal, Whirlwind Bulwark and the other Palehorn members couldn't help but sigh in relief. Had Shi Feng's party decided to continue wasting time here, the White Dragon Nation's experts would definitely catch up to them. However, an astonishing scene occurred on the main street before they could make their way to Nightmare Holy City's library. The bustling street suddenly became devoid of pedestrians and the restaurants and bars on both sides shuttered. Meanwhile, a large group of players appeared at one end of the street, all wearing the White Dragon Nation's guild emblem. At a glance, these White Dragon Nation members numbered over 10,000. Moreover, they were all level 235 and above. These White Dragon Nation members all exuded intense killing intent, scaring the players who had taken shelter inside the surrounding shops and restaurants. None of these bystanders dared to peek through the windows lest they be mistaken for an accomplice of Shi Feng's party, only watching the situation through their magic mirrors. Crap, did the White Dragon Nation mobilize all its elites? Isn't the White Dragon Nation overreacting? It's just one party. Is there a need to mobilize so many people? The intimidating scene shocked the bystanders. After all, the White Dragon Nation's elite experts were level 235 or higher and equipped with level 230 epic equipment at the very least. Even experts who had mastered gold combat techniques felt suffocated when looking at this gathering. Moreover, this was when the White Dragon Nation's members weren't targeting them specifically. They couldn't even imagine what it would feel like to be on the receiving end of these elites' killing intent. This is the White Dragon Nation crazy? Whirlwind Bulwark also experienced intense pressure when facing this scene. Originally, Whirlwind Bulwark thought that the White Dragon Nation would just mobilize 1,000 or 2,000 experts. After all, Shi Feng's party only had 6 members. They weren't mortal enemies either. Thus, he had never expected Tyrant Wyvern to come after Shi Feng's party with an army. Not even Kowloon Dragon, Nightmare Holy City's #1 expert, had received such treatment when he provoked the White Dragon Nation in the past. In fact, the White Dragon Nation's current response was over 10 times greater. However, just as the White Dragon Nation's elite experts were closing in on Shi Feng, Whirlwind Bulwark, and the others, another army of players appeared at the other end of the street. Although smaller than the White Dragon Nation's army, this other army still had over 10,000 players, and they all wore the Holy Knights Guild emblem. Over 20,000 elite experts from 2 of Nightmare Holy City's strongest guilds had gathered on the main street. This was definitely a first in the Holy City. Subsequently, the guild leaders of the 2 guilds stepped forward and looked at Shi Feng's party of 6. Are you the experts who killed Fira? Tyrant Wyvern and Dawn Forest spoke in unison, the scene stunning the eavesdropping bystanders. They had never imagined that the 2 guilds' highest authority would be interested in 6 players who didn't even average level 230. Chapter 3797, Chapter 871, 1 woman, 1 spear. Chapter 871, 1 woman, 1 spear. Incredible. They got the guild leaders of the city's top 2 guilds to come to them. Who are these people? The bystanders were shocked and confused by the situation unfolding before them. Even Whirlwind Bulwark found it baffling. Tyrant Wyvern and Dawn Forest were big shots who could shake the entire Nightmare Holy City with so much as a sneeze. Under normal circumstances, meeting either of them would be as difficult as winning the lottery. Yet, both had now come together because of a single party. Yes, that would be us, Shi Feng calmly responded to Tyrant Wyvern and Dawn Forest's question. What can I do for you two? Red Frost and the others also curiously walked over to look at the 2 guild leaders. They behaved like the 20,000 plus elite experts surrounding them did not exist. To ordinary experts, a standoff involving tens of thousands of elite experts was indeed intimidating, especially when over half of these elite experts blatantly exuded killing intent. The average expert would probably collapse mentally when subjected to such heavy menace. However, Shi Feng's party remained unfazed. After all, major conflicts between pseudo-apex powers typically involved upwards of several million experts. Sometimes, hundreds of millions of experts could even be involved. Thus, a conflict involving 20,000 plus experts was nothing. Not to mention, there was not even a single fragmented divine artifact among these players. Very good. I hadn't expected you to have the courage to admit it. Tyrant Wyvern couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he saw how calmly Shi Feng behaved. I am Tyrant Wyvern, the White Dragon Nation's guild leader. Since you have admitted your sins, that makes things simple. Hand over all your weapons and equipment. Then, publicly kneel and apologize to Fira's team. Do that, and I will let this matter slide. Otherwise, you will pay the consequences. Guild leader, aren't we letting them off too easily? Tyrant Wyvern's words surprised the guild executives behind him. Tyrant Wyvern was known for his ruthlessness in Nightmare Holy City. Normally, even when only a few normal guild members were killed after a failed kill-stealing attempt, he would regard it as a provocation by the other party and wouldn't rest until the other party had been annihilated a few dozen times. Now that Fira and her team of over 200 elite experts had been wiped out, it wouldn't be surprising if Tyrant Wyvern called for the permanent erasure of Shi Feng's party from God's domain. Yet he was willing to settle with just an apology. Enough. I have my own considerations. Tyrant Wyvern glared at his subordinates, silencing them. Compared to avenging Phyra, Tyrant Wyvern was much more interested in the weapons and equipment of Shi Feng's party. He was also somewhat wary of the identities of Shi Feng and his party members. Through the battle video, Tyrant Wyvern could tell that Shi Feng and his party members possessed extraordinary basic attributes. Under normal circumstances, even he could not one-shot Phyra. Yet, the level 227 Heiser had done it. Logically, even if Heiser had used a combat technique above the gold standard, she still shouldn't be able to one-shot Phyra. Thus, Tyrant Wyvern concluded that the weapons and equipment used by Heiser and the rest of Shi Feng's party were far above the fragmented legendary rank. If he could get his hands on these powerful weapons and equipment, it would propel his overall strength to a whole new level and greatly increase his chances of clearing the cross-region challenge. He might even be able to let other members of the guild clear it. At that time, the White Dragon Nation would officially become the #1 guild in Nightmare Holy City. The only problem was obtaining these items. Even if he applied the Divine Soul Curse to Shi Feng's party, they wouldn't drop all their equipped items on death, much less the items in their bags. If they moved their weapons and equipment into their bags when they neared death, it would be a huge loss to the White Dragon Nation. Friend, you don't have to listen to Tyrant Wyvern. So long as you join the Holy Knights, I can guarantee nothing will happen to you in Nightmare Holy City, Dawn Forest said, smiling at Shi Feng. Additionally, once you and your party members join the Holy Knights, so long as you perform well, you will be assigned an elder position at the very least. Madness. This is madness. Am I hearing things? That Dawn Forest is making such a promise to a group of unknown experts? Not even Kowloon Demon received such an offer back then. Dawn Forest did not keep his voice down, so the bystanders heard him clearly. However, they couldn't understand why he would offer such conditions to Shi Feng's party. As the Holy Knights was one of Nightmare Holy City's top 2 guilds, its elder positions were highly valued and hard to come by. Even elite experts would have less than a 10% chance of becoming elders after toiling over a decade for the guild. Yet, Dawn Forest now offered elder positions to all 6 members of Shi Feng's party. This was definitely a first since the Holy Knight's inception. Forest. Are you determined to oppose me? Tyrant Wyvern glared at Dawn Forest. Although he had already guessed that Dawn Forest was here to make trouble for him, he hadn't expected the other party to act so blatantly. Brother Tyrant, how can you say that? Dawn Forest scoffed. Good talent is hard to come by. Since you have generously offered these friends to me, I naturally can't mistreat them. The Holy Knights and the White Dragon Nation had been fighting in Nightmare Holy City for many years, so neither side feared the other. Now that there was an opportunity to recruit a group of experts and suppress the White Dragon Nation, Dawn Forest naturally wouldn't let it go. Good, very good. In that case, you leave me no choice but to get rid of the Holy Knights as well, Tyrant Wyvern said, his expression darkening. Immediately afterward, he commanded, Attack! Do you think that's enough to scare me? Brothers, attack! Dawn Forest promptly responded by commanding his guild members to engage the White Dragon Nation's experts. In the blink of an eye, a fight between the elite experts of the White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights broke out in the middle of Nightmare Holy City's main street. Although the city's level 200+ Tier 6 NPC guards tried to intervene, their efforts were futile, as the 2 guilds quickly suppressed them. The main street quickly became a bloody battlefield with the 2 sides bombarding each other with skills and spells. Explosions echoed across the city. In reality, there wasn't much difference in strength between the Holy Knights and the White Dragon Nation. This was also why the conflict between the 2 guilds had lasted for so long. Unfortunately, because Dawn Forest had failed to show up with as many elite experts as Tyrant Wyvern, his forces were quickly suppressed and forced to give up ground repeatedly. Of course, this slight advantage still wasn't enough to let the White Dragon Nation's experts annihilate the Holy Knights' experts. Seconds after the battle began, the street was strewn with corpses. The magic barriers protecting the shops on both sides of the street also shook violently, their collapse imminent. After some more time passed, Dawn Forest and his subordinates were ultimately forced to one end of the street. Now, the White Dragon Nation had full control over the main street. How surprising. I was certain you would have gone with Forest, Tyrant Wyvern said when he saw that Shi Feng's party never got involved with the battle. Then he sneered and continued, I don't know if I should consider you smart or dumb. Did you think I would forgive your provocation simply because you steered clear of the conflict between our 2 guilds? But I'm not unreasonable. I can give you 2 options. For the first option, you won't need to apologize to Phyra's team, but you must turn over all your weapons, equipment, and bag items. Additionally, you must sign a contract agreeing to serve the White Dragon Nation for 50 years. As for the second option, permanent death. Now, make your choice. The bystanders gasped upon hearing this. Although they had long since known about Tyrant Wyvern's ruthless personality, they never expected him to be this ruthless. While he might have excused Shi Feng's party from begging for forgiveness, he replaced it with the condition of serving the White Dragon Nation for 50 years. Moreover, if Shi Feng's party refused to comply, they would be forced to retire permanently from God's domain and lose the ability to ascend to greater heights. Before Shi Feng, the leader of the six-man party, could voice his refusal, Red Frost suddenly stepped forward with her spear in hand. Then, she casually walked toward Tyrant Wyvern as if strolling in her backyard. What? Is that beauty thinking of taking action? Red Frost's actions stunned the players watching from the surrounding shops. Besides being a powerful expert, Tyrant Wyvern had the White Dragon Guard protecting him at all times. The White Dragon Guard consisted of elite experts who were much stronger than those under Fira's leadership. They were also equipped with battle array equipment that could let a 500-man team form a large silver battle array. Under the effects of this battle array, it would be as if the White Dragon Guard had received a 1-rank upgrade to all their weapons and equipment. In a deathmatch, the White Dragon Guard could eliminate all the elite experts Dawn Forest had brought. Commander, is Guild Leader Black Flame's party insane? Why would they have only one person fight? Star Butterfly was bewildered when she saw the rest of Shi Feng's party remaining motionless. That's the White Dragon Guard we are talking about. They're completely different from Fira's team. Meanwhile, Tyrant Wyvern frowned when he saw Red Frost approach. He hadn't expected there to be someone impervious to reason. Waving his hand, he commanded, "Kill her." Suddenly, over 1,000 spells and arrows flew at Red Frost. The attacks were densely packed like a wall, making them impossible to avoid. However, shortly after these attacks were launched, Red Frost raised her crimson spear and thrust it forward. Then, a pillar of scorching flames shot into the sky, incinerating the oncoming spells and arrows. Scorching blood. This was the profound skill of Red Frost's divine spear. Moreover, she could exert 100% of the skill's potential because she was now a 6th floor expert. Chapter 3798, Chapter 87.2, Terror of a 6th floor expert. Chapter 87.2, Terror of a 6th floor expert. Shortly after the towering flame pillar appeared, a loud explosion rocked Nightmare Holy City, followed by an eerie silence. At this moment, time seemed to pause, as the members of the White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights had stopped fighting. All they did was stare at where the flame pillar had passed by. The players spectating from the surrounding shops were similarly dumbfounded as they stared at the lava hell that had appeared in the middle of the main street. They also couldn't help but gape at the large hole in Tyrant Wyvern's chest. In just one move, Red Frost had obliterated the White Dragon Nation's White Dragon Guard and killed Tyrant Wyvern, one of Nightmare Holy City's top 10 experts. Moreover, she was only a level 223 Berserker. Whirlwind Bulwark and the other members of Palehorn gasped when they saw this scene, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. From the fight with Fira's team, Whirlwind Bulwark and the others already knew that Shi Feng's party was strong. However, looking at things now, they realized that Shi Feng's party most likely never fought Fira's team seriously. Who is that woman? When Dawn Forest saw the destruction Red Frost caused, the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Had a magical class player caused this level of destruction, he wouldn't have been particularly surprised. However, this was the first time since he started playing God's Domain that he had seen a Berserker with such a destructive skill. Not only that, but the skill also had an incredibly fast activation. Time so fast that he had failed to react to it. How can this be? The guild leader got one-shotted? At this time, some of the White Dragon Nation's elite experts finally reacted to Tyrant Wyvern's death. She killed the guild leader. Revenge. We must take revenge. That skill of hers must have a long cooldown. She's only one person. Use this chance to kill her. Suddenly, the White Dragon Nation's 10,000-plus elite experts turned their attention away from the Holy Knights' elite experts and charged at Red Frost en masse. As the White Dragon Nation's guild leader, Tyrant Wyvern was the face of the guild. Thus, the consequences of his death were vastly greater than Fira's. Not to mention, Red Frost had one shot at him. If they couldn't kill Red Frost and avenge Tyrant Wyvern immediately, the White Dragon Nation's status in Nightmare Holy City would plummet, and its future development in Nightmare Holy City would be severely impacted. Damn it, these people are out of their minds. Whirlwind Bulwark felt his scalp grow numb when he saw the White Dragon Nation's experts going after Red Frost as one. However, before the White Dragon Nation's members could reach her, Red Frost suddenly split into 100 copies of herself, each no different from the real deal. Then, every one of these copies executed an advanced gold combat technique simultaneously. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, and several hundred White Dragon Nation experts closest to Red Frost turned into ashes, leaving behind a bunch of weapons and equipment on the ground. With just a thrust from her spear, Red Frost had killed another several hundred players. Subsequently, Red Frost kept thrusting and swinging her spear, while the White Dragon Nation's elite experts kept falling in swaths, like wheat in the autumn harvest. No one was strong enough to resist her attacks. In just 30 seconds, over half of the White Dragon Nation's level 235-plus experts were killed. During this time, many ranged attacks were launched at Red Frost. However, they were nothing but jokes, as they couldn't even hit any of her copies. Additionally, she ensured her copies would always be near the White Dragon Nation's frontline experts, limiting the opportunities the ranged experts had to attack her. Devil, she must be the devil incarnate. Monster, she's a monster disguised as a player. Run away. Eventually, the thought of revenge disappeared from the minds of the White Dragon Nation's members, replaced by unadulterated fear. Now, they could no longer care less about their guild's reputation. They had never met such a terrifying player before. Even the taboo existence they fought in the past would look cute compared to Red Frost. After all, they could at least damage said taboo existence a little. In contrast, they couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance against Red Frost. This was no longer a battle between players, it was merely a massacre. In no time, the remaining White Dragon Nation experts fled like frightened mice, the sight stunning the spectating players. Before today, the most spectacular battle they had seen involved several dozen experts defeating several thousand experts. Red Frost's accomplishment of defeating an army of 10,000 plus elite experts thoroughly shattered their understanding of experts in God's domain. Who are these people? Whirlwind Bulwark experienced an unprecedented shock as he looked at Shi Feng and his other party members, who remained unfazed. Red Frost's ability to suppress the White Dragon Nation's elite experts single-handedly was nothing short of fantasy. Yet, Shi Feng and the others behaved like this outcome was only natural. What Whirlwind Bulwark didn't know was that the White Dragon Nation's elite experts were only superior in levels. Although they were fully equipped with level 230 epic equipment or above, Red Frost had a divine spear and a legendary equipment set. Thus, they remained far behind her when it came to basic attributes. Not to mention, Red Frost had already reached the 6th floor standard. With the White Dragon Nation's members being inferior in basic attributes and combat standards, it was only natural that such a frightening gap existed between them and Red Frost. This was also the cruelty of God's domain. Even if each statistical difference was not overwhelming, they could develop into an insurmountable gap when compounded. As Palehorn's members watched Red Frost slaughter the White Dragon Nation's members, they couldn't help feeling excited. This was because they were certain Red Frost was a player. Getting to know such a terrifying player was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. In less than 3 minutes, the originally congested street became deserted. All the White Dragon Nation experts who had come with Tyrant Wyvern had either died or fled with their tails between their legs. As for the weapons and equipment littering the street, neither the spectating players nor the Holy Knights members dared to pick them up. On the contrary, the Holy Knights members made sure to stay several hundred yards away from these items lest Red Frost misunderstand them. Meanwhile, Heiser smiled at the shocked Dawn Forest and asked teasingly, "Guild Leader Forest, is our performance outstanding enough? Chapter 3799, Chapter 873, Number 1 Expert, Chapter 873, Number 1 Expert?" Though Heiser's voice was neutral, the Holy Knights felt the icy hand of death grip their hearts when they saw Red Frost approach. Their breaths grew ragged and cold sweat covered their backs. They wanted nothing more than to turn around and run away. Never had anyone managed to slaughter the 10,000 plus elite experts from the White Dragon Nation and put them to flight. Had someone told them of Red Frost's achievement before, they would have laughed it off as a joke. Now, though, they couldn't laugh at all. This was especially so for Dawn Forest, who had come here looking to take advantage of the situation. Naturally, Dawn Forest understood the meaning behind Heiser's words. However, he also knew that he mustn't offend the other party. The Holy Knights and the White Dragon Nation were age-old adversaries, so one could say that the two guilds were evenly matched. Since Red Frost could single-handedly suppress the White Dragon Nation's elites, she could naturally do the same to the Holy Knights' elites. Thus, when faced with Heiser's playful smile, Dawn Forest's expression turned indescribably ugly. Had he known this would happen, he would have never stuck his nose where it didn't belong. Friends, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. I only invited you to join the Holy Knights because I couldn't stand the White Dragon Nation's tyranny. Had I known you were so strong, I wouldn't have been such a busybody. As an apology for the offense, the Holy Knights is willing to pay 5 million undying souls as compensation, Dawn Forest hurriedly said to Shi Feng, no longer putting on airs. How generous! Whirlwind Bulwark gasped when he overheard Dawn Forest's words. Although anyone with a discerning eye could see that Dawn Forest was here to take advantage of the situation, the Holy Knights had more or less contributed to wearing out the White Dragon Nation's experts. Yet, he offered to pay a whopping 5 million undying souls as compensation. For context, although Palehorn was a relatively famous adventurer team in Nightmare Holy City, its stockpile of undying souls hadn't even reached 100,000. Even if Palehorn saved up undying souls for the next decade, it still couldn't come up with 5 million undying souls. This was because undying souls were indispensable in Nightmare Holy City. They could be used to increase the production success rate of weapons and equipment. They could also be used to learn various gold combat techniques. Each attempt at learning a gold combat technique cost 10,000 undying souls, and players typically required 3 to 5 attempts before they succeeded. Thus, expert players' consumption of undying souls in Nightmare Holy City was incredibly high. While the drop rate of undying souls in the Nightmare Holy City region was quite high, a sum of 5 million undying souls was by no means a small amount, even for the Holy Knights. Such a loss would significantly affect the guild's development. However, as Whirlwind Bulwark wasn't the leader of a large guild, he didn't know about Dawn Forest's considerations. For guilds like the Holy Knights, it was their worst nightmare to make an enemy out of experts like Shi Feng's party. If Shi Feng's party decided to ambush the Holy Knights' elite experts out in the fields, a few bouts would be more than enough to make the guild suffer. Moreover, the Holy Knights could do nothing about Shi Feng's party. Should such a situation persist over a long period, the damage to the guild would be tremendous. Not to mention, besides apologizing for his mistake, Dawn Forest intended to use the 5 million undying souls to establish a connection with Shi Feng's party. 5 million undying souls? Shi Feng was a little surprised. Nightmare Holy City was far wealthier than he imagined. He never expected a guild to be able to take out 5 million undying souls. This was already equivalent to a world scar. When Dawn Forest saw Shi Feng frowning slightly, he mistook it for dissatisfaction with his compensation. After hesitating briefly, he gritted his teeth and said, "If that's not enough, what if I add this ancient magic tome?" After saying so, Dawn Forest retrieved an ancient tome made from dragon skin from his bag. Printed on the tome's cover were lines of divine runes in constant motion. Although nobody present could understand the divine runes, the ancient tome radiated a divine might that instilled an indescribable sense of fear in them. Isn't this the flame dragon god's divine might? Shi Feng couldn't help his surprise when he saw the ancient tome in Dawn Forest's hands. The flame dragon god, also known as the primordial flame dragon, was a primordial god-ranked existence. Since this ancient tome recorded the flame dragon god's divine might, it had to be closely related to the flame dragon god. In terms of value, an item closely related to a primordial dragon was worth no less than a divine artifact. Apex powers would even fight to exchange their divine artifacts for such an item. After all, primordial god-ranked items were unique and much rarer than divine artifacts. "Brother Black Flame, what do you think?" Dawn Forest hurriedly asked when he noticed Shi Feng's interest in the ancient tome. Dawn Forest obtained this ancient tome many years ago. Although its divine might indicated its preciousness, he hadn't even managed to open it thus far, much less uncover its secrets. Thus, rather than let it collect dust in his bag, he might as well use it as a gift. It would be a good outcome if he could win Shi Feng's favor with it. After all, the status of Shi Feng's party in Nightmare Holy City would definitely surpass that of the White Dragon Nation and the Holy Knights after today. In that case, I won't hold back, Shi Feng said as he accepted the ancient tome with a smile. His main goal in this remnant primordial world was to collect undying souls. Establishing a good relationship with the local powers would naturally speed up his collection of undying souls. He had also learned of an existence that was potentially similar to the 22 taboos. If this taboo boss was the real deal, he would need far more than just a 6-man party to defeat it. Dawn Forest sighed in relief when Shi Feng accepted the ancient tome. Then he promptly transferred 5 million undying souls to Shi Feng. As for the various taboo epic and taboo fragmented legendary items scattered on the street, Shi Feng decided to sell them to Dawn Forest at a bargain. The White Dragon Nation had left over 6,000 taboo epic equipment and 400 taboo fragmented legendary items behind. Although Dawn Forest had to fork out an additional 4.5 million undying souls for them, he was more than happy to do so. All level 230 plus taboo epic and taboo fragmented legendary items were made by players. Due to the low production success rate, it was very difficult to produce many in a short time. Likewise, it was also difficult to buy them in bulk, even if one had the money to do so. Hence, it was a windfall for the Holy Knights to purchase over 6,400 of these items at once. After Shi Feng made a large sum of undying souls, he happily went to Nightmare Holy City's library to verify whether the Northern Badlands taboo existence was similar to the 22 taboos. Meanwhile, news of Shi Feng's party thrashing the White Dragon Nation quickly spread throughout Nightmare Holy City, shocking everyone. Incredible. This person single-handedly suppressed the White Dragon Nation's elite experts and intimidated the Holy Knights. I'd be set for life if I had half her strength. I'm guessing Nightmare Holy City will have a new #1 expert. I doubt Kowloon Demon can match this female berserker. Goddess, she's my goddess from now on. For a time, everyone in Nightmare Holy City discussed Shi Feng's party, particularly Red Frost's terrifying display of strength. The appearance of the party relegated the city's 2 former overlords to second place. In the Nightmare Holy City region's northern Badlands, a young man in platinum armor was contending with the Putrid Dragon, a level 237 divine regional boss. The young man stood 6 meters tall, with 4 horns growing out of his head and 2 sets of arms. On the other hand, the Putrid Dragon had a frame exceeding 1,000 meters in height and a fearsome corrosive power. Usually, it could easily wipe out a tier 6 team of the same level, but at this time, it could do nothing against the young man with the glacial expression. The two were evenly matched, which allowed the 19 players behind the young man to chip away at the Putrid Dragon's HP. After nearly 2 hours into the battle, the Putrid Dragon's HP fell to 0, and several players behind the young man leveled up, reaching level 237. While the team rested, a blonde female elf appeared before the 20-man team. The elf was a level 239 swordsman, a top-tier existence even in Nightmare Holy City. Yet, when she faced the young man in platinum armor, she had a respectful expression. Kowloon, a new expert, has appeared in Nightmare Holy City. From what I heard, she may be your match. My match? Kowloon Demon's resting eyes opened slightly at this word. Then, he shook his head and said, there are no experts in Nightmare Holy City, only frogs stuck at the bottom of the well. Only the fellows outside can match me. I'm not talking about those people, Leia, the elven swordsman, said with a serious look. She's a new expert. She single-handedly defeated over 10,000 of the White Dragon Nation's elites. The White Dragon Nation's elites? How is that possible? Kowloon Demon was skeptical of Leia's words. Besides having superior weapons and equipment, this person's combat standard would need to reach the 6th floor standard to accomplish this. I can't tell myself. Have a look for yourself, Leia said as she shared a battle video with Kowloon Demon. The battle video showed Red Frost transforming into 100 copies of herself without suffering any reduction in her combat power. It also showed her mowing down the White Dragon Nation's army with an unstoppable force. In only 3 minutes, she had traumatized the White Dragon Nation's elite experts into fleeing in a panic. Impossible. Kowloon Demon's eyes widened as he watched the battle video. How could there be a 6th floor expert here? So she's really at the 6th floor standard. When Leia got her answer from Kowloon Demon's shock, she was stunned despite herself. After all, this was the legendary standard she had been pursuing until now. Incredible. Incredible. Kowloon Demon's eyes lit up as he stared at Red Frost's figure in the battle video. I never expected to find a qualified opponent in this backwater place. Before Leia could say anything more, Kowloon Demon stood up and took out a magic scroll from his bag. What are you doing? Leia exclaimed when she saw the magic scroll in Kowloon Demon's hands. The Tier 6 Divine Runic Teleportation Scroll. Only a few such scrolls existed in the entire Nightmare Holy City, each a life-saving treasure that could be used to escape even ancient gods. What do you think? Of course, I'm going to meet her, Kowloon Demon said excitedly. She might have the qualifications to join us. After saying so, Kowloon Demon disappeared from the Northern Badlands, leaving Leia behind, kicking the ground in exasperation. Chapter 3800, Chapter 874, Badlands Taboo. Chapter 874, Badlands Taboo Nightmare. Holy City Library. The libraries in God's Domain weren't just places for players to learn about God's Domain's history and various knowledge. They also served as a marketplace for players to sell information. So long as players had battle videos or information they believed was important in God's Domain, they could pay a fee to sell it in a library for in-game currencies. Although this could be regarded as an alternative to selling information on the official forums, the two were different. This was because the magic crystal balls in libraries could perfectly reproduce a player's experience as if they were reading the player's memories. They could collect information that was far more detailed than what players could collect. Because of this, even though players typically had to pay exorbitant amounts of in-game currency for information at libraries, many were still willing to do so. A taboo boss. The Northern Badlands do have a taboo boss. Shi Feng grew excited when he saw the information recorded on the magic crystal ball in his hand. According to the library's records, as many as 109 teams had challenged the Northern Badlands taboo boss, and over 100 players had specifically gone to investigate it. As a result, much information was available. If he were to compile all the information on the Greater God's Domain's 22 taboos, the result wouldn't compare to what was available on the Northern Badlands taboo boss. This was because almost every player who faced the 22 taboos suffered a permanent death. This, in turn, also resulted in very few players daring to investigate the 22 taboos. And even if some powers managed to obtain information on the 22 taboos, they wouldn't casually sell it at a library. On the other hand, Nightmare Holy City's players and powers differed slightly. Although over 99% of the players who faced the Northern Badlands taboo boss similarly suffered permanent deaths, many players were still willing to study it and share the information they collected. This was because Nightmare Holy City's players could not advance deeper into the Northern Badlands and travel to other regions if they could not eliminate the taboo boss. Unless they could pass the impossibly difficult cross-region challenge, they would only spend the rest of their lives stuck in the Nightmare Holy City region, unlike the Greater God's Domain's players and powers who could still explore the boundless void sea even without killing the 22 taboos. As for how monsters in God's Domain could be judged to be taboo bosses, it was simple. Take the Greater God's Domain's 22 taboos, for example. Although the 22 taboos were currently invincible in the Greater God's Domain, they hadn't been strong from the start. Instead, they grew into their current strength. This was also why many of the 22 taboos were mutated monsters. Of course, simply growing in levels and tiers wasn't enough for a monster to be considered a taboo boss. Only after a monster could cast a true world and gained a unique ability, such as the Undying Mother and its unique ability Undying, would they be deemed as one. Shi Feng browsed the battle records of the 11 teams that had fought the Northern Badlands taboo boss. Although these teams never managed to see its true appearance, their experiences proved that it could cast a true world. When subjected to the world laws of a true world, players would be subjected to an all-encompassing suppression of 50% or more, regardless of their levels, equipment standards, or law projection standards. Even bona fide ancient gods were no exception. Moreover, this was only the effect of a true world's basic laws. A true world could have other effects depending on the taboo boss's level and the unique world laws they mastered. The Northern Badlands taboo boss had clearly displayed a true world, as every player who challenged it experienced an all-encompassing suppression of 50% or more. Even level 239 Tier 6 experts were no exception. It's a pity that none of these records show the taboo boss's unique ability. Otherwise, I could make better preparations. Shi Feng sighed when he finished reading all the available information. None of the players who shared their findings in the library had seen the taboo boss's unique ability. The only good news was that the taboo boss was under level 240. Had it been a level 240 taboo boss, a normal attack would be enough to one-shot a level 239 tank equipped with 5 divine artifacts. However, based on the library's records, a level 239 tank fully equipped with level 235 fragmented legendary equipment, after activating his life-saving measures, only lost 80% of his HP when struck by a giant arm from the Northern Badlands taboo boss. Based on this information alone, Shi Feng knew that the Northern Badlands taboo boss had not reached level 240. It was likely only at level 238 or level 239. It seems I'll have to increase the party's level quickly. Shi Feng got a headache when he saw the levels of Red Frost and the others through the party window. Although leveling up in the Nightmare Holy City region should be quite easy, it'd be wishful thinking if he thought he could kill a taboo boss with a 6-man party. He'd need at least a 100-man team. Moreover, he had to kill the Northern Badlands taboo boss in 20 days. This was because he still had Kalisha's quest to collect 30 million undying souls in 30 days, and Enos's quest to kill the Undying Mother. After researching the taboo boss, Shi Feng went to a VIP reading room to study the ancient tome he received from Dawn Forest. When Shi Feng initially obtained the ancient tome, he didn't dare to study it in detail. This was because he quickly recognized the flowing divine runes on the ancient tome formed divine patterns. Others might not recognize what these divine patterns represented, but as a divine engraver, Shi Feng was certain it was a sealing engraving. The sealing engraving was a commonly used sealing method before the mythical era. It was impossible to undo without sufficient knowledge of divine engravings. Among the reasons the Greater God's domain's various powers were heavily invested in divine engraving research were the items sealed by sealing engravings that they obtained from ruins. The sealing engraving placed on the ancient tome wasn't particularly powerful. Any basic divine engraver could undo it. They merely needed to make a copy of the sealing engraving to undo it. Immediately, Shi Feng analyzed the sealing engraving and copied it using the pure mana of 7 luminaries crystals. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. After going at it for 2 hours, Shi Feng finally completed a copy of the ancient tome's sealing engraving. The instant he undid the sealing engraving, all the information in the ancient tome became available to him. A dragon's roar also shook the room.